This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. A group of small systems surrounded the huge system space. They crowded together to look at the virtual screen hanging in the air. On it was the qualified list of this year's system college. Chinyu looked through it from beginning to end and finally saw her name. Number 777. Qualified. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, she had been a human for more than 20 years in her previous life. And this was her first time as a system. It didn't matter if she ranked last. What mattered was that she successfully graduated. Chinyu felt that she still had a talent for making systems. She flew forward and squeezed into the system group. Standing under the virtual screen was their Dean of Teaching System number 009. This system was first created by the main system, and was also one of the earliest outstanding graduates from the system college. 009 was giving a lecture to a group of small systems who had just graduated from school. It lit a virtual cigarette, and the electronic screen on the ball looked vicissitudes. You have just graduated, and have not seen the evil in human hearts. Don't think that all humans are good people. Blah blah. Chinyu gradually began to lose focus. She herself is a human being, and she knows very well what human virtues are. The brilliance and evil of human nature are simply two extremes. 777. Are you listening to me? Chinyu's data stream jumped for a moment, and she replied guiltily, I'm sorry. Teacher 009. I will pay attention next time. Next time. There is no next time. You will set out to find the host today. 009 floated around, trembling slightly, as if Chinyu was very angry. 777 stays. The others go to various universes and find their own hosts first. Ah? I'm still detained after I graduated. She had only been detained for a few years in her previous life, so it was saved for this life when she became a system. Right? She moved slightly on the spot, not very willing to stay and listen to 009's nagging. I'm not worried about them. I'm most worried about you. To be honest, I really didn't expect you to graduate successfully. Although I can't load some system modules due to an accident when I left the factory, it doesn't mean I can't graduate. That's some? That's most. I really don't know why the main system wants you to pass. 009 began to talk about the harm of some modules not being able to run in successfully, and some carrying instructions. In fact, Chinyu knew why she couldn't load most of the system modules. Because she was not a system. To be precise, she was not a complete system. She was a person in her previous life. A hacker from Blue Star, China. Thinking of her past life, she couldn't help but recall the cause of her death. She died, but she didn't regret it, because she had done a big job before she died. Huagua. Chinyu was walking on a street, because the lockdown had just been lifted. There were not many people on the street. She had just done a nucleic acid test, and wanted to go shopping in the mall across the street, and buy a cup of milk tea. She hadn't had milk tea for a long time after being quarantined at home. She must have it today. A cup of taro ball bubble milk tea. Thank you. While waiting for milk tea, Chinyu suddenly felt a little anxious. She reached out to take out her mobile phone, found a blind spot of the store surveillance, and opened the software she wrote. It showed that the 12 military satellites she controlled were all normal. Maybe she was just overthinking. She was about to put the phone back in her pocket. But after thinking about it, she didn't turn off the screen directly, but switched the software interface to the self-destruct interface. The software she wrote has only two functions. One is to synchronize the data from the server to the mobile phone software to monitor whether the military satellite is operating normally. And the other is to give orders to her server that is always open, so that the data on the server and the military satellite will self-destruct at the same time. As for where this military satellite came from, Chinyu turned her eyes guiltily. This was a few months ago when she learned that Lika's biological research in Z was the culprit of this global disaster. And she was angry and hacked the 12 military satellites of the neighboring Lika. In fact, at the beginning, she only hacked a relatively backward and old military satellite, and it was quite smooth when she hacked in. However, the system used by the military satellite of the Lika country, she couldn't resist the temptation, and directly used the old military satellite as a springboard, and successively captured the remaining 11 military satellites that were easier to invade, or definitely not to go back. If this matter was exposed, Chinyu felt that she would definitely be hunted down by the Lika country to the ends of the earth, and would be on the wanted list. Your milk tea is ready. Do you want to take it away? Take it away. Qingyu picked up her mobile phone and let the machine in the store scan her payment code. After paying the money, she took the milk tea and left the store. She currently lives in an older residential area. Qingyu, who prefers to stay at home, has no interest in continuing to shop after buying milk tea and holding the things in her hands. She wants to go back quickly to check if there is any problem with the program, she wrote. After so many years in the hacker world, this is the first time she feels panic. Qingyu waited until the traffic light across the zebra crossing turned green. As soon as she walked to the middle of the road, she heard screams and sounds from the left. She subconsciously turned her head to see that a car was running towards her, as if it was out of control. Unlike ordinary people who stood there in a daze, she wanted to save herself. The car was not far from her, but not very close either. She ran in the direction away from the vehicle's driving track. Bang! With a loud bang, Qingyu found herself spinning in the air for several circles, and fell heavily to the ground with a bang. It was also when the car turned around and hit her that she pressed the self-destruct button on the mobile phone interface. When she landed, the phone she was holding tightly in her hand fell to the ground not far away, and the milk tea in her hand also flew out and spilled all over the ground. The bright red blood and milk tea mixed together, and the ground was in a mess. The vehicle that caused the accident fled without hesitation, leaving only passers-by on both sides of the street, screaming and calling the police. Qingyu lay on the ground and looked at the blue sky, as if she could see the 12 military satellites that were buried with her and exploded into fireworks. Qingyu's last memory, as a human being, stayed on the messy streets. The last thought in her heart was not regret for not living enough. Anyway, she had been alone since she was a child, and there was nothing to miss. It was just a pity that she died before she could drink a sip of milk tea. 777. Are you really listening? 009 transformed into a huge cat claw and slapped Qingyu to the ground like a ball of wool. The moment Qingyu touched the ground, she jumped up and floated opposite 009. The expression on her system screen was a little aggrieved. Qingyu, QAQ. Yes, I really listened. Qingyu came out of her memories and repeated the key points of 009's nagging. Finally, she saw the Dean of Teaching showing a satisfied expression. She was relieved. Fortunately, the multitasking skills she had learned in her previous life are still useful in this life. Then can I leave? Let's go. If there is anything you can't solve, remember to return to the system space, or contact other seniors. Don't be stubborn by yourself. I know. Thank you, Senior 009. Qingyu turned around and jumped to the edge of the academy, where the device for space jumping was placed. She planned to try to return to her own world, although she had no relatives before her death, and only a few hacker friends she met online. She did not have no regrets about Blue Star. If she could go back, she would find a host in China, and then find a way to kill Lika. From enrollment to graduation, she had already figured out what happened to that car at that time. It was the old shaman from Lika who sent him to assassinate her. The turn that the car made later was very strange. She was a dead otaku who basically never went out. Even if she wanted to make enemies, she had no chance to make them. The driver looked like a Chinese curse. A traitor, Chinese curse. Actually, Qingyu had seen the main system here when she first crossed over. When the main system came to inspect, it suddenly looked at her. Qingyu felt that the main system had discovered something abnormal about her, but for some reason it ignored her and let her graduate successfully. Perhaps for the main system, as long as it could work for it, it didn't matter whether it was a person or a system. Qingyu no longer thought about anything else, but carefully screened the conditions displayed on the machine. The moment she pressed the jump button, she kept praying in her heart, it must be Blue Star. It must be Blue Star. Has she left? She has left. Okay. I know. You go down first. After 009 left the main system space, a faint murmur sounded. I hope she can upgrade smoothly. Above the atmosphere of Blue Star, there was a space distortion, and a small ball appeared out of thin air. It seemed to be excited and couldn't help itself, and it kept shaking in the air. Woohoo, this continental plate shape is definitely Eurasia. I'm really back. Lika, wait for me to die. Qingyu paused after being happy for a while. She looked at the empty space around her. There was no air station or satellite. Qinyu's data flow fluctuated violently. Has she returned to the World War II period? That's fine. It's not unacceptable to kill Lika in advance. Qin Yu jumped down lightly and appeared in the position of the central plains of China in her impression. She was now staying in the sky and would not be easily seen by others. But she could also see the buildings below clearly. This sight made her completely dumbfounded. The architectural style below and the dressing style of the people walking in the buildings were completely unrelated to modern times. Instead, they were more like the style of the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period to the Qin and Han dynasties in history. Qin Yu couldn't determine the specific era for a while. She released the 12 military satellites that followed her through and later became part of her data. After the 12 military satellites were launched, they quickly captured various information in her impression of China, mainly various photos taken and video clips. After she used her own database to calculate, she found that this was the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, when the Seven Kingdoms were in a three-way alliance and the Qin dynasty had not yet unified the world. Qin Yu thought about it and flew towards the capital of the Qin state. Wouldn't it be clear what year BCE it was now, if she saw which king of Qin was in power now? The Qin Palace is located on the north bank of the Wei River. It is magnificent and can be easily recognized even in midair. Qin Yu saw the palace complex of the Qin kingdom from afar. But she did not plan to go directly to the palace to find the king of Qin. Instead, she stayed outside the palace where civilians lived for a while. She casually found two civilians who were chatting, wanting to hear what the civilians in this capital were talking about. After listening for a while, Qin Yu found it very difficult to listen. She was born in the 21st century, and the current era is BC. Over the past 2,000 years of changes in the times, the text has changed many times, not to mention the accent. It is not an exaggeration to say that in the Warring States period, 10 miles have different accents, and 100 miles have different customs. It is not an exaggeration to listen directly. Qin Yu can only think of other ways. If she was just an ordinary time traveler, she might not be able to understand Qin language immediately. But she is currently a system, and she still has a backer. So she quickly searched in her database. Although most of her system's applicable modules could not be loaded, a mere multiverse universal translation software could still be loaded successfully. When she found out that she was different from other systems, she intentionally controlled the number of module functions she loaded. Many useful modules were just a bunch of data packed in the database, not in a use state. The ones that could adapt to her well were equivalent to the golden finger she got through her own efforts. That is, the 12 military satellites she hacked in her previous life. So it was the first time that Qin Yu installed this multiverse universal translation software for herself. She had a feeling that it should be no problem. So she boldly installed it for herself. The moment the multiverse universal translation software was installed, she understood the conversation between the two people in front of her. If she wanted, the person in front of her could understand what she said now, which meant that there was an intermediary between the two, who could translate what the two parties said into the language they were used to. The former king died after only 3 years in office. And I don't know what the next one will be. You can say that? One of them reached out and grabbed the other's arm, stopping him from saying the next thing. Qin Yu was stunned. She had just heard one sentence. That's it? But fortunately, she also heard a very important message: the king died after 3 years in office. In the Warring States period, collapse meant death. The king of Qin, who was in office for only 3 years, was referring to the king of Qin Shihuang, the father of the famous Qin Shihuang. These vassal states are different. The topics discussed by the civilians are all different. Qin Yu decided to go to the palace to see the future Qin Shihuang first, and then find a tool for herself. Find a host. The task she got was different from other systems. Other systems were all about collecting culture, recording civilization, preserving civilization, and other high-sounding tasks. Her task was different. Her task was to find a way to upgrade herself. That is, to load various useful system modules. The main system once said that her situation was very rare. In addition to the system store that was standard for each system, she could install other modules. The main system said that it had no direct solution, which roughly meant that her system was useless. But the main system did not directly choose to throw her into the trash can, but gave her the opportunity to go to school. Finally, Qin Yu studied hard and finally graduated. Only then did she know what the real opportunity the main system gave her. The task she received when she came here was to find a way to load a module for herself. Whether it was the Wanjia trading module, the Aura resurrection module, or the card drawing module, etc. As long as she could have the complete functions of a system, her task would be completed. Although it looked simple, and like a piece of cake, Qin knew that it was not that simple. It was okay to load some small functions, but it was actually difficult for her to load any large modules, because she was a human being in her previous life, not a system. And she also suspected that the main system knew that she was a human being in her previous life. This was actually some kind of experiment, and she was the little white mouse being watched. But how could she refuse? It was impossible to refuse. Qin still wanted to live. Who knows if she failed? Would she be humanely destroyed by the main system because she was useless? Or would she hurry up and become stronger? While Qin was thinking about how to become a useful system, she flew towards the direction of Xining Palace. By the way, all the scenery she saw on the way was stuffed into the database. Until she entered the palace, she relied on her historical knowledge as a human and some system shared data to find the residence of the king of Qin Xining Palace. Qin looked at the position of the sun in the sky and calculated the current time. It was noon, which should not be the time for court. Should the king of Qin be in his own palace? Qin was not sure, because the target was active, and she didn't even know what the target looked like. Even if she could use satellites in the sky to help find someone, she didn't know who to find. With a try-it-out mentality, Qin Yuitong floated into the bedroom of the king of Qin. As soon as she arrived at the main hall, she saw a young man in black clothes kneeling behind a table, on which were some scrolls made of bamboo slips. Qin saw the other party's clothes and age, and there was nothing she didn't understand. This young man was probably the new king of Qin and the future emperor Qin Shihuang. I can't afford to offend him. I can't afford to offend him. He's not someone I can use as a tool. Qin wanted to withdraw immediately. Although it was true that she needed to find an excellent person to be the host tool, she felt that she couldn't beat Zheng at the moment. Even if he was 13 years old. Other people's 13 years old were children who were really ignorant. But Zheng's 13 years old was called a child. That was a young dragon. Qin floated to the door. And this door, which was not an obstacle to her, was like a seal, blocking her from moving forward. In the end, Qin still floated back honestly. She was still so greedy for Zheng. She didn't want to give up a potential stock that would definitely soar to the sky in the future. Wouldn't it be stupid to give up such a good host and find someone else? If it was a choice between Emperor Wu of Han and Huizubing, she would definitely choose Huizubing. But this was the end of the Warring States period. Could there be a second prince who was better than Zheng in the world? Obviously not. Her personality did not allow her to settle for second best. If she wanted to do something, she would do it the best. Qin floated in front of Zheng. Zheng looked at the scroll in his hand without knowing it, and didn't know that a small ball of light was floating in front of him. She floated in the air in front of Zheng in a tangled way. In Qin own imagination, she was making a great decision that would affect this world. And floating was automatically replaced by walking around in her mind. In the end, Qin couldn't bear the temptation to be carried away, and she made up her mind to bind Zheng. But before binding, she had to think carefully about the positioning of Zheng. First of all, she didn't want to just treat Zheng as a tool. After all, she had liked Qin Shihuang for a long time before her death. Even though the history books in junior high and high school said that Qin Shihuang Zheng was a tyrant, people admired the strong, and she was no exception. Secondly, as a modern person, she obviously couldn't accept Zheng treating her as a tool. Other systems might be directly bound. Anyway, they were originally created to assist humans. But Qin was different. She was originally a human being and had no interest in being a tool for humans. Even if it was Qin Shihuang, whom she once admired. So Qin wanted to do something different. The relationship between the two of them could not be that of host and system. It was this idea that made her walk around in embarrassment. Her current ability was not strong. And how to choose the relationship between her and the host became a big problem. Qin stopped at the end of the walk. She stood opposite Zheng and fell into deep thought while watching him read a book seriously. The boy's slightly frowned brows, his still tender face, his good looks and temperament all showed that the person in front of him was extraordinary. For some reason, the word raising a child came into Qin mind. But she quickly threw the idea out of her mind. If she was a parent-child system, she would have bound it without saying anything. The problem was that she didn't even know what system she was. She was probably the most useless one among these systems. Qin circled around Zheng again. She had already started to watch the images from the satellite. Under the satellite, Even a person's hair could be seen clearly. Now the entire Qin state is under satellite surveillance. And the images transmitted also cover the territory of Qin state. Got it. Her current ability is equivalent to garbage in the system. But she can do what the system cannot do. It is precisely because of her human thinking that she can do what other systems cannot do. She can manually change the prompt sound when the system is bound. Whoever wants to be the system can be the system. She knew. Doesn't want to be a system. Ahem. Of course. Not being a system only means that Yingzheng doesn't think she is just a tool auxiliary system. She has already had a preliminary idea. Her current ability is only the satellite in the sky and the unopened system mall. She decided to call the first module, she built the National Personification Module. As the name suggests, it allows the user to pretend to be the will of a country to complete the system task. Naturally, she will not let Yingzheng play the role of the will of the country. She chooses to do it herself. As for whether she will be held accountable by the main system later, she has thought about this question. There are internal trials before a new game goes online. How can the developer's affairs be called usurpation of power? Qin Yu manually changed her binding prompt tone to New King Ascends the Throne. After changing it, she began her performance. New King Ascends the Throne. Why do I feel that the recent Qin kings are short-lived? The last one died 3 days after the coronation. And the last one was only on the throne for 2 or 3 years. The new one is only 13. Am I going to be finished? The great Qin is going to be finished. Can humans find someone reliable to be the king of Qin? So annoying. With the universal translation software of the multiverse, she was not worried that Yingzheng would not understand these words. When she saw Yingzheng suddenly look up and his face change slightly, Qin Yu knew that she had succeeded halfway. And the remaining half depended on how she could fool Yingzheng and make him believe that she was the national will of Qin. Countless overlapping voices suddenly rang out in the room. They were speaking the same words in perfect tacit agreement, expressing the same emotions at the same speed. This voice was of course the work of Qin Yu. She felt that it was difficult to show the identity of her country's will with just one voice. So she used her database to simulate thousands of voices with different timbres, and then said the same words in Yingzheng's mind in the tone of the Qin people. Fortunately, Yingzheng had experience in Zhao state, so he was not frightened and panicked. But such a strange phenomenon also made Yingzheng's hand tremble. The scroll in his hand fell on the table, and then slid to the ground due to inertia. First, there was the sound of the table colliding with the bamboo slips, and then the sound of the scroll rubbing against the table and sliding. The maid outside the door heard the movement, lowered her head and walked into the house quickly. Does the king have any instructions? The maid was a little nervous when facing him. She didn't understand the character of the new king yet. If she annoyed the king, she might not end well. Nothing. You go down. Don't come in without my order. When the maid came in, Yingzheng found that the tiny voice had no intention of stopping. And even when outsiders spoke, he began to not understand what the tiny words were saying. Yes. The maid didn't dare to ask more. When she heard Yingzheng say that everything was fine, she turned her back to the door and retreated. She didn't even dare to pick up the scrolls that fell on the ground, for fear that she would leave a bad impression in front of the new king if she walked too slowly. After a moment of shock, Yingzheng calmed down. Not to mention that the hall was empty. He could take in the scene inside at a glance, and the area of the hall could not accommodate thousands of people. Although the voice was mysterious and continuous, it did not seem to mean any harm to him. Moreover, the maid did not find anything unusual after coming in. Yingzheng was not a fool, so he naturally thought of the reason only he could hear the voice. I don't know why you came to the Xining Palace. Yingzheng looked at the empty room vigilantly. Previously, the voice could come from all directions, but it did not reach the maid's ears outside the door at all. In Yingzheng's mind, Qin Yu was already a god and not a human. Qin Yu pretended not to hear Yingzheng's question. She felt that if she wanted to play the role of a country's will, she should not pay too much attention to a certain person. She could pay attention to national affairs and changes in the court. But when Yingzheng did not show that he was different from ordinary people, she should not immediately hear the other party's words. Otherwise it would seem too deliberate. She wanted Yingzheng to take the initiative to find her, rather than her taking the initiative to find him. The most important and basic thing about playing the role of a country's will is, of course, to maintain your own style. After getting to know each other, she can show that she treats Yingzheng differently because of her love. But this should not be a trait that she shows at the beginning. As a former human, she knows the bad nature of humans very well. Things that are easily obtained are always not cherished. She wants Ying to love her, but not get her. Thinking about her day and night. Tossing and turning. Until a deep mark is left in his heart. Then he can be appropriately better. Qin made her own bad girl plan in her heart. And at the same time, she did not forget to speak with the voice of thousands of people. It's so boring. I haven't found way to fight today. So why not, She consciously lowered the volume. But the tiny whispers that sounded in Ying mind, thousands of them together, gave him a headache. Ying stretched out his hand to press his temple. After the maid left, the strange voice became clearer, and he could recognize what the other party said. Although the pain made him want to fall, his unwillingness to admit defeat kept him going. He took a few steps and held the wall with his hand to support his weight. At the same time, he thought about what the person in his mind meant. He had already asked, but the other party seemed not to hear him. Perhaps the other party's target was not him at all. Or perhaps the other party did not care whether anyone heard this. Qin saw Ying frowning and thinking about how to get her attention. And she was happily turning around in her mind. But she did not plan to talk to Ying now. She was going to fight with Wei. In Qin plan, she should do whatever she wanted, not caring who was sitting in the court. She should also share the same hatred with Qin. Because she was Qin. The Qin composed of millions of people. What Wei are you talking about? Qin's neighboring country was Wei. But there was another possibility. This Wei might also refer to the surname. After Ying finished saying this, the tiny voices that were everywhere and made him dizzy disappeared. Ying's vigilance was raised to the highest level. But after holding his breath and waiting for a while, he found that his guess was wrong. The other party was not thinking about how to answer his questions, but disappeared. After those voices disappeared, there was no effect on reality, as if they had never appeared. After a moment of silence, Ying finally called the imperial physician. Come here. Pass on the imperial physician. After hearing this, Qin raised the corners of her cyber lips and floated away with satisfaction. After laying so much groundwork, she could greet him formally next time they met. Although Ying will achieve great success in the future, he is only 13 years old now. Qin felt that she could always succeed in deceiving him with some tricks. Didn't the alchemists in history succeed? The fake one succeeded. So there was no reason why her real one would not succeed. However, Qin did not relax because of this. She decided to go to the border between Qin and Wei to make some noise. She couldn't say she was going to fight. But there was no noise at all. This play may not have an effect for a while. But after a long time, the news will be passed back to Xianying Palace. And Ying will only believe in her identity more. So Qin will only be more cautious and will not just perfunctorily give up. Fortunately, she is not a real system. A real system will not think of deceiving the host about its own national will. She collected the 12 satellites composed of data in the sky. At the moment, she had no better props except for a few fireworks in the system mall. Anyway, the ancients had never seen satellites. So she decided to use satellites as props. The satellites had become pure data bodies since they followed her through time. Before she graduated from the System Academy, these satellites had been kept in her database. This was the first time she used them. Perhaps because they had become data bodies. These satellites could not only orbit the planets in space, but also fly at low altitudes. And their volumes could be expanded proportionally according to her wishes. It was just right to pretend that Qin and Wei were fighting. While thinking, Qin had crossed countless rivers and mountains to the border of Qin. After confirming that there were many guards on the border as witnesses, Qin released 12 satellites. The satellites made of metal were extremely conspicuous in the sun. Now it was afternoon, and the sun was shining brightly. The low-flying satellites reflected the sunlight onto the ground. It was hard to miss the guards on the borders of Qin and Wei. Fortunately, the two armies were not facing each other now. Otherwise the turmoil in the army would cause both sides to lose. When the satellites in the sky began to move according to the trajectory planned by Qin and pretended to start the attack, she vaguely remembered something. She already knew that Ying had just ascended the throne and was only 13 years old this year. Which means that this year was after May 247 BC. She didn't know the specific time, but she still had some impression of one thing in 247 BC. Wei, Xiao, Han, Chu, and Yin formed a coalition army under the command of Xilin Jun to attack Qin from the west. Then the garrisons on both sides. Qin looked down at the somewhat chaotic army below. One side was stationed inside the pass. and the other side was stationed outside the pass. She compared the satellite images she had taken with the maps of later generations, and found that the Qin army was stationed at the famous Hanggu Pass. Was she at the Battle of Shihuang? No. The Qin army had already retreated. At this moment, the army guarding Hanggu Pass and the army on the opposite side were in a stalemate. Qin Yu remembered that the history books recorded that the two sides had been deadlocked for more than a month. And she already understood what was going on. Qin Yu didn't care too much. Although the joint attack on Qin was successful, it could not curb Qin's expansion momentum. The battle had already reached the time when the five-nation coalition was preparing to retreat. It was obviously impossible for her to change the outcome of the Battle of Shihuang. In this case, please watch a good show before the coalition forces withdraw. Qin Yu spent some energy to buy a few fireworks, smoke and haze from the system mall to accompany the satellites she released. This abnormal astronomical phenomenon attracted the attention of both sides as soon as it appeared. Inside Hanggu Pass. Report. A scout hurried into the tent of Qin General Meng Ao. He looked a little panicked. General, there are 12 strange birds in the sky, with 4 wings on their backs and their tail feathers raised, as if they are attacking. At the end, the person who came to report hurriedly hesitated. If not everyone who looked up at the sky saw it, he would also think that this was a lie made up by someone. But the facts were already in front of him, and he could not hesitate. He could only report it as soon as possible and ask the general for a decision. Meng Ao frowned and then followed the person to the open space and looked up at the sky together. The sky was filled with fiery red clouds, and it seemed like a raging fire was going to burn the world clean. The strange bird that the soldier mentioned was flying through the clouds. It was the best time of the afternoon. But the fiery clouds in the sky blocked the sun. Meng Ao looked for a while and then stopped. Although he was suspicious, it was more important to ask what was going on in the army. Is there anything unusual in the army? General. Except for some turmoil at the beginning. There was nothing unusual. Go down and appease them. This matter, be alert to the other side first. Meng Ao stroked his beard. He didn't know the current situation, so he could only make conservative plans. They had already retreated to Hanggu Pass. In this situation, they must not retreat again. Otherwise, he would be ashamed to return to Xianyang to report. Thinking of this, Meng Ao sighed in his heart, hoping that this astronomical phenomenon was just a coincidence. Lin is an ordinary soldier in the Qin army. So ordinary that no one would remember him if they met him once. This was his first time to join the army, and this was his first war. As an ordinary person without a surname, he would not receive any special treatment in the army. He was staying in an ordinary barracks at the moment, surrounded by ordinary soldiers like him. I am so unlucky. It would never be like this in the past. The countries on the other side are too shameless. They actually united and are not ashamed. The Qin soldiers were not sure how many countries there were in the coalition. They could only judge from the difference in the flags on the other side that there were more than just the Wei army on the other side. That's because my great Qin is too strong. They are all afraid. When the other people in the barracks were talking, Lin did not interrupt. Although they were all low-level soldiers, there were also differences. For example, the status of new recruits like him was generally lower than that of veterans who had been on the battlefield. Lin felt that it was really boring to listen to their idle chats and bragging, so he walked a little further away. At this time, the Qin army retreated to Hanggu Pass and could relax a little. Look! What's that in the sky? Like a ferocious beast? Lin heard the surprised shout of the sergeant, who came out for fresh air like him. And he also raised his head. The sky seemed to be filled with raging fire. After the sun disappeared into the clouds, most of the sky was dyed red. The sky seemed to be on fire. But at this moment, the sky and the earth were obviously darker than usual. No wonder the people around him could immediately notice the change in the sky. Then he saw an unforgettable scene. Dozens of strange birds appeared and disappeared in the fiery red sky. The light reflected by their feathers was extremely dazzling, compared with other birds with soft feathers. Lin actually felt that the feathers of this strange bird might be harder than the bronze sword he used in battle. The cold light flashing on the wings of the strange bird and the clanging sound of their fight made Lin feel the hair on his back stand up. The fear brought by the unknown spread in everyone's heart. Due to the strict Qin law, few people really dared to spread rumors in the army. But the soldiers who saw this scene all prayed in their hearts. They believed that this was a fight between gods. The words Lin heard most were "God bless you. Ancestors bless you. Don't let the fight between gods harm us mortals." The five-nation coalition army on the opposite side was very different. Although they won the battle, it stands to reason that their morale was not weak at this time. But they could not withstand the military discipline that was not as good as the Qin army. Even if Shi Lingjun gave orders personally, they could only maintain superficial calm. After receiving the news that all the soldiers in the army wanted to return home, Shi Lingjun of course personally saw the scene in the sky. He was also shocked because he had never seen such a celestial phenomenon. Is it a god or a ghost? He looked at the direction of Hanga Pass where the Qin army was stationed. His eyebrows jumped, and he quickly returned to the tent and wrote. He had to report the situation here. The other 4 countries did not need to fight with Qin here. He needed to prepare for the worst. However, they had planned to withdraw their troops recently, and it was expected that Hanga Pass would not be taken. What he was afraid of was the counterattack of the Qin army, and Wei might be in danger again. For the time being, let's not talk about the sensation Qin Yu's move caused on both sides. Shi Tong saw that the leaders of both sides had started to write memorials, patted her data hand, and planned to leave here and return to Xianyang. She could also see the current situation of the war clearly. The coalition of the 5 countries would not fight with Qin here at Hanga Pass, and the defeat of this war would not affect Qin's momentum to unify the world. There was no need for her to stay here. It would be better to go back to Xianyang to see how Yingzheng was doing now. After setting the recovery time for the satellite in the sky, Qin Yu looked at the spatial coordinates of Xianyang and teleported herself there directly. The moment she chose Yingzheng, she had already thought about what task to give Yingzheng. Since she wanted to lie down and be carried away, it would be best to give tasks related to the emperor, such as the ultimate goal of becoming the greatest emperor in history. But such a conventional goal was obviously not in line with Qin Yu's own ambitions. She was the one who planned to show Yingzheng the world map. The greatest emperor in history was just a small goal. If Yingzheng could become the captain of the ball, she would barely be considered a perfect emperor training system. That's right. She had already thought about her own positioning. And by the way, she changed the name of the system for herself Emperor Training System number 777. Although she didn't look like a system, she had to lie to Yingzheng that she was the will of the country. And she also wanted to trick Yingzheng into calling her mother. But she knew that she was a good emperor training system. Qin Yu felt that she had perfectly understood the requirements of the main system. So she happily wrote 2 lines in the task list built into the system. Small goal, the greatest emperor in the history. Ultimate goal, the leader of the blue planet. Her own small goal is to become an excellent system. Serve as the right-hand man of the main system. Marry a tall, rich and handsome man. And reach the pinnacle of life. She has not yet thought of the ultimate goal. Qin Yu floated into the Xianyang Palace again. Unlike the last time when she looked around curiously, this time she and Yingzheng were already half-bound, and could directly locate each other's position. She could float directly to where Yingzheng was. The reason why it is called half-bound is that Yingzheng has not actually agreed to be bound to her. He is now in the state of a candidate host, after asking for the other party's consent. The 2 of them will be the host and system that are truly bound together. In the palace, after the imperial physician left, Yingzheng continued to study with a scroll in his hand. And he didn't even change his place, as if he didn't care about the sudden voice in the afternoon. Qin Yu floated beside him, and she didn't disturb Yingzheng's study. When the first emperor first ascended the throne, he was not familiar with the government affairs, and learning was necessary. She secretly glanced at the content of the scroll in Yingzheng's hand. She didn't understand the complicated text, so she had to scan it into the database and translate it. Qin Yu found that what Yingzheng was holding in his hand looked like a replica of government affairs, which had been processed at a glance. She remembered that the government affairs were now controlled by Lu Buwei, so it was not surprising to see such things. A Qin king could only watch, and the power was in the hands of others. TSK. Lu Buwei's death was not unjust. Qin Yu quietly waited for time to pass little by little, until night fell. Yingzheng finished his study today, entered the bedroom, and prepared to go to bed. He just closed his eyes, and heard someone talking in his ear, and he couldn't understand the words that the voice said. Yingzheng, lying on the bed, opened his eyes again, and waited for a few breaths. The deep night covered a lot, but it could not cover the sound that was so close. He sat up, took a deep breath, and spoke again. Who are you? And what is your purpose here? In fact, it was Qin Yu who didn't know how to speak. She just made some noise. She felt guilty but continued to play dumb. This new king of Qin is not really talking to me. Is he? This new king of Qin is not really talking to me. Is he? Zheng repeated Qin Yu's words expressionlessly, and looked around carefully. During the day, he knew that other people could not hear this sound. Okay. I know you can hear me. Don't copy me. Qin Yu was also a little embarrassed. Suddenly having a Zheng brand repeater was something worth bragging about. But it was still embarrassing when she was really in it. I just didn't expect that humans could hear me. Has your voice always been like this? What's wrong? What? Zheng interrupted Qin Yu's words. He pinched his eyebrows. Wait a minute. Can you use only one voice? Qin Yu was also relieved. She was waiting for Zheng to say this. Although for the sake of style, she made thousands of overlapping voices to speak, as if thousands of people were talking at the same time. But she was also afraid that Zheng would hear something wrong. The National would not consider this kind of thing. So she could only wait for Zheng to bring it up himself. Fortunately, he didn't insist on not saying it. When Qin Yu spoke again, there was only one voice left, which was her original voice. A lively female voice full of youthful atmosphere. Humans are so fragile. I usually talk like this, but no one can hear it. Zheng's mouth twitched. He suspected that those who heard it were driven crazy by this tone. Of course, no one heard it. Since you are not a human, then may I ask who you are? Huh? Can't you tell? I'm Qin. Qin Yu said it very confidently. This was the route she had decided on. And she even wrote several 5-year plans for it. Qin? Hearing this word, Zheng's already heightened vigilance became even higher. He always had a hunch that Qin was not just a pure name to the other party. From the first time he heard the other party's voice until now, he was at most full of vigilance. But he couldn't really regard the other party as an enemy. This state was really a bit strange. I gave birth to you and raised you for so many years. Qin Yu paused. Well, it doesn't seem to be many years. It was Zhao Ji who gave birth to you. You grew up in Zhao State a few years ago. Zhao Ji watched you longer than me. So I was actually the later country? Did I come at the wrong time? Qin Yu didn't expect Zheng to say that classic line no. You came at the right time. She just said it casually. She gave herself a high-end and classy personality when necessary, and a cheerful and down-to-earth personality at ordinary times. She said whatever she wanted to say, and did whatever she wanted to do, and implemented her image of the country's will as she pleased. No. You are the king of Qin now. So you are responsible for Qin. That is, me. Don't think about going back to Zhao. She is not a good country. The Zhao you are talking about should not be Zhao Ji. Zheng turned the interrogative sentence into an affirmative sentence. He couldn't help but look complicated when he heard Zhao Ji's name. Although they depended on each other for many years in Zhao State, it didn't mean that he could tolerate his mother having an affair with the prime minister in the court. Although I don't like Zhao. Zhao Ji is not worthy of the name Zhao. Zhao is the will of Zhao State. Mountains and rivers have spirits. Rivers and seas have spirits. And the country certainly has spirits. After Qin Yu finished speaking, she began to pray that the multiverse universal translation software she installed would be more powerful, so that she and Zheng could explain in ancient language. She had to study the pronunciation of Qin language first, so it was better to use the translation software directly. This is also an alternative technology to change fate. Qin Yu sighed. So you too. Zheng immediately realized that this woman who spoke to him casually might be the same as the Zhao she mentioned. Are you here to find me? I'm everywhere in the Qin territory. So I didn't come here specially. Zheng heard that he was not special to this country. And for some reason, a sense of loss arose. Seeing Zheng's expression, Qin Yu was not surprised. She did use some tricks. But it was also very important that Zheng believed it. I just don't know how much the future emperor believed it. Do you want to sleep first, or do you want to talk to me? Zheng heard the excitement in this voice. And he was a little confused. Has no one talked to you before? According to this voice, she is the Qin country. Hearing this strange voice just after inheriting the throne, Zheng can hardly doubt that it is the reason why he became the king of Qin. Except you. Anyone who hears and sees me is either dying or going crazy. Zheng heard the voice was empty and mysterious, and then became cheerful again. If you are not sleepy, chat with me. It's boring to talk to myself in a country for hundreds of years. Those who can chat are all crazy people. If this goes on, I will become a crazy country. Qin Yu spoke without scruples, without the bearing of a country's will. Zheng also felt that the spirits born in his country were more like younger young people, and they sounded the same age as him. I know what you're thinking. Hum. Qin Yu hummed twice with pride. She had guessed what Ing Zheng was thinking after he knew her personality, country. Those old-fashioned guys can all go to the grave. From now on, the world should belong to young countries like me. Hearing what Qin Yu said, Ing Zheng also took a breath. He could imagine this, and never doubted that Qin could do it. Qin Yu knew what Ing Zheng was thinking when she saw his eyes. Thinking that he was still growing up. She didn't force him to talk with her at night. Ahem. You should go to sleep. I see that few children in Qin are still awake at this time, she said, coaxing him like a child. You go to sleep immediately. I will show you something good tomorrow. Can't you see it now? Ing Zheng was also a little curious about what his motherland was talking about. What is there to see now? It's dark. You can't see anything. Right? Zheng can order someone to light the lamp. In front of Qin Yu. Ing Zheng did not call himself Gu Ren or Gu, but chose to call himself by his own name. Just like a junior in front of an elder. No need to light the lamp. Qin Yu muttered. I mean that everyone is asleep at night. And you can't see the Qin people in the city. It's not as interesting to look at buildings as it is to look at people. When I'm bored, I usually observe you people. It's quite interesting. Having said that, Qin Yu still used the data collected by the satellite today to condense a Qin in the air with light golden dots of light. A complete map of Qin's current territory. Mountains and rivers lay across it. And rivers flowed endlessly. The light golden three-dimensional map shone brightly in the dark night. Ing Zheng held his breath unconsciously. He had seen Qin's maps many times, but they were all hand-drawn maps. He was thankful if half of the things drawn on them were correct. This was the first time he had seen such a magical map. If he had doubts about Qin Yu's identity just now, he no longer doubted what the voice that suddenly appeared in his palace said. This method could never be done by a non-immortal. If she was an immortal, there was no need to lie to him that she was Qin. No matter which of these two identities, they can be treated preferentially. So why bother? Ing Zheng still believed what Qin Yu said. She was his motherland. Qin, you can reach out and click on any place you want to see. I can zoom in on it for you. I can broadcast it to you in real time wherever it is in Qin. Even if Ing Zheng didn't understand what Qin Yu said, he could guess the second half of the sentence based on the first half. He never doubted the way Qin Yu spoke. There was always a difference between the will of the country and the way people spoke. He pointed to the direction of Hanga Pass without thinking. He was very concerned about this war. This war started in early spring until his father passed away, and General Meng Ao had not returned to the court. Qin Yu was not surprised by Ing Zheng's choice. She secretly rejoiced that she had made preparations long ago and was more optimistic about Ing Zheng. He was worthy of being the future emperor of the ages. Even when he was young, he was concerned about these national affairs. She immediately became more confident that he would become the governor of Blue Star. She zoomed in on the scene in Hanga Pass according to the place where the other party pointed, and let this three-dimensional sand table-like thing fall, and place it not far in front of Ing Zheng. Ing Zheng's perspective now is equivalent to looking at Hanga Pass from midair. He can clearly see thousands of light golden military camps in Hanga Pass, which are continuous and seem to be made of pure gold. Outside the pass is where the five-nation coalition forces are stationed. But it looks more illusory than the military camps. Ing Zheng is not surprised. He has already found an excuse for Qin Yu. Opposite is the territory of Wei State. It is normal for Qin State to see vaguely. Now that we have seen the military camps, can we go to bed? It's good for your health to rest early. You still have to chat with me tomorrow. Qin Yu did not ask Ing Zheng if he agreed or not, and decided on his own what Ing Zheng would do tomorrow. Ing Zheng did not think there was anything wrong. If someone was like him, and his motherland asked him to chat with her, I believe no one would refuse. Wait, can Zheng see other places? In fact, he had not seen enough of Hanga Pass in his 13 years of life. Except when he was in Zhao, he had not been able to see the beautiful mountains and rivers of Qin with his own eyes. Now there is an opportunity to see it without leaving home, and he does not want to miss it. What if he can't hear or see it tomorrow? Ing Zheng was a little worried that he could hear Qin Yu talking because he was in a bad mood recently because of the rumors he heard, which led to his unstable mentality. Although he was a little far from crazy. People like to think too much. Qin Yu thought about it. At present, Qin was completely modeled in her database. Ing Zheng could see anywhere he wanted. The only problem was that she was really worried about his health. Staying up late would cause great harm to teenagers. Severe sudden death. Mild baldness. No matter which one Qin Yu wanted to see. So, She paused for a few breaths, as if she had thought seriously before speaking. Okay. Let's go to bed after seeing one more place today. If you want to see more, you can see it tomorrow. I won't stop you if you see it all day tomorrow. Of course, it is impossible to see it all day. At least you have to rest your eyes in the middle. After hearing that he could only see one more place, Ing Zheng hesitated for a while, looked at the map that had turned back to the complete Qin state, and he clicked on the location of Xianying. There have been some bad rumors in and out of the palace recently, and he wanted to know if it was true. I hope his biological mother will not let him down. When Qin Yu saw the location Ing Zheng pointed to, his expression suddenly became subtle. Ing Zheng chose Xianying because he wanted to see two people, either his biological mother Zhao Ji or his current father-in-law Lu Buwei. Thinking of this, she even felt a little gloating. It would be better if these two people didn't do anything out of line tonight. Otherwise, TSK. If they really did something shameful, she doubted whether the two would die more miserably than in history. The misery here mainly refers to the mistress of Lu Buwei and Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji herself didn't die too badly. Even if Ing Zheng was angry, Zhao Ji would probably die of illness in the future. Qin Yu looked at Ing Zheng and pointed at Xianying. She cooperated and enlarged Xianying. The mountains are surrounded by water, and the plains and rivers are surrounded. This is a natural military defense line. In Aishang, Xinfeng, the theater, Shilu, this is indeed Xianying. Qin Yu realized that she was really cautious at such a young age. After this test, Ing Zheng should not doubt her anymore. Ing Zheng looked at the shrinking Xianying in front of him, and without thinking, he pointed at the palace where his biological mother lived, Gongquan Palace. But this time, Gongquan Palace did not enlarge immediately. He asked tentatively, "Is there anything you don't want Zheng to see?" Hearing this, Qin Yu wanted to reply. She just wanted to pretend to be principled. Although she pretended to be the will of the state, she would not look at the private lives of people unless necessary. It's just that I don't usually look at these. I didn't expect you to want to see the inside of the house. If you want to see it, you can. I'll take a look first. Is there anything that is not suitable for children? Qin Yu said this, first using the data in the database to pinch a few cameras, and sent them directly to the palace where Ing Zheng's biological mother was. This sight choked her. There were only two faces left on the mosaic screen. What else did she not understand? There was only one line of words left in his mind. Fool. Zhao Ji Bullfrog. She dared to have an affair with a minister in the court even after becoming the queen mother. And then he thought that the person he had an affair with was Lu Buwei. That's fine. This is at most a rekindling of old feelings. Have you finished watching it? Your Excellency? Well, do you really want to watch it? Qin Yu hesitated a little. Wouldn't it be bad to broadcast his mother's affair with a court official in front of Ing Zheng? However, due to privacy restrictions, she could only take a bunch of mosaics. And the one she showed to Ing Zheng must also be mosaics. So it shouldn't be a big problem. Ing Zheng also realized from Qin Yu's reply that something was wrong. Just now when he wanted to see the important military camp, Qin Yu didn't hesitate so much. Now he wanted to see his biological mother. But Qin Yu hesitated instead. A bad premonition had already sprouted in his heart. And he nodded. Zheng wants to see it. No matter what Zheng is, I won't be surprised. If it's just an ordinary male favorite, I won't care. The implication is that he has been mentally prepared and doesn't need to worry about causing any bad effects. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Ing Zheng saw the picture in front of him change. There were two clear faces on the large blurry picture. He was just wondering why it was so blurry for a moment. And the picture was cut off by Qin Yu. Ahem. Children should not watch this. I think you humans are very reluctant to let children see this kind of picture. Ing Zheng reacted and realized that Qin Yu was concerned about him. The anger caused by Zhao Ji's actions was also reduced. He took a deep breath and heard Qin Yu continue before he could say anything. It's okay. If the mother is not well, you can change her. Don't you still have me? You can call me mother. I don't mind. Ing Zheng? Can you change your birth mother just by saying so? The young Ing Zheng had been stimulated multiple times today, and he subconsciously said what he was thinking. When he realized that he had said something wrong, it was too late. Zheng, I said something wrong. It's okay. I'm serious, Qin Yu teased, and added, besides, your birth mother Zhao Ji is not a thing. Ing Zheng was choked in his heart, and didn't know what to say for a while. But he felt comforted by Qin Yu's words to defend him. and still whispered, "Mother. Good son. Go to bed quickly. Go to bed early, and get up early to have a good body." Qin Yu got a 13-year-old good son for free, and happily turned off the 3D stereo map. She planned to write a few more 5-year plans overnight. She also took back several cameras in Dongquan Palace. Zhao Ji's bedroom. It is understandable that a queen mother has a male favorite. Zhao Ji is stupid because she found a minister of the previous dynasty. The former minister is still the nominal father of Yingzheng. He ignored the embarrassment of his own son and found a person with an awkward status. Qin Yu shook her head. If the person who appeared in Dongquan Palace today was an unknown male favorite who had nothing to do with the court officials, Yingzheng would probably not care, she said. But it was Lu Buwei. She looked at Yingzheng lying on the couch. The young boy was still frowning, obviously very angry. Qin Yu flew over and tried to smooth Yingzheng's frown with her illusory data arm. Perhaps he felt something in his heart, and the wrinkles between his eyebrows were smoothly smoothed. Even sleeping is so sensible. Counting the years of studying in the system space, Qin Yu feels that she is old enough to be a mother to Yingzheng. If she wanted Yingzheng to call her mother out of some bad taste before, then now she really treats Yingzheng as her own child. After a while, his breathing became steady. After watching Yingzheng fall asleep, Qin Yu set a timer alarm for herself, and then went into hibernation to save energy. The next morning, during the period when Yingzheng was in office, except for the court meetings at fixed times, state affairs had basically nothing to do with him, so he could control his time every day. Qin Yu set his biological clock according to his human habits. When he woke up at 8 o'clock, Yingzheng was already practicing swordsmanship in his yard. The young man, who was as tall as pine and cypress, held the Qin sword and swung it again and again. Qin was a martial arts country, and there was a martial arts culture throughout the country. It was normal for Yingzheng to practice swordsmanship as the king of Qin. Qin Yu watched Yingzheng dance with the sword silently, and waited until the other party stabbed the last sword, and sheathed the sword. The maid waiting on the side immediately stepped forward and took the Qin sword with both hands, and another maid handed over a soft cloth towel. "Boy, are you okay?" Yingzheng paused while wiping his sweat with the cloth towel, and his eyes moved, not noticing that there were other people around. As early as when he woke up, he called Qin's name softly, but no one, country, responded, and he thought that everything that happened yesterday was just a dream. The maid saw that Yingzheng stopped moving, and thought that he had other requests. So she asked carefully, "What else does the king want?" "All of you go down, and you are not allowed to come near without my order." "Yes," the maids replied in unison, lowered their heads and stepped back. When the two maids retreated to a place where they could not hear him, Yingzheng hesitated and said, "Is it you?" "Of course it's me. But didn't you call me mother affectionately yesterday? Why did you change it back today?" Qin Yu saw that Yingzheng rarely showed his youthful demeanor, and he felt a little embarrassed. Zheng thought yesterday was just a dream. The scene yesterday was too magical, and he still couldn't believe it. His motherland had a will. There was a feeling of unreality, just like the family affection he had longed for when he was young. It was impossible to achieve and unrealistic. "So you were worried about this. Did you look for me this morning?" Qin Yu guessed that because they had not been truly bound, she would not receive a dialogue request when Yingzheng looked for her in the dormant state. Now it seems that it is better to truly bind as soon as possible. "Zheng called your name this morning, but you didn't reply. But what went wrong in the country?" Yingzheng did not doubt Qin Yu's identity. Everything he saw yesterday was enough to prove that the other party was Qin. He was now a little worried that something big had happened in Qin's territory in a place he didn't know. "Oh, it's not a big deal. I just had a fight with the country this morning." Yingzheng was silent for 2 breaths. Qin had a strong martial arts atmosphere. It can be said that almost everyone in the country practiced martial arts. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with the national while being this character. Ahem. Although I can know everything that happens anywhere in Qin, I don't always pay attention to a certain human being. So, the young man in front of him was visibly depressed. He didn't say anything, but Qin Yu had already stopped. She tried, "Then do you want to accept my blessing, so that I can find you no matter where you are?" The blessing she mentioned naturally refers to the system binding, and the second half of the sentence implies possible restrictions, such as her knowing your whereabouts. Qin Yu saw Yingzheng's eyes light up, and it was not strange to think about it. The motherland cares about you. What a pie in the sky. As expected, Yingzheng agreed without thinking. and did not forget to use a formal address. Zheng wants the blessing of the mother. This made Qingyu a little embarrassed. She flipped through her system mall that had changed because of the change of the system name, and decided to spend some energy to buy Zheng a Halo set as a silent gift package for the novice of the system. Qin is a martial arts country. Basic attribute: Constitution +5. Additional: Qin is a martial arts country. Everyone in the country practices martial arts. And when in Qin territory, attack +5. Blackbird first singing. Basic attribute: Constitution +5. Additional: Qin's totem. All people in Qin territory have +5 hearts. Young Emperor. Basic attribute: Constitution +5. Additional: the young emperor is full of vigor and vitality, and the probability of attracting talents +5. Qingyu looked through the basic auras that can be bought at present, which are actually more like titles. She studied the attributes added by the 3 titles, and found that their basic attributes are all Constitution, and the difference is in the additional conditions. As a gambler, she must choose 3. This probability of 5. She gambled. Well, if it doesn't work, wait until it is bound later. After earning points, buy all 3. Wear 1, empty 1, and throw 1. Keep calm and feel the changes around you. Qinyu's voice was unfathomable, as these ethereal words echoed in Zheng's ears. He saw stars gathering around him, and in the blink of an eye, they condensed into a black bird. The inaudible cry resounded in his ears, and Zheng subconsciously stretched out his hand to catch the petite bird. But the moment he stretched out his hand, the bird rushed into his brow. He raised his hand and touched his smooth forehead, and suddenly felt a warm current slowly passing through his body, and the fatigue caused by the sword practice just now disappeared without a trace. Okay. You can talk to me directly in your heart in the future. No need to say it out loud. Thank you, Mother. Zheng adapted well to calling his mother mother, and he even felt that he could no longer care about Zhao Ji. After truly binding Zheng, she couldn't wait to scan Zheng, analyzed it with her own database, and clicked on Zheng's current data panel. Zheng. Age 13. Physique, 70, perhaps because of martial arts. He is much better than the average 13-year-old boy. Intelligence, 80, a genius. A great bargain. Politics, 70, self-study is not enough. You need a good teacher to lead the way. Where is Han Fei? Where is Li Si? Potential, 100, full score. Must be full score. Such an excellent host. System 777. You can buy lottery tickets? Debuff, uncrowned, 7 years countdown, minors are not allowed to rule. Damn it! Note, the debuff time limit changes due to changes in the surrounding environment. The shortest time is 7 years. Qingyu did not look at the messy data below, such as the measurements. She only looked at the more important data. She noticed the bottom line uncrowned. She searched in her database. This debuff means that the king of Qin cannot rule before the crown ceremony. In simple terms, before the crown ceremony, Qin is not under the jurisdiction of Zheng. Qingyu said that she understood this very well. Isn't this time period just for raising children? She clicked on the task list for the host, and the first column read, the first step to becoming the king of Qin is, of course, to rule the country personally. Qingyu is not a person who doesn't know how to adapt. Since the main task is stuck, she will start with the side task. She clicked on the side plan she wrote, which said food is the first priority for the people, and being an emperor is not as good as farming. Qinyu's eyes moved away with a guilty conscience. Fortunately, this was the version for her to see, and Zheng would not see this line of words. When she sent the task, she would use words to describe another serious version. She clicked on the side task she wrote. When she wrote this side task in advance, she only wrote a rough outline. Now she needs to make some adjustments after binding. Side task. Food is the first priority for the people, and being an emperor is not as good as farming. Task description, as we all know. People will starve to death if they don't eat. Even if they have military merits, they can't eat. As a good king, you must set an example. Take the lead, and farm first. Task reward, people's hearts X? Qingyu looked at this description and fell into deep thought. When did she write this? Forget it. Just treat it as written while sleepwalking. She had a clear position for herself. She could influence Zheng's worldview and inspire his thoughts. She would not interfere in the specific government affairs. Although the information in the database was very complete, it was not good to talk about it on paper. What she could teach, which was very useful now, seemed to be farming. It was a little exciting to think about teaching Yingzheng to farm. Qin Yu looked at the seed plants in her mall and searched for crops that were high-yielding and could be used as staple food. Considering concealment and personal hobbies, she chose potatoes. It only took a few seconds to think so much. So fast that Yingzheng did not notice that his new mother was distracted. Son, speaking of the fight this morning, I grabbed some good things back. Before Yingzheng asked what it was, several round lumps of earth suddenly appeared from midair and fell to his feet. What is this? Yingzheng looked at the lumps of earth with some curiosity. He didn't think Qin Yu would really give him a pile of earth. These round lumps of earth must have a deep meaning. Yingzheng walked around these things and didn't see anything special about them. He didn't touch them easily before Qin Yu explained, for fear that he would accidentally ruin the good things he had robbed from his motherland. I forgot to ask the name, but I saw that people over there sometimes cook this and eat it. So I think it should be edible. Not only can it be eaten, there are so many delicacies that can be made from potatoes, such as potato chips, potato fries, potato cakes, potato towers, etc. In her previous life, she was also a potato fanatic. Potato chips with fat house happy water. As long as there is enough storage at home, she can stay at home for a long time without taking them out. And the yield of this crop is high, and it can be used as a staple food. I think they will be happy to get the seeds of this crop. Yingzheng could hear a hint of concern and joy from his tone. He immediately judged that the civilians who made up the majority of the Qin territory were more important to their motherland than him. You grow it and distribute it to them. The people's hearts are yours. What about Lu Buwei and Zhao Ji? If you rebel and start a new business, the Qin people will definitely listen to you. Hearing this, Yingzheng was a little amused. He is now the king of Qin. Can he rebel against himself? But he can also understand the reason. He persuaded, Zheng understands these. But it is not yet the point of Zheng rebelling against himself. But I remember that you humans have a rule that you can only rule after the age of 20. I have some impression of Lu Buwei. He is not a good person to deal with. In history, Yingzheng's ceremony was postponed, and he was not able to rule until he was 22 years old. On the day of the ceremony, Lao Ai rebelled. It can be said that he has experienced many ups and downs, so it's okay to remind him now. Yingzheng can also understand what Qin Yu said, but he has no real power now, so it's a bit early to consider these things. Even if he doesn't care about learning to farm, he really has no place to use these things, let alone win people's hearts. Although he doesn't want to admit it, he can only be regarded as a puppet king of Qin now. Zheng has no one to use now, and the loyal ministers in the court are not in important positions. I'm afraid it's difficult to win people's hearts over Lu Buwei. Even if they are in important positions, he can't see them. Qin Yu instantly understood what the loyal ministers in Yingzheng's mouth meant. To put it more clearly, they are staunch royalists. But if Lu Buwei had the intention of rebelling, he would not give Yingzheng the opportunity to grow. Their future crisis is the unknown Lao Ai. After all, that guy really meant rebellion when he said he would rebel. When Lao Ai rebelled in history, his power reached its peak, and even Lu Buwei had to avoid him. Qin Yu has no entity after all, so even if he can cheat, he can't help Yingzheng too much. In fact, I should support Lu Buwei, Qin Yu suddenly said. Yingzheng raised his head, but didn't know where to look. Qin Yu seemed to be considerate of him and conjured a black bird to fly in front of Yingzheng. The familiar sound of the bird's beak opening and closing sounded. After all, he is a war faction, and supporting him is good for me. Yingzheng frowned and said quickly, Zheng can also advocate war, and Zheng will do better than him. At this moment, Qin Yu seemed to see the future first emperor in this young Yingzheng, the emperor who completed the great unification and the first emperor in history. She chuckled, as expected. He is the only person in the world who can hear the words of the country, and he is indeed different from ordinary people. Then I will wait and see. I am very greedy for them. It must be good to make snacks. Qin Yu said the terrifying words in a cheerful tone. But the only person who could hear it didn't think there was anything wrong. He nodded seriously. Qin certainly deserves the best. Qin Yu didn't know what Yingzheng thought before, nor could she predict the future development. She could only use the few words recorded in the history books of her previous life as a reference. Anyway, Yingzheng would sooner or later have the idea of unifying the world, so it didn't matter if she was inspired in advance. Even if she wasn't there, The Qin war faction would try its best to persuade Yingzheng to complete the unification of the world. Let's not talk about this. Let's just farm. After we grow the crops, we can just hand them over to the Minister of Agriculture. Right? I remember it should be this position. As for how to make them do their work honestly, I've already thought of it. We can play tricks. Although Yingzheng heard the excitement in Qin Yu's tone, he still reminded her, won't the gods be angry if we do this? No. Because there are no gods at all. I have existed for hundreds of years. And except for those countries that I hate, I have never seen anyone who can fly in the clouds, as you humans say. I'll teach you after the first batch is ripe. It's very simple. Once you learn it, you can go and trick your ministers. The flying black bird fell down as if it was tired, and landed on the potatoes that looked like lumps of earth. Yingzheng squatted down and looked at the black bird. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should be shocked that there were no gods in the world, or that his motherland would let him trick people. Ahem. Why that expression? Those who accomplish great things don't care about trivial matters. Qin Yu chose to instigate Yingzheng to play tricks herself for her own considerations, in addition to being able to use this method to achieve the purpose of promoting potatoes. In order to prevent her children from being deceived by alchemists, she could only let the ministers in the court be deceived by her children. And she felt that with the things about chemistry and physics stored in her database, it would be no problem to trick a few ministers of the vassal states. Zheng. It was just a moment. A little unexpected. There are no immortals in this world. Yingzheng has a good acceptance of deceiving people. He is more like a pragmatist. As long as this method works, it's fine. As for the means, those ministers should obey him. He has no objection to using deception to gain a certain right to speak. Of course not. I know everything in the Qin state, but I have never seen anyone with energy higher than ordinary people. I have seen many scammers, most of whom are cheating some stupid people of their money. Qin Yu also secretly hinted to Yingzheng in advance that if he was still deceived in the future with her around, he would be a fool. Zheng understands. Then how should this be planted? He is willing to learn to grow this crop, because he knows what high-yield crops mean to the Qin state. It is no problem even if he sleeps with this lump of earth in his arms. Yingzheng's question actually made Qin Yu stuck. It's not that she doesn't know how to do it. She has the planting method in her own database. In addition, the temperature in the Warring States period was warmer than in later times. It was not until the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty that the Little Ice Age began. It is now around May, and the temperature is suitable. In addition, potatoes can actually be planted in all seasons. The requirements for the season are not so strict. The difference lies in the different yields. It's just that she just grabbed something, and now she knows that the planting method is not very reasonable. I forgot to ask. No, that guy won't tell me. She shouldn't pay attention to this. Right? Then this. One person and one blackbird stared at the pile of potatoes and fell silent, as if they could see flowers in this pile of potatoes. The two of them. One had never seen potatoes, and didn't know how much food this so-called good variety could grow. And the other had detailed planting methods in the database, but couldn't tell it immediately in order to maintain the person, country setting. How about I teach you how to cheat your ministers first? After saying that, Qin Yu added, I'll beat her up when I'm free. I think she'll tell me how to grow them. From what Qin Yu said, Yingzheng could imagine how hard it was to get these potatoes. He was really touched that his motherland cared so much about him. But when he thought that he had nothing to repay Qin Yu at this time, he felt a little disappointed. It was like a child wanting to help an elder who he admired but didn't know what to do. He could only repay Qin Yu by doing his best to develop Qin after he came to power. In fact, Qin Yu didn't spend much on these potatoes. She just bought them in the system mall with some credit points. This mall was supposed to be open to Yingzheng, but at this time, they had only known each other for less than a day, and Qin Yu was not so careless. She planned to cover the system mall and then open it to Yingzheng. She didn't expect Yingzheng to be able to imagine so much. She was still thinking about which chemical reaction to teach Yingzheng first. The kind that could produce a big scene and was easy to operate. As long as there is any movement in the palace, those ministers will enter the palace on their own. And then, they can see who else can be used in the court. Qin Yu soon thought of how to adapt to local conditions and use local materials. Things that can produce chemical reactions should be available in this palace. She chose something that is easier to obtain: quicklime. Women in the Warring States period love beauty. In the morning, they would use the ash from burning shells to wash their faces to neutralize the oil on their faces. After washing, Their faces were very clean. The main component of shells is calcium carbonate. After high-temperature calcination, carbon dioxide and calcium oxide will be produced, which is quicklime. And there is not much difference between using shells from the river or the sea. She is not afraid that Qin will not have it, because it is not near the sea. What she wants to use is that quicklime plus water will release heat and produce a lot of water vapor. As long as the amount is enough, it can be a big scene. Her own energy is limited. And obviously, she will not spend it on this. Just make some money in the palace. As for the principal here, Yingzheng does not need to learn chemistry. He only needs to know that it will be like this. And he does not need to be proficient in it. With me, it will be difficult for Yingzheng to be deceived in the future, because she has deceived everything that should be deceived. And there are not many tricks left for the liar. Zheng, ask your maid if she uses shell powder to cleanse her face in the morning. If she does, bring some over. And a glass of water. Let's do a little science experiment. Yingzheng didn't understand what the little science experiment was, but he knew that the shell powder was what Qin Yu wanted. He didn't ask why it was shell powder. He first moved the potatoes into his room and put them in a hidden corner, and then directly called for someone. Come here. The maids who had been waiting outside the courtyard took small steps, walking quickly and hurriedly but basically without making any noise. Your Majesty, do you have any instructions? Usually, the king would start reading at this time. Today, there was nothing on the table. The maid was a little uneasy and began to speculate what the king was going to do today. I heard that you use shell powder to clean your face in the morning. Is it true? The maid hesitated for a moment, and she replied carefully, Your Majesty, it is true. Bring me a box of shell powder. Yingzheng gave the order directly. It was just a small box of shell powder. No one dared to treat him badly in terms of material. Even if Lu Buwei knew about it, he would probably not care about him. He might even look down on him, because he wanted something for women to clean their faces. When he gave the order, he glanced at the black bird still standing on his shoulder. He found that the maids who came in did not see Qin Yu. It turned out that only he could see and hear her. Thinking of this, he felt much better. And the anger he had yesterday also dissipated. The maid didn't dare to question the king of Qin's order, and quickly bowed, yes. Soon, the maid who had retreated came forward with a small pottery jar. She bent down and raised the pottery jar above her head. Your Majesty, this is the shell powder. Another maid put a glass of water on the table and respectfully retreated to the side. Although it was strange that the king suddenly wanted shell powder, they were not allowed to say anything. Yingzheng took the small pottery jar, opened the lid and took a look. The white powder inside lay quietly there. All of you go down. You are not allowed to enter until I call you. Yes. A group of maids hurriedly retreated outside, and the one who walked at the end did not forget to close the door. Outside the door, these maids were also used to Yingzheng's orders to drive them out at any time. Two stood in front of the door to guard, and the rest dispersed on their own. One of the maids, who left, looked around nervously. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she quickly left. She walked outside the courtyard and whispered a few words to another maid before returning quickly. Your maid is gone to tell your biological mother. Yingzheng paused, but his expression did not change. He said in a flat voice, This is not surprising. After all, the power is not in my hands. Qin Yu also understood that this is the good bird choosing the tree to live in. But these people really have no vision. Tut-tut. Besides, she won't care if today's incident is reported. Yingzheng looked at the two things placed on his desk. Even if Qin Yu didn't specifically ask, he wouldn't think there was anything special about shell powder and a glass of water. He put the lid of the pottery jar aside and whispered, Do you need to take out the shell powder? No. There's a pottery jar. So just leave it there. It'll be hard to clean it up if you take it out. The calcium hydroxide generated by this thing after adding water is corrosive. It's better to let Yingzheng experience the charm of chemistry first, and then dispose of it. Don't do the experiment here. Stand up first and stand opposite the seat. Yingzheng stood up and stood opposite his original seat, a certain distance away from the pottery jar. Qin Yu estimated that this distance was about right. There wasn't much quicklime in the pottery jar, so it was just to show Yingzheng the experimental reaction. Now pick up the cup and pour the water into the pottery jar. Be careful to pour less water. Not too much water. Half is enough. Yingzheng picked up the cup according to Qin Yu's instructions. Half squatted and poured the water into the pottery jar. This time, Qin Yu didn't need to remind him. He took 2 steps back when he saw the white mist coming out of the pottery jar. White mist slowly floated out of the pottery jar and lingered in the hall. Through the mist, the gold-painted decorations in the hall were blurred. This phenomenon only lasted for a short time and disappeared, leaving only the sticky substance in the jar. Is this a magic? Ingzheng knelt down on the seat again. He looked at his hands, and then at the pottery jar and cups on the table. He didn't understand why for a moment, and subconsciously guessed whether this was a magic performed by Qin Yu. If Qin Yu was a Taoist priest who came to cheat money, she would definitely answer yes. But unfortunately, she was not. Her plot was much bigger than that of a small Taoist priest. So she spoke, with a hint of smile in her tone. Then Zheng, do you think these 2 things are immortal items, or the maid who delivered them is a fairy? You did it yourself. And I didn't interfere at all. Ingzheng naturally knew that the maid was not a fairy. And these 2 things were ordinary. And he himself was also immortal. And the only special thing was that he could hear the words of Qin. But he knew very well that it was not him who caused the large amount of fog in the pottery jar. If this is not a fairy art, then what is it? Is it the science in the mother's mouth? It's a trick, Qin Yu said immediately. And after appreciating the little expression of the young Ingzheng, she added, it is a branch of science. I call it chemistry. 2 different substances put together produce a wonderful reaction. The things in this pottery jar are corrosive and can cause damage to people's skin. It's better not to touch it. Seeing Ingzheng's subtle expression, Qin Yu suddenly remembered that many women in the Warring States period used this quicklime to clean their faces. What if Ingzheng got excited and poured a glass of water on Zhao Ji when she was cleaning her face? The picture was so beautiful that she didn't dare to think about it. To put it in a rounded way, this was throwing sulfuric acid. Qin Yu threw the idea out of her mind. This kind of thing was just a thought. She knew very well that Ingzheng would not do it. If you are interested, I can teach you a few more. It's not limited to chemistry. Sometimes physics is also fun. Of course, this fun excludes the direction and size of the force of the 5 horses. Forget it. The most important thing now is to learn how to handle state affairs. Although he said so, Ingzheng's reluctant eyes betrayed him. He was indeed a little interested in this chemistry. I haven't finished reading the book sent this morning. Ha ha ha. You study hard. I'll go find the guy to ask how to grow potatoes by the way. Put away the jar first. Don't let anyone see it. Yes. Qin Yu definitely couldn't go to the country of origin of potatoes. Even if she went there, there was no national that could answer her questions. So she actually planned to go to Zhao Ji's Ganquan Palace to take a look, and then go to see Lu Buwei. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Because Qin Yu had no entity. Her flying speed was much faster than the maid who trotted all the way to Ganquan Palace. So when she arrived at Ganquan Palace, she actually caught up with the scene. Zhao Ji happened to be in her own palace. After the maid entered Ganquan Palace, she came directly in front of her. At this time, Zhao Ji was already the queen mother of Qin. She looked a bit like Ingzheng. She raised her eyes calmly and looked at the maid standing in front of her. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? The maid who was applying rouge to Zhao Ji didn't even move her eyes away. Her hands moved steadily. After Zhao Ji spoke, the hall fell silent for a while. Only the shallow breathing sound could prove that there were still humans here. Replying to the queen mother, the king asked for a can of shell powder for women's facial cleansing not long ago. After saying this, the maid didn't dare to breathe, lowered her head, and didn't dare to look at Zhao Ji's face. Hearing the maid's words, Zhao Ji's expression moved slightly. She pulled her right hand out of the maid's hand and placed it in front of her, as if admiring the bright color of Danku on it. Apart from this, is there anything else? No. I know. You can go down. Zhao Ji waved her hand to send away the maid in front of her. Ingzheng guessed correctly that Zhao Ji would not care too much about this matter after knowing it. Perhaps the people below would think that it was a bit strange for the king of Qin, as a man, to suddenly want something from a woman. But Zhao Ji didn't think so. In the final analysis, she didn't care about this son. She looked at her personal maid and asked with a smile, "What do you think the king is doing?" When Zhao Ji's personal maid was asked by her, she also began to think about this matter. Since the queen mother asked, it means that this matter is not important and can let her know. But the maid felt that she was not the king himself. So how could she know this? So she guessed, maybe it was given to some lady. Zhao Ji raised her eyebrows. She understood what the maid meant. There was a beauty hidden in Xianing Palace. Although this statement was outrageous enough, it was not impossible to think about it carefully. She said, "You mean? There is a woman of unknown origin hidden in Zhenghe Palace? I dare not." Zhao Ji snorted, and did not blame the maid. "I don't think you dare. But what you said makes some sense. Let's go. Follow me to Xianing Palace to take a look." Qin Yu was surprised in the air. She didn't expect Zhao Ji to have such a brain circuit. Is she going to Xianing Palace to perform a motherly and filial piety? Let's not talk about what Zhao Ji planned. Qin Yu felt that she was not a worm in her stomach, and it was impossible for her to know what Zhao Ji was thinking. But even if it was based on historical speculation, Qin Yu would not think that Zhao Ji was concerned about Ying Zheng. If she really started to care about Ying Zheng one day, Qin Yu would suspect that Zhao Ji was possessed by someone. After thinking about it, Qin Yu gave up the plan to go to Lu Bui's place today. She wanted to see why Zhao Ji went to Xianing Palace now. In a sense, Qin Yu guessed half right. Zhao Ji did go to Xianing Palace to show her mother's love and filial piety. No matter what she thought in her heart, she had to maintain a face from time to time. As for how often, it was occasionally. It depended on when Queen Mother Zhao could remember it. Qin Yu followed Zhao Ji back to Xianing Palace from Gongquan Palace. Before anyone could pass the message, Qin Yu turned into a black bird and flew into the room where Ying Zheng was first. Before Ying Zheng could ask, he heard Suanio say, "Zhao Ji is here. She's outside." At the same time, the door of the room was pushed open, and Zhao Ji walked in wearing a gorgeous dress. Now Zhao Ji has just taken control of the power of Qin, and she is not very old. From the outside, she looks like a middle-aged beauty. The traces of time left on her face have also become a special charm that is hard to explain. Ying Zheng stood up slowly to greet her. The moment Zhao Ji came in, he was full of defensiveness. Zhao Ji was concerned about Ying Zheng's today, but anyone who was interested could see how perfunctory this casual concern was. Ying Zheng was naturally not blind. In addition, he knew what happened last night, and he also knew in advance that someone went to Gongquan Palace to report the news. His expression was extremely cold. "There is no need to worry so much. I have everything here." Zhao Ji's face was ugly for a moment. But since returning to Qin, their mother-son relationship has become worse, and she doesn't care about Ying Zheng's attitude. It's just that he has been spoiled for many years, and Zhao Ji is more or less stupid and vicious. So she almost scolded her own son without thinking. "Really? I think you still need it. Right?" Zhao Ji looked up and looked at the interior of the palace, as if she had found some treasures to appreciate. "Even if you don't need it, Zheng, the little lady you like is also missing it. I heard that you took the maid's facial cleansing stuff. How can you say you don't need it?" Qin Yu was stunned and almost fell off Ying Zheng's shoulder. She looked at Zhao Ji with complicated eyes. Does this person know what she is talking about? But thinking about Zhao Ji, who is biased to the Atlantic Ocean, it doesn't seem strange to say such things. "If you are here to tell me this, I don't need your concern." Ying Zheng clenched the bamboo slips in his hand. His fingertips turned pale blue, and the sharpness and murderous intent in his eyes frightened Zhao Ji and made her take 2 steps back. But she quickly realized why she should be afraid of him. The power of Qin is still in her hands now. Even if she wants to hold the ceremony of crowning and rule, she will have to wait at least 7 years. Zhao Ji comforted herself in her heart. "Humph. Well, I don't care about the king's affairs." Zhao Ji shook her sleeves and spoke with a sarcastic tone. She had already lost the momentum in this brief confrontation. She suddenly wondered if she had underestimated her son. But Ying Zheng's behavior of taking women's cosmetics made Zhao Ji feel that she was overthinking. Ying Zheng should be so angry simply because he felt that he was insulted. Her son only had such momentum for a while, but now he is weakened. Zhao Ji tried to comfort herself in her heart and wanted to say something, but she opened her mouth but held back. Qin Yu was relieved to see that Zhao Ji no longer made stupid provocations to Ying Zheng. She was still afraid that Ying Zheng would bear a grudge and try to kill Zhao Ji regardless of his reputation. Zhao Ji, who was stupid and vicious, died, and she was worried about Ying Zheng's reputation. Qin Yu knew the importance of filial piety in this era without anyone reminding her. "Goodbye," Ying Zheng replied coldly. He was actually a little fearless. Zhao Ji currently had only him as a child. If she wanted to stabilize her power, she could not do anything to him. If you want to support the new king of Qin, you have to have a candidate. Right? Zhao Ji was so angry that she didn't dare to do anything to Ying Zheng. She could only return to her Gongquan palace in a rage. After Zhao Ji left the room with her personal maid, Ying Zheng's expression became cold. Knowing that there was a traitor around him was one thing, and Zhao Ji getting the news and coming to offend him was another. Offending him was fine, but using such a frivolous description of Qin Yu really annoyed him. If you insult him, he would at most bear a grudge and endure it. But insulting the Qin state. Ying Zheng raised his eyes and put down the scroll in his hand. He walked out of the door. A group of maids were either standing outside the door or working in the yard. He remembered what Qin Yu had said to him before, and he could contact her in his heart. Which one just went to report the news? Qin Yu was still standing on Ying Zheng's shoulder as a black bird at this time, because the setting was deliberately changed. None of the maids around could see her. She hesitated for a moment and marked the maid with a black feather. She could already imagine the fate of this person. Even if Ying Zheng did not take action now, he would kill this traitor sooner or later. A black feather appeared in Ying Zheng's sight in an instant, but no one saw it except him. He walked towards the maid. When he passed by her, he slightly turned his head and ordered the people behind him, drag her away, and beat her to death. Qin Yu saw the horrified expression on the maid's face. She didn't know why she ended up like this. She said miserably, "Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, I am innocent." Shut up. Yes. The two people following behind Ying Zheng also knew who this person worked for. But at this moment their boss was Ying Zheng. Even if Ying Zheng's power was not as strong as that of the Queen Mother Zhao, it was not something that these slaves could disobey. Qin Yu just watched the maid being dragged away. She stood on Ying Zheng's shoulder facing the direction where the maid was dragged away. After thinking about it, she added a maid to the people who could see her. The maid saw the black bird standing on the king's shoulder. Fear spread in her eyes. She stopped struggling and just stared blankly in the direction of Ying Zheng. She was wrong. How could the Queen Mother monitor the king who was blessed by the black bird? The expression on the maid's face became more and more strange, like crying and laughing. The people who were dragging her on both sides were frightened and looked up quickly in the direction of Ying Zheng. But in their eyes, there was only Ying Zheng standing there, and the king was no different from usual. It seemed that the maid was crazy. After the maid was filled with fear, she finally fainted. The black feathers passed by her eyes and fell to the ground, and then disappeared into thin air. After the incident with Zhao Ji, Qin Yu pretended to leave for another day, and she didn't speak until the next afternoon. "Are you free now? I have already found out how to grow potatoes." Ying Zheng heard Qin Yu suddenly speak, and put down the scroll in his hand. He was a little surprised and asked, "So soon?" He had never heard of potatoes being a crop in the 7 countries, and thought Qin Yu would be away for a long time before coming back. "Fortunately, we can actually contact each other, but I don't have a good relationship with those nearby." Ying Zheng thought, there is nothing wrong. The overall national policy of Qin is to make friends with distant countries and attack nearby countries. It is normal that the relationship with the other 6 countries is not very good. This method should be true. Qin Yu hesitated. There was no organic fertilizer in the Warring States period. The yield of potatoes was linked to the fertility of the soil. They could only try to find fertile soil to plant them. Fertilizers would be considered when they were promoted. If it doesn't work, I'll beat her up again. After that, Qin Yu directed Ying Zheng to start preliminary processing of the potatoes. They only had potatoes but no seeds. It was not okay to bury the potatoes directly. Some processing was needed. Do you see the bumpy places on the surface of the potatoes? That is the eye of the potato. Divide a potato into 4 to 6 pieces, making sure that each piece has no more than 3 eyes. And then put it in the sun to dry for 1 or 2 days. Ying Zheng cut the potato in his hand with a dagger, and the light yellow inside was revealed. There was a fresh earthy smell when he sniffed it. Qin Yu described the methods in his database again, but paused when he mentioned organic fertilizer. At this time, there was no fertilizer produced in large quantities in later generations. It can only rely on the fertility of the land itself. She has thought about composting, but it is not suitable for the palace. The most important thing is that these potatoes are planted near Ying Zheng's own palace. Qin Yu thinks it is better not to use farmyard manure. When a certain amount is accumulated and handed over to the Minister of Agriculture, she will talk about fertilizer. Half a month later, the sprouted potato tubers have been planted in the land by Ying Zheng's palace servants, and it is announced to the outside world that some exotic flowers and plants have been planted. Nothing major has happened in Qin in the past half month. The most important thing is probably that Meng Ao is about to return to the court. And the five-nation coalition forces assembled by Wei have also dispersed and returned to their own countries. When the news came, Ying Zheng was squatting beside the flower bed and studying the potatoes planted before with Qin Yu. It must be said that even without fertilizer, the soil that the palace servants found according to Qin Yu's request was extremely fertile. The dark soil was scattered with tender green, which made people happy. Your Majesty, General Ming repelled the enemy at Hang to Pass. And Wei, Xiao, Han, Chu, and Yin have all withdrawn their troops. Ying Zheng waved his hand indifferently. He had heard Qin Yu say it a few days ago, and he was not surprised to hear this news now. Still, with a focused look, he carefully observed the potatoes in the flower bed, with the black bird standing on his shoulder. The attendant who came to report the news also secretly glanced at Ying Zheng, and seeing that he had no reaction, he asked softly, Your Majesty, you must meet General Ming in person in a few days. Did Zhongfu say anything? Ying Zheng patted the soil in his palm in front of the attendant and stood up. The boy, who was only 13 years old, had grown taller and was almost as tall as him when standing in front of the bent attendant. Ying Zheng was very smart not to ask about Meng Ao first, but to ask about Lu Bui's attitude first. The attendant immediately put on an admonishing look and passed on a message for Lu Bui. Prime Minister Lu said, Please don't blame General Ming for the defeat. No matter which general in the court leads the army, if they encounter the coalition forces of Wei, Xiao, Yin, Han, and Chu, the result will probably be the same. Qin Yu sneered. The result of this war cannot be changed. It is very good to be able to resist the five countries. Besides, this defeat will not affect our unification. Lu Bui is sending someone to pass this message now, to make you dissatisfied with Meng Ao. Lu Bui may not want to frame Meng Ao, but it is hard to say whether he wants to make Ying Zheng useless. After all, because of her interference, Ying Zheng now does seem to be idle. He reads books and grows flowers every day, and occasionally asks someone to bring a box of cleansing powder for women. Ying Zheng's expression remained unchanged, and he acted as he should in front of his attendants. Zhongfu is kind. I know what's going on. As for General Ming, I want to meet him and ask him how he failed. But in his heart, he responded to Qin Yu, Don't worry. Zheng knows what to do. Merchants value profit and are unwilling to give up power. He doesn't want me to have a close relationship with the generals. Qin Yu tilted her head and adjusted her mimic feathers. She agreed with Ying Zheng's view. Lu Bui was able to bet when King Zhuangxiang was a hostage. Obviously, he was not an ordinary person. He knew how to invest and how to plan. So he chose to influence Ying Zheng from a young age. It's a pity that when he was in Zhao State, he probably only paid attention to King Zhuangxiang and never paid attention to how Ying Zheng survived in Zhao State. If he could see how Ying Zheng survived in Zhao State with his own eyes, he would not look down on Ying Zheng so much. Boy, your acting is good. Qin Yu started to praise. She had to praise the boy she decided to raise from time to time to give him confidence. She didn't expect that the pedagogy she learned in her previous life could be used on Ying Zheng. Yes. The attendant didn't doubt him. He thought Ying Zheng didn't know anything. Before, the government and the army were decided by King Zhuangxiang and Lu Xiang. It was normal for such a young child not to understand. Hearing Ying Zheng's answer, he felt that his mission was completed and stepped back with his waist bent, because he couldn't hear Qin Yu's voice. The attendant, who retreated to report to Lu Bui, naturally didn't know that someone was praising Ying Zheng's good acting skills in front of him. Ying Zheng had become accustomed to Qin Yu's mouth occasionally saying a word he didn't understand. It must be because of the differences between countries and people. Ying Zheng walked back into the palace and put away the things he had collected these days, which Qin Yu called quicklime, since he could meet Meng Ao in Xianying Palace through a clear path. There was no need to resort to trickery. Qin Yu did not interfere with Ying Zheng's decision. She was quite clear about her position. She was here to assist, and the main output should be done by Ying Zheng himself. What she was good at had nothing to do with political struggles, so she should not intervene. Ying Zheng put away the things. These things could be kept for next use. Although Qin Yu had said that this was not a fairy art, but something called chemistry, Ying Zheng still felt that these phenomena were very magical. Chemistry was probably a method that only the existence of the national spirit could master. He was very happy to learn chemistry from Qin Yu, which made him feel that he was valued. As for those who used this technique to deceive people, Ying Zheng sneered in his heart. Those people were obviously ignorant. They could learn chemistry by chance, but they didn't take their motherland seriously at all. They actually used chemistry to deceive people. It should be a serious crime. Shihuang, who was admiring her feathers in front of the bronze mirror as a black bird, didn't know that she had only raised her cub for half a month and had unknowingly taken a different extreme from history. In history, Yingzheng kept going back and forth between being deceived and killing the alchemist. Yingzheng, who was taught by her, directly skipped the step of being deceived, and only had the idea of killing the alchemist, liar. The next day, Yingzheng sat on the throne as usual, listening to the quarrels of the ministers below. He looked around with an impatient gesture, and looked like he wanted to leave. Seeing Yingzheng acting like this, Lu Bui opened his mouth and rebuked loudly, "What a disgrace! Making such a noise in front of the king." Then he turned to look at Yingzheng with a loving face. If Shihuang didn't know who Lu Bui was, she might really think he was an elder who cared about the younger generation. "Please be patient, Your Majesty. National affairs are a bit boring. But Your Majesty will learn to deal with national affairs sooner or later. It's better to listen patiently." Lu Bui sighed. "You will take over the responsibility of Qin sooner or later." The ministers who were arguing in the hall just now fell silent one by one. And those who advocated peace and couldn't help jumping around also remembered that this was in the territory of Qin, not in another country. Although Yingzheng, who was sitting on the throne, was only 13 years old and looked weak and vulnerable. Who among them didn't know that Qin was actually controlled by Lu Bui? Oh, yes. Maybe we should also count the Queen Mother Zhao in the harem. But their eyes wandered to Lu Bui. The relationship between the Queen Mother Zhao and this person is unclear. Yingzheng felt a little funny when he heard what Lu Bui said. He could see clearly what was behind this hypocritical face. If it was really for his own good, why bother to stop him from making friends with the Qin generals? Zhongfu has spent all his efforts to make Qin stronger. I am very grateful. I will listen to your opinion seriously. The face-saving project is done. So let's continue to quarrel. The ministers in the hall are ready to fight. The people in the warring states period were originally fierce. Not to mention the Qin state that valued military merit. These ministers would really take action directly if they couldn't argue. The division between civil and military officials in the warring states period was not very clear. Their ideas were also very simple. It doesn't matter if they can't argue. They can beat them. When people quarrel, their thinking is irrational, and it is nothing for the superiors to fight in front of the king of Qin. So their quarrels became louder and louder. Perhaps because Yingzheng was too young to control the ministers, and they were about to start fighting when they saw these people quarreling. Lu Bui was watching coldly from the side, and he also acquiesced. His subordinates saw that their leaders had this attitude, and they were also eager to hold down those who advocated peace and beat them up. At worst, they would apologize and tell the king of Qin that they were just impulsive. Anyway, they had their own boss to support them, so they were lifted up and put down lightly. Lu Bui was a firm advocate of war. He didn't care about his so-called motherland. He was very ambitious and was unwilling to be just Lu Xiang of the vassal state. It was impossible that there were only advocates of war in Qin. Most of them were forces that were mixed into Qin during the marriage of Qin for hundreds of years. It was self-evident who these people worked for. Normally they didn't dare to jump. But this time the coalition of 5 countries successfully defeated the Qin army led by Meng Yao. They felt that they were good enough for a while, and wanted to jump without thinking. Only a few smart people chose to stay put and observe the changes in Qin before making a decision. The fight was about to break out. Qin stood on the imperial desk and watched it happily. He almost went down to let them fight quickly. The nature of watching the fun could not be changed. Qin didn't want to restrain himself, so he let himself go. Yingzheng also saw that Suanio was walking back and forth on the desk, and it was obvious that he was very interested in the ministers below. "Are you interested in this?" Qin looked back at Yingzheng. "I'm curious. Which side can win? This is the first time I've seen a group of ministers fighting on the spot. I felt bored before, so I didn't come to watch their meetings at all." Qin patched her own settings to prevent Yingzheng from asking her why she hadn't seen ministers fighting before. But Yingzheng's imagination was completely different from Qin. After hearing what Qin said, he subconsciously smiled, but quickly suppressed it. In his opinion, wasn't it because he was here that Qin accompanied him to watch this farce? From ancient times to the present, he was probably the only one in Qin state who had this treatment. Thinking of this, Yingzheng was a little happier. It's just boring. After all, there are more people from Lu Bui here. Qin thought to herself that she was not really prepared to watch the two sides compete fairly. She just wanted to watch it for fun. No problem. I was just bored and wanted to watch them fight for fun. Ingzheng stopped talking in his heart. Before the two sides started to fight, he suddenly said, "Are you going to fight?" The atmosphere in the hall suddenly stagnated for a moment. Although they wanted to fight because their superiors wanted to, they also had to save face. "Your Majesty, no need to say more." Ingzheng interrupted the minister who had spoken. Many ministers below did not know what the new king of Qin meant. Some of them looked at Lu Bui obscurely to see what he meant. Lu Bui did not know what Ingzheng meant by suddenly speaking. He frowned, and was still wondering what Ingzheng was doing. He did not rush to speak but planned to wait for Ingzheng to finish. "I do not mean to blame you. You all have much more knowledge than me. I think these conflicting opinions have their own reasons." For a while, both sides were wondering whether the king was going to speak to the other side. And they looked at the other side vigilantly. "It's just that I think there are more people on one side and fewer people on the other side. It's a bit unfair to fight. It's better to set 3 games. One-on-one." Instantly, the hall became quiet. For some reason, Qin Yu suddenly felt that this was a bit like playing tricks on the princes. She once again confirmed from the reflection of the gold ornaments on the imperial desk that she was now just a weak and innocent little black bird. Very good. This reason must not be because of her. She was not narcissistic enough to think that she could be compared to Bao Si with the mimicry of the black bird. And Ingzheng was obviously not King Yu of Zhou. Putting aside the absurdity of the proposal to let the minister set up a ring in the hall. In fact, this was also made by these ministers themselves. If they could respect Ingzheng more today, Ingzheng would not have proposed that they fight in the hall to decide who was better. After Ingzheng proposed to set 3 games, the faces of the ministers in the hall were colorful. Some of them felt that this proposal was excessive due to their status, while others were even more eager to try. Qin Yu saw that the riots had started again and wanted to sneer and scold them. It was not bad for the Zhongguan nationality to be aggressive. The political EQ of these people had been significantly reduced under the influence of the atmosphere in the palace. But Qin Yu tilted her head and looked at Lu Bui. She didn't believe that the big businessman who said that rare goods were valuable had such a low political EQ. But he tacitly agreed to the occurrence of this incident. He and Ingzheng were the king and minister. One acted to let the other relax his guard, and the other indulged the other to make outrageous demands. If you didn't know their true relationship, you would think that these two people were acting together to play these ministers. Thinking of this, Qin Yu paused. She jumped twice and turned around, looking at Ingzheng with round eyes, like black beans. "You two are not acting together to play these ministers, right?" Ingzheng remained calm, watching the ministers in the palace whispering, while thinking in his heart, "Why do you think so?" He felt that his relationship with Lu Bui was obvious. They just didn't get along. It's not wrong to say they were enemies. After all, Lu Bui was his biggest enemy on his way to ruling the country. Look at Lu Bui's unmoved look. Logically, he should have stopped these ministers from fighting. As soon as you proposed it, he became ambiguous. People who didn't know would think that you two were playing these ministers. Qin Yu's tone was relaxed. She didn't even worry about Ingzheng's reputation. If someone mentioned his ruling the country later, don't ask. If you ask, it's because he was forced by Lu Bui and had to pretend to be a playboy. But I think it would be very interesting if they really fought. Sheng also thought so. At the top, a man and a black bird were whispering in the dark. Some of the ministers below had already begun to recommend people who could fight on their side. Lu Bui winked at his side. He didn't care about the order issued by Ingzheng, as long as it didn't interfere with the really important things. It was okay to let his men perform for the king of Qin. Anyway, quarrels and fights during meetings were not uncommon in the Warring States period. At most, Ingzheng added a rule to the conflict that arose on impulse. The ministers who received the instructions instantly became confident, and they gathered together to discuss boldly. "Why don't you come?" No. I think you are more suitable than me. I haven't been feeling well recently, and I'm afraid that Prime Minister Lu will be a drag." The person who spoke lowered his voice and looked at his accomplices around him with suggestive eyes. They naturally understood what he meant. It's better not to show such things as forming a clique for personal gain, at least to cover it up in front of the. Ingzheng looked at these people's self-righteous cover-up and sneered in his heart. But he did not interrupt them. He was just waiting for these people to do something. If it could make Qin Yu happy, it would be worth the life of these useless people. In the end, 3 people came from each side. Unlike the many ministers, who wanted to compete to see who had the loudest voice during the quarrel, when they were really asked to send people, many of these people wanted to save face again. Most of the subordinates, who were able to fight, were sent. And none of the 3 dukes and 9 ministers were sent. The 6 people who were finally selected stood in the hall in 2 rows. Lu Buwei looked at these 6 people. 3 of them were pro-war factions, and the other 3 were pro-peace factions. His eyes dimmed slightly, and he secretly remembered these 3 people. He planned to find a way to deal with the group of pro-peace factions, who were dragging their feet one by one after the meeting. Qin Yu saw that although it was not the 3 dukes and 9 ministers fighting, it was quite interesting to see people fighting in the hall where the court was held. Anyway, she also knew the prime minister, the imperial censor, and the general. At most, she knew the names of the official titles, which did not match the people standing below. It's good enough to watch the excitement, and it doesn't matter who is fighting. However, when Ing Zheng saw that the ministers who used to be in high positions had hired substitutes to fight, he felt a little bored for a while. After the 6 people stood in line, Lu Buwei said, "Please make a decision. Your Majesty, since Zhongfu has spoken, I will decide the winner. Let's start." Ing Zheng looked at the empty space in the hall and nodded slightly to the 6 people, indicating that they could start. The 6 people looked at each other, saluted each other, and 4 of them temporarily retreated, leaving only 2 people in the center of the hall. The remaining 2 men first rolled up their wide sleeves, revealing their hairy arms. The ministers around them saw that it was unsightly. Although history has shown that rituals and music collapsed during the Warring States period, these people still have to save face, and they are glad that they didn't go up. The 2 men who took a fighting stance first looked at each other vigilantly, confronted each other in the center of the hall, and changed positions in a circle, because weapons were not allowed in the hall. The 2 men also planned to fight with bare hands. However, psychological barriers cannot be broken directly. They are still in the stage of trying to overwhelm each other with momentum. Qin Yu also understood that if they really fought, they would rely on being angry because they couldn't argue. If they really made rules for them to fight 1v1, these people would gradually calm down, and they might even play a fake game. Thinking of this, she said, "Why haven't they started yet? Are they going to fight or not? If not, I might as well go out and watch the kids quarrel. 2 kids arguing about the sun is more interesting than this." Ing Zheng also felt that they were dithering, and immediately ordered, "I see that you are not very willing. Why don't I pick someone to replace you?" The 2 in the middle were shocked. No. If this is their immediate boss, how can they live in the future? The 2 no longer hesitated, and rushed over to hug each other, both wanting to knock each other down. Qin Yu was shocked. Can they still fight like this? Or can't let go? Boy, I think I can grant them a marriage. Why do you hug so tightly? Why don't you just punch? Or give 2 swords to compete in swordsmanship? Suenio's face naturally showed no emotion, but Ing Zheng could hear Qin Yu's seriousness. He suppressed his smile and said, "If you don't do it, I will give you 2 Qin swords." Before Ing Zheng finished speaking, the man standing on the left punched him directly. There was no need to care about his image at this time. No. At this time, it was Lu Buwei who objected first. "Your Majesty, please listen to me. Giving you Qin swords is dangerous to your safety." He said something else, such as what to do if there is an assassin, all of which were words of concern for Ing Zheng's life safety. "Thank you for your concern, Zhongfu. I will pay attention to it later." Ing Zheng also showed a touching expression and looked back at Lu Buwei. The 2 people who were ignored by them did not dare to let go. Soon, the 2 of them wrestled with each other. Since letting themselves go, the 2 of them were more ruthless than each other. Soon, Ing Zheng was happy to get 2 pig-headed ministers. Who do you think won? On the surface, the 2 seemed to be the same. But in a fight, there must be a winner. Qin Yu thought for a moment, and carefully identified which one was the pro-war faction. After all, she was also pro-war. Sorry, she couldn't recognize them. Goodbye. She didn't recognize people in the first place, let alone these 2 after they turned into pigs. After thinking for a while, she casually said, "Since ancient times, the left side loses in a fight. So let's just say the left side loses." After listening to Qin Yu's opinion, Ing Zheng casually pointed, "Wang Zhongqing wins. Do you still want to watch? If mother doesn't want to watch, Zheng has other plans." Qin Yu shook her head directly. "It's okay to watch it once, and it's boring to watch it more than once. She looked at Ying Zheng and didn't seem to want to continue watching. I am tired. So there is no need to fight the rest. Let Wang Zhongqing decide the winner in this round. Ying Zheng announced with a smile. Lu Bui's expression froze. The winner was the person on the other side. He wondered if Ying Zheng did it on purpose. But think about it. What does a child of this age know about forming cliques and factions? He said. Since the winner has been decided, let's continue to discuss the matters concerning General Meng's expedition this time. If Ying Zheng didn't mention it, Lu Bui would naturally not remind him whether to decide something about the victory or defeat. He shamelessly brought the matter back to the beginning, while ignoring the ugly faces of the peace advocates. But there are fools. Wang Zhongqing received the eye hints from his people. They actually felt that Ying Zheng showed signs of supporting a ceasefire. So he said, I don't know what the king's criteria for judging winning and losing are. Is it because of supporting my opinion? He didn't say it too clearly, but Ying Zheng understood it no matter how vague it was. He glanced at Wang Zhongqing, who wanted to fool him. The ministers in the hall also focused their attention on Ying Zheng, especially Lu Bui, who wanted to see what criteria Ying Zheng used to determine victory or defeat. Whether he had the idea of being close to the peace faction, or had other ideas. Ying Zheng thought about it, and made up an excuse to fool around. Because my right foot stepped into this hall first. The implication is that he judged Wang Zhongqing to be the winner. But he had no intention of standing on the side of the peace faction. Ying Zheng knew that the closest war faction to him was not Lu Bui, but the little black bird that had been standing on the table in front of him. It was also the spirit condensed by the great Qin, and the will of the entire Qin state. Just based on this point, he would never support the peace faction, and those thieves who worked for other countries. Qin Yu saw Lu Bui's mouth twitching. He didn't believe this reason, but the king's reason was very beneficial to them. So he took it over, since the king is for this reason. Then Wang Zhongqing won. As he said that, he turned to look at Wang Zhongqing and said with a smile, Congratulations, Wang Zhongqing. Wang Zhongqing saw Lu Bui's expression with difficulty from the bruised slits of his eyes. And suddenly his scalp was numb. Who can reach this position is a kind-hearted person. He always felt that his future days might not be easy. Lu Bui pretended that the commotion in the palace had never happened, and continued, You should have no objection to the results of the previous discussion. So let's just settle it. What do you think? Your Majesty? The peace advocates? What do you mean it's settled? Weren't they arguing before? Why did they win the fight, but still got the same result? Lu Bui. Do you have any shame? Lu Bui, haha. Why play politics if you have shame? Just follow Shengfu's wishes. Is there anything else? The peace advocates were in an uproar. Ying Zheng saw that they wanted to say something else. And without asking Lu Bui's opinion, he said directly, Since there is nothing to do, you can all go away. I still have to go and see the flowers and plants I raise. He stood up and pretended not to hear the words of the peace faction who tried to keep him, and the minister's anxious voices calling for the king. Ying Zheng took Qin Yu out of the palace, leaving only the ministers in the hall. Lu Bui looked at them coldly. Leave the palace if you have nothing to do. The waves and ripples stirred up by these people still needed him to deal with the aftermath. Because of his own position, Lu Bui naturally had to suppress them one by one. He had no time to care about Ying Zheng for the time being. He felt that Ying Zheng was only 13 years old, and could not make any waves. When Qin Yu left the palace for meetings, she still stood on Ying Zheng's shoulder, and waited for Ying Zheng to take her away. It was impossible for her to fly by herself. If she could stand still, she would never flap her wings by herself. Ying Zheng turned the corner of the palace with Suanio, and his sleeves swung out a beautiful arc. He asked casually in his heart, What do you think of those who advocate peace? I hate them very much. They are here to hinder the country. Qin Yu was very unhappy with the remaining countries. Unification is the general trend of history. Those vassal states are useless, and want to hinder the unification of others. By the way, speaking of this, they dared to fight in front of you in the meeting hall. They are really rebellious. You must learn swordsmanship well in the future. Otherwise you can't suppress these traitors at all. Speaking of traitors, Qin Yu paused. This adjective seemed to be wrong, but it seemed to be right. Qin Yu, it's wrong, but it's not completely wrong. She glanced at Ying Zheng and found that a smile hung on the corner of her lips. So she didn't care about the description she blurted out. You are right. They are indeed traitors. When I take power, if these people dare to jump again, I will kill them all. Such a bloody sentence. As a modern person in her previous life, She should feel uncomfortable. But Qin Yu really didn't think of opposing Ying Zheng to kill these people. Even if she killed them all. Because in her eyes, these people are almost equivalent to spies. They deserve to be shot for engaging in espionage activities in Qin state. There has never been a draw in the struggle between the two countries. Since they have decided to move towards unification. They can't stop. Only the destruction of Qin state will accept them. It depends on the situation. Try to make use of them before they die. You are right. After discussing how to make use of them, one person and one blackbird found that the biggest role of these people might be to paralyze those vassal states and make them have the illusion that Qin will not easily take action in the near future. When they arrived at the flower bed where potatoes were planted, Ying Zheng dismissed the attendants on both sides and continued to squat down to observe these young sprouts, thinking that these would become the help for his great Qin to unify the world in the future. Ying Zheng felt a burning heart. Don't be too happy too soon. What's wrong? Was there a problem when planting? Yes and no. I stole this plant from another planet across the ocean. The place where it is planted is different, and various problems may arise in the process, such as the good varieties degenerating to the point where nothing can be grown in the end. What Qin Yu said was not alarmist. The current Qin state could not compare to the various fertilizers used in later generations. It was normal for degeneration to occur after a few generations. Although this potato was processed by her and had a stronger adaptability than normal potatoes, it was still a matter of precaution. You don't seem to be in a hurry. Do you have a solution? Ying Zheng didn't understand what good varieties degenerate, but he could understand that they couldn't grow anything. But Qin Yu's tone didn't sound anxious. So she must have a solution. Qin Yu was waiting for Ying Zheng to ask this question. It's better to teach people how to fish than to give them fish. She could help Qin with good varieties. But the Qin people had to find suitable varieties on their own in this era. Have you heard of breeding and selection? Seeing Ying Zheng frowning and thinking, Qin Yu knew that there was no such saying in this era. She thought for a while and said, Then let me tell you a story. This story is still from her Chinese textbook. Here she thanks the 9-year compulsory education. There was a woman. There was a kind of flower there. It was naturally white and very beautiful. But white was very common. She wanted to grow a more precious color black, because she had to tell it to Ying Zheng, and she could only remember the general idea. Qin Yu urgently compiled a special version for Ying Zheng. Qin respected black, so it was understandable why the woman in the story wanted to grow black flowers. But that kind of flower only grows white. And everyone around laughs at her, not believing that she can grow black flowers. Qin Yu looked at Ying Zheng, hinting with her eyes that he should show some support for her. The black bird's round eyes, like black beans, shone with tiny lights. And when it stared at people, people couldn't help but feel like they were being gently watched by their mother. Did the woman succeed? She succeeded. She spent more than 10 years breeding and selecting seeds, and grew black flowers. Every time she grew flowers, she would discard most of the white flowers and only select the darkest flowers, and take the seeds from them as seeds for the next round of planting. She repeated this process dozens of times, selecting only the darkest flowers every year. And finally, she grew dark flowers when she was very old. Seeing Ying Zheng fall into deep thought after hearing the story, Qin Yu couldn't help but think of the time when she grew white chrysanthemums at home. She hadn't studied biology at the time and doubted whether it would be successful, so she started to grow them herself. But she only persisted for a year before losing interest, and she made tea with all the chrysanthemums she grew. Do you understand the truth behind this? Ying Zheng came out of his thoughts. His mother told him this story specifically. It should not be just a hint of how to grow crops. There must be other deep meanings in it. Thinking of this, he looked serious. I understand. You are talking about natural selection. Only the flowers needed by the woman can leave seeds. You are talking about things, but you are actually referring to people. Just like Xiangyang's reform. Qin became stronger and more adaptable to survival. Only a country that is better from generation to generation can exist for a long time. Wait. Isn't she talking about introduction and domestication? Directional selection? Why can her child understand Darwin's theory of evolution? Qin Yu looked at Ying Zheng with strange eyes. And after a long while, she uttered 3 words. Anything else? Ying Zheng was stunned. Could it be that his mother was not only talking about the way of competition among countries? If there was anything else. Zheng understands. Ying Zheng's eyes lit up like stars, and he looked at Qin Yu. You want Zheng to learn from that woman? Qin Yu nodded. Yes. He was finally back on the right track. She looked at Ying Zheng with admiration. There were not many rulers who could put down their status and farm themselves. As expected, his son was smart. Learning the way of seed selection is also telling me that in order to select more useful talents in governing the country, the most important thing is that Qin does not keep any waste. Qin Yu choked. Did she say this? It seems that she just said that only dark flowers should be kept, and all white ones should be discarded. Since she said it, then admit it. Qin Yu's eyes were filled with tears. Ruzi is teachable. Although what Yingzheng understood was different from what she wanted to teach, the result was good. Right? At least Yingzheng knew the importance of seed selection and breeding. As for the Qin ministers, who were forced to roll inward, it was none of her business. Anyway, Yingzheng did not let her roll inward. As the saying goes, it is better to die than to die. Let the ministers of Qin roll inward. Even if they get so much salary, they cannot eat for free. After receiving praise and affirmation, Yingzheng did not feel proud, but secretly swore in his heart that he would become the sky of Qin. Select useful talents to strengthen Qin, and throw away those who drag their feet. Useless nobles would become history in his country. When his mother reminded him that it was not only the survival of the fittest, but also the survival of the fittest, he suddenly realized her true meaning. She was indeed the will of the country that could see the world, and her perspective on things was different from that of ordinary people. He felt that he had completely understood Qin Yu's painstaking teachings. So Yingzheng unilaterally decided to kick the Qin nobles off the Qin chariot. The reason why it was unilateral was also because he had no power in his hands now. But more importantly, he wanted to use the value of these people and then kick them away. After the unification in the future, he would also find a way to kill the nobles of other countries and use the corpses of the nobles as nutrients for Qin. His thinking and planning were extremely scumbag. If Qin Yu knew about it, she would definitely call him ruthless and then agree with both hands and feet. Leave these to the servants. You go and study hard. Now is not the time for breeding and selection. Qin Yu changed the subject. She looked at Yingzheng and sighed inwardly. He was indeed the one she chose. He could understand the survival of the fittest by listening to a story. She was relieved. Although Yingzheng had the filter bonus of history books, she still had to see what his character was like when he really came to the Warring States period. After a few days of observation, she was sure that she had drawn an SSR. Now she decided to write a plan to cultivate the mother-son relationship. Thinking of this, Qin Yu looked at Yingzheng with eyes like looking at her own crisp cabbage, full of kindness. It would be best if Yingzheng was willing to give her 996. Although 996 is an extremely inhumane work system, she is not a person now. She is a leader. So there is no need to talk about humanity. Besides, how can an emperor not work 996? Those who don't work 996 are all tyrants who eat, drink and have fun. No, there is actually another problem with Zheng. Asked, what is it? Qin Yu was in a good mood and touched the top of the baby's head with the tip of her wings, and then quietly retracted her wings after ruffling Yingzheng's combed black hair, as if nothing happened. Yingzheng was not angry either. He walked towards his study while reaching out to tidy up his messy hair, and then said, can other countries talk to people like you? Some can. Some can't. Qin Yu paused. This was what she had thought of long ago. For various problems that Yingzheng might encounter, she had a complete set of coping methods. She said disdainfully, for example, the weak South Korea. It's good enough that she can wake up and talk to me, and she wants to talk to people. Uh-huh. I can knock her down with one punch. Qin Yu waved her wings to show how easy it was. As for the remaining countries, they can't find anyone to talk to. The dead can hardly convey their words alive, and no one will believe the madman. If they can really convey their ideas, can they still be so useless? Tisk. Yingzheng showed a thoughtful expression. He could analyze a lot of things from the words of his motherland. His situation seemed to be very rare. He was the only one in the Warring States period. This was also an unparalleled advantage for Qin. Just being able to reproduce the city buildings in the air and cast a map with broken gold gave it a greater advantage than other vassal states. Seeing that the patch was almost done, Qin Yu ended the topic about the will of the remaining countries. When she talked to Yingzheng, she changed her sarcastic tone and said in a gentle tone, so you must not die easily, or I will have to spend the rest of my life in another country. If you encounter an assassination, don't hesitate to run away directly. Nothing is more important than life. Qin Yu said this very seriously. She has already influenced Yingzheng's thoughts imperceptibly. The future direction of this world is destined to change. The history she learned was that Zheng was lucky to escape all assassinations. But with her as a variable, it is hard to say what will happen next. Zheng remembers. I will not let you continue to be lonely. After Qin Yu's explanation, Zheng also solemnly promised that he would accompany Qin for a long time. Hearing this, Qin Yu was greatly moved. The more she looked at Zheng, the more she liked him. If she didn't have that function, she would have wanted to change herself into Miracle Zheng to travel around the world. By then, she would really raise her son. Unfortunately, she currently only has the most primitive system functions, and none of those fancy dress-up, aura revival, vests, etc. Qin Yu regretfully put down her eager data arm. She wondered whether she should try hard for her son. Zheng had studied so hard, and she, the nominal mother of the motherland, could not really lie down. So when Zheng was studying with the bamboo slips in his hand, Qin Yu was not idle. She took out the spirit of studying firewall vulnerabilities in her previous life and began to study how a system should write software for itself. Now she could only see a data panel of Zheng and the initial system mall. And there is nothing else. The system mall does not have everything. Only some basic things. And more advanced things must be unlocked by Zheng himself. One person and one black bird each tried to improve and become stronger. Half a month passed like this. The place where potatoes were planted in the flower garden also emerged green. Before the potatoes matured, Meng Ao returned to Xianyang. As early as when discussing matters in the hall, Zheng had met this famous General Meng Ao. Although he could not influence the results of the matters discussed in the hall, as the king of Qin, he could still meet this general. He had informed Lu Buwei of this meeting with Meng Ao dozens of days ago, and Lu Buwei also acquiesced to it. Lu Buwei had no intention of rebelling, so he would not stop Zheng from meeting Meng Ao in public, and at most, he would use some means in private. Before meeting Meng Ao, Zheng first walked around the palace, and then looked at Qin Yu, who was standing on the table and reading a book. With a worried tone, you say? Who will General Meng favor? You should know that Meng Ao served under King Xiaoxiang of Qin, King Xiaowen of Qin, and King Zhuangxiang of Qin. He definitely favored you over Lu Buwei. But you should know all this. What you want to know should be the secret that I know but you don't. Right? Qin Yu smiled as she spoke. She didn't think there was anything wrong with Zheng pretending to be naive to get information. If Zheng was really naive, she would be worried. The worry on Zheng's face disappeared, and he smiled. Nothing can be hidden from you. It's okay to tell you. If his inclination is compared to standing on the side, he will never stand on the side of Lu Buwei. Not just because of these reasons. Also because Lu Buwei has no intention of rebelling. He does not have a rebel team that needs military power. And Meng Ao has no team to stand on even if he wants to. If she was not afraid that her son would ask her why she knew about the future, Qin Yu would not hint that Lu Buwei would not rebel in the future, but would directly say it, and remind her son that it is Lao Ai who wants to rebel. When there is only one option for a multiple-choice question, there is no need to consider other possibilities. Meng Ao is here, Qin Yu reminded him, and the voice of Meng Ao asking for a meeting was heard from outside. Zheng collected his thoughts and looked outside the door. General Meng, please come in. He still remembered what the purpose of today was. After comforting Meng Ao, Zheng mentioned it as if by accident. I have been practicing swordsmanship a lot recently, but I feel that I have made almost no progress. Does General Meng have any solution? Meng Ao has lived for more than half a century. How could he not know what Zheng meant? He naturally followed and said, I think it is because the king lacks a teacher to teach swordsmanship. He did not mention the matter of the Grand Master, Grand Tutor, and Grand Guardian, but just taught swordsmanship, which was not enough for the official position of Shanggong. Qin Yu heard that this was to get closer to the relationship, and she coughed lightly. Meng Ao is not young. It is better to choose his younger generation. The main reason is that there are too many variables in the future. Meng Ao died in 240 BC in history. At that time, Zheng was only 19 or 20 years old. He could win over Meng Ao, but could not put all the chips on him. Zheng understood Qin Yu's hint. He was not a fool. From the past history, he knew that if a prince did not have his own power, he would probably be checked and balanced by the ministers from beginning to end. If he did not have people supporting him, the time of vacant position before he took power would be infinitely extended. This is also the reason why he began to be wary of Lu Buwei after he was established as the new king of Qin. There are too many examples of being sidelined in history. And he did not want to be the next one. He searched through Meng Ao's sons and grandsons. Since he chose the younger one, he could not use the excuse of finding a master. Meng Ao saw that Ing Zheng had not responded for a long time. And he suddenly understood that he was either looking for a teacher or a playmate. It happened that they had a child of similar age. So they gave him to the king as a playmate. If he could build up friendship with the new king when he was young, it would be very cost-effective. I forgot that there should be no shortage of good teachers in the palace. Is the king bored because there is no one to study with? Qin Yu looked at Meng Ao with admiration. It's good. This general is very sensible. But I don't know who he sent. After thinking about it, Meng Tian is the most likely one. He is about the same age and is good at swordsmanship. He is also the one who has the most free time in the family. Maybe this is why Qin Shihuang and Meng Tian have a good relationship in the future. Ing Zheng nodded reservedly. General Meng guessed right. I am indeed a little bored alone. Ha ha ha. There are many boys in my family. And I know what young people are thinking. Talking about the naughty children at home. Meng Ao's eyes softened a lot. And even looked at Ing Zheng with a sense of looking after the younger generation. During the chat, this matter was settled. But even if someone was sent here, he probably wouldn't stay in this palace for long. It is now the 3rd year of King Xuanxiang of Qin. And next year will be the 1st year of Emperor Qin Shihuang. Qin Yu calculated that the two teenagers would not be playmates for a long time. Since there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Meng Ao stood up and bowed. As a military commander, he was not suitable to stay in the Xining Palace for a long time. So he had better take his leave early. Yes. Come, said General Meng out of the palace. Ing Zheng stood up and sent Meng Ao off for a while. Then sat down again. He had listened to the court meetings for many days, and had some understanding of state affairs, which was also due to his daily reading and study. He glanced at the books on the table, and couldn't help but have some expectations for the children of the Ming family who had not yet entered the palace. The one sent by Meng Ao might be the smartest child in the family. With the relationship of a companion, it would be a help in his future. Ing Zheng turned and looked at the place where the sound came from. He found that he was not the only one in a good mood. Ahem. Qin Yu coughed and became serious abruptly. So, I have to raise 2 children? Although the tone of the first half of the sentence was serious, the tone of voice inevitably rose in the latter part. Although the tone of the first half of the sentence was serious, the tone of voice inevitably rose in the latter part. The boy from the Ming family, who was sent here, is said to be the companion and playmate of the King of Qin. In fact, he will be the King of Qin's team in the future. If you round it up, he will be a good employee who will give her 996 in the future. Isn't it right for the boss to be nice to the employees? The kindness now will be repaid with 996 in the future. These will all be your subjects in the future. If you get along well with them, you may be able to use them in a few years. Sheng understands. When General Meng sends the person here, I will take a good look at whether he can take over the important task of his ancestors. Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction. She calculated the age. The most likely person to come is Meng Tian. Ing Zheng doesn't know it yet, but she knows that Meng Tian will be one of the pillars of the Qin dynasty in the future, and a very good general. Since Meng Ao has already agreed to this, he will not regret it. The Ming family also acted quickly, and sent Meng Tian to the palace in a few days. Qin Yu looked at the 2 young men in front of her with joy. These are all her SSRs. Although Meng Tian cannot be used for the time being, he will be a good card in the future. Ing Zheng's eyes lit up when he saw Meng Tian for the first time. The young man who walked in from the door had sword eyebrows and starry eyes. He was the same age as Ing Zheng and was in high spirits. When he saw Ing Zheng, he bowed his hands and said, Your servant Meng Tian greets the king. You have no title. Why do you call yourself a minister? At this time, the Qin state generally conferred titles based on military merits or family protection. Meng Tian was still young and naturally had no title. Qin Yu was also curious about how Meng Tian would answer. There was no such part in history. After thinking about it, she turned on the video function and prepared to record it as a souvenir. Didn't the king ask Tian to come to the palace to accompany him in his studies? The king of Qin can naturally be a vassal if he is his companion. Meng Tian was a young and fearless man, and he spoke to Ing Zheng with a righteous look on his face. Ing Zheng raised his eyebrows and said, You are right. I agree. He waved his hand to dismiss the people around him. Meng Tian came at the right time. He usually practiced sword in the morning. It happened that Meng Tian came. So Ing Zheng wanted to compete with him. He casually took a Qin sword from the sword rack and threw it to Meng Tian, and took another Qin sword himself. Ing Zheng even considered the issue of fairness. And the quality of the two Qin swords he took was almost the same. It's not easy to be my companion in my studies. The victory or defeat will be decided by the sword. As he said this, Ing Zheng held the hilt of the sword with both hands and attacked Meng Tian in a slashing posture. Qin Yu, who was flying in the air, didn't expect to witness such a famous scene. This was much more interesting than Meng Tian's youthful spirit. Moreover, she could foresee that this fight would be very exciting. From Meng Tian's words and deeds when they first met, it could be seen that Meng Tian was not mature and stable at this time. And it was very unlikely that he would give in to Ing Zheng. And Ing Zheng was also rushing to see Meng Tian's strength. She should be able to see a wonderful ancient swordsmanship competition. Qin Yu shouted twice to encourage him, and then flew up again to make enough space for the two teenagers below. It didn't matter if Meng Tian couldn't see her. She didn't want to hold Ing Zheng back, so it was better to fly higher to give them enough space. Meng Tian's actions were as Qin Yu expected. Almost at the moment when Ing Zheng swung his sword, Meng Tian reacted and counterattacked with a Qin sword in his hand. Young people don't think as much as adults. If it was Meng Ao or Meng Wu standing here at this moment, they would probably laugh it off. After all, they are not young. Even if a first-level general defeats Ing Zheng, his face will not be too good. But Meng Tian would not have so many concerns. He felt that Ing Zheng's desire to compete with him was a sign of his high regard for him. So he naturally had to perform well. He had practiced martial arts for many years, and naturally would not play a fake match. Come on! Ing Zheng met Meng Tian's sword moves and made an okay change, holding the Qin sword horizontally, lowering the sword tip, and raising his arm to turn the slash into a pick. After the two of them hit each other, they both retreated. The two Qin swords made a clanging sound when fighting, and the servants and maids who had retreated to the periphery ran in panic. How dare you? You bold boy. Attack the king. How dare you? Ing Zheng glanced at the servant who came to save him, frowned unhappily, and temporarily stopped his actions. Meng Tian also stopped at the same time. Even if he was lawless, he would not dare to sneak attack the king of Qin at this time. You leave. I'm just testing the sword. Meng Tian also echoed. Meng Tian is indeed here on the king's order. Many attendants looked at each other, and they looked at the Qin swords in the hands of the two men again, and still hesitated and bowed. Yes. When they came, everyone wanted to save the king and make merit, and there were many people. When they left, everyone left in a rush, and their clothes were flying. One of them looked at Ing Zheng thoughtfully, and soon lowered his head and left with everyone. After these people left, the news that Ing Zheng tested the sword with Meng Tian also spread like wildfire. Qin Yu is still monitoring the Xianying Palace and the surrounding palaces, so she naturally knew the news. She was a little speechless. This is the Warring States version of spreading rumors. Thinking about the many rumors about Ing Zheng, she wanted to say that even if he has no real power now, he can still be the king's order. First, teach the palace people not to believe in rumors or spread them. After the people left, Meng Tian said, Your Majesty, do you still want to compete? Ing Zheng was not interested. After being interrupted, he had no intention of testing Meng Tian's swordsmanship. Just from the solidity of Meng Tian's first few moves and his quick reaction and flexibility, he could see that Meng Tian had good martial arts. No, you can practice swordsmanship with me. Next time we compete, you must get rid of these people who are in the way. This is to express trust in Meng Tian. He dismissed the people around him, but allowed Meng Tian to stay with the sword. You should know that at this time, the ministers were not allowed to bring swords to the king. It can be seen that Ing Zheng wanted to win him over, because Meng Tian was young. He happily agreed without thinking too much. The sword that the king threw to him was much better than the sword he used to practice at home before. He touched the Qin sword in his hand lovingly. Yes. Seeing Meng Tian's love for the Qin sword, Qin Yu fell from midair thoughtfully, and stood directly on Ing Zheng's shoulders. Her weight would not affect Ing Zheng's movements. Zheng, have you ever thought about using other stones to forge Qin swords? When the time comes, make more iron swords. Keep one for yourself, and give the rest to the generals in the court and Meng Tian. At this time, most people value affection and loyalty, and there are only a few who are really mean. It's easy to win people's hearts, but she didn't expect that Qin would be able to do it immediately after she proposed it. In the end, she should still find a way to produce the finished product. And it is impossible to arm all the Qin troops. However, this is not without benefits. Scarcity makes things valuable. People who get these things will cherish them more and appreciate Ing Zheng's kindness. You mean not using bronze? Ing Zheng stabbed the Qin sword in his hand, and did not forget to observe Meng Tian beside him. If Meng Tian's military talent is also excellent, he will be a helper for Qin in the future. Yes, there is a stone harder than bronze 10,000 feet underground in the Qin state. The Qin sword forged with that stone is harder than the current Qin sword. Qin Yu has not investigated whether there is such a stone in the Qin state. Anyway, the Qin state cannot really dig 10,000 feet down. So she speaks casually. You can bring it up. It should not be to let people dig blindly. Smart. This stone has a close relative called iron. I don't think Ing Zheng would understand the relationship between iron and steel. So Qin Yu directly summarized them as close relatives. Ironware is brittle and easy to break. I'm afraid it can't be forged into a sword. That's because the forging temperature is not good. The stone I mentioned is actually made from iron. But the underground fire is much hotter than the burning temperature of firewood on the ground. If I find a suitable craftsman to enter the palace, I will find a way to deal with the underground fire. It is a blessing for the Qin dynasty, and Zheng, to have your help. Okay. What do you think of Meng Tian? Ing Zheng put his sword back into the sheath, looked at Meng Tian, who was still waving the Qin sword in his hand not far away, and said without hesitation, he will definitely be a general of the Qin state in the future. I think so too. The Ming family has been passed down from generation to generation. The ancestors have made great achievements. The descendants can also take on important tasks. They are the ones I like. Unlike your children. Unfilial descendants. Hearing this, Ing Zheng noticed the key point in Qin Yu's words. And he asked in his heart, how big is the scope of this child of your mother? Anyone who recognizes his identity as a Qin person should be my people. So you are all my children. But there are also differences in closeness and distance. I prefer useful children. I generally treat useless children as non-existent. The meaning of usefulness is extremely broad. It is useful to be able to govern the country, to defend the country, and to farm and open up wasteland. Except for managers, all producers are useful. Those who eat, drink and have fun because they are nobles are useless trash. They are so old and don't hurry up to serve the country. It's just a waste of time. Letting them stay in the country is just eating my flesh and blood. I don't welcome trash who eat old people. Ha ha ha. Zheng will make these rats not exist in the Qin territory. Qin Yu smiled. She saw that the young man's face was full of confidence. The young man's high spirits were nothing more than this. She said, I have written down what Zheng said. Don't regret it later. Meng Tian heard Ing Zheng's laughter and turned back inexplicably. He saw Ing Zheng looking at him with a smile. He touched his head. Does this mean he is satisfied with him? The two teenagers got along well. After practicing swordsmanship together, they had breakfast together and attended classes together in the afternoon. Qin Yu was happy looking at the two crispy little cabbages. They would all work 996 for her great Qin in the future. The Queen Mother Zhao has arrived. Ing Zheng heard the servant outside the door and put down the book in his hand. Let's stop here today. Yes. Meng Tian and the teacher who was giving the lecture bowed and retreated. Ing Zheng probably guessed what his biological mother was here for. It was nothing more than maintaining the surface peace. If he did love and protect Zhao Ji before, then the relationship between them was slowly cracking after he became the new king of Qin. Until he saw his biological mother and Zhongfu mixed together that night. After he was sure of Qin Yu's identity, he never doubted that the picture was fake. So it would not be good for Qin Yu to do so. Perhaps with Zhao Ji's arrogant character, it was not obvious that they were getting farther and farther away. But Qin Yu could see that the discord between Ing Zheng and Zhao Ji had long been the root of the disaster. It was very difficult for Ing Zheng to be established as the king of Qin. There were rumors that he was the son of Lu Buwei. He had doubts about Zhao Ji and Lu Buwei. But after the two firmly supported him to ascend the throne, Ing Zheng's doubts were reduced. Unfortunately, Zhao Ji confirmed that she had an affair with Lu Buwei, and their relationship broke down earlier than in history. But Qin Yu would not feel sorry for this. If Zhao Ji herself did not do that kind of thing, she would not have broken up with her own son. What bad thoughts could she have as an innocent black bird? Zhao Ji had just stepped into the palace and raised her voice. I haven't seen you for many days. Zhenger has lost weight? Ying Zhang's expression when he looked at Zhao Ji was not as gentle as it should be between mother and son. He looked at Zhao Ji with cold eyes, which made Zhao Ji's back cold. What do you mean? Zhao Ji couldn't help but take a half step back. But she held it back. When did her son Zheng look at her like this? Even the usual address changed. Did someone say something to you? Zhao Ji naturally suspected that someone was provoking their mother-son relationship. Her voice was gentle. You are still young and can't rule the country. I and the Prime Minister will manage the Qin for you. Being a mother is not for your own good. Just because some outsiders say something, you can treat your biological mother like this. It's really unfilial. Zhao Ji hadn't figured out why Ying Zheng spoke to her like this last time, and this time. She subconsciously wanted to overwhelm Ying Zheng with momentum and filial piety. No matter what Ying Zheng knew, it would be okay to let him know that it was for his own good. Qin Yu didn't know what Zhao Ji had in mind, and suddenly brought up the word outsider. But she knew she couldn't remain indifferent. So Ying Zheng felt the low pressure around him for the first time in more than a month. He even saw the candlesticks on the table in the palace swaying slightly, and the curtains beside the window moving slightly without wind. She actually said I was an outsider. That's right. Her last name is Xiao. And I am Qin. To her, I am indeed a foreigner. Qin Yu couldn't warn Zhao Ji with a thunderbolt out of thin air for the time being. This high-level firework was in the system store of the next level, and she couldn't use it yet. But she was a human being. Of course, she wouldn't be as rigid as a real system. It was the ultrasonic wave she released that caused the slight vibration just now. After she calmly said the above few sentences, the movement subsided instantly, and the slight vibration didn't even make Zhao Ji notice it. Ying Zheng could see that his motherland was furious. But at this moment, he was powerless. And he couldn't even protect his motherland himself. Ying Zheng looked at Zhao Ji with a calmer look. And he thought that he didn't need to maintain a superficial mother-son relationship with her in the future. Just when Ying Zheng was about to order the expulsion, a bird chirped on his shoulder. And he looked a little surprised. Qin Yu had always talked to him in human voice when she was with him. And she never sang even when she appeared in front of him as a black bird. He saw Zhao Ji standing opposite her indifferent, as if she didn't hear the bird chirping. But the bird chirping could penetrate people's hearts in his ears, and could be heard thousands of miles away. It was the voice of a country. It was as loud as a bell. And it was deafening. If mother is really good at governing, she shouldn't do things she shouldn't do, shouldn't see people she shouldn't see, and shouldn't allow things she shouldn't allow. Ying Zheng was calm under the black bird chirping, and he said 3 sentences like tongue twisters in a cold tone. Zhao Ji was horrified when she heard this. She glanced at the corner of her eyes, and wondered why the censor was here today. She looked a little flustered and opened her mouth to explain something. But she heard the sound of birds singing outside the palace. Zhao Ji didn't take it to heart, but felt that the complicated bird calls were too annoying. She waved her hand and asked the maids around her to go down and kill all the birds. These birds are really tactless. Zheng. Zhao Ji forced herself to calm down and put on an attitude of caring for Ying Zheng. Study here and don't be disturbed. Go down and catch all these birds. If she couldn't deal with Ying Zheng, she couldn't deal with a bunch of birds. Zhao Ji wanted to vent her anger on the birds that suddenly appeared, which made Qin Yu sneer. If you want to kill my sparrow, see if I agree. Did you call it over? Do you need me to stop it? Ying Zheng asked immediately. He was listening to the teacher's lecture in the study room, and there was usually an imperial censor beside him. If he stopped this, Zhao Ji would not go too far because of the imperial censor. No, Zhao Ji is too arrogant, and she should be taught a lesson. If the bird calls that just came into the palace were still melodious, then after Zhao Ji gave the order, the birds' cries were as loud, sharp, and as loud as a tsunami. 1, 2, 3. Ying Zheng saw the flock of birds breaking into the palace with his own eyes. But no one dared to do anything. The servants and maids around him just protected him and retreated. Ying Zheng was probably the calmest person present. He believed in his motherland. Since the birds were called by Qin, they would not do anything to him. He was the safest one among all people. Zhao Ji saw hundreds of birds entering the palace, all heading towards her, and was immediately panicked. Hurry up and beat these beasts down. Come on! Come on! Queen Mother, be careful with your words. The black bird is the symbol of Qin, and all the Qin kings have black bird patterns on their bodies. If you attack the black bird, you will be infamous for thousands of years. The censor who was standing by and recording the king's words and deeds also stood up in time. He raised his sleeves and covered his cheek with one hand to prevent the birds from flying at him, and said to Zhao Ji, Queen Mother, the ancestor of Qin, the descendant of Emperor Xuanxu, is called Nu Xiu. Nu Xiu was weaving, and the black bird dropped eggs, which Nu Xiu swallowed and gave birth today. Note 1. The black bird is the ancestor of the Ying clan. What does the Queen Mother want to do by insulting the black bird like this? This censor was not Jing's man, but he remembered the etiquette in his heart. He was also an old Qin man, and he couldn't bear to see Zhao Ji insulting him so casually. Zhao Ji was speechless. The flock of birds was not all black birds. There were many other species, but no attendants dared to step forward to shoot down the chaotic flock of birds. They could only gather around Zhao Ji to fend off a few of them, and hope that they would leave on their own. The censor had said such harsh words. If they killed the black birds, they would probably be beaten to death by the angry Ying clan members when they went out. The censor covered his face for a while, and found that the birds only flew around Zhao Ji and only stared at her. He also put down his sleeves and looked at the chaotic scene, wondering if it was the Queen Mother Zhao who had behaved improperly and had such a punishment from heaven. Yes, in the censor's mind, this was the punishment from heaven. If it was not God's will, why would the birds that should have been in the mountains and forests go against their nature and come to the palace when there was nothing unusual around them? He just saw that there was nothing in the palace that could lure the birds. And these swallows and sparrows all came spontaneously. This is a punishment from heaven. Heaven is angry. Queen Mother, you better leave quickly. What you said has already angered heaven. Why don't you leave quickly? After saying this, the censor knelt down in the direction of the birds, crawled on the ground for a long time, and chanted, Queen Mother, please don't blame Qin for your words. Please don't blame Qin. Zhao Ji was frightened by the censor's words, and didn't think about her original purpose. She pulled the maid beside her to block in front of her, and stepped out of the palace in a panic. At the same time, Qin Yu disappeared from Ying Zheng's shoulder, and appeared in front of Zhao Ji in an instant. Her body was larger than that of an ordinary swallow, and her eyes were as deep as obsidian. She opened her beak. You offended me today, and you will pay it back tomorrow. She still remembered one of her settings. When people are dying or going crazy, they can see her and hear her voice. Now Zhao Ji is frightened and in a trance, which makes it easier for her to establish her person, country, settings. What? What? Did you hear it? Did you hear it? Zhao Ji pulled her personal maid and asked nervously. She just heard the blackbird speak. It must be fake. Except for the bird singing. No one is talking. Queen Mother. Yes. No one is talking. No one is talking. When Zhao Ji looked at Qin Yu's position again, she found that the mysterious black bird had disappeared. But the fear in her heart had not subsided. Seeing Zhao Ji being driven out, Qin Yu thought that she probably didn't dare to come to Xining Palace for a long time. Wouldn't it be better to stay in Dongquan Palace honestly? Why did she come to offend Ying Zheng? She curled her lips and chirped softly. But in fact she turned off the sound waves. The swallows and sparrows left on their own without the control of the sound waves. Qin Yu was thankful that technology really changed her fate. Fortunately, when she was studying at the System Academy, she clearly recognized her own uselessness. But she still studied hard and made progress every day instead of lying down and giving up. It was the days of studying hard in the System Academy that made her calm today. Well, other systems are loaded directly, but she still has to study. In fact, what the System Academy really studies is the psychology of various species in the universe. This is also the reason why the graduation rate of the System Academy is extremely low. A program without emotions cannot really learn psychology. And she, a half-purebred human, barely passed with the highest score in psychology in the school and a very low score in the system module. It is really sad to hear and to see. Let's not talk about the glorious years in the past. She felt happy when she saw Zhao Ji retreating in a panic. If she didn't have to keep Zhao Ji to check the power in the court, she would have wanted to make a big news today. But today's matter is not small. She looked at the trembling censor who stood up. I'm afraid that everything that happened in the palace can't be concealed. Zhao Ji could issue a gag order to the people in the harem, but she couldn't control the censor. The court would be held in a few days, and it was unknown what would happen in the court. Qin Yu let the real birds disperse, and the 10 swallows left were made by her using her own data. They didn't need to eat or rest, and they could do a lot of things by following her orders, because there was no need to launch all the satellites for the time being. She was trying her best to save energy, But necessary expenses could not be saved. She looked at the location of the flower bed outside. The potatoes would take at least more than a month to mature, which meant that she basically had no income during this period, because it was her first time as a system. And the task item she wrote would be unreasonable compared to the old system. For example, when Yingzhang was unable to rule the country, the main task was to rule the country. This main task was definitely impossible to complete due to age, forcing her to pull out the side tasks first. But this side task was also very long. Although the rewards were generous and could be completed repeatedly, it took too long to farm the land, so it was not suitable for making money now. Qinyu knew for the first time that the chain of tasks that progressed step by step in the novels were all written by a system after losing its cyber hair. Or maybe she should start a daily cycle task, where the national fortune would increase by 1 after reading every day. Since she decided to create her own national personification module, she changed all the prices in her mall to X national fortune, which looked very grand. Qinyu directly wrote a daily cycle task. Daily task 1. Reading 0 to 1. The monarch's education cannot be left behind, and the leader's ability is also very important to the country. Completion reward, national fortune *1. She was incompetent. She was powerless. She wanted to write a letter for help. Woo woo woo. Only 1 cycle of daily tasks seemed not enough. Let her see how much she owed now. Qinyu's fingertips trembled as she opened the panel that only she could see high-quality potato *1. Price, 5 national luck fireworks. Smoke and haze in the sky *1. Price, 50 national luck. Qinyu calculated that for 10 potatoes and 3 fireworks, she owed exactly 200 national luck for Yingzheng. Silence. She could pay back the 150 fireworks herself. But the remaining 50 had to be accumulated for 50 days of daily tasks. So she decisively went to the main system to cry. System 777, Qinyu main system master. Are you there? I have studied a new system module, but it is still under development. Main system? Main system, just say it. System 777, disadvantages R&D funding. Main system. The data of the main system in the depths of the multiverse fluctuated for a moment. It was a little speechless. It lacked energy and didn't want the host to complete the task, but came to it to take advantage of it. How unreasonable. Main system. What new module? System 777, I call it the National Anthropomorphic Module. There are high-end and low-end versions, mainly to adapt to the different physical qualities of the host. System 777, those whose consciousness and body can hold on, and the situation allows, load the high-end version, and put on the vest to play the role of national will. Those who can't hold on will load the low-end version, accept the blessing of the national will, played by the system, and become the workers of the national will. The system token is renamed as National Destiny. System 777, Plan Document *1. Main system, yes. It's okay. The high-end version of this new module can be divided into the vest area, and the low-end version, go to the 4-in-1 area. System 777, then you look at the R&D funding, rubbing hands JPG. Main system, it is indeed a new module. Let's do this. Change your task. The new module will be fully developed by you. Perfect the high-end version of this new module. Use the low-end version to collect the high-end version of the cards, and report to me when the data is almost the same. Main system, as for the funding, I allow you to have unlimited credit. Just pay it back when you leave the world. I have also disconnected the communication in advance. System 777, wait. Main system, don't leave. Drip. Drip. Ding. Okay. It's not bad to have a Huawei unlimited limit. After 3 beeps, even if Qinyu didn't want to disconnect the link, the communication box disappeared directly. A card with a black bottom and gold inlaid appeared in front of her, and the image on it appeared, which was the current image of Suanio. Qinyu now had only one thought. So those vest cards used by the protagonists in the novels were collected one by the system to obtain copyright. Qinyu's pupils trembled directly, and she regretted a little bit to report to the main system. But it was just thinking in her heart. She would definitely report to the main system, so that she could hold her own development rights and have more authority. At least other systems have to issue tasks according to the fixed rules issued by the main system, while she is more arbitrary, as long as the task reward is not too outrageous. I believe the main system will sponsor the funds. So Qinyu changed the daily task that had been secretly issued to daily task 1. Reading 0 to 1, the education of the monarch cannot be left behind. And the ability of the leader is also very important to the country. Completion reward, National Fortune *5. The task reward was multiplied by 5. Anyway, the reward was paid by the main system. It would be a waste if you didn't take advantage of it. I'm sure the main system wouldn't care about this little bit of energy. It was all necessary research consumption, sure. When Xinyu came back to his senses, Yingzheng had already knelt behind the table again, spreading out the bamboo slips in his hand and reading them attentively. The handwriting on it was beautiful, and it was all about the handling of government affairs in the court. After these matters were handled by the Shihuang mansion, they were sent to the palace. It was said to be a review, but in fact, it was more of a notification. At this time, Yingzheng did not have the power to change the decree at will. As he finished reading the last bamboo slip, Qinyu's data interface came with a prompt daily task. 1. Reading, January 1st, completed. Reward National Fortune *5. Qinyu's eyes lit up. She had already felt the money, energy, sent to her by the main system. She thought about it, and added another daily task. 2. Martial arts, 0 to 1, as a monarch. The physical fitness must not be bad. Otherwise, how can you unify the world? Completion reward, National Fortune *5. She waited for a while, and the main system did not send a message to scold her, which should be agreed to this price. She wrote out the reference list of basic tasks for the construction module. But she did not write that the daily task reward was 5 national fortune in the reference, but changed it back to 1. It's okay for her to get the wool of one unified system. But if she uses more unified systems in the future, and the price is still so high, the main system will definitely have an opinion on her. So Qinyu cleverly decided to double the standard to the end. And when the new module is completed, and the plan is submitted, the reward column will be changed to a more reasonable reward. Just say that during the use, I found that giving so much is too much. Worthy of her. Your Majesty, the swordsmith you found is here. A servant hurried into the palace and brought good news. There was already a swordsmith in Xianying. The king ordered that a swordsmith would enter the palace in less than a day. This speed is normal. If Qinyu had to think about buying a ready-made iron sword in the mall before, would the main system take back the energy she owed too much? Now she is no longer the Qinyu of the past. She is now the host of the development of the new module. How can the energy owed by the R&D personnel be called owed? These are all reasonable R&D funds. However, these days, she has also discovered the difficulties of developing new modules. The tasks are not systematic. They are often here and there. That is, Yingzheng is convinced of her identity. Otherwise she herself feels that she is a liar. Take your people to find a place to settle down first. There is no rush to forge the sword. Yingzheng thought very carefully. There might not be anything for forging swords in the Xianying palace. It is better to leave some time for people to prepare. He kept people in the palace to forge swords because he wanted to see what was so magical about the underground fire that Qinyu mentioned, and the iron sword forged with underground fire. He wanted to witness the scene when a famous sword was born. Qinyu probably guessed Yingzheng's thoughts. It was a good thing that he kept people in the palace. Otherwise, it would be a bit troublesome for her to secretly replace the iron sword forged with the craftsmanship of the Warring States period with the one produced by the system mall. Now she only needs to go there in person when she asks for forging, and then replace it when the iron sword is presented. It's perfect. Yes. The attendant did not dare to ask the king's order, but just followed the order and retreated. He walked quickly to the swordsmith waiting outside the door. Unlike most swordsmiths, this is a woman with an ordinary appearance that can barely be seen as a bit pretty. She lowered her eyebrows and stood outside the palace. Under the plain appearance, there is an excited heart. She was able to enter the palace because she is the best swordsmith in Xianying City. There may also be gender reasons. After all, there are many female nobles living in this palace complex. If her fellow apprentices come to live in the palace for a long time, they can't bear the crime of offending the nobles. Under the status of swordsmiths, they are just ordinary craftsmen with low social status. In order to protect their own master, they still recommended her. The attendant retreated to the door and looked at the woman indifferently. You, come with me. Yes. Is it a woman? Qinyu heard the soft yes, with a gentle tone and soft tone. And it was a woman. The best swordsmith in the city is here. Those servants dare not deceive me about this. Qinyu saw that Yingzheng did not care much about the gender of the swordsmith. She thought that an employee who can work is a good employee. Why should she choose a bad one because of gender? She suddenly jumped to a new topic. What do you think about the idea that all people in Qin are equal regardless of gender? Speaking of which, she was quite curious about what Yingzheng thought about this idea. From the swordsmith's incident just now, it can be seen that Yingzheng had no opinion on the gender of the visitor. After all, the Queen Mother of the Warring States period could sit in the court and participate in government affairs. And she didn't even have to listen to the government behind the curtain. At that time, there was no saying that the harem was not allowed to interfere in politics. Yingzheng fell into silence. He knew what his motherland wanted to say, but he didn't want to admit that he was equal to others in the heart of his motherland. So he stubbornly chose not to speak for the first time. But silence was actually an attitude. Qin Yu keenly noticed Yingzheng's emotions. Don't you have any ideas? Is this your idea? Before Qin Yu could answer, he continued, do you want to say heaven and earth are not benevolent, and treat all things as straw dogs? It's no wonder that Yingzheng thought of the Tao Te Ching. This sentence is related to what was said in the afternoon. That in the eyes of heaven and earth, all things are equal. And finally it turns to the idea of ruling by inaction, which is inconsistent with the ideas of the general rulers now. Although the Warring States period was when the aristocracy was about to leave, this kind of thought basically had no soil for survival. In the final analysis, it was still due to the poor education level. The Taoist idea of ruling by inaction and equality for all is definitely not something that can be sold. But Qin Yu thinks it is actually possible to convince Yingzheng. But it just needs to be said in a different way. This sentence comes from the Tao Te Ching, although it makes sense in Jing's opinion. If a country lets everything go its own way and does nothing, it will sooner or later fall apart. This is not the way to govern a country. Ha ha ha. You also said that it is the world. Not me. I am not the world. I am Qin. I love all those who love me and Qin equally. I hope to see them live and work in peace and contentment. Everyone is equal. But I am not included. No problem. She pretended to be the will of the country. The current species is the system. And it can't be counted as human beings no matter how you count it. But you are different. You are the only one who can hear me speak in hundreds of years. Speaking of this, Qin Yu paused. She tilted her head to look at Yingzheng. Her obsidian eyes were gentle and peaceful as she looked at a child. So, I regard you as my kind. Under you and me, all beings are equal. Yingzheng subconsciously lightened his breathing. The shadow of something seemed to flash through his mind. And he caught it at that moment. Qin Yu raised her wings and waved them in front of Yingzheng. She had already said the theory, so she should give some reaction. Yingzheng was only 13 now, so he should be easier to influence. Cub? Cub! Zheng understands your painstaking efforts. Yingzheng came back to his senses and calmed down. He had a preliminary idea, but he had to wait until he took power to realize it. He replied to Qin Yu with certainty. All living beings are equal below you and me. But you, Mother, are above me. Of course, the living beings Yingzheng referred to were all people in the world, not animals. Although saying this might offend the Animal Protection Association, the fact is that no one in this one-man rule has ever thought of including animals without intelligence. The reason why Qin Yu deliberately added that he had no intelligence was because she remembered that it was written in the biology textbook that humans were advanced animals with intelligence. Qin Yu wanted to praise him for being filial and being a good son to his mother. But when she heard Yingzheng say that he understood the word painstaking effort, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Wait, what did he understand again? Last time it was natural selection. What is it this time? She didn't actually expect Yingzheng to learn the truth and become a modern person's thinking all of a sudden. She just laid a mental foundation for her future performance. If Yingzheng went astray because of her, she would have to find a way to pull him back. So she pretended to test the younger generation's homework and asked, "Oh? What do you understand?" The Zhou dynasty used enfeoffment and patriarchal system to maintain its rule. But it also perished because of enfeoffment. The enfeoffed princes were the root cause of hundreds of years of multinational chaos. So Zheng believed that the enfeoffment system should not be used after the unification of the world. When the power of the world is in the hands of one person, there will be no war. And the equality of all beings you mentioned will have a chance to be realized. The prerequisite is to unify the world. Good. After listening to Yingzheng's argument, Qin Yu knew that Yingzheng had already had the idea of centralization at this time. And the power of the world was concentrated in the hands of one person. This also took her thoughts into consideration. He really? I cried to death. She praised Yingzheng's theory without hesitation. She knew very well that it was impossible to talk about equality for everyone in this era. But she was not too happy to see the ruling class oppressing the lower class people for 2,000 years. After all, she was just an ordinary person in her previous life. And at most her profession was a little special. Naturally, Qin Yu is more likely to empathize with ordinary people. This can be regarded as a hidden setting that coincides with the will of the state. In a country, ordinary people make up the majority of the population. And it is good if 1 in 10 of the aristocracy is included. It is very clear which side the will of the state will choose. If she really abandons the interests of the majority and stands on the side of a small group of people, it will be a collapsed OOC level for the setting of national will. In her mind, it is good enough to making Zheng feel that everyone except him is equal. And she does not expect more. Anyway, the current laws of Qin state mean that the prince is guilty of the same crime as the people. So what she proposed is not difficult to accept. In order to making Zheng accept this idea, Qin Yu even proposed the concept of under you and me. All beings are equal. This can be regarded as barely equal for everyone. As for the rulers after that, it was not mentioned at all. Don't ask. It's none of my business. If Zheng can really do this before she leaves, her system score will at least be excellent. And the salary of the main system will be easy to get. And she will get a lot of benefits. Zheng, who guessed the thoughts of his motherland again, was in a good mood. He also felt that the theory proposed by Qin Yu was very tempting, and a goal that people can strive for all their lives. Are there any requirements for other tools used in sword forging? Zheng still remembered what they were discussing before. Sword forging. But they just diverged from the gender of the swordsmith and talked about other things. No special requirements. You and I can just be there when the sword is forged. Qin Yu flipped through the items in the system mall and searched for iron swords. There are only 2 items related to iron swords in the mall. One is gorgeous iron sword. Price, 200. Item description, complex patterns, scabbard pattern can be customized. Cuts iron like mud. The other is ordinary iron sword. Price, 20. Item description, harder than ordinary bronze swords. What else do you want for 20? Just buy it. Qin Yu's mouth twitched. Who wrote this item description? She was a little worried about her colleague's mental state. She reproduced the gorgeous iron sword in the air with a light golden spot, and said in an excited tone, "How about it? Kid, I designed the style myself. And when it is made, it will be my gift to you." After saying this, she thought for a moment. Is this too childish? If Zheng becomes a tax evader in the future, who will be blamed for this? Think about that scene. During the coronation ceremony, many Qin officials lined up on both sides, including many famous generals and capable officials in history. And standing in front of them was the one Qin Yu had personally trained. He had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and he was both imposing and majestic. The black dress looked extremely solemn on him. She also turned into a black bird at the scene, with her eyes that had seen the emperors in history dress up. Large areas of bright yellow looked dazzling and jumping, and large areas of red did not look solemn enough. Not to mention the white statue of Genghis Khan handed down in history, which she really could not appreciate. The black dress on Zheng's body, with occasional red decorative patterns and red ribbons hanging from the crown, looked just right, complementing his temperament and being calm and solemn. She watched Zheng ascend the throne from the age of 13 to the present day, and a sense of accomplishment came to her mind. Looking at the serious but respectful expressions of many ministers, she couldn't help but smile with relief. Then the next second, Zheng slowly walked up to the platform, stood on it, raised his arms and shouted, "Gentlemen, come and make me feel more joy." Qin Yu felt that her blood pressure was high, and she couldn't think about it anymore. Otherwise it would really be engraved into the database. Qin Yu was still very happy that Zheng took the initiative to change the topic, although the words just now sounded very ambitious. She felt a little like digging her toes into the ground just thinking about it. Fortunately, she still clearly remembered what form she was in now. She was standing on Zheng's shoulders, still in the form of a black bird, and it was really not easy to dig her toes into the ground secretly. Zheng couldn't tell what kind of expression Qin Yu had under her soft feathers. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't tell. After all, even the black bird couldn't express emotions with a bird's face. His method of judging Qin Yu's emotions was actually very simple, which was to listen to her tone. The emotions contained in her voice could also give a glimpse of what Qin Yu herself, country/bird, was thinking to some extent. However, most of the time, This method was purely a matter of luck. Ing Zheng found that Qin Yu's behavior logic was very erratic after spending more than half a month together. And sometimes, he couldn't keep up at all. But if you think about what she said carefully, you will find it very reasonable. This may be the difference between people and national will. It is not surprising that the national will and thinking are mixed and jump from one thing to another. That must be a good sword. Zheng will wear it every day. After saying that, he consciously turned out the expensive silk and picked up the brush to draw on it. Qin Yu was first glad that Ing Zheng didn't notice her distraction, and then curiously looked down and found that Ing Zheng was drawing the iron sword she had just shown. It seemed that he remembered the appearance of the sword at the moment she showed it. She was originally thinking about whether to find a way to carve the blueprint on a bamboo slip and then give it to the swordsmith to make it according to the blueprint. She didn't require the iron sword to be very sharp, as long as the appearance was almost the same, which would also make it easier for her to switch. As she looked at it, Qin Yu's expression became strange. I'm afraid that this drawing would not be seen by anyone. The pattern painted by Ing Zheng on the silk was a bit abstract, Qin Yu thought tactfully, and at the same time her mind diverged for a second. If this painting is passed down, maybe the founder of the abstract school will have to be replaced. Zheng, change another piece of silk to paint. It was also because Ing Zheng was rich and powerful that all the items used in the palace were top grade. A few pieces of silk could still be found in his palace. Otherwise, they might have to consider painting on bamboo slips, which would be more abstract. Qin Yu waved his wings, and the shape of gorgeous iron sword reappeared in the air, gently falling in Ing Zheng's sight until it overlapped with the silk. Ing Zheng could see a faint golden light on the silk. It was much easier for him to trace the picture than to paint on the silk from memory. He did not ask Qin Yu why he did not print the pattern directly on the silk. If the will of the state could convey a message to other ordinary people in this way, then the way the countries fought would have to change. And even the situation of the countries would change. He held the brush and rolled up his right sleeve. After making sure that the sleeve would not slip off easily, his left hand quietly left the right sleeve and grabbed the silk that had just been destroyed, and gently dragged it under the table. He saw Qin Yu still watching him trace the picture from the corner of his eye, and with his left hand, he stuffed the ruined silk under the seat with lightning speed. After doing all this, Ing Zheng looked calm. Well, as long as there is no evidence. There is no evidence. Qin Yu actually saw it. But considering the inexplicable self-esteem of the young, she chose not to say anything, just pretending that she didn't know. If she were a human, she would have to trick Ing Zheng into signing his name on the ruined picture, and then pass it down from generation to generation as an heirloom. When National Treasure was broadcast more than 2,000 years later, other people were holding gold, silver, jade, antique vases and so on. And her descendants were holding the pioneering work of abstract art, the gorgeous iron sword painted by Shihuang himself, which was very proud. It's a pity that she is a general. Qin Yu looked at Ing Zheng with a little regret. But in fact, the painting just now could be passed down. She thought about it, and secretly stuffed the somewhat abstract iron sword picture into her own system space. Of course, as a general, she would definitely not steal anything. She just wanted her child's painting to be passed down through the ages. She was just a mother who wanted her son to be successful. What bad thoughts could she have? Not to mention the thoughts of archaeologists when they discovered this intact painting more than 2,000 years later. Ing Zheng has not yet discovered that his hidden black history has been stolen, and it is unknown what future scholars will put on him. He was still conscientiously finishing the work, although he only needed to depict it according to the light golden lines. The complicated patterns on the sword still took him a long time. When the detailed depiction was completed, the sky was already dim. At this time, the voice of the attendant asked outside the door, "Your Majesty, do you want to serve dinner?" People in the Warring States period generally only ate 2 meals a day, breakfast and dinner. Ing Zheng was still growing up. He heard the voice of the servant outside the door and looked up at the sky. It was already so late. He was really hungry. So he said, "Serve the food." "Yes." After Ing Zheng gave the order, about a quarter of an hour later, a group of maids came in with food. They lowered their heads, put the food on the table, and then retreated respectfully. The leading servant was stopped by Ing Zheng. "What else does the king want?" Ing Zheng rolled up the silk he had drawn and handed it to the servant. "Give this drawing to the new swordsmith and ask her to forge the sword according to this drawing. When the sword forging officially begins, I will be there in person." "Yes." The attendant bent down and raised his hands above his head to take the scroll. He was surprised and doubtful that the king actually valued the new swordsmith so much. He couldn't help but value the new swordsmith even more. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace and wanted to deliver the blueprint to the swordsmith as soon as possible. This was probably drawn by the king himself. It was precious, but also hot. If it was damaged in his hands, he might lose his life. Qin Yu looked at the few dishes on her son's table. From the outside, they were not delicate enough and should not be as delicious as the food in later generations. At this time, the food eaten by the princes might not be as good as that eaten by ordinary people in later generations. Yingzheng ate quickly without appearing barbaric. After dinner, he lit the lamp and read the bamboo slips for a while before going to the bedroom to rest. No wonder he could unify the world. Just say that his perseverance in learning was much stronger than that of the remaining princes. Qin Yu found soothing music from the database, adjusted it to a volume suitable for sleeping, and played it softly. This was like ethereal fairy music in Yingzheng's ears, soothing and gentle, and he soon fell asleep. A few days later, since Yingzheng seemed to attach great importance to this sword-making when he gave the order, and sword-making had nothing to do with the sensitive power struggle, no one obstructed the implementation of this order, and all kinds of tools needed for sword-making were delivered to the Xianying Palace in just a few days. When the swordsmith forged the sword embryo and prepared for the next step of processing, Yingzheng also brought Qin Yu to the sword-making site as promised. He was accompanied by a curious Meng Tian, and a group of servants were waiting around for possible orders. Qin Yu was the swordsmith summoned to the palace this time. She had been making swords for many years, and was considered experienced. But she was still a little confused at this moment. It was because the people around her were all big shots that she dared not hope to meet. A young man in black clothes, and a young man who looked about the same age standing next to him. If it were just this, she would not be so nervous that she could not speak. She had learned the identities of these two people from the servant who brought her here in advance. One was the current king, and the other was the grandson of the general. The status between them was very different. When she heard the servant's explanation in advance, she was a little at a loss. When she really saw the two nobles, Qin Yu was so nervous that she almost walked with her hands and feet in sync. Fortunately, the remaining reason pulled her back, and she reluctantly performed a standard greeting. "I see the king." "Get up." Yingzheng's flat voice did not reveal any emotions. He was quite used to Qin Yu's performance. It was normal for such a demeanor to appear in common people. After saying a dry greeting, Qin Yu really didn't know what to say. This might be related to her long years of focusing on sword forging. When Qin Yu was nervous and flustered, she subconsciously glanced at Yingzheng's face, but saw a graceful black bird on his shoulder. The obsidian-like eyes stared at her. For some reason, she felt a gentle gaze, and she actually had some courage in her heart. When she met the king, her nervous heart calmed down a lot. After she lowered her head and thought about the deep meaning of the king bringing the black bird to this forging place, and calmed down her emotional fluctuations, she secretly glanced at Yingzheng again and found that the black bird on his shoulder was gone. Qin Yu was surprised for a moment. She didn't hear the sound of wings just now, so she actually saw it wrong? Her eyesight is the best among all the brothers and sisters. She should not be so old and blurry. Just when Qin Yu was confused about herself, Qin Yu asked Yingzheng, "What's her name?" "This is a young lady who can forge swords. The closest female swordsmith to her is Moi in the spring and autumn period, except for the one standing in front of her. But she is also a person in the past, so she naturally can't see it." Qin Yu is quite curious about the casting of Qin's sword. Qin's sword is sharp and tough, and the willow-shaped sword body is beautiful. It is also the best bronze sword in the Warring States period. It is impossible not to be curious. When she was a human, she couldn't see the forging process of this legendary bronze sword with her own eyes. Now she can see it as a general, right? Well, not for the time being. She is here to go through the motions today. At this time, most bronze swords in other countries were about 50 to 65 centimeters, and the longer bronze swords were only 70 to 75 centimeters, while the length of Qin swords was longer than that of bronze swords in other countries. In the Qin dynasty, the length of Qin swords in Guangzhou reached a new level, and the longest Qin sword could even reach 95 centimeters. There was a reason why the Qin sword developed in length. At this time, the best way to use bronze swords in battle was to stab the enemy. Generally, it was used to penetrate the opponent's leather armor, and chopping and other actions were only used for assistance. The Qin sword, which was much longer than other bronze swords, had an unparalleled advantage on the battlefield. What's your name? Ing Zheng looked directly at Qingniu himself, and didn't think there was anything wrong with asking his name on the spot. Qingniu was flattered. She lowered her head and replied, My name is Qingniu. She waited for a while, but Ing Zheng did not say anything. She then asked nervously, Your Majesty, shall we start forging swords now? Let's start, Qingniu reminded him. She had not forgotten what she came here for. Although she was just going through the motions, she could not lose face in front of Ing Zheng. So she had already thought about how to complete the sword forging. No matter what happens, continue to forge swords. Don't stop. Ing Zheng relayed these words to Qingniu. He was a little curious. Will there be any strange scene later? Qingniu did not say anything when he heard such an order. It was normal for the noble to have some quirks. This was not something that common people like them could control. Meng Tian was much bolder. He asked Ing Zheng directly, Your Majesty, have you seen something miraculous happen in a while? He didn't forget who had proposed the sword making. And he also heard that the material used for the sword making was iron. This kind of, or was too brittle to be used for making farm tools. So could it really be used for making swords? But Meng Tian didn't say such words. He was a little bit careless. But he was not stupid. It was better not to say such words when the king was in high spirits. It was a pity that Meng Tian's acting skills were not very good. Ing Zheng had already seen the confusion on his face. He pretended to be mysterious. Wait a little longer, and you will know. In fact, Ing Zheng himself didn't know. Before today, Qingniu kept it secret from him. And he was also very curious about what would happen next. Meng Tian didn't doubt it when he heard this, and stared at the blue bird's movements intently. He had seen the forging process of Qin Jian by chance before, but he rarely saw a female sword myth. A clear and pleasant cry was heard, and everyone present except Ing Zheng did not react. When he heard the sound, he knew that his mother wanted to help the sword to be forged. Yes, although the sword has not been forged yet, Ing Zheng firmly believes that what Qingniu wants to give him must be the sharpest sword in the world. The sound of birds flapping their wings came. It was the swallows that were raised in the Xianying Palace after they collided with Zhao Ji that day. Each of them had extremely black and shiny feathers, long tail feathers, and a small black stone in their mouths. When they flew close and flew into the furnace, the people around them seemed to react and exclaimed, This is. The black bird sacrificed itself to help the sword to be made? The imperial censor who followed behind Ing Zheng thought that there would be no more surprising things after witnessing the new king of Qin personally inspecting the sword casting on the spot. Unexpectedly, he could see such a thing at the sword casting site. But he reacted instantly. God bless the Qin. God bless the king. He looked at Ing Zheng with shining eyes. He had the help of the black bird in forging a sword. Thinking about what happened before, he was more convinced that the new king could lead the Qin to unify the world. This was the goal that everyone in the Qin state had been working hard for a long time. The blue bird pretended not to hear what the people around her were saying. She was only focused on forging the sword. What happened around her had been ignored by her. Only the Qin sword forged with all her heart was the best. Especially since the king of Qin was not far away. She couldn't be distracted. After a while, several swallows flew out of the furnace in a line again. The difference from before was that the black stones they were holding were gone. They should have been thrown into the furnace. The censor was shocked to see the scene in front of him. He began to think about why the black bird flew into the furnace and flew out unscathed. He thought for a while, and couldn't figure it out. It could only be a miracle. So he changed his statement. The black bird held the stone to help the king forge the sword. This is a good omen and auspicious. God bless the great Qin. God bless the great Qin. After the censor finished shouting, the attendants and maids around him also began to shout with the censor. And even Meng Tian shouted a few words. The censor looked at the excited eyes of the people around him and muttered in a mysterious voice, I must remember it. I must remember it. I must remember this part. Ing Zheng, who knew the inside story, took in the reactions of the people around him. He raised the corners of his lips and whispered with a smile, Qin blesses the great Qin, and also protects me. After the censor shouted these words, Ing Zheng instantly understood the benefits of this incident to him. This kind of miracle happened to him, which could become a good political capital. Just like the kings of various countries are always used to deifying themselves and promoting various magical things to claim their orthodoxy. Just like when the Zhou dynasty overthrew the Shan dynasty, it had to claim that it was the destiny of the heaven. Qin Yu heard what Yingzheng said, and replied to him in her heart, yes, yes, I fooled you. Your Majesty, are we going to wait here for the sword to be completed? Meng Tian showed an excited look. Even if this sword was definitely not for him, it was still okay to take a look. Seeing the scene of the black bird holding a stone and throwing it into the furnace, he could stay here without sleeping. He could do it in order to see such a magic sword come out earlier. Yingzheng's mouth twitched invisibly. This was obviously his sword. Why did everyone present seem more excited than him? For a moment, he felt that his attitude was too cold. But thinking that these unsophisticated people were not as good as him meeting Qin every day, it was normal to be a little excited at this time. Yingzheng unilaterally forgave him in his heart that his ministers looked ignorant. And a little bit of superiority also emerged from the bottom of his heart. Yingzheng looked around at the ignorant expressions of the people around him and felt happy. It turned out that he couldn't be the only one who showed an ignorant expression in front of his mother. He had to be very calm when others showed ignorant expressions so that everyone could have fun. Although Yingzheng thought so in his heart, he didn't show it when he asked the attendant around him. He said, "How long will it take to make the sword?" "Your Majesty, it will be done tonight at the latest." After learning that Yingzheng attached great importance to sword making, the attendant naturally did some homework. Now most countries use bronze swords, and few people use iron to cast weapons, because weapons cast from iron are brittle and not durable. Even ordinary people who farm do not welcome farm tools made of this ore. The cost of repairing them after damage can be used to recast a new one. There is no set process for casting iron swords. So he can only bite the bullet and tell Qin Yu to cast it according to the casting method of bronze swords. It doesn't need to be too hard. As long as the appearance is consistent with the drawings, they have completed the task. As for the final quality, predecessors have proven that iron ore is not suitable for casting weapons. The king insisted on ordering the use of iron to cast swords. It is not their fault that the cast swords cannot be used. And today is just a formality. They have completed most of the processes. They only need to carry out the final process. And this iron sword with a beautiful shell will be cast. This was the servant's previous thought. His thoughts have changed now. He saw the scene where the black bird held the black stone in its mouth, threw it into the furnace, and finally flew out safely. His thoughts changed completely. Today's sword might really be forged, even if the previous sword was a useless thing except for its good looks. After this scene, he felt that this sword must be a magic sword. Does the king want to go to the palace next door to rest for a while? The attendant saw that Yingzheng was in a good mood and boldly made a suggestion. The closer to the stove, the higher the temperature. He had seen many people start to sweat. This considerate suggestion made Meng Tian frown. He wanted to continue watching here. Who knows what he could see next? But Yingzheng had already given the order, then go to the palace next door. Yes. As soon as Yingzheng gave the order, many attendants and maids started to move. Meng Tian had to follow them even if he didn't want to. Even the censor, who was watching intently, was reminded by the maid and left here with a large group. In fact, this was also Qin Yu's suggestion. It was really difficult for her to switch with so many people present. What if someone saw it? Qin Yu left an image on Yingzheng and slipped into the mini swallows she had previously molded with data. She also carefully canceled the shape of one of them, so that even if someone came to count, they would not find anything wrong. She paid attention to the movements of Yingzheng while flying in the air and watching the blue bird forging the sword. After everyone left, the blue bird also noticed it. She couldn't really ignore such a big movement. But the sword in her hand had not been forged yet, so it was naturally impossible for her to stop and send the king off. She was actually very nervous about forging this sword, because the normal Qin sword, especially the good Qin sword, took a long time to forge. And the sword used to present to the king took years to forge. But this time was different, because of the strange order from above. It took less than half a month from preparation to the start of casting, and the total time she spent on the current process was less than a month. It was too short. It was difficult to produce a good sword in such a short time. She was ordered to process the iron ore before it was even melted. She had the illusion of changing her profession to forging swords by carving a few days ago. Although her carving skills were also excellent, she was a swordsmith. As a swordsmith herself, she knew very well that the sword in front of her was very fragile, vulnerable to a single blow, and would break in a snap of a finger. All bad words can be used on this sword. Now she can only pin her hopes on the black bird. Anyway, from her perspective of many years of sword forging, The sword in her hand is hopeless except for the pattern. It took Qingyu a whole morning to polish the iron sword in her hand until the surface was smooth. And she barely sharpened the sword with her good skills. She wanted to pick up the sword to see what was special about this sword that was helped by the black bird. But a black bird stopped circling in the air and stood on the sword. Qingyu could feel the weight of the sword in her hand getting heavier. So she had to put the sword back on the casting table. Qingyu was a little stunned. Although she felt that this sword was average, the casting process had been completed. She just had to put it into the scabbard prepared in advance and present it to the king. This black bird suddenly landed on the sword. And she didn't know what it meant. Chirp. Shihuang simulated the pleasant bird's song. And at the same time flew up and landed on the servants waiting on the side. Several swallows also landed on the maids and servants around her with her. They grabbed everyone's clothes with their claws and dragged them back. Shihuang cried again. And the birds fluttered even more happily. The blue bird hesitated for a moment. And subconsciously said in a respectful tone, "Do you want them to go out?" Chirp. Shihuang flew back to the blue bird's shoulder. And did not disdain the sweat on the blue bird's face. And rubbed the blue bird's cheek with her little head. After getting a response, the blue bird said directly, "You go down?" The many attendants and maids looked at each other and said in unison, "Yes." Although the blue bird's status was low, the black bird was different. These black birds were obviously spiritual. And this was related to the forging of the new sword of King Qin. So they dared not despise it. They obeyed the power of the black bird on their bodies and retreated from here. Now only the blue bird, Qingyu, and the many swallows she pinched were left in the room. Seeing that everyone had retreated, the blue bird reached out and picked up the iron sword again to put it into the scabbard. Seeing her insistently wanting to wrap the sword and present it to the king, Qingyu suddenly became anxious and jumped onto the sword again, pressing it down. "Are there any other questions? If not, I will hand the sword to the king as soon as possible." This sword is not something she can hold for a long time. If she delays handing it over after it is forged, it will inevitably cause misunderstandings from others. With the mentality of less trouble than more trouble, Qingyu just wants to hand over this magical sword as soon as possible. This sword will feel hot if it stays in her hand for a moment longer. Chirp. It's not the right time yet. The effect of presenting the sword now will not be as good as at night. Not to mention that it is not easy to be discovered if the sword is swapped at night. Just the conspicuousness of adding special effects at night. She is reluctant to let Qingyu present the sword now. Don't ask. If you ask, it means that fate has not arrived yet. The time is not right. You have to wait for an auspicious time. Qingyu's mind was in a mess. She frowned and thought about whether there was any mistake in her forging process. Suanio was pointing out her mistake. But she couldn't understand Suanio's words. What should she do? After thinking for a long time, Qingyu gritted her teeth and couldn't wait any longer. Those people saw her finishing movements and were waiting outside. Maybe someone was listening outside at this time. If I'm right, you call once. And if I'm wrong, how about calling twice? Qinyu's mouth twitched. Fortunately, she was a system. If she was a bird, she might not understand. Fortunately, these stupid birds around her were made by her using data and cooperated with her. Qingyu was surprised to find that after she opened her mouth, the birds around her all listened to her chirping. Before, they would call a few times intermittently, just like people communicating. But after she proposed this plan, they all stopped and looked at her, thinking carefully. This scene is still a bit scary. Qingyu asked the first question nervously. Is there something wrong with my sword-making technique? Qingyu thought about it and controlled her younger brother to shout twice. Although this method is immature, it is not a big problem. Is the sword-making not yet completed? That's right. Qingyu just wanted to delay time. So she controlled her younger brother to shout. Is there any missing step? Yes. Do you want me to sacrifice myself for the sword? Qingyu's voice became smaller and smaller. And there was still some fear in her pupils. After all, in her opinion, Suanio's help was already fantastic enough. And it seemed reasonable to ask her to sacrifice herself for the sword? Sure. This time, Qingyu called out twice. What's wrong with this person? Does she look like a bird with a hobby of killing people? Qingyu was silent. She said everything she could think of, but still couldn't understand what Suanio meant. She was so anxious that she walked back and forth in the room. After half an hour, a voice came from outside the door. It's already afternoon. Isn't the sword finished yet? It was the person who had asked her to forge the sword before, and also the attendant beside King Qin. Qingyu opened her mouth and was about to say something. But suddenly her expression changed drastically. She looked at Qingyu. It's not the time yet. Right? Then Qingyu tentatively reported the time. Can we wait until night? Sure. Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief and finally got a positive answer. So she opened the door with brisk steps. Suanio said it's not the time yet. And the sword can only be presented at night. She was sure that this was a sword, although she couldn't see it herself. But what happened on it was enough to explain everything. Qingyu also breathed a sigh of relief along with Qingyu. She also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she didn't have to watch Qingyu all the time to stop her from offering the sword. Qingyu, I understand. You mean we need to pick a good time? It's better to offer the king's sword at this time. Qingyu couldn't continue. As an uneducated person, she couldn't say anything profound. She just vaguely felt that Suanio was going to pick a good time. Qingyu spread her wings and flew away from the sword body, making way for Qingyu. At the same time, she exchanged for a gorgeous iron sword in the mall. Qingyu picked up the iron sword she forged smoothly this time, put it on the scabbard and put it on the table. Qingyu took advantage of Qingyu's inattention to swap the iron sword in the scabbard. This time, the scabbard really contained the magic sword that could cut iron like mud. Time passed by minute. In the huge room, there were only Qingyu and Qingyu, and a group of swallows made by Qingyu. After Qingyu received Qingyu's accurate reply, her slightly frightened heart gradually calmed down. She just stayed in the room, waiting for the night to come. Because the sword was completed, there was no need to burn the stove in the room. Although the servants closed the door before leaving, the temperature in the room was still dropping. Fortunately, the temperature in this season was not too cold, and there were still several months before the Leia festival in October. Qingyu stood there in a daze because she had nothing to do. She began to think about whether she could get a reward this time, so that her life would be better after returning. What should she buy to honor her parents? Qingyu flipped through the system panel boredly. It was impossible for her to wait here and do nothing. She habitually found something to do for herself. Perhaps it was the cautious character left over from her previous life. She clicked on the panel of Qingyu in front of her again. There were only a few simple words on it. Name, Bluebird, no surname. Gender, female. Age, 22. Then, gone. Gone? Oh, it turns out that she is a half-baked emperor training system. That's fine. However, Qingyu still applied to the main system. Generally, if you want to see the data of people other than the host, you have to apply to the upper system. Unless the module itself has the function of viewing the overall data of others, you can only apply first and wait for the main system to reply. After applying to the upper system, Qingyu did not wait for a long time. She received a reply from the main system in the background. Main system, this is a different price. Main system has rejected your application. Cooling time, 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Qingyu was shocked. In order to prevent her from having the opportunity to buy on credit, the main system rejected her without even hearing her plan. If she had known this, she would have directly written her plan to buy on credit into the application, so that the main system could not ignore it. Damn it. Forget it. Then keep Qingyu for now, and look at it later when there is a chance. Qingyu thinks that the possibility that Qingyu is a talent is as high as 80%, which can be seen from her superb craftsmanship. Although she has seen the garbage attributes of the sword made by Qingyu, it is not easy to forcibly make a gorgeous empty shell according to the blueprint. And the sword at least adds charm value, so it is not a waste. She clicked on the interface of the sword she put away. Gorgeous iron sword base ver. Attributes, charm plus 10. Recycling price, 20 national fortune. Description, this vase sword was instigated by a certain leader. It has nothing to do with it except that it looks good. At least it can add 10 points of charm. So don't despise it. Maker, Bluebird. Even though she had seen it before, she couldn't help but twitch her lips when she saw it again. This description was not written by her. The system mall is a necessary module for every system. But because each world is different, the products in it are also different. In order to prevent some systems from turning their elbows outward and helping the host to get the wool of the main system, there is a dedicated system to evaluate the products after they are stuffed into the system store. Qingyu can only fill in the manufacturer column in these descriptions, and the others are written by her predecessors. This is also the reason why she often doubts the mental state of her senior, who wrote the product description. Those descriptions really make it difficult for Tong to think that the senior is mentally sound. Forget it. At least she can sell it for some money. She owed 200 before, and owed another 200 for buying a gorgeous iron sword. Selling this will only make 20, counting the various points that Yingzheng has earned in the past few days. No. Minus the points she used. Yingzheng still owes 130 national luck. It's only 130. No. Qin Yu suppressed the evil thoughts in her heart. How can it be called 130? Pre-consumption is not good. Thinking of this, she clicked on the store and started to look through the props that she would use later. There are quite a few fireworks in the mall. Basically all in one place. And it's easy to find. She basically clicked in when she saw the pattern displayed outside. Mini fireworks are large outdoor fireworks. And the effect is not good when placed indoors. Or the right time has not come. So it is not suitable to set off fires indoors. Fireworks. Mist and flowing clouds small. Attributes, charm plus 10 one time. Description, with colorful light emanating from your body and a cloud of auspiciousness. You can go and marry your beloved girl. Price, 20. Qin Yu confirmed the purchase with a trembling finger, and then put it into the props column for use. She was about to exit the mall interface, when she accidentally saw the enchantment item next to it. This seemed to be a new item. She had never seen it before. It seemed that it was unlocked after Yingzheng earned enough national fortune. Qin Yu was eager to spend money. So she clicked in. She was dazzled by the various enchantment items. But the price of 500 national fortunes made her hesitate. At this price, why not go grab it? Forget it. She can buy it on credit anyway. Enchantment, Defense 1. Attribute, Defense plus 20. Description, a very useful enchantment term. It is recommended to install it on the shield. Of course, if you want to install it on the Zhen'ou belt, it is also fine. Additional special effects. When attacked with damage exceeding 20, a golden shield *1 will be generated. And the specific form of expression can be set by yourself. Price, you can't lose money. You can't be fooled. Just 500. Just 500. Qin Yu. That description looks suspicious no matter how you look at it. But since it can be installed even on the Zhen'ou belt, it should be no problem to install it on the sword. The impulse to consume made her press the purchase button. And the balance in the upper right corner of the interface looked better. Balance, minus 650 Guiyun. It's okay. Anyway, it's interest-free credit. It's okay. Buy it early and enjoy it early. Qin Yu, but it still hurts. It didn't die. After installing the enchantment term, the attributes of the gorgeous iron sword were also updated. Qin Yu used the free appraisal in the store to check the attributes. Gorgeous iron sword, enchantment ver. Attributes, attack plus 20. Defense plus 20. Description, how can there be such a strange person to add defense to the sword? The best defense is obviously attack. Do you understand? Kill them all. Kill them all. Additional special effects. When the damage is more than 20, a golden shield *1 will be generated. The specific form of expression can be set by yourself. Qin Yu. Qin Yu doesn't want to complain anymore. Forget it. The senior has been in the main system space for so long that the database is almost covered with cyber grass. She can understand it. She also has a reason to choose this enchantment. Yingzheng has been assassinated many times in his life. Buying it in advance for protection. Anyway, facing so many assassinations in the future, this thing will definitely not be a loss. She waited for the sky to get darker, feeling a little tired, until the cool and warm yellow light outside came on. And it was the servants holding the lights waiting outside. Qingye looked at the time, and saw that it was already late. She walked forward and picked up the iron sword. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she always felt that the weight of the sword was a little different from when she first picked it up. However, she had been staying in the room. No one else had come in except Suenio. And there was no need to worry about someone stealing the sword. So Qingye was only surprised for a moment, and then walked out of the room, holding the sword. This time Qin Yu didn't stop her. She asked her little brothers to fly out of the room with her, and she returned to Yingzheng's shoulder to replace the phantom. Nothing important happened when she left. Meng Tian was still waiting in the room. He seemed to be determined to see the magic sword with his own eyes. Soon after Qin Yu stood still, footsteps were heard outside the door. Qingye walked in holding a long sword still in its scabbard. She took a few steps forward and knelt down in front of Yingzheng, raising the long sword in both hands. Your Majesty, I have fulfilled your order. I have finished forging the sword as required. Yingzheng reached out and took the sword. He held the hilt with his right hand and slowly pulled the long sword out of the scabbard. Qin Yu quickly tapped the firework she had bought on the sword. For a moment, the sword body was filled with colorful light, even overwhelming the lights on the side. And the slightly dim room at night became slightly brighter. Along with the hazy light, there appeared the exclamations of people around Yingzheng who had tried their best to suppress. They thought that the vision they had seen before was all. But they didn't expect there was more. Yingzheng looked at the sword. His eyes were full of light. This was the peerless sword given to him by his motherland. How could such a scene be seen when a normal bronze sword was pulled out of its scabbard? Do you like it? Qin Yu asked. This sword cost 720 national lux. Fortunately, it was powerful and not a big loss. Why not try the sword? Thank you, Mother. Zheng likes it very much. Come here. Bring me my sword. Yes. A servant ran down quickly, and then brought up a bronze sword. This bronze sword was used by Yingzheng for martial arts practice. The Shihuang sword he carried with him naturally could not be used to test the sword. After all, it was a symbol of the Shihuang given by his elders. If it broke, it would be difficult to explain to the royal family. However, the craftsmanship of this bronze sword also represented the top craftsmanship of Qin bronze swords. It was enough for testing the sword. Yingzheng pulled all the long swords out of the scabbard in his hand. The light on the sword gradually dissipated. He did not wait for the servant to pull the bronze sword out of the scabbard, but directly chopped it with a sword. The bronze sword broke with a sound. The servant's shocked expression was still on his face when he heard his king laughing. Colorful. Reward. Everyone present will reward. The servant's hand trembled, and the bronze sword that had been broken into 2 pieces fell to the ground along with the scabbard still wrapped on it, making a clang sound. He knelt on the ground in a panic to pick it up. Just as he was about to apologize, he saw that the king didn't seem to care. After the surprise, his mind sorted out the current situation. That's right. The king got such a magic weapon, and he was very happy at the moment. So he shouldn't care that he didn't hold the bronze sword firmly. In the palace, except for the servants and maids, only 2 people dared to look at the sword in Yingzheng's hand. One was the censor who was responsible for recording the king's words and deeds, but he only took a sneak peek and didn't dare to look at it openly. The second was Meng Tian, who was much more direct. The boy who was about the same height as Yingzheng came over and first congratulated. Congratulations to the king for getting this magic sword. If he said more, he would be a little stuck. He was not good at flattering. Usually when he got along with Yingzheng, he would just speak respectfully and directly. He was quite straightforward. Yingzheng noticed the way Meng Tian looked at the magic sword in his hand, and remembered what his mother had said before, that this sword could also be given out to win people's hearts. So he promised, in a few days, I will ask Qing Yu to continue forging swords, and you will have one too. After that, he put the sword back into the scabbard in his hand, and immediately took off the Shihuang sword from his waist and handed it to the attendant beside him. Please enshrine this Shihuang sword in my palace and don't neglect it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Meng Tian thanked him happily and was very moved. In addition to the sword in Yingzheng's hand, he was about to have the first sword other than the Shihuang sword. How could he not be moved? Although it is said that serving the emperor is like serving a tiger, the benefits of serving the emperor are indeed not small. If he gets the sword, he will have to show it off in front of his father. He thought happily that he would stand on the side of the king no matter what in the future. Most people in the Warring States period valued loyalty. With such a gift, they could naturally win over Meng Tian. Meng Tian was on their side. So why bother about the attitude of the Ming family? And Wang Jian later. Qin Yu looked through it. Qin State really had many good generals. Otherwise, it would not have been able to sweep across the 6 countries so smoothly. These people were all helpers in unifying the world. Qin Yu saw the thoughts that were almost written on Meng Tian's face, and couldn't help but sneered in his heart, and added the next sentence for him. Then the elders confiscated the toy. This is not impossible. In modern times, there are old fathers who confiscated their sons' game consoles and played them themselves. Qin Yu thought about Meng Wu's integrity and compared it with the temptation of the sword. Isn't the answer clear at a glance? After Yingzheng took off the Shihuang sword from his waist, there was a space on his waist. He raised his hand and touched the empty space on his waist. He was a little uncomfortable for a while, but soon he hung the sword given by Qin Yu on his waist. The empty space on his waist was of course to carry this newly forged sword. He planned to carry this sword with him. Although the Shihuang sword has the meaning of symbolizing the Shihuang, It has never been recognized by the Qin state. The sword in his hand is different. It was given by Qin. So the meaning is of course different. He used to carry the Shihuang sword with him. Not only because it was given by his elders, but also because it was a symbol of power. After Yingzheng put away the sword, he began to think about how to show off it inconspicuously at the grand court a few days later. If he didn't publicize this sword, it would be like walking in the night in brocade clothes, which was uncomfortable. It would be best to publicize how good his relationship with his mother is. He is recognized by the Qin state, so it is natural for him to inherit the throne. Those who dislike him and want to usurp the throne had better consider whether they can do it. When he was appointed as the crown prince and ascended the throne of Qin, Xianying city was in turmoil. He had to deal with some people one by one, since the Queen Mother Zhao was expelled from the palace by the birds at Yingzheng's place. Not only did the whole Xianying know about it, but some well-informed officials also knew about it, including the Lu Xiang Lu Buwei of the 3,000 guests. When he learned the news, his face was not very good. What he knew was also known by other well-informed people. Lu Buwei knew that this matter could not be suppressed. But after a few days, he found that Yingzheng did not take any other actions except for forging swords. He had previously speculated that the group of birds might be raised by Yingzheng, and he also suspected that Yingzheng knew about him and the Queen Mother Zhao. But the current development made him hesitate. Prime Minister. The person who entered the room first shouted loudly to attract LV Buwei's attention, then hurried to his side and lowered his voice. There is news from the palace that the swordsmith, who was summoned to the palace, has forged the sword. The king took down the Qin king's sword that he had been carrying with him and replaced it with a newly forged sword. LV Buwei frowned when he heard it. He said, "The king is still a child. How can he be so reckless and replace the symbol of the Qin king with a newly forged sword?" Although he wanted power, he also knew that he was old and that the Qin kingdom would eventually be handed over to Yingzheng. It was just because of some selfish reasons that he wanted to wait longer and longer. So his feelings towards Yingzheng were actually quite contradictory. When he looked like a child, he felt that he was naughty and unpromising. When he looked like an emperor, he was worried that his power would be lost. The retainer choked and his voice trembled. "No, Prime Minister. That sword doesn't look like something from the mortal world." He described the scene on the day when the sword was made. There were quite a few people who saw it. And there was also a censor. It was impossible for even the censor to lie. So Lu Buwei believed what the retainer said a little but not completely. The black bird held a stone and threw it into the furnace, just to help the sword be made? He had never heard of such a thing, even in history. Not to mention that the black bird flew out of the furnace unscathed after throwing the stone. Such a thing only happened at the beginning of a new dynasty, such as the Shang dynasty and the Zhou dynasty. Lu Buwei walked around the room, excited that the Qin kingdom would unify the world by destiny. While thinking about why this happened to Yingzheng, suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He turned around and stared at the servant. "Do you think the black bird that helped forge the sword is the same group as the 100 birds that broke into the palace before? If so, then Zhao Ji's matter needs to be reconsidered. This is no longer a question of whether the affair was discovered by Yingzheng, but whether it was noticed by the gods." "Well, it seems so." The servant hesitated. He only got a vague statement about this and couldn't be sure. "Our people sent news that the king seemed to have raised black birds in the palace. But we can't be sure." "Why can't you be sure?" "Of course. It was because those swallows were created by Qin using data. So they didn't need to eat at all. When Qin didn't need them, they wouldn't even show up in front of people. However, those people that Lu Buwei had planted in the palace naturally didn't know about it. And even the retainers were uncertain. So Lu Buwei couldn't know the reason. He didn't say. It seems that he hasn't seen the group of black birds since that day." The retainer looked at Lu Buwei with a suggestive look, and Lu Buwei received the hint from the retainer's eyes and understood what he meant. That day, wasn't it the day when Zhao Ji was driven out of the palace by the birds? Forget it. The court will be held in a few days, and I will ask in person. Lu Buwei waved his hand to signal everyone to go down. He stayed alone in the room with no expression on his face. He was a cautious person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to send Yingzheng back to Qin under the eyes of King Zhao. He thought about the various possibilities of this matter, and finally decided not to contact Zhao Ji in the next few days. Alas, a long sigh was hidden behind the wooden door, and the lights in the Prime Minister's residence went out. The breeze blew and no one spoke. When the real court was held, Lu Buwei did not ask directly about the black bird, but first discussed the state affairs with many ministers. After the discussion, Lu Buwei had a casual smile on his face, and mentioned it casually like an elder. I heard that the king got a sword recently, and even the Qin king's sword that he carried with him before gave it a place. Zhongfu is well informed. Yes, I did get a sword a few days ago. There was no dispute between the two, but other ministers had some objections, and some of their discussions reached Ying Jing's ears. How can the sword made by this unknown swordsmith compare to the Qin king's sword? How can the king use an ordinary sword instead? Brother Lu, please say less. The people who knew the matter kept silent about it, and even looked at the person who spoke with strange eyes, although they knew that this person had some ulterior motives. Why was he so stupid? Oh, you can't think so. Maybe this is a pathfinder pushed by the power in the court? The smart people present began to think more, thinking whether Ying Zheng had reached some shameful deal with Lu Buwei, and proposed this matter just to pit those opponents. The last farce in the court. The Chu family lost a lot of people. They are not stupid and can't be fooled. Seeing that no one stepped forward, Lu Buwei gave up the idea of waiting for the fool to speak. He said in a gentle voice, I don't know what kind of sword is so attractive that the king hangs it on his waist. Can the king let me and my colleagues take a look? To be honest, I also want to see this magic sword. I also want to see it, the minister said in unison. It's not that they all listened to Lu Buwei. They just had a great curiosity about this sword after hearing the reason. Ying Zheng heard the request of the ministers below, but did not answer whether it was okay or not. He just took off the sword from his waist and slowly pulled it out of the scabbard. This time, all the ministers saw the sharpness of this peerless sword. It was shining with cold light, and the blade was sharpened. Anyone who saw it would praise it as a good sword. Since you have brought it up, let's find something to test the sword. Ying Zheng looked at the many ministers standing below. It was not allowed to carry weapons in the hall used for discussing state affairs. Now there was nothing in the hall to test the sword, unless he broke his own imperial desk. Of course, Ying Zheng refused to sacrifice his desk, so he decided to sacrifice something else. He was still thinking about what to use when he saw someone come out and bow first and then said, Your Majesty, why not use my rings and pendants? Qin Yu saw that there seemed to be regret in Ying Jing's eyes, and her mouth twitched. You didn't originally want to ask Lu Buwei for it. He is my second father. It's okay to give me something. I am not that close to other ministers in the court. Qin Yu could hear the smile in Ying Jing's communication with her, but Ying Jing's real meaning was obviously different from what he said. She sighed. What if the cub was raised wild? Answer, just pretend you didn't see it. Anyway, she didn't know Lu Buwei, and it wasn't her who was unlucky, so it didn't matter. As a double-standard leader, she could find reasons in her mind to explain everything Ying Zheng did. Besides, someone was now standing up for Lu Buwei, and the king and his minister were still maintaining superficial peace. The political struggle had not yet reached its most intense point, and the friction between the two sides could only be regarded as a small test. When Ying Zheng came of age, Xianying City was in turmoil. Who are you? Ying Zheng looked at the minister who spoke in front of him and found that he seemed to have never seen this person before. He should have entered the temple to discuss state affairs recently. The young man in front of him was thin, and although his smile was gentle, his eyes were shining. His capable temperament was easy to make people feel good, which was in sharp contrast to some of the wastes in the court who ate free rice. Ying Zheng immediately evaluated in his heart he was a talent. But it is not enough to just look with your eyes. You have to observe more, and not be deceived by appearances. Your servant Li Si. I have seen the king. I am just a small chief historian. Not worth mentioning. Li Si had a humble smile on his face, and took off the ring hanging on his waist, and handed it to the attendant, who came over. Qin Yu heard Li Si introduce himself, and he was immediately refreshed. If I remember correctly, this is also a useful worker. Qin Yu, Li Si, I see that you have an extraordinary temperament. You are born to be the one who should give me 996. Li Si didn't know that the country Tong had been secretly eyeing him. He was still thinking about showing his face in front of the king of Qin. He looked at things differently from the people in the court. Some time ago, including today, he thought he had completely understood the meaning of the king of Qin's actions. Qin Yu curled his lips. Another brain-filling freak. Smart people always like to fill in their own brains. After some simple things are filled in, they can't see the original face at all. Li Si's behavior made Ying Zheng raise his eyebrows. You know, Except in front of Qin Yu. He didn't express any attitude. There are only two possibilities for Li Si to make such a move. One is that he has a keen eye to see his true thoughts. And the other is to please himself. You are not from Qin. Judging by your accent? Ing Zheng knew that before he ascended the throne. Lu Buwei had been recruiting guests from all over the world, and had sent people to the Jixia Academy. Li Si had been in Qin for several years. And although his accent had changed a lot, and was almost the same as that of the Qin people, Ing Zheng still heard some differences. My ancestral home is Shaanxi, Chu State. And I came to Qin a few years ago. Oh! Ing Zheng did not say anything afterwards. But the faces of the ministers standing below were different. The Chu State was also very powerful in Qin State. Since the Queen Mother Xian of Qin Mi Batzi, the Chu State had taken root in Qin State. And Lu Buwei was a new noble who rose during the reign of King Zhuangxiang. This man was a Chu State, but was also the chief historian of Luxiang. So strange. Li Si noticed the way his colleagues looked at him, and stood there calmly, watching his nose and his heart. Regardless of their different ideas, Li Si's own idea was quite firm. That is, to get close to the king of Qin to fulfill his ambitions. He is trying to please me. He wants to be the prime minister. So of course he has to please you. Ing Zheng raised his eyebrows. He had never thought that someone under Lu Buwei would compete with him for the position of prime minister. And he didn't know whether Lu Buwei knew about this. So, even if he is now a retainer under Lu Buwei, he still dares to do such things in the court. Ing Zheng picked up the sword and gently slashed the ring in the hand of the attendant. The ring was silently split into two halves. The cut surface was extremely smooth, and there was no trace of the sword. The attendant held the silk thread used to tie the ring in one hand, and was still a little unresponsive. The jade was split too easily. It was not until the two bends of jade fell to the ground and Ing Zheng put the sword back into the scabbard that everyone reacted. The attendant picked up the two halves of the ring that had been damaged on the ground, and hurried to Li Si, and returned them to him. After getting his jade pendant back, Li Si rubbed the ring pendant in his hand with his fingertips, and showed a thoughtful look. He knew his own ring pendant well. Although the quality was not superior, it would not be broken by a slight scratch of the sword. So this sword is indeed a rare sword. I just don't know if the story of the Black Bird is true. Congratulations to the king for getting this sword. This sword is rare in the world. The king can get this sword. It can be seen that God blesses you. After Li Si reminded him, many ministers also followed to congratulate Ing Zheng for getting this sword. And the generals standing in the court also started to think. I don't know if the material used for this sword is precious or not. If it is a newly discovered sword-making method, maybe they can also have one. It doesn't ask to be the same as the king's sword, but it would be great to have half the sharpness of this sword. Your Majesty, is this sword made of any precious material? Ing Zheng curled his lips and answered, the sword is made of ordinary iron ore. Hearing this, many generals' eyes lit up. They thought it was meteorite iron or something. But it turned out to be ordinary iron ore. That means they must have found some new sword-making techniques. In this case, maybe they can all have it. Some people have already started to think about how to shamelessly ask the king to reward them with a newly forged sword. It's no wonder they think so. After all, the swordsmith who forged the sword is in the Xining Palace and has nothing to do with them. If the swordsmith is outside the palace, they will line up on the spot to wait for the swordsmith to forge the sword. Why not invite them to the palace to watch the ceremony? Didn't you promise to give Meng Tian one? Qin Yu's little calculations are very loud. There are not many opportunities to contact so many Qin generals at one time. These are all living connections. No one would think that they have too many people to use. So he proposed to watch the ceremony. Ing Zheng nodded. He didn't bring it up before because he knew who deserved the credit for this sword. The sword could not be made by a blue bird alone. The sword was made mainly because the motherland ordered the black bird to bring a small black stone. He was very interested in this stone. Maybe he could ask if mortals could get this stone. If mortals could find it, such a sharp iron sword might be popularized. So he added, there is nothing special about the sword-making technique of this sword. There is just a special ceremony on the day of the sword. If you are interested, you can come to the palace to watch the ceremony after more than a month. Thank you, Your Majesty. Several generals who were qualified to compete for the second sword looked at each other, and sparks almost appeared in their eyes. Who wouldn't want such a sharp sword? Of course, they would compete for the second sword. After talking about this matter, it seems that there is nothing else to discuss. This is also within Qin Yu's expectations. At this time, Queen Mother Zhao's power is still there. And Lu Buwei has not lost his power. No one except a fool will come out to talk about the scandal that Zhao Ji had in Xining Palace before. Moon later. At the appointed time, several generals actively entered the palace. But as soon as they arrived at the courtyard where the swordsmith was, they saw a person who should not be here. Wang He spoke directly and honestly. The king invited us, who led the troops to fight. Why did Lu Xian come to join in the fun? Lu Buwei was not angry. He knew the temperament of these generals very well, and explained in a good voice. Although the king did invite the generals, he did not say that I can't come. Meng Ao stood beside Wang He and nudged him with his elbow. He pulled Wang He back a few steps. You forgot that he did lead troops. Let's just say we are the only ones. Do you want to add another one? King Zhuangxiang. Meng Ao reminded him in a low voice. Seeing Wang He's understanding, he led his people back to the crowd. Since Prime Minister Lu just wants to watch the ceremony, this general can't do anything about it. You can do whatever you want. Wang He changed his words quickly and emphasized his status as a general before several people walked to the main hall to see the king first. General, why did you bring Meng Tian with you? Wang He, it's fine if you don't bring Meng Wu. But you actually brought Meng Tian. What are you doing? Meng Ao smiled and said nothing. He looked at Wang He meaningfully and walked into the hall first in a good mood. Wang He. One by one. Let me see what tricks you are playing. Then Wang He saw Lu Buwei also passing by him with Li Si. Wang He. What does it mean that one of you brought his son, and the other brought his secretary, chief historian? Why didn't he understand? Shouldn't he bring someone with him? Just when Wang He was doubting his life, he saw Biao Gong who came alone like him. Wang He felt that he had finally met a kindred spirit. His eyes lit up, and he was about to say hello. But he saw Biao Gong looking at him with that kind of eyes. Wait. What's wrong with you? Don't be like this. Wang He scratched his head. He really couldn't figure out what was wrong with his colleagues. Today, they suddenly became strangers one by one. So it's really hard to guess the inner thoughts of colleagues. It's easier to lead troops to fight. Alas. Biao Gong sighed and suddenly said to Wang He, sometimes it is important to have a good offspring. Wang He, the kid at home is useless. After saying that, Biao Gong also strode into the main hall. He knew better than Wang He that because of the relationship between Meng Tian and the king, the sword today might have been decided. TSK. Meng Ao really took advantage. Suddenly, almost everyone outside the hall had left. Wang He hurriedly took a few steps. Wait for me. Is there still any comradeship? Xin Yu, who was staying in the hall with Ying Zheng, looked at the image presented in the void and almost laughed out loud. How could she not see that these people still like to bully honest people? Ying Zheng looked at the Qin generals bickering with mixed feelings, thinking that he would have to persuade them to send a large number of people to find coal mines and mine them later. Ying Zheng and Qin Yu reviewed the process to be performed later. Yes, the two of them have already discussed that Ying Zheng cannot rule the country now. If too many people are called, they will have to go through Lu Buwei, and they have to ensure that most people present agree with this decision. Lu Buwei is not stupid, and he can naturally see the benefits of facing Qin here, so he will most likely agree. The generals who came here are just to cover the bottom line. Today, Qin Yu also wanted to travel 7 or 8 years in the future, but this idea disappeared after going through it in her mind. In another 7 or 8 years, he will be the adult version of Ying Zheng, and he will not be as cute as a 13-year-old. Qin Yu happily puffed up her chest, and the black bird with soft and shiny feathers was unparalleled in momentum. It was a pity that only Ying Zheng could see the scene now. The people who came and saw Ying Zheng kneeling behind the table waiting for them. He put down the scroll in his hand after seeing them come in. Please sit down. Everyone. I didn't expect that Zhongfu would have such a refined taste. Did Zhongfu come here for this sword? When Ying Zheng spoke, dozens of black birds chirping in the palace stopped and turned their heads together, staring at them with black bean-like eyes as if curious. The people who came in were all shocked. If birds can be trained, these black birds turn their heads in the same way, look at them at the same time, and even turn their heads with them. This can't be done no matter how you train it. At this time, Lu Buwei half believed the rumors that had been spread from the palace before, as if they realized that they had ruined the atmosphere. The black birds that were staring at them left the palace with their chirps and friends. When the crisp chirping gradually faded away, the generals also remembered what they were doing. Meng Ao, Prime Minister Lu simply wanted to see the sword come out. Under normal circumstances, the Prime Minister does not need to lead the troops. So I think Lu's interest in the sword itself must be less than ours. No matter which general the sword ends up in, we must kick Lu Bue out first. The generals may not be able to share it. So why is a prime minister here to join in the fun? Although he has led troops before, he is not as good as them. That's right. That's what I think. Wang Yi quickly agreed. Lu Xiang has the status of Zhongfu. If he really wants to compete, they may not be able to win. It is better to work together to kick Lu Bue out of the competition first. Biao Gong did not speak, but nodded while Wang Yi was speaking. His idea was similar to Wang Yi's. The sword could fall into the hands of any of them, but not Lu Bue. In their hands, there is still a chance to go to the battlefield with them. In Lu Bue's hands, the biggest possibility is that it will become a decoration, which is simply a precious sword covered in dust. Lu Bue laughed and didn't care about the three generals' open and covert squeeze. He said, what the general said is reasonable. But if this sword is really excellent, then I will be tempted even if I don't want it. Wang Yi sneered in his heart, bah. What he said is just nonsense. Meng Tian stood behind Meng Ao, looking at the elders sitting in the seats, his eyes wandering. Can he still get the sword today? I thought that only my grandfather came. But who knew that he found so many generals when he entered the palace? But he still held a glimmer of hope, because the king had promised him before, and the king would never lie to him. Meng Ao, Prime Minister Lu is joking. Prime Minister Lu has worked hard for Qin. It's better to leave the expedition to us. This sword can be used. General, you are right. I am here to watch the ceremony. I have nothing to do with anything else. Meng Ao glanced at Lu Bue, suppressed the smile on his lips, and said in a calm tone, well, Prime Minister Lu, don't regret it when the time comes. Of course I won't regret it. General, rest assured. After several people confirmed that Lu Bue was kicked out, Ing Zheng stood up and said, then let's go to the forging place together. Calculating the time. It's almost time. Qin Yu heard the secret signal and notified the younger brother outside to prepare for action. This time, she controlled a lot fewer swallows to fly over than last time. Probably only half of the last time. The same thing is that they all have black pebbles in their mouths. Because Qin Yu was justified in her bias. After openly asking Ing Zheng whether he intended to give the sword to Meng Tian, she also got the host's consent to exchange the national fortune for an ordinary iron sword. This ordinary iron sword is naturally not comparable to the gorgeous iron sword, but it is also much sharper and harder than most bronze artifacts now. Ordinary iron sword. Attributes, attack plus 10. Description, it is just an ordinary sword forged with steel. Nothing special. Harder and sharper than most bronze swords. Can it be said to be able to cut through anything with a single blow? In short, it won't be a big loss if you buy it. Special effects, none. Price, 50 national fortune. Because there is no special effect. The attack power bonus is also half of that of the gorgeous iron sword. So the price of the ordinary iron sword is still cheap, which is equivalent to the price of 10 potatoes. And it can be earned back in about 3 or 4 days. Qin Yu didn't feel too bad when she bought it, because she would definitely make a lot of money when it was done. So Ing Jing's account, which had been out of debt after more than a month of hard work, became negative again. This time with a minus 30 national fortune. She really knows how to own money, sigh. When the group arrived at the sword-making site, Qingyo was already doing the final preparations. This time, Qingyo took the semi-finished product that was almost finished and continued to process it. Or just came for a formality. But last time there were only the king and Meng Tian. But this time there were more people. Not only the 3 generals Meng Ao, Wang Yi, and Biao Gong came, but Lu Bue also stood beside them with Li Si. When Qingya saw the people, she didn't recognize them for a moment. So she could only say, I greet the king and the generals. Let's get started. Don't waste time. Yes. After she started forging the sword, Qingyan no longer paid attention to the surrounding environment. It's not that there were no other swordsmiths forging swords according to her method in this month. But the iron swords they forged were still as fragile as before. And they were not comparable to bronze swords at all. And she was asked to forge 2 iron swords this time. Qingya prepared for more than a month. But she was still a little nervous. Suddenly, she heard the call of the black bird. And Qingya was relieved. She could see from the performance of other swordsmiths that the key to forging a sword was not the swordsmith, but the stone brought by the black bird. She saw several black birds fly into the furnace and fly out after a while. She was relieved that the sword forging should be stable this time. Lu Buwei saw with his own eyes the black bird enter the furnace. The raging fire covered the black bird's body, but could not hurt it at all. He could even see sporadic flames when the black bird flew out of the furnace. The flame chased the tail feathers of the black bird, but was suppressed without a trace. All the black birds that entered the furnace flew out safely. He completely believed the rumors about the black bird. If this was the case, then the previous rumors about Zhao Ji were true. He was shocked. If Zhao Ji was despised by the gods. Lu Buwei frowned and fell into deep thought. He had a connection with Zhao Ji, and perhaps he had a private affair with her. But Zhao Ji was not as important as the position of prime minister. He had already begun to think about how to break up with Zhao Ji. It shocked the regent king. And the achievement of showing his talent for the first time was achieved. And the national fortune was plus 200. Qin Yu saw a line of words in the data stream. And the positive balance 170 national fortune displayed in the upper right corner of them all. And looked at Lu Buwei with a little more eagerness. Although the way to complete this achievement is somewhat unconventional and very different from the previous default rules. It also opened the door to a new world for Qin Yu. For example, she used to dislike the difficulty of completing achievements. But now she has only one feeling. That there is no need to take the ordinary path. For example, the latest completed first show. Its original condition for achievement is that the young emperor initially shows his talent in politics. So that the current powerful person can call out this child is so terrifying. But now pretending to be a ghost and scaring Lu Buwei can actually complete it. Qin Yu thinks that she can go to the main system to bargain later. Things like first out of the thatched cottage 7 holes, and delicate struggle for thousands of miles can be rounded off and considered successful. She can get more wool if she can get more. She never thinks that she has too much free advantage. From this incident, she also saw the disadvantages of the system. It is easy to be fooled by the host who is playing with it. Although the final result is similar, the method is hard to describe. But what she cares about is that they are just taking advantage of the main system. Besides, the main system will probably patch up the loopholes after she has taken advantage of it once. So this is a one-time thing after all. So it is better to be down to earth. Ying Zheng didn't know why Qin Yu suddenly stared at Lu Buwei. He told Qin Yu to put the first sword aside. The first sword was cast in an ordinary way without using the black pebbles. He asked at his heart. Mother stared at Lu Buwei. But did she find anything unusual? This? I always feel that he is planning something in secret. This is not an exaggeration by Qin Yu. In fact, Lu Buwei has done many extraordinary things for power in history. Such as rare goods are worth keeping, and sending Lao Ai to Zhao Ji. Qin Yu flipped through the historical records. The major event that will happen recently is Zhenghua coming to Qin next year to persuade Qin to build a canal. Is she overthinking? Qin Yu is still not at ease. Because her arrival has changed history. And the future direction is not certain. In this case, she must be careful. Maybe it has something to do with the Queen Mother. Ying Ding's heart is calm. He can now look at Zhao Ji's affairs calmly. As long as his biological mother doesn't come to him every day and bother him. He can treat this person as if she doesn't exist. Qin Yu can see what Ying Zheng thinks when he looks at his expressionless face, and his heart without any fluctuations. This mother and son have finally reached the point of not seeing it. She thinks that at this time, Ying Zheng should just not want to see Zhao Ji messing around in front of him. And it has not reached the point of life and death hatred later. I just hope Zhao Ji can be smarter and stop acting recklessly. Even the Queen Mother of Qin should have a limit to what she does. At least within the bottom line of Ying Zheng. Zhao Ji can still live a glorious life in the second half of her life. After the king and his ministers waited for a long time, Qin Yu held a sword. The black pebbles were added to the furnace during the casting process. In fact, Qin Yu replaced it with the ordinary iron sword produced by the system. The sword held by a servant next to her was the sword forged by Qin Yu himself, which was not replaced by Qin Yu. Everyone present saw it clearly, and they had some expectations of what the king would do next. Clang. The sound of a sword being drawn out of its sheath. The sword in Ying Zheng's hand was exactly the ordinary iron sword produced by the system. Although this iron sword only adds 10 points of attack. It is stronger than most bronze swords. He casually swung the sword down and cut off another iron sword made by the blue bird. The attendant held the broken sword in his hand firmly, walked hurriedly to the generals and Lu Buwei, bit over, and held the 2 broken swords in his hand above his head. Please take a closer look at this sword. Generals and Shongfu, as Meng Ao and others focused on the broken sword. He casually handed the sword in his hand to Meng Tian. How is it? Wang He was a little unsure of what Yingzheng meant. He said, "Your Majesty's sword looks similar to the previous very brittle iron sword. And the other sword is very similar to your sword." As he said that, he turned his eyes and glanced at Yingding's hand, and saw that Yingzheng looked empty-handed. "Wang He, where's the sword?" As the general said, if the black stone was not added to the furnace during casting, the iron sword cast would be the same as before. "Bring up a bronze sword." "Yes." Soon, a servant came over with a bronze sword in his hand. This was the spare bronze sword that Yingzheng used for martial arts practice. The sword he often used had been broken by the gorgeous iron sword. Yingzheng pulled the bronze sword out of the scabbard and chopped the flawed iron sword with the same force. The iron sword broke again, from 2 pieces to 3. Yingzheng raised his hand to signal the servant to show everyone the fractures caused by the 2 chops. The iron sword is smoother when cut, and the bronze sword is not so smooth when cut. From this point of view, the iron sword cast today is indeed sharper. Meng Ao's heart was burning as he looked at the broken sword. Such a sharp sword was very rare. He just wondered if there would be any cracks on the iron sword after such use. If there were too many damages, it would actually be inferior to the bronze sword from a practical point of view. "Oh, yes. Speaking of the sword, where is the sword?" Meng Ao saw that the king had no other swords except the one hanging on his waist. He glanced at the servants around him and didn't notice anything, until he saw his grandson shrinking behind to minimize his presence. And the sword he was holding quietly in his hand was not that sword. Meng Ao moved inconspicuously to block in front of Meng Tian, since his grandson had already got the sword. Wouldn't it be that he got the sword himself? He started to move the sword without thinking. "Your Majesty, that black stone is really useful. Is there such a stone in the Qin territory? If we can find it, my Qin military will definitely be stronger." Yes, Your Majesty. It only takes a few small stones to forge a sword. If we find more, won't the whole army be able to use new weapons? Qin Yu's mouth twitched. It was a beautiful thought. Don't think about it next time. Can what you found be the same as what I brought out? It's just a daydream. Yingzheng repeated Qin Yu's words with a smile on his lips. "Generals, don't be too happy too soon. How can the substitutes found by mortals compare to the black stone brought by Suanio himself?" He remembered what Qin Yu had said, that the ore that can replace the black pebbles is called coal mine, which exists in the Qin territory. And she even gave the specific location and the depth of the burial underground. It can be said that as long as he sends people over, he can start mining on the spot. And even the effort of detection and search can be saved. As expected of her mother, the one who knows Qin best is Qin itself. Speaking of this coal mine, Qin Yu collected surface information by sending out the satellite she carried this month. And the coordinates given to Yingzheng are mostly coal mines exposed on the ground. It not only reduces the difficulty of mining, but also reduces her workload. If she really detects underground, she doesn't know how many coal mines she can find in a month. That's right. I forgot about this. Wang Yi smiled honestly and heartily. He also forgot about this because he was happy for a while. The black bird must be the best. And the substitutes found by the mortals are indeed unlikely to be comparable. When will the king send someone to find it? Wang Yi rubbed his hands, his eyes shining. And it can be said that he cares about this new weapon very much. When Yingzheng heard this, he glanced at Lu Buwei inconspicuously and said, "We need to discuss it again during the court session." No. When Lu Buwei opened his mouth to veto, several generals frowned. They had already begun to plan how to unite to suppress Lu Buwei. This matter would be of great benefit to them and must succeed. Lu Buwei pretended not to see the looks of the generals and continued. "You guys go down first." When most of the attendants around had left and only they were left, he said, "The forces in the court are complicated. Although it is inevitable to sweep away the 6 countries and pacify the world, some people will still spare no effort to stop it. Besides, there are many spies in Xianying City. It is better not to talk about this matter publicly." What does Zhongfu mean? Organize trusted people to secretly mine. Meng Ao, Wang He and others nodded, and felt that what Lu Buwei said today made sense. Think about the spies hidden in Xianying. And they really can't put such important things in the open. Yingzheng raised his eyebrows and laughed. Zhongfu probably thinks that what you just saw is all the processes of sword casting? Oh! What else is there to say? The process just now can be regarded as all the processes of sword casting. But this is with the help of Suanio. If you want to provide a large number of them to the army, You can't just rely on Suanio. This is also the reason why I said the process is incomplete. The coal mines we can get are different from those that Suanio can get. If the cast sword wants to achieve such an effect, it must be supplemented with more processes and more casting methods. This is also what Qin told Ing Zheng after telling him the location of the coal mine that is easy to mine. The iron swords they see now are not cast by Qing Yu at all. They are all made by Qin Yu. If she really had to buy everything in the mall, the amount of national fortune she owed would be an astronomical figure. Without much thought, Qin Yu gave up the idea. If the current technology could not reach that level, and she could only exchange it, she might still hesitate. But the current technology could still smelt steel with some effort. So she would not owe the money, and would buy it on credit when she needed it more. More processes? The people present fell into deep thought. And they could not think of it even if they imagined it out of thin air. Lu Buwei suggested, why not find the Mahists? They should be good at this. It was really difficult for these generals, who were good at fighting, to think about this. But, then summon the Mahists to the palace to see me. Ing Zheng paused for a moment, raised his arm, and waved to the black bird flying in the air. Qin Yu cooperated and controlled his little brother to fly towards Ing Zheng, landed on his forearm, and stood firmly. His little head tilted, but his eyes were looking at the Duke of Biao next to him. The matter of finding the coal mine, leave it to General Wang. This black bird will point the way for the Qin dynasty. As soon as the voice fell, the black bird chirped and flew to Wang Yi's head, landing on the pheasant crown that tied his hair. Wang Yi widened his eyes, and saw several colleagues trying to hold back their laughter. And even Lu Buwei looked at him with a smile. But the black bird on his head could not be driven down. So he could only say in a muffled voice, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for entrusting me with an important task." When he found the coal mine, he would first forge a sword for himself to piss off these guys who had no comradeship. It was really funny that Wang Yi raised his hands to protect the black bird standing on the pheasant crown. The people around him looked like they were trying to hold back their laughter, which made Wang Yi a little angry, and he immediately said goodbye to Ing Zheng and left. Qin Yu pretended to cough twice. This was not her problem. It was really that the pheasant crown on Wang Yi's head looked too much like a rabbit's ears. She couldn't help but let her younger brother stand on it. Now it seems that the elasticity of the pheasant crown is not bad. Since General Wang is resigned, I will also resign. Meng Ao naturally didn't want to stay in this palace for a long time after getting all the benefits. While these colleagues didn't react, he wanted to take his grandson away quickly. By the time they reacted, he had already arrived home. And by then, the sword would have been in his pocket. Yes, Meng Ao had never considered the possibility that the sword was given to Meng Tian. He naturally thought that it was something that the king of Qin had bestowed on the Ming family. Since it was something of the Ming family, what could he not take? Meng Tian didn't know what his grandfather was thinking. He was holding the sword in his hand, and he was so happy that he could sing a song on the spot. Hearing Meng Ao's voice asking to leave, he nodded repeatedly, and it was better to go home early to avoid future troubles. Ing Zheng looked at Meng Tian's anxious look, and wanted to announce the ownership of the sword here. But seeing that Meng Tian didn't seem to need it, he changed the words he was about to say. In this case, everyone should disperse. It's getting late, and I won't let you eat in the palace. Yes. Everyone had different thoughts. They planned to find a swordsmith to study the process of sword making when they returned. As for where they could make progress in the future, they would leave it to their followers to think about. Meng Ao walked out of the palace with Meng Tian in high spirits. Biao Gong and Lu Buwei were not far away from him. Lu Buwei had already taken Li Si to sit in the carriage. The driver drove the carriage slowly away along the road in the city. Biao Gong stopped when he got on the carriage. He came to his senses. This is not right. The king let them go after painting the cake for them. What about the newly cast sword? He looked at Meng Ao, who was talking and laughing with Meng Tian, and then carefully observed their wide sleeves. He found something strange. It only took him a moment to figure out the cause and effect. He was not in a hurry to get on the carriage, but walked over. Okay. Why did I say you suddenly want to resign? You got the benefits, right? Meng Ao replied with a smile. No. No. What benefits can I get in the palace? We were standing together at the time, and you were next to me. How could you not know? Hee. I'm afraid the king gave it to this kid. Biao Gong pointed at Meng Tian. He was unhappy that he didn't get the sword, but it was impossible for him to fall out with Meng Ao over a sword. So Biao Gong pretended to be angry. You got a good thing and still pretend to be here. It would be unreasonable if you don't treat me to a good meal. Ha ha ha. No problem. I will go back and give the order. And invite Biao Gong to the mansion for a banquet in a few days. That's better. By the way, you must take out the sword and show it to everyone. I didn't see it clearly in the palace before. And you started discussing things. Biao Gong complained a little. But he still remembered that he and Meng Ao stood at the gate of the palace. And consciously muted the word coal mine. That's fine. Please come and see the sword. Meng Ao agreed without thinking. As long as he didn't give up his love, and the request was not excessive, he would agree. The Ming family would not be unable to hold a banquet. Meng Ao thought for a while. I guess General Wang won't be available for the banquet in a few days. So I won't send him an invitation. But I will also send an invitation to Prime Minister Liu. What do you think? Lord Biao? I don't dare to have any ideas. Lord Biao raised his eyebrows. He thought for a while why Meng Ao invited Lu Buwei. But since he said it openly, it was not a shameful thing. He waved his hand. This is a banquet hosted by you, the general. How dare I? A guest who comes to bother you. Have any opinions? You can come as you like. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave first. Okay. Lord Biao is straightforward. I'll send someone to deliver the invitation when the time comes. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries and separated outside the palace gate, heading to their own residences. The streets in Xianying City are not too wide. And it's a good thing that they didn't walk on the same road. Otherwise they might have to decide who goes first and who goes last. Duke Biao sat in the carriage, lifted the bamboo curtain on the window, watched the Ming family's carriage go away in the direction of the Ming family's mansion, and then ordered the driver to drive away. No wonder he thought too much in his heart. At this time, the power in the court fell into the hands of Lu Buwei, and the more prestigious ones in the army were Meng Ao and Wang He. He was entrusted with important tasks by King Zhuangxiang, but his actual influence was still not as good as Lu Buwei and Meng Ao. If these two really joined forces, the court was afraid that it would change. Fortunately, these two seemed to be as incompatible as before. Duke Biao shook his head. Lu Buwei could sit in the current position with the identity of a businessman, which was already a legend. If he was a little stronger, it was terrifying to think about it carefully. Meng Ao did not realize that his colleagues had been secretly watching them from behind for a while. The lively voices on both sides of the carriage covered up many things. He looked at the bustling streets outside and stroked his beard with a smile. Tianer, look how lively Xianying City is. Meng Tian didn't know what his grandfather meant by his sudden sigh. He just echoed, this is also your credit, Grandpa. In the future, your grandson will also contribute to the unification of Qin. Ha ha ha. Good. As expected of my Meng family descendants. But Meng Ao looked at Meng Tian with a little regret. He stroked his beard. If you are not good at reading, it would be good to learn the legalists. Several generations of kings like to use the theory of legalists to govern the country. If nothing unexpected happens, the current king will do the same. Their Ming family is full of generals who fought in wars. And occasionally he also wants to have a prime minister in his family. Meng Tian couldn't see his grandfather's inner ambitions, but he was also scalped by his grandfather's look. He said, Grandfather, this grandson is really not suitable for governing the country. Reading military books is okay. And everything else, ha. Meng Tian laughed and rolled his eyes. Grandfather, if you really want to, you might as well train Meng Yi well. His meaning was very clear. Don't put such expectations on him. He is really not good at doing trivial and meticulous things. It is better to rely on his brother, who is only 3 years old this year. Meng Ao thought about it, and it was right. If he couldn't rely on this one, he could still rely on other grandchildren. So he patted his eldest grandson approvingly. Very good. When I go back, I will find a time to talk to your father to find more teachers for a year. Meng Tian opened his mouth, but didn't say anything after all. He just felt sorry for his brother in his heart. He had to have a lot of teachers at the age of 3. It was really. The smile on his lips couldn't be suppressed. Neither the grandfather and grandson thought there was anything wrong with hiring a teacher at the age of 3. But they both hoped that this little kid whose personality had not yet been formed would become another pillar of his Ming family. In fact, in history, Meng Yi did it. He was very close to Qin Shihuang, and could even ride in the same carriage with Qin Shihuang. Before his death, he was appointed Shangqing, the only Shangqing among a group of generals in the Ming family who assisted Qin Shihuang. Unfortunately, He was framed by Zhao Gao after Qin Ai ascended the throne, and died at the hands of Qin Ai Hu Hai. When he returned to the mansion, Meng Ao first took Meng Tian to the front hall. Ahem. Meng Ao stretched out his hand and coughed twice. Meng Tian, who received the hint, handed over the sword he had carried all the way. He looked at it reluctantly but still put it in Meng Ao's hand. Clang! Meng Ao pulled the sword out of the scabbard. He touched the sword with a cold light lovingly and exclaimed, "What a good sword." He picked up the sword in his hand, looked around the room, and soon found a suitable target. Meng Ao found a good angle, used a clever force, and the sword in his hand slipped out of his hand and inserted into the wooden table. He did not feel any resistance when he stretched out his hand to draw the sword. "Come on. Lift this table down and split it." After Meng Ao finished his instructions, he took the sword into the back room. When he came back, he was only concerned with carefully observing the sword and had not had time to change his clothes into ordinary clothes. When Meng Ao changed into ordinary clothes and came out, the table in the room outside had been split into 2 halves and placed in the room. And his good grandson Meng Tian was still standing next to the table. "This sword is really sharp." Meng Ao saw the smooth-cut surface of the broken table at a glance, which was exactly where he had stabbed with the sword in his hand before. "You must thank the king when you enter the palace tomorrow." Meng Ao was very happy. This was the only one in the court except the king. When he went to court to discuss matters later, he would hang it around his waist to show off. "Grandfather." Meng Tian still wanted to bargain. This was obviously given to him by the king. "This sword? The king said before that it was for me." "Hey, you give the sword to grandfather. What's wrong with honoring grandfather?" Meng Ao glared and raised his hand to beat the child. "No problem. No problem. This sword should have been held by grandfather. Grandson, take your leave." Seeing that he was about to be beaten, Meng Tian didn't want to hold the sword in his grandfather's hand anymore. He pushed the door and ran away quickly. Meng Ao looked at his young man running away quickly, with a helpless look on his face, and found it quite funny. This kid. He didn't even think about how this sword can stay in your hands. Even if he doesn't take it today, it will fall into the hands of his son Meng Wu tomorrow. Besides, it's not so easy to get the unique sword in the court. No one dares to covet the sword in his hand. But it may not be the case in his grandson's hand. Ha ha ha. The Meng family is really interesting. The grandfather relies on the grandson, and the grandson relies on the younger brother. Meng Tian is really ha ha ha. He is not interested in internal affairs, and pushes it to his 3-year-old brother. Legg. In this era, there is a lack of entertainment. Even if there is, it is for people to play, not for the country. As strong as she is, she has learned to entertain herself. Recently, she has become addicted to watching the fun of many famous ministers in history. Not to mention, even the generals who have left their names in history. The way they get along with their families in private is similar to that of ordinary people. At this time, it would be perfect if there were potato chips, happy fat water, and some popcorn. It's really boring to watch it like this. What's wrong? Did something happen? Oh, actually nothing happened. It's just that the sword fell into Meng Ao's hands. Qin Yu waved her wings to signal Ing Zheng to read books at ease. She was just bored by herself. "I'm too bored. You know, a country is so lonely. Can't talk to those mortal enemies outside. Always have to find something to entertain myself." Hearing this, Ing Zheng couldn't help but feel sorry for his motherland. A country has been lonely for hundreds of years, and it's hard to find someone like him who can hear her and communicate with her. He is either studying the way to govern the country or scheming with the ministers in the court every day. He even takes time out to talk to his motherland. Ing Zheng sighed. Guilt filled his heart. And then he heard his motherland continue to say, "I'm already a mature country, so I will go and see the jokes of these ministers myself." Ha ha ha. This minister is also very funny. He doesn't think that hiding the way secretly can make people not know his embarrassing things. Ha ha ha. Before Ing Zheng had time to put away the guilty look on his face, he heard his mother carefully describe the embarrassing things that happened to his ministers after being cheated and bought waste. Qin Yu didn't hear Ing Zheng's response after she finished speaking. She took the time to take a look. She patted Ing Zheng's hand with her wing tip and comforted him. "It's okay. It's more important for you to read books than to talk to me. Becoming stronger is the wish of everyone in Qin. Of course, you can't become bald." Qin Yu silently added a sentence in her heart, glanced at the thick hair on the top of her own baby's head, and nodded in her heart with satisfaction. After that, she continued to watch her TV series. Maybe she could even catch a spy from another country. Huh? Why don't you act anymore? It's boring. Shihuang pretended to find a reason to change someone to observe. Ying glanced at the shadow that appeared in front of Shihuang and found that the content had changed while he was talking to him. This time, the scene in the Shihuang mansion was presented. In the Shihuang mansion, a group of servants came and went in a hurry, but they subconsciously slowed down their steps when passing by the study. Their prime minister was currently in the study, and they were afraid that their heavy hands and feet would disturb the prime minister's discussion. The two people standing in the study were Lu Buwei and Li Si, who had just returned from the palace. They had been talking for a while, and had discussed the general rules on the mining and use of coal mines. Sir, you are indeed a great talent. It is my honor to invite you from the Jixia Academy. Prime Minister Lu is in a serious situation. I can only have my current position in Qin State because of Prime Minister Lu's promotion. I am very grateful. No, it is because you are capable that you can stand out. If Li Si himself did not have enough ability, he would not promote him like this. Even if an incompetent person gets an opportunity, he cannot grasp it. Lu Buwei is still very confident in his investment vision. Ying is like this. Li Si is also like this. In fact, Ying also has great potential, but he wants to be a powerful minister. Ying's position is naturally incompatible with him. Maybe he will give in to him now because of his young age. But it is hard to say in the future. He couldn't help but think of what he saw in the palace and the rumors that had been spread recently. All of them confirmed what he thought in his heart. It is a bit difficult for him to withdraw at this time. It's difficult. If you want to get out of trouble, what will you do? In fact, Lu Buwei already had a plan in mind. He even sent someone out a month ago to find someone in secret according to his request. Now he asked Li Si just to listen to other people's opinions. I think Li Si's suggestions, who is also a smart man, should also be useful. Although he thought so, Lu Buwei's words were vague. He didn't specify what the matter was, but just gave a general direction. After hearing this, Li Si's eyes flashed. He didn't ask what the trouble was, but followed the riddle. If Prime Minister Lu hasn't fallen into trouble yet, don't get into trouble easily. If you are already in it, it's better to find a way to get out of it as soon as possible. The Prime Minister felt that the trouble was not something he could solve, and Lu Buwei probably had his own decision when he asked this. He asked this question not to ask Li Si to give a specific solution, but to get a vague suggestion. Li Si had a good grasp of the boundaries. Knowing what Lu Buwei wanted to hear, he cautiously said something ambiguous. Lu Buwei pondered for a while. This matter was troublesome, and it was also because Zhao Ji didn't know the limits. He glanced at Li Si. If the person who cooperated with him was Li Si, he probably wouldn't have to worry about how to solve the trouble now. In addition to the private relationship, his current relationship with Zhao Ji also has the exchange of power and interests. It would be bad for both parties to break up now. Not to mention that he could get benefits from Zhao Ji. It would be good if he didn't bear hatred. Zhao Ji was indeed easy to fool, but this didn't mean that he could get away smoothly without paying anything. And the child was getting older and harder to fool. He originally planned to find a time to withdraw. He would not maintain his relationship with Zhao Ji for a long time. And it was also to better secure his position as Prime Minister. It's almost the 12th lunar month. Why don't we hold a banquet in the Prime Minister's residence first? Lu Buwei looked at Li Si, who was still in the study, and handed the matter over to him. As for the invitations, I will make a list for you later. Li Si did not ask why the topic suddenly changed, but took on the task naturally. Yes. After receiving the task, Li Si saw that Lu Buwei did not want to keep him any longer, so he consciously withdrew from the study. He walked in the Prime Minister's residence and secretly thought about why Lu Buwei wanted to hold a banquet after returning from a trip to the palace. And that trouble. What does it have to do with holding a banquet? He recalled everything he saw in the palace, thought carefully, and came to a reasonable conclusion. After a while, Lu Buwei was preparing a way out for himself. The king is blessed by heaven, and it is impossible for him to be suppressed by powerful officials all his life. If he wants to live well under the current king, he still has to do things honestly, and not have any thoughts that he shouldn't have. Unfortunately, when Lu Buwei saw this, he was already deeply trapped in power, and he himself was unwilling to let go easily. The final outcome depends on God's will. However, this is also a good thing for him. The positions in the court are all numbered. If someone sits on the top, others will have no chance. Li Si glanced at the position of the Xianying Palace, and then lowered his eyes. He was thinking about how to attract the attention of the King of Qin, and get a number from the king without being alerted by Lu Buwei. If he really waited until the King of Qin took power before surrendering, he had a hunch that he would have no status at all. Li Si had learned the essence of being a traitor without a teacher in the Warring States period. He surrendered as early as possible, and he also had to be a traitor as early as possible. If this was a little later, what Li Si wanted would have a clear and nice name, the merit of following the dragon. Qin Yu, who was far away in the Xianying Palace, noticed something was wrong. Did the Qin ministers have any hobbies? They discussed and planned to hold a banquet. Is there anything worth celebrating recently? Since the servants and maids in the palace were dismissed, Ying Zheng was too lazy to pretend. He did not reply in his heart but answered directly. There will be a banquet to celebrate the new year in the 12th month soon. And there will be many celebrations among the people. Of course, there will be a banquet in the palace to celebrate. And all the guests are important officials in the court. Qin Yu understood. This is the annual meeting at the end of the year, the so-called joy of the monarch and his ministers. However, judging from the entertainment level of the Warring States period, Tian felt that there might be nothing interesting about the banquet except singing and dancing. She flipped through the system calendar. It was September and almost October. Before the Han Dynasty, the 12th lunar month was indeed October. It seemed reasonable to hold a banquet in a few days. But this was a banquet that the general and the prime minister decided to hold at the same time after leaving the palace. She felt that there must be something wrong. Even if there was nothing wrong with the one held by the Ming family, there must be something wrong with the one held by Lu Buwei. But it was useless to think about this now. After a few days, she would naturally know what Lu Buwei was up to. At the same time, she did not forget to tell Ying Zheng, if the palace also holds a banquet, remember to find more beautiful girls to dance. I'd love to watch. Okay, I'll remember that. In fact, there were dancers dancing at the palace banquet. But he was not very interested. So he originally planned to reduce it this year. But Qin personally proposed it. So he would definitely not ignore it. But because of my father, the spring banquet this year will not be held on a large scale. Qin Yu also understood this truth. There was a purpose for holding the spring banquet this year instead of canceling it. The mood of defeat this year needed a happy festival to wash away the haze in people's hearts. It doesn't matter. What you can't see this year can be made up next year. Qin Yu waved her wings, not really caring. She liked the excitement and wanted to see the lively spring banquet of the Warring States period. But she was not an unreasonable person. She didn't care how big the spring banquet was. If she couldn't see it this year, she could see it next year. So there was no need to rush. But will anyone dance with a sword at the banquet? I want to see this. It would be better if Meng Tian danced. We can't see it now, and we won't be able to see the famous scene of Xiang Zhuang dancing with a sword in the future. She has to find a way to make up for this illusion, such as changing someone to dance, or recording in later history books that Meng Tian danced with a sword to celebrate the spring banquet. Well, actually, she followed her inner desire to watch the fun. These days, besides reading books, she practiced martial arts with Ying Zheng. She urgently needed some entertainment activities to support the spiritual gap, crossed out. To put it bluntly, her heart of making trouble suddenly jumped. Originally, there was no such thing. Qin Yu knew that there was still a play when she heard Ying Zheng's opening. Then it should be for her that she decided to add it. Thinking of this, she actually had some intention of bringing disaster to the country and the people? Cough, cough, cough. Stop it. Her character country setting is the Qin country. How can she be self-destructive? Besides, the spring banquet already had it. She just asked to add a sword dance. Ying Zheng is not as old as King Yu of Zhou. And she, a weak blackbird, can't be Bao Si. What's wrong with watching the sword dance? It's reasonable entertainment. But if mother really wants to see it, Zheng can dance for you now. However, what Ying Zheng said caught Qin Yu off guard. She thought about it, and it seemed that there was no sword dance for so many important ministers at the banquet. So she could only watch it privately. Wait, what did her child just say? What? Her child wants to dance with the sword himself. Why is there no video recorder in this era? It's a pity that it can only be saved in her database, and cannot be passed down through the ages. Qin Yu said reservedly, this is not good. After a few breaths, she quickly added, it's not the 12th lunar month yet. I respect the child's customs, Let's talk about it next month. With such a filial child, Qin Yu wanted to really beat the 6 countries now, and then give her child a place. But unfortunately, she couldn't do it. She had no entity. She could only cheat for the child and barely maintain this kind of life. Although she was very reserved in what she said before, her sudden action of showing the 3D map of Xining Palace in the air revealed her inner expectations. Where do you like to dance in the palace? Qin Yu carefully enlarged the palace complex in front of her. She originally thought that the garden would be nice. But then she remembered that the flowers in the flower bed of Yingzheng's bedroom had been pulled out to plant potatoes. So she silently turned the miniature Xining Palace in another direction. Without the flower bed, other places are also good. The greening in Xining Palace is still good, even if the flowers have been pulled out. The trees are still there, under the lush trees, coupled with the surrounding buildings. If the sun shines on 1 or 2 leaves at the right time, it is really a beautiful scene. Yingzheng is very accustomed to Qin Yu's changing topics from time to time. After being together for such a long time, he is also used to the jump of national will thinking. The last second is still a national event, and the next second he laughs because of the cute children on the street. This is the god who pays attention to the whole Qin state. Qin also belongs to him. It is his motherland, and it is the mother who recognizes his status. This place is pretty good, as long as you like it. Yingzheng smiled with curved eyebrows, which was different from his seriousness in the court and his expressionless face when facing Zhao Ji. This was the tenderness of a young man that he would only show to Qin Yu. Qin Yu covered her cyber heart. She felt that she had been counterattacked by Yingzheng, the host. Now even if Yingzheng said he wanted to penetrate the earth, she would agree without hesitation and hand over the world map. Qin Yu admitted that she was quickly conquered without any prospects. But no one could resist this. As long as the host was not the emotionless one, he would be conquered. She had never seen a host who cooperated with the system so well. Even when they were in the system academy, the cases that Teacher 010 showed them were all about what to do if the host refused to cooperate. The method that Teacher 010 taught them was at most to explain the facts and benefits clearly when the host refused to cooperate, and the rest was up to the host to choose. After all, they were systems, not traffickers. So if the host was still unwilling, they would simply find the next one. Most of the problems encountered by the system were what to do if the host bargained. And there was no host counter-conquering the system. But since she had, there was one. When she returned, she would write a paper called What to Do if the host conquered her. How to resist the temptation of raising a cub and resolutely not be tricked by the host. As for now, Qin Yu honestly began to think about how to raise a cub better. Not only that, Qin Yu also thought of a series of achievements, the kind that would be rewarded as long as they were completed. When she reported these to the main system, even the main system took the initiative to send a message to ask if she was stimulated by something. Qin Yu, no. I just didn't expect the achievement system to be so imperfect. In order to motivate the host to complete the task well, I set strict achievement goals. Main system, you call the achievement completion conditions of Lin Xiao goal. First time sitting on the throne to listen to government affairs strict? Main system, is there a problem with you or me? Qin Yu, we have no problem. Qin Yu, I did this for a reason. Main system. You see? Even games have very simple achievements. Right? Early investment is necessary. Although there is a loss in the early stage, it will definitely be profitable in the end. Qin Yu handed over the plan she wrote, which was almost the same as the Krypton scam routine. And then the main system remained silent for a long time. Main system. Just when she thought that this proposal would not be passed, she saw that her application was passed. The main system even took the initiative to settle the reward she got after completing so many messy achievements. Qin Yu was very moved to see that the balance of national fortune in the upper right corner of the mall had become thousands. Although this would not take long at all. Freeloading is the most fragrant, and freeloading is the best. The preparations for the spring banquet still came at the end of September. The most discussed issues in the recent Grand Court were the many matters related to the spring banquet. A year has passed, and even many ministers in high positions want to relax. Now it is the end of September, and it has not really entered the 12th lunar month. And the atmosphere in Xining City has begun to become active. The bustling 12th lunar month has already begun to show its signs. In addition to the spring banquet, there is another thing at today's court meeting. The 3 years of King Zhuangxiang are about to pass, and the first year of King Qin is coming. After entering the first year of King Qin, Ing Zheng can be regarded as the real king of Qin. And those who have small thoughts can take a break. Perhaps because of the recent atmosphere. When discussing matters, the relations between many ministers, even those from different factions, have eased. And it seems that no one wants to make trouble when the new year is approaching. Even Lu Bui smiled and looked at the ministers in the court, who jumped up from time to time to oppose the unification of the 6 countries, which made many people wonder if Prime Minister Lu had changed his nature. In fact, he has no time to take care of these people recently. He has been arranging follow-up plans or handling state affairs. As the Spring Festival approaches, there are more things he needs to deal with. Lu Bui has been busy with official duties recently. Fortunately, there are many guests in his mansion. So he is busy but not too busy. At least he has time to prepare for the banquet held in the Prime Minister's mansion after the palace banquet. Instead of being really busy with state affairs, the banquet held to celebrate the Spring Festival. Although the scale is much smaller than in previous years, because the previous king of Qin died less than a year ago, the atmosphere is there. And it does not prevent people from immersing themselves in the joy of the festival. On the day of the spring banquet, Ing Zheng knelt in the top position, and the clothes he wore were as solemn as those of the court. This was also the first spring banquet under his rule. Strictly speaking, Qin Yu's standing position was higher than Ing Zheng. After all, she was standing on Ing Gang's shoulders, and she was definitely taller from the height. Because of Qin Yu's previous request, Ing Zheng found dozens of dancers, who danced lightly during the banquet. The clothes they wore were light and elegant, and their clothes and hair swayed when they raised their hands. The dance was graceful and light, with the unique characteristics of the Warring States period. The ministers who were enjoying the singing and dancing around them couldn't help but applaud. The first year of Qin Wanzheng, which belonged to Ing Zheng, also kicked off from this spring banquet. This was not only the first year of Ing Zheng, but also the first year of Qin Yu's arrival in the Warring States period. Qin Yu looked at the crowds below, and for a moment, her ambition surged in her heart. She said, I want everyone in Qin to smile like today every day. This is a difficult idea to accomplish. After all, today is the most important few days of the year. During these days, most Qin people will celebrate the new year. It is a rare time to be idle. In addition, after a year of accumulation, few people will not try to live better during the spring festival. Perhaps half of this sentence was said to Ing Zheng, but the other half was what she really thought. Qin will become stronger and stronger until it annexes the 6 kingdoms. After the spring festival, we can discuss the attack on Han. Ing Zheng suddenly mentioned this matter, which also reminded Qin Yu that in history, Qin did send troops to attack Han in the first year of Qin Wanzheng. Han was afraid of being annexed, so it sent Zheng Gua to Qin as a spy to persuade the king of Qin to build a canal, which was later called Zhenghua Canal. Zhenghua Canal dug the Jingshui River from Zhongshan to the North Mountain and flowed into Luo River in the east. Note 1. It took 10 years to build. It was a major project in the early days of Qin Huang Yingzheng's reign. And while building the canal, they even started to build the mausoleum of Qin Shihuang at the same time. In the same year, Qin Ang rebelled, and Meng Ao also led troops to quell the rebellion. This gave Qin Yu an illusion. Did Qin really have so many people to use? The imperial mausoleum had to be repaired. But Qin Yu felt that it could be postponed. Repairing the tomb so early would be a curse to herself. Besides, she doubted whether the mausoleums of the previous 2 kings of Qin had been completed. And they were starting to build new ones. Are we going to attack South Korea so soon? Which general will lead the troops? War is not something they can just talk about casually while sitting in the court. It is often accompanied by blood and sacrifice. A war cannot be fought casually. There are many things to consider. Not only the soldiers on the front line, but also the preparations in the rear. The importance of logistics for a war is closely linked to the front battle and cannot be ignored. Well, Ing Zheng lowered his voice and took advantage of the laughter at the banquet to talk about the current situation of Qin. Wang He is not good. He still has to find a coal mine. If nothing unexpected happens, General Meng Ao will lead the troops in this war. Having Meng Ao lead the troops was also a sign of respect for South Korea. But Qin Yu knew that this time it might not be possible to fight, because she preferred to repair the Zhenghua Canal compared to the successive wars. In history, except for suppressing the Jinang Rebellion, Qin did not launch a large-scale war in the first year of Qin Wanzheng. Zheng Gua did achieve his goal and delayed Qin's eastward expansion, but also made outstanding contributions to the future development of the Qin Guanyi area. So Qin Yu's feelings about Zheng Gui as a spy were quite complicated. He came to Qin as a spy with the salary of the enemy country. And while completing the spy work, he could also help Qin develop. It was equivalent to doing 2 jobs with 1 salary. What a pie in the sky. I really hope that all the spies who come to Qin can have the quality level of Zheng Gui. Qin Yu was just thinking about it. It was not easy for Zheng Gui to emerge among so many spies. She couldn't ask all spies to be so dedicated. Right? Are you not optimistic about this eastward expedition? Well, not really. But I'm afraid that Jinan will be in chaos. I can feel the emotions in Jinan accumulating. And the eastward expedition may be delayed by the chaos in Jinan. There is also Zheng Gui, a hydraulic engineer who is coming to Qin. He came with a complete set of plans. Under Zheng Gui's auspices, the canal construction was delayed for a certain period of time, giving Han a chance to survive. However, because of the special military system, the Qin people had a firm belief in wiping out the 6 countries, and they would not be delayed all the time. A large part of the reason for this was that joining the army was the only way for ordinary people at the bottom of the Qin state to be promoted. In order to climb up and create a better environment for their descendants, people really spared no effort. In Qin Yu's opinion, the remaining 6 countries can basically be sentenced to death. And the last few years of the Warring States period are also the last time for the 6 countries to make useless struggles. After listening to this, Zheng was thoughtful. If Jinan became chaotic, it would indeed slow down the pace of Qin's eastward expedition. But it was fortunate for Qin to know about this in advance. He planned to find an excuse to let Lu Bue prepare early. And he was not afraid that Lu Bue would refuse. Lu Bue himself was the most determined supporter of the unification of the 6 countries. As long as the reason was right, it would be fine. Can you keep an eye on Jinan at any time? It would take a lot of time to send spies to pass the message back and forth. But if Qin asked himself, he would know everything that happened in Qin. Once there was a sign of rebellion in Jinan, they could send Meng Ao to lead troops to quell the rebellion. Sure, I will pay special attention to the situation in Jinan after the new year. Qin Yu agreed to Zheng's request and released a satellite. She could feel the changes in the emotions of most people in Qin. It was fake, but her satellite was real. So what she said was observation. She used satellites to monitor the situation in Jinan from the sky. She also thought about whether she could win without bloodshed. But considering the historical legacy, it was not likely in a short time. But she was confident that Qin would be the people's favorite after it developed. One person, one country discussed the next arrangements and the situation during the Warring States period. Before she knew it, the banquet had come to an end. Although Qin Yu said she wanted to enjoy singing and dancing at the beginning, she ended up chatting with Zheng about political matters. Most of what Zheng asked was about the situation of the lower-class Qin people, which could be analyzed from the pictures captured by the satellite. Zheng also felt what it meant to know the affairs of Qin without leaving home in the Warring States period. One person, one country, had a very enjoyable chat. When leaving the table, Qin Yu caught a glimpse of a person standing at the door. The man had sword eyebrows and star eyes, and his posture was upright. He looked introverted but not without grace. Was this person a servant? As if noticing Qin Yu's gaze, Zheng also followed her line of sight and looked over. He said, "That is the descendant of Prince Jin of King Ling of Zhou, the 18th generation grandson of Prince Jin Wang Jian." Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the young man, who was several years older than him, with a strict gaze. The other person's face was even more elegant than Wang Yi's rough. He didn't think Qin Yu looked at him twice because he was good-looking. How could the will of the country judge people by appearance? It should be that when he was not paying attention. This Wang Jian attracted the attention of the motherland. Qin Yu took a breath of cold air at Zheng's words. She thought that the historical records were modest. It turned out that this person really served as an attendant to Zheng. This Xining Palace is not an ordinary royal palace. This is simply a card pool after the probability is increased. And it is the kind that comes with a guaranteed minimum. At such a young age, he has such an attitude, and his future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. The implication is that this is a talent, and you should use your kingly and domineering spirit to make the other party bow down to him, crossed out, and then recruit this talent to be of great use in the future conquest of the 6 countries. Of course, Zheng did not receive so many hints. He watched Wang Jian send several ministers away from the banquet. His actions throughout the whole process were neither humble nor arrogant, which would leave a good impression on people. Zheng, I have observed him before. Unlike those people in the Zhou royal family, well, they are not familiar with political affairs and military affairs. He has his own views on military affairs. If I rule the country, I should give him a chance to show his skills. Ing Zheng knows how to give the right people the right opportunities. Although it is risky to rashly use newcomers. If the king does not even have the courage to take risks, then there is no need to talk about how to govern the country well. Of course, the premise is to rule the country personally. So Wang Jian is still a small attendant in the Xining Palace. Perhaps in a few years, he can be inserted into the army under the game of several forces. Now, don't think too much. The forces in the court are complicated, and he can't insert people wherever he wants. Qin Yu carefully observed the future general. Compared with other attendants, Wang Jian's special feature is not only his own talent, but also that he has attracted the attention of the king of Qin. Maybe she shouldn't have bought the halo of gambling on probability to attract talents before. Her child is simply a halo. It seems a waste to buy one. But since she bought it, she can only comfort herself that it has increased the probability. She also contributed to the discovery of talents. For example, the blue bird before. Her sword-making skills were very good. Although there is no record in history. It's okay as long as the talent is useful. Most of the people at the banquet have left. Now there are only a few people standing here. They are basically attendants who stay to clean up the table and objects. Wang Jian is among them. All the tables that were not used at the banquet had to be carried down and put away. Perhaps there was a chance to use them again. After he completed his task, he walked along the road in the palace with his attendants to the place where the attendants lived. I greet the king. The group of people stopped. Wang Jian could not see the situation in front of him clearly. But from the words he heard, he could tell that they had met the king of Qin. Does the king have any instructions? A group of people greeted Ing Zheng together. And Wang Jian also mixed in. He was still wondering why the king of Qin was standing here when he heard a young but majestic voice. Nothing. You can leave on your own, Ing Zheng said casually, as if he was just standing on the roadside board after the dinner. Wang Jian didn't understand what he was doing, but just walked forward with the people in front of him. But he was stopped when he passed by Ing Zheng with the team. You stay. Wang Jian paused and saluted respectfully to Ing Zheng. Your Majesty. Are you calling me? Yes. The others can go. Ing Zheng turned around. And Qin Yu, who was standing on his shoulder, also came face to face with Wang Jian at close range. It was clearer to see from a close distance. Wang Jian looked elegant, and his temperament was also the same. Unlike most Qin generals who were ferocious, this person didn't look like a bloodthirsty person. Qin Yu judged that the person in front of him should be 7 or 8 years older than Ing Zheng. About 20 years old. Which was the time when young people were full of vigor and vitality. But Wang Jian's attitude towards Ing Zheng was very respectful. And it was hard to tell that he was still a member of the Zhou royal family before. She couldn't help but admire him in her heart. At this time, being cautious is the right way. If we ignore the times, it would be quite strange for a 20-year-old adult to respectfully salute a 13-year-old boy. But in this era, and with Ing Zheng's own identity, Qin Yu just wanted to sigh that he was worthy of being her son. And Wang Jian really bowed his head to him. Ha ha ha. Ahem. Qin Yu put away her mentality of playing memes, and listened carefully to the conversation between the future monarch and his minister. The conversation at the beginning was quite daily. From her point of view, it was probably a normal greeting. Later, Ing Zheng asked some questions about the government, and hinted at the situation in the court. Wang Jian was also very sensible. He immediately expressed his willingness to be loyal to Ing Zheng. Ing Zheng smiled, neither believing nor disbelieving. Wang Jian was a little nervous. This was his chance to soar to the sky. If he could grasp it, his achievements would be far more than this. Wait, I want to ask a question. Before Ing Zheng opened his mouth to answer, Qin Yu interrupted their conversation. To be more precise, she interrupted what Ing Zheng wanted to say. After all, Wang Jian couldn't see her in his current state. And naturally, he wouldn't hear a black bird standing on the shoulder of the king of Qin speaking. Do you think you are a Qin person? Ing Zheng knew very well who this question was about. So as soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, he repeated it and looked at Wang Jian with a serious look. Do you think you are a Qin person? This question is very simple to answer, but it is a bit difficult to answer correctly. Wang Jian also understands this truth. He just said, Jian has lived in Qin for many years. Even if he goes out now, no one will think that Jian is from another country. Qin Yu heard this answer and understood. It is unlikely that Wang Jian at this time is really devoted to Qin. The answer he gave now is actually his truest situation. She didn't try to please Ying Zheng, but told the truth. In a sense, she was a smart and honest person. So she nodded. I am satisfied with this answer. As for whether he will regard Qin as his motherland in the future, Qin Yu's voice changed from serious to lively. Depend on you. Anyway, she is a bird and can't speak human words to persuade Wang Jian in person. That would be too cheap. From today on, you will follow me and serve me. Yes. As soon as Ying Zheng gave the order, Wang Jian knew that his answer was right. He silently changed direction and retreated behind Ying Zheng, just like a servant guarding Ying Zheng. Lord and ministers have fun together. Achievement achieved. Reward. National Fortune X 500. Open Heart First Achievement achieved. Reward. National Fortune X 100. Next are some scattered rewards after the perfect spring banquet. The real big part is still on these two achievements. Achievement 1 should refer to this banquet, and Achievement 2 is probably related to Wang Jian. But this first is a bit eye-catching. Qin Yu clicked on the achievements in the following column. Open Heart was followed by 3 rows of first, middle, final. And she suspected that different ministers could trigger it. This might be an achievement that can be rewarded. After writing this down, she planned to let Ying Zheng go to Meng Tian to try. Now Ying Zheng's 2 backup confidants are Meng Tian and Wang Jian, who was just picked up today. Qin Yu was in a very good mood after picking up an SSR in one trip to the spring banquet. She felt that with Ying Zheng's luck, he could buy lottery tickets in modern times. And there was a great possibility of getting rich overnight. Now she felt like she was playing a card collection game. She drew 2 SSR cards at the beginning. And Meng Tian even had a younger brother. They would all be good workers for Ying Zheng in the future. Working for Ying Zheng was almost the same as working for her. When she woke up the next day, Qin Yu found that Wang Jian was already at his post, acting properly and with moderation, as if he had always been following Ying Zheng. After waiting until the morning schedule was over, Ying Zheng could rest for a while at noon. Qin Yu jumped onto Ying Zheng's shoulder and raised her wings to point at Wang Jian. Does he have someone he likes? This was the question Qin Yu came up with yesterday. Anyway, the heart-to-heart talk she had done before didn't require it to be a political question. It was okay to ask some personal gossip. Why did you suddenly ask this question? If such a talent can't be tied to me, I feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. The eye that Qin Yu mentioned was naturally the Qin state. She didn't lie. If this kind of question couldn't get an achievement, she would really feel uncomfortable. This kind of question was the simplest and most convenient to ask. If this didn't work, then her plan to get an achievement would fail halfway. The construction of the Zhenghua Canal she was planning might also fail because of this. The Zhenghua Canal was a huge project. If it really couldn't be cheated, it would take decades to build. Such heavy corvée was really a mountain for the Qin state and the civilians of the Qin state. She had already picked out something in the second-level mall that would be opened after accumulating a certain amount of national luck. If she had enough national luck at that time, she would just tell Ying Zheng that she pitted the people of the Qin state and find an excuse to cheat for everyone. This kind of single-player limited-time aura is cheaper than the permanent one. But if you buy too many, the national fortune you owe will be an astronomical figure. Fortunately, the main system promised her that she could owe as much as she wanted and pay it back when she left this world. Fortunately, the host is Ying Zheng. If she changed the emperor, she would not dare to owe so much. If he hasn't married yet. Qin Yu looked at Wang Jian, and her mind was full of small calculations. In fact, we can consider marriage, so that he can be considered as mine. Although Qin Yu's words were very ambiguous, Ying Zheng automatically translated them in his mind. His mother was talking about marrying a Qin woman to Wang Jian. After that, with the condition of living in Qin for many years, Wang Jian would be a Qin person. Well, it's best not to force it. The most important thing is that both parties are willing. At this point, she sighed. A forced melon is not sweet. Ying Zheng thought about these words and agreed with the marriage. He just needed to change the wording and ask indirectly. First of all, we need to close the distance between the monarch and his subjects. He was just transferred to your side. You two are at most familiar strangers. If you want to close the distance quickly, of course you must be determined to commit a crime together. Ying Zheng's hands trembled. He didn't know why Qin Yu suddenly brought up this. As the king of Qin who was familiar with Qin law, although he thought this proposal was outrageous, considering the gap between the thinking logic of the state will and people, Ying Zheng still responded in his heart, with a humbly asking for advice. Please teach me. What does it mean to commit a crime together? Murder, arson, drinking, gambling, fighting and brawling are of course not allowed. And smoking is also not allowed. But the ancestors of cigarettes had not been invented at this time. So I won't mention it. Committing a crime together is actually to let you get to know each other more deeply. Chinyu was talking nonsense seriously. More because those rebellious people had calmed down a lot after the spring banquet. She felt a little bored. And it happened that the potatoes were almost ready to be dug. So why not have some fun by the way? Guilty but justified. Young people need to relax more. Studying every day is not good. You need to learn to combine work and rest. Just treat it as a small activity to enhance the relationship with your friends in the palace. It just so happens that the potatoes have been in the field for several months and are considered mature. I have thought of the illusion. When Qin Wangjung was young, he had a very good relationship with Meng Tian and Wang Jian. He once pulled out the precious flowers and plants he planted and roasted them for 3 people to share. Oh, by the way, remember to bring the censer. Without waiting for Ying Zheng to say anything, Qin Yu continued, I think the censer is also very smart. After he saw the black bird I summoned twice, his eyes changed when he looked at you. I dare say he will do whatever you ask him to do now. After all, only a very small number of people dare to make trouble in the face of such a strange phenomenon from the sky. Most people will choose to act cautiously and restrain their small actions even if they don't know whether it is true or not. The Xianghua mansion has been low-key recently. This is the advantage of the god. Ying Zheng didn't know that the motherland he recognized was sighing in his heart that it was really convenient to cheat. But he seriously thought about the feasibility of this matter. He didn't doubt whether the potatoes could be eaten. After all, Qin Yu said that this was edible when they were just planted. He was just thinking, can he bargain without the censer? This censer, can he not bring it? This illusion doesn't sound very good. He can accept this little story as a rumor. But it will affect his image if it is recorded in the official history. The young boy who is only 13 years old is very hesitant. Alas, I just want to see you guys get together and have more fun. Zheng, Wang Jian is so old. And I won't feel this way in a few years. No. In fact, in a few years, the 3 of them will be older and more interesting. There are 3 reasons why she gave up this idea. First, the potatoes are just right to eat. And second, the children may not be easy to deceive in a few years. Meng Tian and Wang Jian should also have proper positions. She will not force the king of Qin and the 2 generals to have fun. The third point is also the most important point. Qin Yu thinks that her child's expression management will be better in a few years. And it is not suitable for recording. This time point is still more suitable. And seeing the 3 teenagers together makes the mood of the whole day much better. Ying Zheng was still persuaded by Qin Yu when he thought that the motherland treated him as a child. His heart softened. She just wanted to see her child and new friends. This is just the most simple wish of a mother. Of course, there is nothing wrong with it. Bringing an imperial censer. It's not a big problem. At most, he can use his eyes to hint to the imperial censer not to tell anyone. How should the potatoes be eaten? Do you need to use a cauldron? After talking for so long, he still didn't know how to eat the potatoes. Should they be placed in a cauldron as in the past, or in a different way? Qin Yu thought about it. Most of the cooking tools of the upper class in this era are copper utensils. They are heavy and difficult to use. They have no additional functions except cooking. They are not as good as iron pots, which have the additional function of replenishing iron. Thinking of this, Qin Yu suddenly felt that she urgently needed an iron pot. Health preservation should start from childhood. Don't use a cauldron. Although copper utensils are solid and durable, they are too heavy and inconvenient. Of course, you don't need this for a picnic. Peel the potatoes, cut them in half, and stick them on branches. Roast them over a fire and sprinkle some salt on them. They are delicious. Qin Yu confidently said the easiest way to cook potatoes at present. Fried potato chips and fried French fries can wait until you have an iron pot. She is not worried that people today will find it unpalatable. Humans are born to pursue high-calorie, salty and oily creatures. High-calorie food can help humans survive better. Even if it is really unpalatable, the body will honestly think it is delicious. Nothing tastes bad if it has been in a frying pan. Of course, dark cuisine must be kicked out of this category first. Unfortunately, there is no cheese in this era. Qin Yu firmly believes that potatoes and cheese are a perfect match. And adding some ketchup can make people addicted. Unfortunately, she has become a system and can no longer really eat potatoes. She can only use data to pinch some cyber potato chips to satisfy her cravings. This is an alternative way of quenching thirst and filling hunger. Then let's set the time for a few days later. I think Meng Tian and Wang Jian will be free in a few days. Qin Yu nodded immediately. But she always felt that she had forgotten something. It shouldn't be a very important thing. It should be okay to ignore it for the time being. The more important thing recently is that the potatoes are finally cooked. And she also wants to try to see if she can use Wang Jian to get the achievement. Adding the health iron pot she just remembered. It should be fine. That's fine. Just wait for the palace version of the picnic in a few days. I wonder if there is any difference between the real Wang Jian and the historical one. She is still very interested in this future legendary general. On the day of the picnic, the two people who are currently accompanying Ying Zheng were easily caught. It can't even be said that they were caught. It's just that Ying Zheng took Meng Tian and Wang Jian to the location of the flower garden, which is considered to be within the palace where Ying Zheng lives. Wang Jian and Meng Tian have also passed by here. They have heard the attendants, who take care of the flower garden, say that these are the precious flowers and plants that the king asked them to take care of. But now, the leaves in the flower bed are all yellow. And there are no flowers at all. There are two servants standing next to them with sad faces. The two servants have noticed this phenomenon for several days. But they did not report it because they were afraid of being punished. They wanted to find a way to solve it privately. However, they planted and maintained according to the king's instructions without any mistakes. The scene of precious flowers and plants dying is really a numbing blood pressure for people who see it. They are still discussing how to rescue the precious flowers and plants here. And they did not notice the arrival of the king and his ministers. When they get closer, they can hear one of them say, "Why don't we go to the king to explain all this? After all, we didn't do anything unnecessary. And we shouldn't implicate our families. Let's think about it again. Think of another way." His colleagues obviously had different ideas from him. And he wanted to struggle. When he took over these precious flowers and plants, he could see that the king valued them. It was because there were too many things going on in the recent spring banquet that they were asked to keep it secret for a few days. He really couldn't guarantee that the king would not be angry. This was related to his life. He wanted to think of another way. And if it didn't work, he would confess. Ying Zheng and others heard the conversation between the two. Meng Tian and Wang Jian, who were standing in the back, looked at each other. Could it be that the king had already discovered it and came to punish them at this time? Qin Yu wanted to remind these two silly children that the person you thought you had kept secret was standing not far behind you. But she remembered her own personality and didn't speak. The censor who followed him coughed as if he had caught a cold. He was kind-hearted and didn't want to see the two servants die. He had been with the new king for a long time. He was the one who wrote down the edict of King Zhuangxiang. He could see that the king was not angry. But it was not certain if the two continued talking. The two who heard the cough turned around like frightened rabbits, then fell to their knees and shouted for the king's forgiveness. The corner of the censor's mouth twitched. He secretly glanced at the king standing in front of him and thought for a while. If he just begged for mercy, it should be fine. Nothing. This is just normal. You two can go down. Ying Zheng waved his hand to let the two servants retreat. He knew that these were not precious flowers and plants. It was not the servants' fault. So there was no need to punish two innocent people. He was not a murderous tyrant. The two servants were stunned when they were discovered. Their thoughts could not keep up with their movements. The sounds around them disappeared instantly. They begged for mercy subconsciously. The only sound they could hear was Ying Zheng's "Go down." "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will leave now." The two climbed up, feeling that life was full of ups and downs. In the last second, they felt that their lives were going to end. And in the next second, they realized that they had overthought. They felt their hearts beating violently. And their legs were a little weak when they stood up. They still supported each other and hurried away in embarrassment. After walking a distance, the two calmed down. And one of them said, "Did you see a black bird next to the king?" At that time, he seemed to be dazzled by his surprise and joy. He saw a slender and graceful black bird standing elegantly on the king's shoulder, and seemed to look at them with gemstone-like eyes. After he blinked, the black bird disappeared again. He reasonably suspected that he was dazzled. Actually, I saw it, too. It disappeared after only a moment. Completely different from the group of black birds I saw some time ago. There is a kind of dignity that cannot be described. The two servants were silent at the same time. One person's dazzle is dazzled. But two people can't even have the same dazzle. Right? So when Yingzheng didn't know, the servants and maids in the Xianying palace began to spread this gossip behind his back. When Yingzheng knew about it, it had even spread outside the palace. After the two servants left, Meng Tian and Wang Jian looked at the yellowing precious flowers and plants in the flower garden and began to guess what Yingzheng meant. The king just said that it was normal for the leaves of these flowers and plants to turn yellow. Could it be that this kind of precious flowers and plants is used to appreciate the yellowing leaves? Meng Tian looked for a long time, but couldn't see anything special. So he could only look at Wang Jian and ask him with his eyes. Did you see it? Meng Tian looked at Wang Jian and found that Wang Jian had a serious face and nodded slightly. He thought that Wang Jian had seen something. Was he the only one present who didn't see it? Meng Tian stared at the yellow leaves in the flower bed unyieldingly, as if he could see a flower in them. Yingzheng was going to remind them, but seeing that they were looking so seriously, he walked forward a few steps. When he got closer, he could see a dark layer of soil in the flower bed with fine cracks. Yingzheng half knelt down and stretched out his hand to pick up a small piece of soil and gently rolled it. The soil spread in his hand and was harder than before. He remembered that Qin Yu had said before that the yellowing of the leaves and cracks in the soil layer were signs that the potatoes were ripe, so they could be dug out now. When Yingzheng half knelt down, Meng Tian and Wang Jian followed him and followed Yingzheng. However, the censor who came with him did not walk too close. He stood not far away, waiting to record the words and deeds of the king and the two attendants. Dig them out. They are ready to eat. Qin Yu scanned the underground situation. Most of the potatoes in the flower bed were ripe, and only one or two were not ripe, so they could be harvested. After the picnic at noon today, I had to tell the servants to dig these potatoes out in the afternoon. It would not be good to leave them in the ground for too long after they were ripe. Do you know why I asked you to come here today? Because it was barely considered private. Yingzheng did not call himself the widower. When he called himself the widower, it was either in a formal occasion or when he was not familiar with the other party. He was still very easygoing with his own people. Yingzheng felt that he should not be the only one who knew the truth. Since these two people were here, they might as well understand with him why he'd brought the censor. Meng Tian shook his head frankly. I don't know. Did the king ask us to come here to enjoy the flowers, grass? It was against his will to say the word appreciate. Meng Tian paused for a moment and swallowed the words appreciate the flowers and changed his words to appreciate the grass. Wang Jian's mouth twitched, and he replied tactfully, Your Majesty, could it be that you want me to come together to find a way to save these precious flowers and grasses? This may be quite difficult. Although Zhou was destroyed, and he grew up a lot because of it, he really didn't learn this. Meng Tian, not only is it not small, I think it's hopeless. No need. These potatoes are already ripe, and their ornamental value is gone. Yingzheng had not forgotten the excuse he used to plant potatoes in the flower bed near the palace before, and slightly blurred the two values of potatoes. However, this large piece of leaves doesn't even have a flower, and the shape of the leaves is just average, and now it's yellowing. How can there be any ornamental value? But who made him the king? The three people around him didn't dwell on the king's strange aesthetics. If you said it had ornamental value before, then it had ornamental value. After hearing Yingzheng's order, Meng Tian didn't think much and stretched out his hand to hold the stem closest to him and began to pull it up. The plant didn't move at all. Meng Tian didn't believe it. This plant didn't look very strong, so it shouldn't be impossible to pull it out. It was also Yingzheng who confused him just now. If Yingzheng had said directly that this was actually a crop, Meng Tian would not have done it directly. In his impression, precious flowers and plants are all delicate, let alone pulling them directly. If he touched them slightly, the flowers and plants might ask him to pay compensation. Who? Meng Tian held his breath, but still couldn't pull it out. Wang Jian looked at his colleague's actions and glanced at the king next to him. He always felt that the king's eyes were not right. Qin Yu probably understood the little calculation in Yingzheng's mind. To sum up, as long as someone made a fool of himself in the record recorded in the history books, he would not be the focus of this strange illusion. She looked at Wang Jian, who was thoughtful, and then looked at Meng Tian, who had given up. It was still because of age. The older Wang Jian was more stable. The other two 13-year-old boys were more vigorous. They were all good seedlings, and the future pillars of Qin. There is a place for farm tools not far ahead, and some things prepared in advance are placed in it. Yingzheng did not say what it was, but stood up directly. Ming Tian and Wang Jian also hurriedly followed. And the censor was not far away. Among so many people, only Qin Yu did not need to walk, because she flew directly, and flying is much faster than walking. This temporary cabin was built by the servants to take care of the flower garden. It was filled with high-quality farm tools, which were lined up against the wooden wall on the left. On the right was a table with an exquisitely painted pottery jar, a copper dagger, and a square plate with turtle and fish patterns for holding water. Its shape is different from the basins of later generations. There are mythical beasts under the square plate. The plate is exquisite from the inside to the outside, and the whole body is decorated with the shapes of animals or mythical beasts in nature. However, Qin Yu looked around but couldn't find the panda. Maybe the person who carved it had never seen a panda? Qin Yu felt a little regretful. If she said that her favorite walking animal was the panda, it was a pity that it could only be sucked by the cloud in modern times. If she wanted to form a team to steal the panda, she would be sentenced. While Qin Yu was staring at the square plate with turtle and fish patterns and looking for the panda, the three young men had packed up their things and were ready to go out. In the end, it was the square plate with turtle and fish patterns that Wang Jian carried away. They walked back to the flower bed and randomly selected a potato plant to start with. This time, they easily dug out the potatoes underground. Ming Tian finally understood why he didn't pull them out just now. The root system of this plant was too strange. It actually had 6 big lumps of soil. So it was not his problem that he couldn't pull them out. It was really that the root system was too strong. Ying Jing's eyes lit up when he saw the dug potatoes. He was present when the potatoes were planted, and he knew very well where these plants grew from. This seedling produced 6 potatoes. He originally expected that 3 or so would be excellent. And even if only 1 grew, it would be normal. The yield of crops now is low. This is the first time I have seen such a long growth. I just don't know how it tastes. His only worry was that Qin had said before that this kind of plant would degenerate if it was planted too many times. Would it be better if he asked people to select and breed it from now on? What is this? It doesn't look like soil. Ming Tian had already taken a potato and touched it left and right. This thing looked like soil, but the color was lighter than the soil. It was a bit strange that it was pulled from the rhizome of the plant. From this point of view, this potato is indeed a rare flower and plant, and it might be really precious. This can be eaten, but you have to wash it first. The main reason I called you here today is to share this delicacy. As he said this, Ying Zheng put the potato in his hand into the square plate with turtle and fish patterns, and began to wash the potato with the clean water in it. Although Ming Tian and Wang Jian were skeptical about whether this lumpy thing could be eaten, the king had already done it himself, so they couldn't just stand by and watch. So the 3 teenagers gathered around the square plate with turtle and fish patterns and began to wash potatoes. It was rare for 3 famous figures in history to get together to wash potatoes. Qin Yufa had already recorded the video next to her, and while recording, she lamented that it was a pity that the future generations of this world would not be blessed to see the video version she recorded. Fortunately, she was a considerate ruler, and with the imperial censor, future archaeologists could read the text version, which was better than nothing. The role of the dagger was also reflected at this time. After Wang Jian washed the potatoes, he peeled the potato skin according to Ying Jing's request. As the thin potato skin fell to the ground, the inside of the potato was also revealed. The potato before peeling was still like a large piece of soul, and the appearance of the potato after peeling was instantly improved. The light yellow color was in stark contrast to the previous appearance, and it was completely different. Ming Tian and Wang Jian also believed that this potato was edible, because the cooking method taught for the first time was relatively simple. Ying Zheng could just give the instructions. They cut the potatoes in their hands into 2 halves vertically. The branches used to fork the potatoes could be found on the nearby trees. As for the fuel and fire for the fire, they could also be found in the previous cabin. Wang Jian took the initiative to take on the task of making a fire. He felt that among the 3 people, he might be the only one who had a relatively rare life skill like making a fire. The remaining 2 people, one was the king of Qin, and the other was the grandson of the general. They didn't look like they could make a fire. The process of making a fire was relatively smooth. Wang Jian picked up a branch from his side and poked it into the fire to make the fire burn more vigorously. The rest, as the king said, was to roast the potatoes on the fire, which didn't sound that difficult. The 3 of them changed places. The last gathering point, the square plate with tortoise and fish patterns, had been abandoned by them. Now they gathered around the fire and laid a straw mat at a distance from the fire. The three of them knelt on the straw mat. One of them took a long branch and put the forked potatoes on the fire. The remaining 3 bunches of potatoes were placed on the square plate with tortoise and fish patterns. The flames would suddenly rise from time to time, sometimes even licking the surface of the potatoes. At this time, the 3 of them would often nervously move the branches in their hands upwards. It can be said that they were very serious when roasting potatoes. Gradually, as time passed, some fragrance overflowed, but it was not very obvious. While Qin was recording, she was still observing whether the potatoes were cooked. She couldn't expect the 3 novices to recognize whether the potatoes were cooked at a glance when they roasted potatoes for the first time. In the end, she had to grasp the time. After waiting for a while, Qin reminded, "It's almost done. Sprinkle with salt, and you can eat it." Hearing this reminder, Yingzheng took back his potatoes from the fire, and Meng Tian and Wang Jian followed suit. After all, they all started roasting together, so there should be no difference. Judging from the aroma of the food, it should be cooked. Yingzheng opened the pottery jar beside him, which contains salt imported from Qi. It's not that Qin doesn't produce salt, but most of it is mineral salt, which tastes worse than sea salt. So the rich and powerful still prefer to buy salt from coastal countries. Seeing the salt in the pottery jar, Qin also remembered what she had forgotten. She forgot that the salt of this era, whether it is mineral salt or sea salt, is coarse salt. According to the standards of later generations, it is not edible salt at all. If someone dares to sell this salt as edible salt, the Food Supervision Department will come to your door that night. Although she is very confident about potatoes. Can this salt really taste good? When Yingzheng opened the lid, Qin saw the salt inside. It was very similar to the coarse salt she had seen in junior high school chemistry experiments. The only thing that was better than the salt in the laboratory was that there were no small stones deliberately mixed in. However, the appearance was not much better. Thank her for not returning the method of purifying coarse salt to the chemistry teacher. Although the laboratory preparation method is not suitable for mass production, the chemical principles are always the same. Using chemical formulas, she can use her own database to simulate a suitable method. Is this salt? This should not be mineral salt. If it is sea salt, it should taste a little bit better. But it is only a little bit. In fact, there is not much difference. Hearing the surprise in Qin voice, Yingzheng paused his hand. He also didn't pay special attention to what humans put in their meals for national will. He knew that salt might be put in other national wills, as he had asked before. It is salt, bought from Qi. Our country is not adjacent to the sea, and cannot get better salt from the sea. It is generally extracted from salt ore. Salt with better appearance must be bought from Qi and other countries. This salt is also a large annual expense. He sprinkled salt on the potatoes without changing his expression. And Qin didn't have time to stop him. Qin, even if the sea salt is not poisonous, it doesn't look very delicious. She felt sad for the potatoes. She was originally planning to let the 3 of them eat it directly. This salt didn't taste good at first glance. Simply roasting potatoes without seasoning shouldn't be too bad. After all, potato products rarely taste bad. I thought it should be a little whiter. Why do you say that? After observing the king of Qin's gesture, the 2 people over there also sprinkled salt on their potatoes and took a bite. Just talking about the taste. The potatoes were crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. And the inside was soft and tasted great. The salt sprinkled also had a unique flavor. The 2 new brothers of Yingzheng thought it was delicious. And seeing that the output was not small, even if they were slow, they should think about people's livelihood. Qin observed the expressions of Meng Tian and Wang Jian while answering. The essence of salt is pure white, so it should be a little whiter. It made no difference whether it was said or not. Yingzheng automatically patched up Qin. Such is the will of the state to see the essence through the surface of things. And the salt should be pure white. The salt he was eating now was not the true image of salt. While observing the expressions of Meng Tian and Wang Jian, Qin also found that the 2 seemed to have no discomfort, and even ate very fragrantly. She pondered for a while. Could it be because they were used to eating the coarse salt now, that they didn't find it unpalatable? Anyway, if she were still alive, it would be impossible for her to eat coarse salt. Her pampered tongue could not bear this torture. In a sense, she was also glad that she was a general, and not a person, when she traveled to the warring states period. If she were a person, she would probably want to find a beam to commit suicide in a few days, crossed out. That's great. Qin Yu hugged her cyber tomato-flavored potato chips tightly, and sighed with emotion. Do you have any way to turn the salt back to its original appearance? Yes. But I see that the two of them are eating it very deliciously. In fact, there is no need. It is a bit difficult for people to make salt show its pure essence. I can. But there are some questions. Whether it is worth it. Qin Yu knew that this was a good deal. But she wanted to introduce a concept. That is, the currency used by the mall. She couldn't be the only one who was upset by the ups and downs of the mall's numbers. Someone had to be with her. As she spoke, she showed a number. 1,069 national fortunes, which was the balance left after their current efforts. It looked a lot. But in fact, after calculating the prices of the items in the mall, you can know that this thing is not durable at all. If you take potatoes as an example, this is about the price of more than 200 potatoes. And the potatoes harvested from this flower garden alone are almost the same. Unless you buy seeds in the mall. This price is extremely expensive and unreasonable. By the way, it also introduces a setting that everything has a price at the beginning. And it is not something that can be obtained without any cost. The two words national fortune flashed in the air. And the 1,069 followed by them were extremely dazzling. The word national destiny is easy to understand. And even just understanding the literal meaning is enough. Seeing the balance, Yingzheng was also very troubled. And also felt incredible. Why is the national destiny of Qin only so much? Is it because of recent reasons? Facts have proved that people's imagination is terrible. Sometimes, just a little bit of setting can make him think of many logical things that follow. Only so much? Is there any reason? Of course, there are more than so many. But other national destiny is to maintain the basic operation of the country. These can be called at any time. It is already a lot. Other countries may not be able to mobilize 100 national destiny. Of course, the most important thing is that these are all earned by you. And other countries do not have systems and hosts. And do not even have a balance of 100. The rest can also be used, said Yingzheng. And he saw the numbers in front of him soaring rapidly. Even to a number that he couldn't count. But you have to pay it back after using it. Otherwise, there will be bad consequences for me. Qin Yu didn't say what the specific bad consequences were. So Yingzheng had to think about it himself. If she said it herself, she didn't know what the bad consequences would be. The worst result might be that she couldn't pay back the debt when she left the world and was dragged to humane destruction by the main system. Of course, Yingzheng might also be humanely destroyed by the main system with her. So Qin Yu was more inclined to owe it when she could pay it back. So in fact, you brought potatoes from a very distant country, which also cost the national fortune. The yield of these potatoes is very good. If it can be promoted, the national fortune should increase a lot. Yingzheng has already started thinking about how to increase the national fortune. There is no such thing as national fortune. It's not a big deal to get it. The key is to make mortals think it exists here. I tried it before you. But they either pretended not to see it or forgot it after seeing it. The farther away from mortals, the less I restrict them. You are an exception. Translated, it's not that I wasn't there before, but you are the only one who can remember me. But it's not bad. It's also a protection for mortals. This is really scary. What is protection for mortals? What happened to those who have been in contact with the will of the state before? But it's impossible to be afraid. Yingzheng is very courageous. He can also see Qin Yu's motherly love. So he doesn't care much about what Qin Yu hinted. He believed more that he was different from ordinary people. And he soon realized that if it didn't work before, it was okay now. Was it because of him? This sounded a bit narcissistic. But Yingzheng felt that this possibility was very high. You are my greatest luck. This sentence was said not only as Qin's identity, but also as her own identity. Qin was still able to draw the SSR king of Qin at the most critical moment of unifying the world. It can no longer be described as extremely lucky. However, it is also possible that the good luck was used up in these several Qin kings. So that Qin I was a prodigal son like Hu Hai, Pain Mask. This is the same as the law of conservation of European energy. People's luck is fixed. Luck does not disappear but transfers. At this point, Qin Yu couldn't help but complain to Yingzheng, before I met you, I thought I was finished. Yingji seemed to have lived the lives of the next two Qin kings. He was very long-lived and I liked him very much. But the next two lived too short. It's like I just sent off a Qin king yesterday. And another one today. You must hold on. At least until the unification of the world. The advanced mall will be open by then. and we will spend our national fortune to buy longevity pills. Zheng listened to the chattering in his ears, and felt very warm in his heart. He glimpsed from the corner of his eyes that his two attendants had finished eating, and the potatoes in his hand had not been touched. But it was okay if someone ate them, and he could ask them what they thought later. From the second half of Qin Yu's sentence, Zheng probably guessed something. The ability of national will and national fortune are linked. He had to at least hold on until the unification of the world. Although he wanted to confidently say, "What's the difficulty?" Considering his father who died young, Zheng was still very serious. "I usually pay more attention to my health. As for potatoes, it's not suitable now. You will understand after you grow a few more rounds according to what I said." Qin Yu, great. Learn from me to keep healthy in the future. Of course, she didn't say this out loud. Instead, she turned the topic back to the previous matter. Do you think it's worthwhile to purify salt now? It's worthwhile. Salt is a necessity. If there are no potential risks like potatoes, a large amount of high-quality salt can be produced. It must be profitable, and can also make up for the finances. In this way, the country will be stronger and more prosperous. War is very expensive. If you can find a way to make more money, you can't say that you will be as rich as Qi, which sells salt all year round. But you can also subsidize the household well. Qin Yu waved her wings, and the whole black bird walked around on Zheng's shoulders. It seemed that she was thinking, but in fact, she was praising Zheng in her heart. What he said was really good. This is a virtuous circle. Basically, don't even think about the industrial mass production of Snow White salt in the future. But a simpler purification method can still be made. The taste requirements of salt in this era are actually not high, and there is no need to require the salt of the Warring States period according to the standards of the 11th century. So being able to mass-produce non-toxic salts that are better than the two salts of today is a victory. Qin Yu and Zheng were discussing the issue of salt here, while Meng Tian and Wang Jian had already finished eating the potatoes in their hands, and watched their king staring at the potatoes in his hands for a while. They all doubted whether they were eating in the wrong way. They had to look at them for a while before eating them. This was the correct way to eat. But this outrageous idea was quickly thrown out of their minds. Maybe the king just liked meat more. Thinking of this, they saw Zheng stand up. He said, "That's all for today. Let's leave here first." The two of them didn't ask much and followed Zheng, who was holding potatoes. To leave here. When Zheng walked to the side of the censer, he paused. Only this person was still idle here. Meng Tian stayed behind with Wang Yusher to take the things left here back to their original places. Bring back the potatoes that were dug out later. Tell the attendants to come and dig out all the remaining potatoes, and temporarily place them in the nearby side hall. In fact, not only Meng Tian and Wang Jian were interested in the half potato that Zheng still had in his hand, but Qin Yu was also interested in that half potato. In addition to the fact that it might not taste good, and they wanted to wait for better salt to treat Zheng to salt baked potatoes. There were other reasons. Antiques can also be sold in the system mall, but the pricing is hard to say. Although this potato is not an antique, it was made by Shihuang himself. Wouldn't it be too much not to give a suitable price? Qin Yu did not consider what the colleague, who was responsible for pricing, thought. She only knew that she needed enough national fortune in the future, whether it was to develop the Qin state or to dominate the world. She would need enough national fortune support. A general who could help the host complete the task was a good general, and she was no longer afraid of anything. She thought of a set of rhetoric, and asked Zheng for this half potato. According to what people can understand now, this half potato should be tribute. In fact, she did not eat the half-baked potatoes sprinkled with salt. She directly put it into the appraisal department of the mall, the free one. Most hosts may not know that the appraisal department has a special system on duty, and the same item can be appraised 24 hours a day. But as an internal staff system member, Qin Yu knew very well that this appraisal department was under the name of System 007. It was unknown which system senior under 007 was on duty, or which student who came to intern. After waiting for 2 seconds, the detailed value of the half potato appeared on the virtual screen, including but not limited to edible value and ornamental value. Salt baked potato. Attribute, satiety +5. Introduction, half a potato baked by hand. Nothing special. If you have to say there is something special, it is probably that the salt used for baking is the salt of the Warring States period, which is not an antique, but can't kill people. Evaluation, if you are not starving, I would not recommend buying it. Although it won't kill you. Isn't it better to buy something delicious? The recommended retail price that follows it popped up a 2 in Qin Yu's eyes. And then slowly swallowed the 2 back. And this time it popped up a 3. Obviously. The system that appraised this item also realized that according to the mall's pricing, 1 potato is 5 national luck. And the half salt-baked potato is only 2 national luck. Which is indeed unreasonable. So it reluctantly swallowed the 2 back and slightly increased it. However, in Qin Yu's eyes, this 3 kingdoms fortune is no different from the previous one. She was very dissatisfied with this pricing. So she decided to go through special channels to find the system to argue. It is worth mentioning here that from the complaint point in the mall, the human customer service connected to the system is the system that works in the appraisal department. So if you don't know this, it is not recommended to really complain. Because the system that chats with you and says there is no problem is the system you complained about. And when you really know this, you don't have to worry too much. Which means that you have a good relationship with your system and generally don't need to complain here. Qin Yu was not afraid of being bullied. Their systems had their own way of communicating. And she could use the main system's banner. So she was very confident about whether this would be successful. Because her target was not this single item at all, but the system working in the appraisal department. In short, she was really sorry for the Qin state. Qin Yu apologized in her heart without sincerity. Then opened the complaint interface and sent a message, "I want to complain," to the dialog box showing the mall customer service avatar. Mall customer service, please reply 1 for price issues, 2 for chatting with someone, 3 for manual customer service, and send a complaint letter directly. Qin Yu, number 7773. Manual customer service 03, hello. I have transferred you to manual customer service. May I ask this host, or do you have any questions? In fact, Qin Yu knew that from the moment the mall customer service appeared. The customer service behind it had never changed. It was always this manual customer service 03 who was chatting with her. No matter which of the 3 options you chose, it would be this manual customer service 03. I have to say that the utilization rate is really good. Even capitalists have to give a thumbs up to the main system. I just don't know which of her colleagues is doing several jobs with 1 salary. She directly sent out the words she had already thought of. Qin Yu, first of all, I saw Wang Shiji's calligraphy in the mall's uncommon points. The price is very high. This proves that the mall actually affirms the added value of an item. Right? Manual customer service 03. That's right. But salt-baked potatoes may not have any added value. Its deliciousness has been taken into account. So the price is very appropriate. If the price is too high, it will not be sold here. The tone of this voice is very similar to the classmates who installed Taobao modules for themselves when the Taobao system was popular before. But from such a few short sentences, she is not sure which classmate this is. It doesn't matter, as long as the person on the other side is a general. Qin Yu, but these are salt-baked potatoes made by the future Qin Shihuang himself. Isn't this considered added value? Manual customer service 03, dear. If you are selling the imperial seal, the added value must be extremely high. So will you sell it? Qin Yu, no. Is this a question of whether to sell or not? She doesn't have it at all. Okay. But not necessarily. She can have it. Qin Yu's data stream crossed the possibility of using a white radish to forge the imperial seal. Just let Yingzheng say that this is the imperial seal. The king of Qin has recognized it. So why shouldn't the mall recognize it? Then give up. Don't lie too much. After all, you may have to go back to the system space to meet later. What if you lie too much and get beaten when you go back to the system space? That's not good. Manual customer service 03. Do you have any other questions? Qin Yu, I still think this salt-baked potato can't be worth the 3 kingdoms. Do you know its producer? It was made by the future Qin Shihuang himself. Manual customer service 03. I know. But this is just a potato. Let alone 200. It can't be sold for 20 national fortunes. Qin Yu, then do you want to make a bet? What if 20 national fortunes are sold? Manual customer service 03. No bet. There are regulations on this aspect. No PY transactions are allowed between customer service and customers, including but not limited to gambling. Qin Yu, we did it secretly, so it doesn't count as a violation of the rules. Contact information, XXXX. System 3303, what are you betting on? System 777, Qin Yu, you should still be in school. Right? Are you doing an internship? System 3303, Yes. I failed the final exam last time and was placed on probation. QAQ. Chinyu. Then I'll bet your monthly internship salary. Whether you win or lose, I'll teach you how to graduate successfully. How about that? Chinyu. Although I graduated last, wouldn't my experience be more suitable for you? System 3303. I always feel like you are cursing me for being the last one. If that's the case, that's fine. But you have to bear the handling fee yourself. If you can't sell it, you have to buy it back yourself. Of course, if you buy it back yourself, I will refund you the previous handling fee. System 3303. I don't want to be discovered by my seniors doing this. You must have made repeated promises. The system is quite good in a sense except that it is a bit rigid. For example, it is easy to cheat. Unfortunately, this is a limited edition between systems. If the person who just talked to System 3303 was a host, System 3303 might have just pretended to be dead and didn't speak according to the requirements of its work manual. Chinyu, no problem. But I will write the introduction and send it to you. Salt baked potato. Attribute, satiety +5. Introduction, half a potato baked by Shihuang Ingzheng himself. Salt baked potato from the Warring States period. Original flavor of the Warring States period. Really don't you want to buy one to try? Evaluation, want to experience the food made by the first emperor himself. Want to feel the feeling of being placed on the tip of the heart by the emperor of all ages. Buy one. Salt baked potato warms your heart in the cold winter. Price, 20 national fortune. Chinyu sent the introduction that he was very satisfied with, and then saw that the data stream on the other side, who was not sure whether it was his junior or junior, trembled, and the specific form of expression was that the dialog box was shaking. Chinyu, is there any problem? What I wrote is all true. And the satiety bonus is also written according to the data you just tested. No deception. System 3303, it's okay. It's already on the shelf. I will contact you again after it's sold. System 3303, damn. How can there really be such a fool? System 3303's data flow is disordered. It can't understand all this. Although it did put a good position for the senior sister's half potato in the spirit of not being able to get the graduation strategy for free, which is also its greatest authority. But the position is good? It doesn't think it can be sold. Chinyu, now you understand why you can't graduate. Because you don't understand humans. Chinyu, no one gesture understands humans better, gesture, than me, gesture. Chinyu looked at the national fortune points received in a good mood, and then reminded System 3303, you lose 1 month's internship salary to me. And this is for you. She sent a document over, titled System Introduction Edition of Human Psychology. The file has been received. System 3303, I still don't understand why that potato is sold for 20 national fortunes. Transfer plus 2,000 national fortunes to you. Chinyu, so you can't graduate. Take a good look at the book I gave you, and you will understand. Chinyu, by the way, have you been doing internship here recently? System 3303, yes. Unless I graduate, I will be responsible for the identification of host items near this dimension. Chinyu calculated that the next graduation exam will be at least 500 years later, which is still very cost-effective. So she took the internship salary of System 3303 and transferred it to it. Chinyu, I will hire you until graduation. Before graduation, please help me pay attention to whether there are any discounted good things in the mall. I will make a list for you later. Notify me when the things on the list appear. System 3303 was very happy to get his internship salary back. Although this is not a big deal. It is really great to be able to read the strategy of the senior sister without spending money. System 3303, thank you. Senior sister, thank you so much. You are a good system. I will help you pay attention in the future. Chinyu felt guilty for a while after seeing the reply, but it was only a short while. Anyway, the book she gave was indeed an introduction to psychology, and it also attached many host types seen in novels. How could it be considered a deception system? She came up with this idea because she couldn't possibly check the mall every day. But some products were unique. There might be things sold by other hosts, or they might simply be too precious, so there was only one. At this time, it would be very convenient to have an insider. Chinyu, you're welcome. You're welcome. We are all systems from the same factory. We should help each other. If nothing else, I won't disturb you from working. System 3303, it's my honor to be disturbed by you. Senior sister. Besides, it's very important to me because it's related to graduation. I will read the book you gave me carefully. System 3303, I will become a useful system to the system space like you. Chinyu choked. Is she going to become a system that can't load the initial module like her? No. What's the big deal about challenging the hell mode? But I can't say that. I need some art of speaking to modify it. Chinyu, really? Do you also have the consciousness of being an aesthetic system? Do you want to join the R&D department like me instead of loading the ready-made modules? Chinyu, not bad. Very ambitious. But you have to graduate first. System 3303, no. 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 I don't want to. No. I mean I don't have the ability. Only a perfect system like you can do this. I'll forget it. I still want to graduate. Chinyu suspected that this junior was implying something to her. But she had no substantial evidence. Considering the other party's IQ, she thought she was overthinking it. So she casually said a few perfunctory words and disconnected the communication. Although she spent much less energy to contact System 3303 than to contact the main system space. She would spend as little as possible. She also had to study the things in the system mall. The first category to focus on was medicines and the like. In this era, there was no special medicine that could defy the heavens. She said she was paying attention to medicines, but she was actually more concerned about health products. Of course, unlike most modern fraudulent health products, the health products in the system mall were all genuine. Otherwise they would not be on the shelves. There are also products with very low discounts, which belong to the category of can't be cheated or lost, and she will generally consider them. These also need to be screened. And this is when it shows how important it is to have a younger brother. System 3303 is left to you. And the senior sister really thinks highly of you. After making the list, Chinyu passed the things to System 3303. The rest is the problem of crude salt purification mentioned before. Before the development of modern industry, there was no particularly good way to purify this problem. Mainly because there was no such thing as chemistry, and no ions in ancient times. The various harmful substances contained in crude salt were invisible to the naked eye. This also shows from some aspects that chemistry is really important. Although it is a headache to learn, life cannot do without it. Salt and iron are one of the most important substances in ancient times. Qi State became rich because of selling salt along the coast. Not to mention iron. Steel represents the renewal of weapons. In short, both of these are very important. Unfortunately, the most convenient thing to make in Qin is iron swords. We can copy the forging methods of later dynasties to swordsmiths and let professionals figure it out. This requires a coal mine. Fortunately, Wang He has taken people to find it. According to her calculations, it will not take more than next year to find a coal mine. After all, she has found the location. Wang He just leads people to find it according to the established route. There should be no big mistakes. Salt purification is a bit troublesome. Ordinary crude purification only requires dissolving salt in water, boiling and filtering. The salt produced can be eaten, but it cannot be expected that harmful substances can be removed in this way. After research, Chinyu found that in the current situation, in addition to crude purification, only well salt making is more realistic. Although the production steps are a little bit complicated, compared with crude salt with various impurities. At least the safety of well salt can be guaranteed. It is generally non-toxic, and will not kill people even if consumed for a long time. The yellow brine and black brine needed for well salt production can be found in the upper superposition area of the Bashu, Sichuan basin, with a burial depth of about 50 meters to 1,000 meters. The current situation is not quite the same as it will be later. She needs to go to the field to investigate. You can send someone to bring back a small amount of samples first, and then teach a few useful chemists to try to make a large amount and make money with this. If it really doesn't work, use this to make money from the rich first, and then promote it when it can be mass-produced. At that time, you can also promote how good life in Qin is, and deceive immigrants from other 6 countries. At this time, the national consciousness is not clear. Unless you are a prince, changing your family and nationality is nothing to people now. The fact that there are so many foreign ministers in Qin is very telling. Living in a country where you can eat cheap salt is very tempting no matter how you look at it. The price of mineral salt produced in Qin and the price of sea salt produced in coastal countries made her want to cry. They were all salt. But some salts were secretly raised in price without the knowledge of the common people. It was too much. So when Ying Zheng asked about the salt problem, Qin Yu did not hesitate. Chemistry is good, but it is easy to go bald. Let's find some sorcerers to learn it. Don't think about cheating people every day. If you have that time, you might as well learn chemistry. By the way, speaking of this, Qin Yu quickly added a request to her new little brother. If there are 9-year compulsory textbooks for sale in the mall, remember to notify her. It is true that her own database is quite complex and complete, but it is too much to ask her to compile textbooks by herself. It is better to hope that the system mall can buy it. Ying Zheng knows the importance of salt to a country, but he has no intention of learning chemistry himself. Because Qin Yu has said before that learning chemistry cannot cultivate immortality, and even those alchemists are not real. In order to find subordinates for himself, Ying Zheng quickly issued an order to let the alchemists with real skills in Xianyang come to see him. Qin Yu still saw that Ying Zheng might have a little unrealistic fantasy in his heart. So she said, let's interview those alchemists together. They may not have real skills, but I think it is very likely that they are real scams. Interview? Another new word. Ying Zheng understood Qin Yu's meaning with his strong ability to connect the context, and decided to interview those alchemists in a few days. On the day of the interview, several alchemists from Xianyang gathered here. According to Qin Yu's requirements, interviews should be conducted one by one. So the hall was empty and quiet. The first Taoist priest who came for the interview was very calm. From his appearance, he did have some immortal spirit. He looked kind and gentle when he didn't speak. There were very few elderly people in this era. It was almost a miracle for the elderly to live for many years. They would not live badly in any country. Is this kind of appearance a proof of real ability? Being able to live like this in the Warring States period at least proved that he was really good at keeping healthy. If he didn't talk nonsense about immortality, Qin Yu felt that she could also respect the old and love the young. The old man in front of her was the young one she loved. But Qin Yu felt that this requirement might be a bit difficult for the current alchemists. They thought that their corresponding profession was to find immortals and make elixirs. How could they give up their advantages in front of the king of Qin? Moreover, when Ying Zheng gave the order, he did not explain what his requirements were. He only said to summon the alchemists in the city, and at most added a requirement that they must have real skills. So the people who came really didn't know what the king of Qin wanted to do. However, since ancient times, why would people look for alchemists? So this old man who looked like an immortal stroked his long white beard and said, if the king wants to find immortals and ask for the way, it may not be convenient recently. He thought he had cleverly left the next topic. But who is Ying Zheng? He is not alone now. On his shoulder stands a tong from more than 2,000 years later. And this tong is even a time travel version. Interesting. Is it inconvenient because I'm here? Qin Yu flapped her wings, and several black feathers flew past the old man. But he didn't react. Suddenly, Qin Yu's voice became disappointed. You can't see. You can't see and you're still saying these things. I thought you could see me. Qin Yu did it on purpose. The Taoist priest opposite didn't look abnormal at all. How could he really be a cultivator? If a cultivator didn't use bold monster on her, she really didn't approve of it. It's a pity that this is just an ordinary person. An ordinary person who can't be more ordinary. The only advantage may be his age, which makes it easier to win the trust of the powerful. When Ying Zheng saw this scene, he didn't know whether he was happy or angry. Was he happy that he was the only one who could see the motherland? Or was he angry that someone came to deceive him? For this interview, he didn't even bring Wang Jian and Meng Tian. The two of them stood outside to guard them. In addition to guarding, they also wanted them to observe these alchemists. Unfortunately, the first one was a liar. Ying Zheng's face was not very good. But he still said to the people, why? Although he asked this question, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was not interested in the Taoists' search for immortals. The Taoist was stunned. He used to get along well among the dignitaries with his means. All the dignitaries could not escape the issue of lifespan. No one did not want to live longer. Logically speaking, even if the king of Qin was not interested, he should not have this attitude. Wasn't the purpose of finding them to find immortals? That was to make elixirs. He sighed. Searching for immortals is not something that can be achieved in one day. Qin Yu knew that she would never hear normal job application words after hearing this opening. It was also because she was too demanding. She actually wanted to find an alchemist in the Warring States period to let him study chemistry. Let him show his ability. Qin Yu felt that he couldn't listen to the other party's nonsense anymore. There were still a few people to be interviewed next. It's better for him to show whatever he thinks is amazing. I don't believe this. It's easier to distinguish the true from the false with real objects. He was just short of telling people something real. The old man paused. His expression remained unchanged. But he was thinking a lot in his mind. He had never been asked to do this before. But who let the other party be the king of Qin? Alchemy is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. I need to prepare. If the palace can provide materials for alchemy, I believe the process will be much faster. Because Ing Neng's attitude was pretty good. He had not been neglected since he entered the palace. And he was a little carried away for a while. In short, this alchemist was arrogant, and even dared to bargain with the king of Qin. Let him refine it. If he can use chemistry, it will be qualified. Qin Yu endured it, and lowered his requirements. After all, it is really difficult to find some talents in this era. Ancient alchemy is a traditional technique for refining elixirs in ancient times. It can be regarded as a pioneer of modern chemistry. In fact, alchemists used the method of heating and sublimating drugs in the Warring States period. And they were also the first people in the world to use it. As for the things that are refined, very few can be eaten. And it is normal to be poisonous. After all, the alchemists at this time really liked to add all kinds of strange things to the alchemy furnace. The elixirs refined contain a lot of heavy metals, and the effect of prolonging life is nothing. It may have some effect when used externally, but taking it internally is simply equivalent to chronic suicide. Qin Yu gathered several famous alchemists in Xining City, not to let them refine elixirs. It is better to rely on the health preservation of learning the 8th set of elementary school students' radio gymnastics with a regular work and rest schedule than to rely on the health preservation of using ancient alchemy. Oh, yes, there is also radio gymnastics. Qin Yu silently looked at Ing Zheng and calculated his age. It was just the right age for middle school students to do radio gymnastics. Not bad. Thanks to the 9-year compulsory education. She has not returned the radio gymnastics to the physical education teacher. As for other byproducts of alchemy, such as gunpowder, I am sorry that the 9-year compulsory education does not teach this. Qin Yu is a law-abiding citizen during her lifetime, and it is impossible for her to learn this. The crossing is purely accidental. The System Academy teaches human psychology the most, and does not teach how to make gunpowder. So Qin Yu thought about gunpowder, but she also knew that there were only a few ways to obtain it. The System Mall does not sell weapons of mass destruction, and she has not seen the method of making gunpowder in the mall. She can only wait and see if there is a host selling this specific formula. Of course, there is another way that depends on luck, which is to wait for these alchemists to accidentally discover it when refining the elixir. Anyway, gunpowder was indeed discovered in history in this way. She can still do it by just hinting a few words and waiting for her subordinates to try the formula one by one. Now Qin Yu's arrangement for this alchemist is to send him to make the elixir, and then find an excuse to say that the elixir is not good, so that he can change the method of refining the elixir. What's the good of refining the elixir? It's better to learn chemistry. It also saves people from spending a lot of effort to cheat money every day, although they may think it is true. The scientific principles contained in it are not the kind that can make people ascend to immortality. Since she came to this world, she has made an assessment. This world does not have that kind of special energy such as aura and magic. There is nothing. The only thing that can be regarded as abnormal is herself, or the high-tech abnormality from the system space, not the mysterious side. When the first alchemist who came in for the interview heard that Ing Zheng ordered the servants outside to take him to the side hall of the palace to clean up an alchemy room, he thought he had succeeded halfway. At least he stayed in the palace with the advantage of appearance. Compared with other alchemists who had not seen the king of Qin, his advantage was not a little bit. He won at the starting line directly. He stood up and bowed. "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty." This alchemist left straightforwardly. He did not stay to talk nonsense about force buying and selling. Maybe it was out of trust in his own ability. Qin Yu marked this alchemist as a candidate for investigation in his inner notebook. This person's character seemed to be savable. He was not the kind of person who really couldn't tell life from death. As long as you work for her honestly, it's okay to have some feudal superstitions. You can do your thing. But I still don't believe it. And I even don't believe it with Ing Zheng. After a few more times, these people are not stupid and will naturally stop being feudal superstitious. The second person who came in was a tall middle-aged man, dressed as a Taoist priest. He immediately saluted when he saw Ing Zheng, and his appearance was impeccable. His eyes were shining. And it seemed that he really was. But Ying still didn't show any expression. He looked at the person in front of him with little interest. From the fact that the Taoist priest in front of him couldn't see the reality, it can be known that this person also had no real ability. Although he only saw the first two, Ying had begun to feel that his fantasy of finding immortals was shattered. Even Qin said that there were no immortals in Qin. The reason why he had fantasies was that he had never seen these Taoist priests. After seeing them, he felt that although they all showed some immortality, they actually lacked something. If Ying knew science, there should be an adjective here. These people lacked an unscientific attitude. At first glance, they are human beings. Those who talk about becoming immortals are all liars. If Qin Yu said this, the credibility would immediately increase. But it's a pity that Qin Yu is not interested in packaging herself as an immortal. She is just a young country that has just been born for hundreds of years. She is still a child. The Taoist saw that Ying was not even interested in asking questions, and his heart skipped a beat. He reasonably suspected that the person who came in before said something. But the king of Qin had a general attitude towards them, the latecomers. So the middle-aged Taoist thought that whether he could be prosperous and wealthy in the future depended on this time. He tried to speak and took the initiative to mention the art of alchemy. Qin Yu was not surprised. Alchemy is almost a compulsory course for alchemists. When talking about alchemists, alchemy must be mentioned, and alchemy must be related to alchemists. But she still underestimated the boldness of this middle-aged alchemist. It is said that wealth and honor are sought in danger. This person obviously thought so too. After seeing that Ying was not interested in the elixir he mentioned, he directly offered medicine. Let him present it, and let's see. Don't get me wrong. Qin Yu doesn't believe it. Unless this person offers aspirin, she doesn't think that the current alchemy can make any elixir. She just saw that the person's expression was confident, and she was a little curious about what was in it. To be honest, she had never seen elixir from the Warring States period. The last time I saw elixir was in a TV series, and it was 3 elixirs of immortality made from alien meteorites. Regardless of whether the setting was outrageous or not, the TV series was really good. Although the alchemist was prepared, the box he took out from his wide sleeves was just a delicately carved wooden box. Not a jade box for medicine. But the contents inside did make Qin Yu raise an eyebrow. There were 2 or 3 white jade-like spherical pills in the box. They looked very good. If they were not fake white jade, they would be immortal pills. It was no wonder that the middle-aged alchemist was very confident in himself. Those who dared to offer medicine on the spot were indeed very capable. Qin Yu scanned the pills, and roughly got the ingredients of the pills. If you say that you were amazed by the appearance of the pills before, and you were heartbroken that the Warring States alchemist had misplaced his skills, then you would take a deep breath for the ingredients of the pills. Fortunately, the average temperature in the Warring States period is higher than that in later generations. So even if global warming occurs, it is not her fault. First of all, she has never seen a medicine with this kind of ingredients that can cure diseases. Of course, it is not ruled out that she is shallow-minded. This medicine is 500 years ahead of the medical level of later generations. So there is nothing she can do about it. Secondly, this ingredient is really useless. She looked at it for a long time and really couldn't see what the use of this thing is. In addition to its good appearance, it is a waste product. If you eat it casually, you may have problems. In order to find out whether this person is here to cheat money or kill people, Qin Yu, what does he think the effect of this medicine is? Ying noticed Qin Yu's very subtle words. Using he thinks instead of what is the use of this medicine. After thinking about it for a while, he guessed that the person in front of him was probably also a liar. When he saw the white jade pill before, he was still surprised for a moment, and the hope of seeking immortality seemed to float out in his heart again. But he was more willing to believe what Qin said, as his motherland would never harm him. Ying calmly asked, "What is the effect of this elixir? It looks as warm and white as white jade." The middle-aged Taoist priest stroked his beard with some complacency. His long black beard was very smooth, which made Qin Yu wonder for a moment whether the Taoist priest's beards were also some kind of unspoken rule. "I made this medicine by accident. I think it was because I was blessed by the king in my great Qin territory. Because he saw that Ying was not very interested in refining elixirs before. He did not say that this credit was full, but praised Ying for a while before talking about his own credit. I just happened to get this opportunity." Qin Yu, no. There is no such buff in Qin. This medicine seems to come from the sky. I dare not touch it easily. mainly because I am not qualified. This elixir is mainly made of gold. And it is made by refining gold into jade. The surface is so smooth and shining because enough gold is used in the refining process. Shihuang did not pay attention to the specific refining method. From the sentence of refining gold into jade, Shihuang knew that this person wanted to cheat money. She can say such words as refining gold into jade. And she can turn stone into gold, which is more or less outrageous. Carrying it with you can make you feel refreshed. As for taking it internally, because it is a new elixir, I have never tried this method. Shihuang looked at the middle-aged alchemist with that look. He was still a little conscientious, and did not lie to Zhang to eat this elixir. Although the saying that carrying it with you can calm your mind and concentrate your mind is also outrageous, it is at least more reliable than eating it directly. The alchemist waited anxiously for the result. He was very confident in his own elixir. But he didn't know what the king of Qin was thinking about after being silent for so long. He is qualified. At least he didn't ask for internal use. He just wanted to cheat money. He can still be saved. But deceiving the king is also a serious crime. It's better to send him to labor reform. There is no need to study alchemy in the future. Let him take a few talented students to study chemistry. But what's wrong with that medicine? Zhang is still very sensitive to what he eats. When he doesn't trust someone to the extreme, he behaves like a suspicious king. Although Shihuang didn't mention the elixir, Zhang himself suspected the medicine, because Shihuang had already regarded the middle-aged alchemist in front of him as a younger brother who was about to join the Qin family, and did not really want to punish him. So he just said tactfully, the problem is not that big. It's just that he thought the elixir had an effect. But in fact, the elixir did not have such an effect. Of course, it's not an elixir made of gold. Zhang looked at the middle-aged alchemist silently. His eyes heavy. You can stay in the palace for the time being. The alchemist didn't know that his lies had been exposed. He happily accepted the order and went down. He was relieved when he walked out of the palace. He said that his elixir was fine. Maybe the first person who went and said something to the king of Qin. But his own strong strength still won him a place. He couldn't help showing a proud look on his face. What he just said was true. Except that it was fake, that it was made of gold. The elixir was made by him accidentally. He felt refreshed after carrying it with him after his experiment. He expected to have a place in the Xining Palace with this. Thinking of this, he even looked at his colleagues, who were waiting outside with a calmer look. He felt that he had a certain status in the eyes of the king of Qin, which was not comparable to those guys who had not seen the king of Qin. At this time, there was no need to conflict with his colleagues. Instead, he kindly reminded them, Your Majesty doesn't seem to be interested in alchemy. But I think it's very likely that the first person who went and said something. So you all should be careful. The middle-aged alchemist stroked his beard with a smile. He seemed to be kindly reminding his colleagues. But in fact, what he said was all speculation. Or malicious speculation about the first person who went in. It is said that there can't be two tigers in one mountain. And this sentence is also true for alchemists. There can only be one alchemist who is the most important in the heart of the king of Qin. And that must not be the one who went in before. The middle-aged alchemist thinks that he can also fight for it with his excellent alchemy skills. After listening to what he said, the expressions of several alchemists present were different. But everyone's ability to observe words and expressions was not bad. Seeing that the middle-aged alchemist's meaning obviously left a good impression on the king of Qin, they also gave him this face and said, Thank you for your reminder. After nodding to each other to show courtesy, they couldn't stand at the door of the Qin palace to chat. So the middle-aged Taoist priest stopped talking after a few words, and took his students waiting outside the door, and followed a servant out of the main hall. The places arranged for these Taoist priests are all relatively remote palaces. Generally, no one comes to disturb them. The buildings look a little desolate, but it's good to have a place to live in the Xining Palace. The middle-aged Taoist priest has nothing to complain about. This kind of place is also convenient for them to make elixirs. When the middle-aged Taoist priest brought his students to this side hall, he found that there were already people in the courtyard. There were 2 or 3 rooms with good locations in this side hall. At this time, one of them was occupied. After looking around, the middle-aged Taoist priest chose another room far away from the older Taoist priest to live in. Now that he has just entered the palace, he can't easily conflict with the other party. But living together every day, he feels a little uncomfortable. They don't have official positions now, and they may have to address each other according to their age when they meet. Thinking of this, The middle-aged Taoist priest feels even more uncomfortable. He and his apprentice pretended not to see the traces of another person's life in the hall, and only focused on packing up the room they were going to live in next. His apprentice naturally lived in the room next to him. Although the apprentice's room was not a good room in this side hall, it was right next to his room. The middle-aged Taoist priest was quite satisfied with this arrangement, because he chose this room all the way. The entourage who followed him didn't even say a word. It can be said that he could just choose where he wanted to live. The middle-aged Taoist priest was also a little proud. This was the result of showing off in front of the king of Qin. The alchemists here are still fantasizing about getting the attention of the king of Qin, refining the best elixir, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Ying Zheng over there was playing with the box of elixir that looked like white jade in his hand, while looking at the nervous people in front of him. The new alchemist didn't seem to have as good a psychological quality as the first two. He didn't come in and ask for immortals, but was more interested in studying alchemy. But because he was not very confident, his performance was also average. At least not as good as the first two. This one didn't look like he had immortality. If he had to describe it, he was more like a scientific researcher than a liar. Qin Yu saw the struggle in his eyes, and then looked at his slightly old clothes. It was reasonable to suspect that even if he wanted to cheat money, it was because he didn't have enough money for alchemy. She sighed, not understanding the charm of alchemy. He was so obsessed with alchemy that he had never seen chemistry. Although chemistry itself is a headache to learn, the experimental class of chemistry is really addictive. She still remembers that the biggest entertainment in her high school was not art and physical education class, but physical chemistry experimental class, which is much more interesting than art and physical education class. Of course, she didn't take many art classes or physical education classes in high school. This one should be useful as a human being. That's right. Qin Yu has set 2 levels. People who can be used are good talents. As for how to use them, those who want to cheat should at least be taught a lesson. This alchemist who has no intention of cheating can be used as a human being. I just don't know how good his chemistry talent is. Qin Yu thinks that those who can stick to alchemy should have good chemistry talent. But there are always accidents. Try him. If he can pass, then he will pass it. If this one passes, then the first old alchemist, who is always talking about seeking immortals, is not needed. And he can just be a tool. Ying Zheng casually handed the wooden box left by the senior middle-aged alchemist to the new alchemist. If I remember correctly, his surname is Li, and his name is Li Li. When Qin Yu learned about this name, he once complained about why he was not called Lily. But seeing that Li Li seemed to be an honest man, Qin Yu still looked at him seriously and waited for him to express his own opinions. This elixir was left by the senior alchemist. I wonder what you think of this elixir. Li Li raised his hands and carefully took the box of elixir, put it under his nose and sniffed it gently, and then carefully observed the appearance of the elixir. It's a pity that this elixir was offered by other colleagues. Otherwise, he would have wanted to scrape a little with his fingernails and put it in his mouth to taste it. Just looking at it with the naked eye, you still can't tell what the elixir is made of. If you don't know the ingredients of the elixir, you naturally can't know the effect of the elixir. And you naturally can't answer the question of the king of Qin. Li Li was frowning and thinking, and heard the king of Qin say, "This elixir is made of gold. Can't even you see it?" Li Li's facial expression control is not very good, and he performed a pupil earthquake on the spot. The expression on his face is like saying that I have little knowledge. Don't fool me. Li Li, it's fake. It's acting. It's not real. Right? This thing is as white as jade. It does look like an elixir. But how is it related to gold? Li Li doesn't think this thing can be made of gold. With this level, why come to the Qin Palace? Isn't it better to practice immortality directly? After observing for a long time, Li Li was silent for a long time. The cold sweat on his forehead was about to drip down. I'm sorry that he really didn't see the difference between this thing and gold. Maybe I am not well educated and can't see the purpose of this elixir. Li Li still didn't make his words very clear. He always adhered to the principle of not offending people if he could. Even if the refiner of this elixir was not here, he was not used to saying bad things about people. Besides, even if this thing has nothing to do with gold, it is not something he can refine just by looking at the appearance. The person who refined this elixir must have real skills. He should not pretend to know. Qin Yu looked at Li Li with a look that was hard to describe, as if he was looking at a rare species. There were honest people among the alchemists of the Warring States period. Oh my God! It was so strange. It was very unreasonable. But there was a little bit of rationality. Thinking back to the fact that there was no such person as Li Li in the history books of later generations, Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh that in the industry of alchemists, honest people really couldn't become famous. She nodded with satisfaction. I passed. I actually heard someone tell the truth today. It's not easy. The implication is that the first two did not tell the truth. Which is also a reminder to Ying Zheng. Don't fantasize about cultivating immortals. Going to bed early and getting up early is better for health than cultivating immortals. Ying Zheng looked at the person in front of him carefully. In fact, it doesn't matter to him whether he tells the truth or not. He is good at using people. As for other small thoughts, he has the confidence to suppress them. So when it comes to employing people, he doesn't care about their original purpose, as long as the result is what he wants. The process is not that important. You can go down too. You will be temporarily granted to live in the Xining Palace. After the entourage came in this time, Ying Zheng ordered Meng Tian and Wang Jian to come in. He was too lazy to look at the next people. They were arranged in order. The one who came in first was considered to be more capable by the world. Two of the three people who came in were liars, and one was an honest man who was addicted to alchemy. Ying Zheng had no expectations for the next few alchemists. What do you two think of those people outside? He planned to ask Meng Tian and Wang Jian for their opinions. They had been watching outside for so long, and should take on some work for him. Your Majesty, compared with the three alchemists who have already gone to the side hall, those people outside are not very capable. But they all speak very well. They were not idle standing outside, but talked in a low voice. They communicated in a small range, but were wary of each other. They could even see some signs of forming cliques. In short, Meng Tian did not have a good impression of these people. That's true. I don't think highly of these people. Wang Jian's speech was brief, but he also agreed with Meng Tian's opinion. Those people revealed a lot of things during their chat. I just don't know what the king is going to do. Are the three alchemists who have already lived in the side hall of Xining Palace enough? If not, the remaining ones may have to pick out some useful ones. Then send the rest away. Why make up the numbers when there are good ones who can be used? Even if two of the three left are liars. So what? He will make people do things honestly and not have unrealistic fantasies every day. Take this to the side hall and give it to the three people. Ying Zheng pulled out 3 bamboo slips from the table. They were prepared by these alchemists before entering the palace. After giving out 3 volumes, he still had 2 volumes left, so he put them aside for the time being. As for the content of the bamboo slips, it was also relatively simple. It was the periodic table given by Qin Yu. Unlike the periodic table of later generations, which was written in English, the elements here were written only in the Qin language. Whether you can learn chemistry or not, it's always right to memorize the periodic table first. Let them read and recite, and be able to write it down from memory. I will personally check them in a few days. The two received the order from their boss, and immediately took the 3 bamboo slips, and prepared to do their job. After leaving the palace, Meng Tian began to chat with Wang Jian. I don't know what the king wants those alchemists to recite. These 3 volumes don't seem to be too much or too little. To be honest, he was a little curious. But it was just a little curious. He was not interested in reciting these things, since the king gave them to those alchemists. It means that these things have something to do with the alchemists. In short, it is not what he is good at, and it is not what he is interested in. The endorsement activity is simply the most torturous thing in the world. Meng Tian has no intention of taking on extra tasks for himself. It's okay to just run errands and deliver things. The fact that they can personally deliver the bamboo slips also shows that this thing is very important in some ways, and cannot be handed over to others casually. So he has to give those alchemists a good lesson later. Meng Tian's idea was very simple. Doing good things according to the king's orders could only be said to be neither meritorious nor demerit. Completing better than the king's requirements would help the king relieve his worries. But there had to be a limit. His father and grandfather often said so. Wang Jian didn't know what Meng Tian was thinking, but he was not very interested in the letter. What did alchemy have to do with him? Just do it according to the king's instructions. He was more cautious than Meng Tian and always followed the principle of not asking things that should not be asked. The things that the king took the initiative to mention were the things they could listen to. If they didn't mention them, they should try not to say too much. This was the way for the ministers to survive. So after hearing that Meng Tian had arrived at the remote palace and gave the 3 alchemists a lot of instructions not to leak the letter, Wang Jian didn't react. His idea was similar to Meng Tian's. The letter must be extraordinary to let their 2 attendants come to deliver it in person. The 3 Taoist priests took the bamboo slips given to them by Meng Tian. The white-haired Taoist priest and the middle-aged Taoist priest observed the bamboo slips in the hands of the other 2 people without leaving any trace. From the appearance, there was no difference. But the general's grandson had said so many words of advice on the bamboo slips given to them. This bamboo slip must be extraordinary. Maybe the contents of the 3 people are different. The 2 people's thoughts kept coming out. And they all set their sights on Lili, the honest man among the 3 of them. They were all thinking about testing Lili after Meng Tian and Wang Jian left to see if the contents of the 3 people's bamboo slips were different. Before the 2 of them thought of their words, they heard Meng Tian add another sentence. I almost forgot. The king said that the contents of this bamboo slip should be read carefully and can be written down intact. The king will personally test it in a few days. The 3 people holding the bamboo slips looked at the bamboo slips in their hands and shook the weight in their hands. Compared with those long and huge works that could easily fill a cart, the bamboo slips in their hands were already considered small. In addition, the king also said that after a few days, there would be no random inspection. The 3 people here who could learn to make elixirs were naturally literate, so they immediately promised to memorize the contents of the book in the next few days. I will not fail in my mission. Please rest assured. Generals. Although the 2 were not real generals yet, they were very happy to hear someone say that. Anyway, there was nothing for them to do here, and the 2 did not plan to stay here for long. They said goodbye and walked out of this remote palace. Among the 3 alchemists, the middle-aged alchemist was the most impatient, while paying attention to not letting the contents of the bamboo slips be seen by the other 2. He opened the bamboo slips and saw the words written on them clearly. He could understand every Qin seal on the bamboo slip. But why couldn't he understand them together? What are hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, and boron? What are carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, and neon? Oh, he could understand the iron, copper, and gold at the end. But again, he knew every word, but couldn't understand them together. The middle-aged Taoist frowned and thought, could this be some alchemy secret technique that the king had found? He gave him this bamboo slip because he valued him. So he, Brother Bai, what did you see? The one who spoke was Lili, the honest man among the 3. The white-haired Taoist, who looked like an old fox, had no intention of speaking at all, but just looked at them with a smile. It was impossible for Bai Fengshi to tell his competitors about his guess, but it would be too embarrassing to say that he didn't understand. For the sake of face, Bai Fengshi looked at Lili with an unfathomable expression. Brotherly, keep quiet. Since these bamboo slips were given to us separately, there must be a reason. How can we communicate the contents at will? After saying that, he left Lili with an unfathomable smile and left with his little apprentice to return to his courtyard. Lili was stunned when he heard Bai Fengshi's answer. He felt that what he said made sense. He decided to study his own bamboo slips in private and said goodbye to the oldest white-haired Taoist priest. The white-haired Taoist priest smiled and sent him out. He gave up the idea of finding out information just now because of Bai Fengshi's words, and looked at the bamboo slips in his hand. Since Bai Chan looked like he couldn't speak, and even left without finding out information from Lili, this bamboo slip must be very simple. The white-haired Taoist priest asked the students who followed him to close the courtyard door, and he personally opened the bamboo slips and took a closer look. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. What is this? At this moment, his mood was the same as that of the middle-aged Taoist priest Bai Chan. He could recognize the words on the bamboo slips separately, but he couldn't understand them when they were put together. He thought he was the most educated person among the 3, but he couldn't understand this small bamboo slip. Looking at Bai Chan's expression, it couldn't be that he had understood it. Or was it that the content of the bamboo slips was different, and the difficulty was different, because the king expected more from him? The content of the bamboo slips given was more difficult to comprehend? Qin Yu didn't care about how those Taoist priests were bald because of the periodic table. She was more concerned about the physical and mental health of her children. People couldn't fall down before they were 996. She still expected him to work hard to develop the Qin dynasty. She observed for a while, and after connecting it with what happened today, she looked at Ing Zheng's low mood, and confidently analyzed, "This is because his heart of cultivating immortals is not dead." And then he was hit by a liar. This kind of thing doesn't matter. She will take action. Cultivating immortals is nothing. Radio gymnastics is the real health preservation. And she believes that the National Middle School students radio gymnastics dance youth and gain eternal life. Crossed out? Do you understand the value of radio gymnastics? Do you understand the value of the national team? So Chinyu dug out the 7th or 8th set of National Middle School radio gymnastics that she had engraved in her DNA. Forget it. This is not important. What is important is that she has not forgotten the accompaniment music and the specific movements of each section. After all, she danced for 3 years in high school. Even if she has lost her body, this radio gymnastics is still engraved in her DNA. After the universal translator translated it, she changed the male voice shouting the beat into a version that the current Qin people can understand, and combined it with the original music. After rehearsing it in her database, Chinyu nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. It's still the same brainwashing as before. I will never forget this rhythm after listening to it once. When I think of it, this rhythm will even play automatically in my mind. It's really good. After confirming that the props are okay, Chinyu stretched out the tip of her wings and patted Yingzheng, successfully attracting his attention. Don't listen to their nonsense about cultivating immortals. If you really want to keep healthy, you have to watch the National Middle School students' radio gymnastics. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Chinyu is now like a demon who tempts people to fall. But this is all for Qin's good. How can Yingzheng do this gymnastics alone? The whole country should do it together to live up to the name. National Middle School students' radio gymnastics? Is this a classic for keeping healthy? He understood keeping healthy. But what is the middle school students' radio gymnastics? He has never heard of such a thing. Chinyu thought about it, and found a reason. It was too troublesome to explain to Yingzheng what radio gymnastics is, and he might not understand it. So she tried to change it to a more understandable statement. I summarized this radio gymnastics after observing the daily behaviors of those long-lived people in Qin territory. I just finished it recently. I didn't think of doing it before. Yingzheng automatically imagined that Chinyu created this radio gymnastics for him, and even imagined the details that Chinyu didn't mention. Long-lived and healthy people generally do these movements. Simply put, these movements can prolong life. She really didn't know whether it was true or not. But long-term radio gymnastics is indeed good for people's health. This is the conclusion of people in later generations for decades. Yingzheng's eyes lit up. He also knew that those alchemists who came were not very reliable. But what the motherland said was trustworthy. Relying on manpower to observe the daily behaviors of those long-lived people consumed a lot of time and energy, and might not be effective. The national will itself span hundreds of years. The method of prolonging life proposed by Qin Yu was naturally more reliable than those alchemists. He said without hesitation, "Please teach Yingzheng how to practice the national radio gymnastics for middle school students. It's not too difficult. Watch carefully and I'll show you." As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, 3 light golden shadows appeared in the empty hall, with no one else except them. They were of ordinary build. Both men and women, with blurred faces, and wearing ordinary long trousers and long sleeves from later generations, which looked much simpler than what Yingzheng was wearing. Yingzheng naturally noticed this. He observed the clothes of the 3 people, and found that the clothes they wore were more convenient for movement. So he thought of writing down the style, and asking someone to make one for him. In the future, he would practice the national radio gymnastics for middle school students according to what they wore. National Middle School Students Radio Gymnastics Dance starts now. First, there was the passionate and familiar music. And then Qin Yu deliberately changed the slogan to the current Qin accent preparatory section. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 2 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. The preparatory section only had 4/8 beats and passed quickly. In less than 30 seconds, the deep male voice seemed to fast forward to the next section stretching exercise. It didn't take long to do a radio gymnastics. When Qin Yu was in high school in her previous life, she usually ran exercises before doing radio gymnastics during breaks. It can be said that she made full use of the longest break time. She planned to see what it felt like for Yingzheng to do a radio gymnastics. If he was not very tired, she suggested that he run around the palace first, and then do radio gymnastics like herself. Yingzheng's physique after years of sword training should be stronger than that of her previous life's high school student, with a developed mind and simple limbs. Right? As expected, it was similar to what Qin Yu had guessed. Ing Zhang's physique from years of sword training was much stronger than that of high school students in later generations. Doing radio gymnastics once had an effect but not much. So she happily decided to let him do it twice more. As long as the number kept up. It could also cause a qualitative change. With this in mind, she added a daily task to the system's task list: complete radio gymnastics 0/3. And the reward was a relatively luxurious national fortune point. A full 10 points. As for whether this daily task is worth the price, it is completely a matter of opinion. Anyway, these points are not issued by her, so she naturally doesn't care, as long as the price is not too outrageous. The main system will not have time to trouble her. Besides, do you understand the value of R&D personnel? Qin Yu was very confident that she would not be troubled, and formulated a very scientific exercise and helped plan for Ing Zheng. Even if he had to stay up late to review memorials in the future, he had to have a good body. Try to improve your own physical fitness, while Lu Buwei can still help stay up late to review memorials, so that he will not fall down due to high-intensity work when he takes over government affairs in the future. Qin Yu was not afraid of the thoughts and actions of such black-hearted capitalists. Anyway, there were no streetlights now, so she was not afraid at all. After calculating the number of times Ing Zheng did the radio gymnastics and supervising him to do it according to the standard movements demonstrated, Qin Yu called a stop. That's enough. Just do it at regular times and quantitative quantities. Doing too much is not good for your body. Exercising too much is also a kind of damage to the body. Fortunately, she is a system and can grasp the host's physical condition very well. After feeling the National Middle School students' radio gymnastics, Ing Zheng was thoughtful. Except for him, no one should be able to hear the music played. After all, it seemed a bit silly for him to dance here alone. Ing Zheng decided without hesitation to wait until tomorrow to pull Meng Tian and Wang Jian together, since there is a word called national for the National High School Students' Radio Gymnastics. Let's all do it together. Although some movements are indeed not elegant from a secular perspective, how can health preservation be delayed by a mere face? How can the things given by the motherland be viewed from a secular perspective? If Qin Yu knew about this, she would probably make a summary of Ing Zheng's behavior as long as everyone is embarrassed together. Then the rude movements will not be embarrassing. Unfortunately, Qin Yu did not see through the host's inner thinking function. She was just a weak and helpless system. After Ing Zheng finished his exercise, he continued to study the government affairs on his own. Qin Yu was no longer fully focused, and the whole bird flew away directly. Anyway, she didn't need to report to Ing Zheng, so she naturally went wherever she wanted. First, let's take a look at Lu Buwei, who said he was going to hold a banquet. This prime minister's ability is beyond words. But he is too greedy for power. If other weaker emperors might tolerate him, but Ing Zheng would not tolerate a powerful minister staying above his head. So Lu Buwei's future fate is very clear. But Qin Yu thinks it's a pity to kill such a talent. It's better to demote him to the south of Shu to open up wasteland. Even if he dies, he should make some contribution to the country before he dies. Forget about Lao Yi. She can't see how he can be used. If Lu Buwei is a beautiful jade with a little flaw, then Lao Yi. Sorry. She thinks Lao Yi is not worthy of carrying Lu Buwei's shoes. The Xianghua mansion where the banquet was held was lively. When Qin Yu flew in, she saw a group of important officials sitting at the seats, and they had obviously started eating. However, the reason for the banquet was definitely different from most of the reasons she had in her life. This banquet might just be to win over her own forces on time. Qin Yu couldn't understand it. Many ministers were eating and drinking, and the performances during the banquet were also very ordinary songs and dances, not exceeding the rules. In short, it was a very disciplined banquet, as if it was really for the purpose of keeping in touch. She turned around and saw Li Si, who was currently working under Lu Buwei. At the banquet, he was talking to his colleagues with a smile on his face. It seemed that they were discussing the atmosphere of the 12th lunar month recently, and sighing about the prosperity of Xianying City. Very ordinary. Very strange. She thought Lu Buwei was going to do something, but it turned out to be like this? Qin Yu originally thought that it was not strange for her to see the Chu faction and Lu Buwei flirting today, but she felt even more strange when she didn't see any conspiracy. Maybe Lu Buwei has become an honest man. Haha. If Lu Buwei was an honest man, he wouldn't have said that Ingyan was a rare commodity. The big deal he made in Zhao State was enough to show that Lu Buwei was not an honest man in the traditional sense. He was just a venture capitalist. Qin Yu flapped his wings and flew over most of the seats at the banquet. There were people everywhere. The dancers' light steps and soothing music were very relaxing. The person kneeling at the top of the table was Lu Buwei. Next to him sat a dignified woman. It was speculated that she should be his wife. But this was not the point. The point was that Qin Yu felt that a venture capitalist would not be indifferent if he wanted to reduce his own risks. As we all know, the risks in venture capital will not disappear. He will only transfer the risks. So Qin Yu reasonably suspected that Lu Buwei might have found someone to transfer the risks. But she had been staying in the palace before, and the satellite was sent out to find coal mines. So her control over Xinying City declined slightly. Of course, this was also because she was not shameless enough to install a camera in every minister's home. It was okay to maintain the state occasionally, but installing cameras directly in the ministers' homes was too perverted. Qin Yu didn't want to do this kind of thing, and it was not necessary. When necessary, she could be more shameless than this. In front of her, Lu Buwei and his wife were talking and laughing. If they didn't say they were in love with each other, they were at least respectful to each other. The relationship between the two seemed very harmonious. She wanted to ask Lu Buwei's wife if she knew about what Lu Buwei had done. However, considering her own settings, she pretended that she didn't have this idea. She stood on the table, and the various tableware on the table always tempted her to push things down for some reason. Damn. She was not a kitten with dirty hands. It's better to observe Lu Buwei carefully than to have this time to think about it. Because Lu Buwei's excellent ability to handle government affairs. She really thinks this prime minister can be saved. Even if he really becomes a grindstone. At least, he should be sent to Bashu to open up Wasteland. Lu Buwei didn't know that he had been scheduled to be sent to Bashu to open up Wasteland. He was still chatting and laughing with his wife. When the atmosphere of the banquet was almost ready, someone who had been arranged long ago started to make a fuss. It's rare for Prime Minister Lu to hold a banquet. I wonder who would like to help cheer during the banquet. Yes, the singing and dancing are all the same. How boring. Which colleague can come up with something interesting? Hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes became strange. This is the real purpose of this banquet. She always felt that this script was familiar. The clause that were originally going to leave also put down. The people who came to this banquet were either Lu Buwei's subordinates or his retainers from various countries. Once the door of the Xianghua mansion was closed, it could be said that everyone inside was his own people. The people who were making noises below were relaxed, and the people around him didn't care. This banquet was not very formal to begin with. Even if a few retainers, who loved to watch the excitement, did not receive Lu Buwei's instructions. They followed the first few people to make noises. In their view, this was equivalent to making noises for their colleagues to perform a show. And there was no other meaning. So the atmosphere at the banquet was relaxed and casual. Lu Buwei also smiled and raised his hand to suppress it, indicating that everyone should keep their voices down, and he was going to start talking. Everyone, please be patient. There must be many heroes here who have their own unique skills. Let's do this. Those who are interested can come to the banquet to show off. It would be a good thing if they can win applause from the whole hall. Kai. 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 Although the impromptu performance at the banquet had not yet begun, it did not prevent them from cheering. There were even two Taoists who stroked their beards at the banquet, as if they were very interested in the scene. Lu Buwei raised his hand again and said, "Let's start. Who wants to try first?" Everything that happened during the banquet was under his control. Lu Buwei was very satisfied with the lively atmosphere. This was all arranged by him. But he didn't know what the impromptu performance would be like, because he only arranged for one person to perform some fixed programs, and the rest were really free to play. In addition to the important officials, who already had official positions, the other guests at the banquet were very interested in this impromptu performance that was suddenly initiated. Sometimes it is also important to seize the opportunity. If you can be valued here for a unique skill today, it will naturally be great. These retainers all came for a better future. Few people said that they would just lie down and wait for death after entering the Prime Minister's mansion. Most of them had the ambition to climb up. Li Si, who knew some inside information, looked at these retainers, who were vying to sign up coldly, and shook his head. This banquet was destined to be a foil for the people arranged by Prime Minister Lu. Although he didn't know who Lu Buwei had arranged specifically, the person who made Lu Buwei curious must be a talented person with his own unique characteristics. Because the tone of not discussing state affairs has been set for this banquet. There are many people who perform confidently at the banquet, but there are few serious programs. Performing one's own martial arts is already a very serious program. She even saw a Taoist priest come on stage to show how to draw talismans on the spot. Qin Yu didn't feel strange seeing the alchemists at the banquet. After all, not all alchemists thought that the king of Qin had a future. The county magistrate was not as good as the current one. She didn't need to say more about who was the most powerful person now. There were always people who thought they had found the right team. But unfortunately, tsk. But when a man came to the center of the venue with a Paulownia wheel in his arms, Qin Yu realized something was wrong. And a certain premonition was beating wildly in her heart. The person in the venue exposed his reproductive organs on the spot. Qin Yu felt suffocated. Fortunately, all she saw was mosaics. Otherwise she felt that she could poke her eyes out on the spot. Oh! She didn't have eyes. Only a cyber camera. So it was okay. She also remembered who was the person who was performing the strange skills. This was the future Chongqing Laoai. The one who made Zhao Ji so stupid that she wanted to kill Ying Zheng and replace him with his later son. It was because of her that the plot was advanced. Right? Qin Yu did not even look at it anymore. She teleported back to Xining Palace and asked Ying Zheng in a shocked tone. Can a human being walk freely with a Paulownia wheel hanging from his mouth? Ying Zheng paused with the brush in his hand, and the black ink smudged on the bamboo slips. The brush in his hand was still a little different from the brush Qin Yu knew, and it was probably not improved later, because of Qin Yu's words. The bamboo slips that Ying Zheng had been writing on for a while were destroyed. But what could he do? He chose to forgive his motherland. The destroyed bamboo slips were picked up by Ying Zheng and placed on the side of the table. At this time, he had the mind to think about what Qin Yu just said. What did it mean to hang a Paulownia wheel with a mouth? Is this something that humans can do? Ying Zheng thought for a while, and was very sure that humans could not or should not do it. Are you going to watch the fun again? After a period of getting along, Ying Zheng also understood the hobbies of his motherland. It was nothing more than wandering around in Qin. His usual hobby was to watch the lives of Qin people. Occasionally, he would go to see the jokes of his ministers. But it was the first time that he found something new and shared it with him like today. It seems to be a retainer in the Prime Minister's mansion. Lu Bui is really amazing. He can find such a person and make him his retainer. It can be considered a talent that appears once every few hundred years. The corners of Ying Zheng's mouth twitched. He understood what Qin Yu meant. In hundreds of years, Qin State only had that one retainer who performed special skills in the Prime Minister's mansion. But he was not interested in this kind of talent. If there was a retainer who was strong enough to carry a tripod, Ying Zheng might pay more attention to it. He would only be shocked when he first saw Lao Ai's crooked ways. If he was a retainer of Prime Minister Lu, it would be normal. He usually likes to accept all kinds of talents as his retainers. It's nothing to have such a talent. This kind of person can't make any waves. Ying Zheng may have noticed the reason why Lu Bui did this. But he was too lazy to care about these things. As long as the two forces that should be opposed did not unite to make trouble for him, it would not be a big deal. The balance between forces needs to be maintained. This kind of thing is fun to watch in the eyes of one man and one bird. Qin Yu only felt a database overload more than Ying Zheng. After all, she had never seen such a thing in all these years as a leader. But she didn't take Lao Ai seriously. In her eyes, Lao Ai was just a tool. If it is said that other members of the Qin clan still have the possibility of successfully usurping the throne, then Lao Ai is just a little bit ignorant. After sharing the anecdotes, Qin Yu also saw the bamboo slips that were destroyed because of her. She was silent for a while, and then pretended not to see it. How could this fault be hers? She is just a national will that has just been born for hundreds of years. Her country is still a young country. And she is still a child, sure. Have the papers to be used in a few days been issued? In a few days, the three alchemists will be checked for their memorization. She specially gave them the complete periodic table just to give them a warning. In order to ensure the completeness of the periodic table, all the characters that are not in Qinzhuan are in simplified Chinese characters, which can be regarded as a test for the three alchemists. After all, what she needs is an obedient tool. Only the alchemists who complete the tasks she assigns without cutting corners are the ones she wants to reuse. So the test papers for the exam were produced because some of the characters were not known to the alchemists, and they might not even read them correctly when reciting them. So it is better to write them down directly. Anyway, it's just a random check of the periodic table, so there's no need for a complicated test paper. The templates given by Qin Yu are mostly multiple choice questions, and there are no judgment questions. in order to prevent cheating. The 3 test papers written on bamboo slips are slightly different, and only the last essay question is the same. Are you satisfied with the difficulty of these questions? The last question can be said to be a free point prediction question added by Qin Yu secretly. This kind of question is easy to answer or difficult to answer. But in short, it's not difficult for her to answer, so she can ask questions boldly. Zheng has almost finished writing. What Zheng didn't say was that he was quite interested in this model. In the past, talents could only be judged by experience. But there were not so many people with a discerning eye in the country. This way of asking fixed knowledge can screen some talents. If you want the upper level to use this method, these 2 simple question and answer methods may not work. Qin Yu saw that Zheng noticed the test paper made of bamboo slips, and casually said, "It's these on the table. They look very heavy. Not very convenient. It's too expensive to use silk. It's more reasonable to use bamboo slips. It's nothing to use silk for the test paper for the alchemist. He can still afford this money. But it's too extravagant to use silk to select talents. It's more appropriate to use bamboo slips." Now the promotion channel of Qin State mainly depends on military merit, and the low-level officials in the country can only be said to be enough for Qin State. If it really wants to unify the world, these low-level officials may not be enough. Zheng also thought of this point, so he paid attention to this form of assessment. After all, if he really conquered other countries, it would be impossible to listen to the recommendations of local nobles. If he still allowed the nobles of the old country to occupy the official seats, what difference would it make if he didn't unify the world? This is the time to use those alchemists. After they prove that they have learned these things seriously, they can start to contribute to the country as soon as possible. Isn't it better to improve writing tools than to think about making elixirs every day? Qin Yu's calculations were very loud. Before the people sent out found black and yellow brine from Bashu, these alchemists couldn't be idle. It was reasonable to send them to study papermaking. The main reason was that she couldn't think of what these alchemists, who only knew how to make elixirs, could do. So she let them study papermaking first. They could also study how to bleach the paper they made, so that they would not have learned chemistry in vain. Qin Yu couldn't help but complain again. The most important thing is that the elixirs they made are useless. If an alchemist could make penicillin, it would not be called ineffective alchemy. Unfortunately, even if the raw materials of penicillin were placed in front of them, these alchemists might not be able to guess what it could be used for. Then let's set this exam in 2 days. The sooner the better. 2 days is the study time reserved by Zheng for the 3 alchemists. It is not difficult to memorize the periodic table in 2 days. In Qin Yu's opinion, the most difficult point is not how long the periodic table is, but that there are words they don't know in it, and they don't even understand the meaning of most elements. It's just right to test which one is the honest person who can be reused. Qin Yu is very optimistic about the alchemist who came in last. He is much more honest than the first 2 alchemists. Of course, people will bully the honest ones. While the 3 alchemists were reciting nervously, rumors about Lao Ai were also spread in Xianying City, which came from the banquet at the Xiangwa mansion. Because many officials were present at the banquet, and many people saw this guest with their own eyes. The word of mouth among the people was also vivid, as if they had seen it with their own eyes. If the whole Xianying City spread, it would not be far from spreading to the palace. Not to mention that there was Lu Buwei behind it. So it would be even easier for this little gossip to spread to the palace. When the 3 alchemists who stayed in the palace came to see Zheng together, Zheng learned about this from Meng Tian beside him. "I have known about this for a long time, Your Majesty. This matter has been widely circulated. It may not be as simple as it seems to be that it can be spread to the palace in just a few days." Meng Tian was talking, and then he realized what Zheng had just said. "Your Majesty just said that he had known it for a long time? Your Majesty, I am still too behind in the news." Meng Tian had a guilty look on his face. He only knew about this news when it spread all over Xianying, and it was not as fast as the king who lived in the palace. He inevitably felt a little frustrated. But seeing Wang Jian's slightly stunned expression beside him, Meng Tian felt comforted in his heart. It turned out that he was not the only one who knew it late. He noticed this matter because, firstly, it was spread from the Prime Minister's mansion, and he had to pay attention to things related to the Prime Minister. Secondly, this matter was indeed a strange story. After all, he had never heard of such a person before. Lu Buwei also took advantage of people's curiosity. With this mentality, he spread the matter very smoothly, and without careful investigation. It was not even possible to see that he was behind this matter. I have my own plan for this matter. Don't worry too much. In fact, he just didn't care. He could guess the purpose of Lu Buwei doing these things. But he really didn't care. This matter was not as important as the exam in front of him. The ministers Li Li / Bai Chan / Li Qi greeted the king. The three people who came in from outside the palace saluted respectfully. But the voices of greeting were not in a uniform manner, which made Ing Zheng frown. He could see that none of the three people were submissive to each other. Either there was no one who could be managed among the three, or all three of them were ambitious, and no one wanted to be managed. Ing Zheng deliberately glanced at the alchemist that Qin Yu mentioned in the past 2 days. Li Li stood honestly on the left edge of the three people. It was the same as before. Honest and not fighting. It seemed that he entered the palace just to make a living. He was completely different from the two ambitious colleagues. I still think the one called Li Li is better. Qin Yu pointed at the person standing on the left with the tip of her wing. She was not optimistic about the Taoist priest Li Qi in the middle with white hair and beard. He was the one who started to seek immortals and make elixirs. She remembered very clearly that it was better to use ambitious people for some things. But it was better to use honest people for some things. The remaining two can be assigned some unimportant tasks. Ing Zheng nodded slightly. And he bit his fingers and knocked on the table, indicating that the attendants around him should distribute the bamboo slips on the table to the 3 Taoist priests kneeling below. Before the 3 Taoist priests came in, the attendants had arranged the table to be used, and the pens and ink were ready, and they only sent someone to take the test. After the 3 received the test paper, Ing Zheng said, I don't have time to ask you one by one. So today you should use this test paper to prove yourselves. The first exam of the Warring States period was also officially held in the Xianying Palace. The test questions were simple. The first half was just to see whether the 3 people completed the task seriously, and whether they were hypocritical. The last questionnaire was mainly used to see the true character of the 3 alchemists. The 3 alchemists completed the first half of the questions very smoothly. After all, they wanted wealth and glory. And they couldn't give up everything. They had to complete the tasks assigned by the King of Qin. The problem was the last question, which made them feel difficult. They had learned one thing from the attendant, who informed them long before the start of this exam. The questions this time were all written by the king himself. Although there was not much content on the bamboo slips, it also showed that the king attached great importance to it. Now the last question asked them to evaluate the king's level of question setting. Isn't this a fatal question? If it were the king of other vassal states, there might be reference answers to copy. But this king of Qin was newly appointed, and his personality was not yet known. They had not met this king of Qin several times before coming. It was extremely difficult to guess the other person's personality. The last question had to be answered, but the specific answer gave the answerer a headache. The least difficult one among them might be the only honest man Li Li. He didn't want to play any tricks, and wrote down his feelings about this exam after the last question. The main reason was that he was not good at making up lies. So he just told the truth. He thought that the king of Qin had a good character. At least he had never heard of any indiscriminate killing of innocent people in the past. So it should be okay for him to tell a little truth. So after the 3 alchemists handed in their bamboo slips, Qin Yu came to Ing Zheng and saw the contents on them. There were not many mistakes in the previous fill-in-the-blank choices. The ability of these 3 alchemists to memorize was impeccable. But the answers to the last question were different. There was the answer written by the old Taoist priest with gray beard, which was vague and powerful. And there was also the answer written by the middle-aged Taoist priest Bai Chan, who wrote his thoughts on the surface but flattered the emperor secretly. As expected, Li Li's answer was quite standard. And it would be almost the same if Qin Yu answered it herself. Among the 3 people, only Li Li was really answering the question seriously. The attitude of the first 2 people was wrong, and the answers they gave were far from the correct answer. Let's go with Li Li. Chemistry is just emerging, and the other 2 types of talents are not needed. The word talent became a derogatory word after Qin Yu said it. In short, it was not a good description. After accepting the 3 younger brothers, Qin Yu condensed light golden handwriting in the air when no one was around. It was the simplest papermaking technique, and it was also the papermaking technique that had not been improved at the beginning. As for the direction of improvement, she only provided a general direction. That is, she provided the raw materials that were roughly needed. She didn't know more. She was just an ordinary hacker in modern times. How could she learn the ancient papermaking technique? She knew the raw materials thanks to the history class in the 9-year compulsory education. Her history teacher liked to expand some extracurricular knowledge, so she knew the general process and raw materials. As for trying it herself, it was not the first time. So, Shihuang didn't finish her words. She coughed twice. This is something I came up with on a whim. It may not succeed, but there is no harm in trying it. It just so happens that the three of them are idle now, so find something for them to do. Yingzheng wrote down the paper-making technique proposed by Shihuang. He didn't think it was just a casual try. The perspective of the national on things is very different from that of humans. Many times, the motherland proposes the essence of a matter. Since this matter has been raised, it proves that papermaking also contains certain truths. Even if it fails, it is not the fault of the motherland, but it must be because the three alchemists did not do their best. The few lines of words in the air are only a few short lines written on the bamboo slips. Not to mention that they have been simplified in written language. It only takes a few bamboo slips to write on them. These bamboo slips were tied together and sent to the alchemist's residence in the palace. Yingzheng did not forget to order the followers who came in. Lili will be in charge of the research on papermaking this time. He could also see the unreliability of the other two alchemists. Those two would not necessarily study papermaking peacefully. They were obviously more interested in alchemy. Among the three, Lili was probably the only one who would honestly serve as a tool. However, it is not impossible that the other two alchemists saw the future of papermaking, changed their previous attitudes, and worked together to study papermaking. Then Shihuang would just say good. After all, no one wants too many tools. She only knows the simplest papermaking technique, and the more complicated ones still need to be figured out by the people here. Let's give this to the three alchemists. Shihuang showed a few simple chemical reactions in the air. These things were not many. Otherwise it would be too slow for Yingzheng to copy them alone. She was also thinking about a problem. It was okay to let Yingzheng copy down such simple things in the early stage. But what about the complicated things in the later stage? What if there are complicated drawings? She can't just turn a book into a book, which is really troublesome. Turning potatoes can be said to be pulled from far away. But turning books is too much, especially when it is written in Qin seal script. But no one in the country admits that it is his own work. So wouldn't it be directly exposed? Shihuang even considered whether to find a partner. But after thinking about it, she decided to forget it. It was fine if she cheated Yingzheng, but she would feel uncomfortable if others cheated her. People are so hypocritical. After all, she watched Yingzheng rule from the age of 13 to 13 and a half. How could he join forces with outsiders to deceive his host? While Shihuang was thinking, Yingzheng had finished writing these simple chemical reactions. Although the light golden handwriting was very conspicuous in the air, in the eyes of the servants, their king thought for a while, and then picked up the pen to write several bamboo slips. They ignored the light golden handwriting in the air, just thinking that these things were the king's own ideas. So after Yingzheng stopped writing, the servants were waiting to take over the scroll composed of bamboo slips. Give them this bamboo slip together with the previous bamboo slip, and bring a message. Nothing more. Yes. The servants would not think about the reason why Yingzheng did this, but would only act according to his orders. Shihuang thought more. This was an opportunity to warn those two people. If they were smarter, they should serve the country honestly instead of thinking about cheating every day. Since the order has been delivered, the incident of the alchemist has come to an end. The biggest gain recently is probably that after Yingzheng took two younger brothers to eat together last time, the relationship between the monarch and the ministers became closer, and Meng Tian and Wang Jian can be regarded as confidants. In addition, by chatting with Meng Tian and Wang Jian from time to time, the first confidence achievement was brushed on Meng Tian, which is also elementary. Although it is only an elementary achievement, it proves Shihuang's idea that when you know enough ministers, even insignificant little things can cause qualitative changes when they accumulate, which means that this achievement can be brushed. Thinking of so many ministers in Qin, Shihuang's heart is hot. These are not human beings. This is the walking national destiny. As for the fact that after telling Yingzheng about the setting of national destiny last time, Yingzheng could check the available balance of national destiny, Shihuang didn't care too much, because she didn't need to explain why the national destiny changed. Just don't ask. It's God's will. When the next big court came, Shihuang thought of a more opportunistic way to brush the achievement. It is not necessary for the monarch and the minister to know each other, and it is also possible for Yingzheng to know a lot unilaterally. So in the first year of Qin Wangzheng, at the first big court, Qin Yu began to ask Ying Zheng what he thought of his ministers. What kind of minister do you think Lu Bui is? As the saying goes, the one who knows you best is often your enemy. I guess Ying Zheng must know this prime minister very well. After all, he had seen him many times when he was in Zhao State. Although he was young at that time. What if he knew something? After all, this primary achievement of heart-to-heart is easy to judge. As long as you know a certain amount of information about the other party, you can judge it as successful. It can be said that it is the best to brush national destiny points at the beginning. As expected, Ying Zheng silently said in his heart that he actually had a very high opinion of Lu Bui. Apart from the fact that Lu Bui was not pleasing to the eye, the rest could be said to be a very good prime minister. He has restrained himself a lot recently. If he can maintain this state, he will be demoted at most. Qin Yu understood what Ying Zheng meant. If he wanted to take back the power, he would inevitably conflict with the forces in power. Qin Yu had no doubt that Ying Zheng could take back the power. This result was obviously inevitable. She looked at Lu Bui standing below with a smile. He was still the elegant prime minister, without the embarrassed look of being liquidated in the future. But who can tell what will happen in the future? She herself is a variable. According to her idea, unifying the 6 kingdoms is not the end but the beginning. What Qin lacks most is talent. If Lu Bui is more sensible, he may not be liquidated. As Ying Zheng said, he will be demoted at most. And he can also develop the backward areas by the way. It is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ying Zheng listened to the ministers reporting on political affairs while evaluating Lu Bui. After he finished his comments, Qin Yu also brushed an achievement on the system interface. Achievement Confidence. Lu Bui. Primary. National Fortune plus 100. So this primary achievement is really easy to brush. One achievement is equivalent to several days of daily tasks. So in the next court meeting, Qin Yu almost asked all the ministers she was familiar with. Although she asked once, the number of people she asked was not large. She mainly asked some ministers with high positions and power. For example, the 3 more famous generals, Meng Wang, He Biaogong, etc., and the future famous minister Li Si and so on. After a court meeting, she earned more than 1,000 national luck. It was like Shihuang touching an electric wire. She won. Qin Yu began to calculate whether she could accumulate a collective buff when repairing Zhenghua Canal. In the end, she calculated that she could not. The collective buff was very expensive even if it was bought for a limited time. It was not something she could afford now. She could only start buying on credit when the situation changed. I just hope that when the main system receives the credit bill, it will not want to send her out of the Milky Way. You asked about the situation of so many ministers. But what important things do you want to do? Qin Yu said nonsense seriously. Now that the king of Qin has changed, some things must also change. As for what the specific things are, let Ying Zheng fill them in his own mind. It's nothing more than luck or something. After hearing Qin Yu's answer, Ying Zheng looked at the ministers thoughtfully, guessing that this might have something to do with the illusory luck. Anyway, the motherland would not harm him as the king of Qin. So it didn't matter. It didn't matter to him whether these ministers could be loved by the motherland. Capable ministers must be liked by everyone. If you get a salary, you must do something. Otherwise the salary will be wasted. The court meeting time passed quickly. Although there were many things at the beginning of the year, most of them were not very troublesome. There were many things, and they were easy to handle. It didn't take long for the discussion to be almost done. The last and most important thing was about this year's eastward plan. The Qin state was not arrogant enough to think that it could unify the world in 1 year. The ministers in the court also thought that it was better to mainly nibble. Take a city today. Take a city tomorrow. And make the other side cede a few cities after winning. Over time, the world will be in hand. As for this year's goal, it is naturally selected from several neighboring countries. Considering that the Allied forces had forced them into Hanga Pass last year, the first battle this year naturally had to take morale into consideration. So they picked a soft persimmon to squeeze first. Among the neighboring countries, the weakest was naturally South Korea. And most of the ministers in the court agreed to attack South Korea first this year. But Ying Zheng had learned from Qin Yu that there was a high probability of a rebellion in Jinan this year. And he had already thought of the candidates to suppress the rebellion. Now most of the ministers said that they wanted to attack South Korea. The strength of the Qin dynasty was not bad. But suppressing the rebellion and attacking at the same time. Wang He had been sent out to supervise the coal mine. And Meng Ao was almost scheduled to suppress the rebellion. Both required a lot of manpower. So Ing Zheng's attitude was very ambiguous at this time. He did not express his opinion, but just watched the ministers below discuss. The plan they made seemed to be fine to Ing Zheng. If Jinan was still not in chaos after the whole country was prepared, then they could indeed march eastward according to this plan. Ing Zheng was still very confident about Lu Bui's arrangement. If he was not capable, he would not be in his current position. What do you think, Your Majesty? Although the power was not in Ing Ding's hands now, he still had to ask for show. If he firmly opposed something, even if he could not stop it, it would have a significant impact on whether things went smoothly. This is feasible. Who is willing to lead the troops to attack after all preparations are completed? Before the war began, a lot of preparations were often required. Asking this now was nothing more than predetermining the candidates for the attack, so as to avoid the need to temporarily select troops and generals when the troops were dispatched. I am willing to go. I am willing to go. I am willing to go. Military merit is a good thing in Qin now. No one would dislike the lack of merit on their part. As soon as Ing Zheng asked, many people petitioned to lead the troops to march eastward. Ing Zheng glanced at the ministers below, and he said, then General Meng Ao will lead the troops. First decide on the candidate. If Jinan rebels, Meng Ao will be brought in to quell the rebellion. If Jinan is not in chaos, then go east. No matter how you calculate it, it will not cause any trouble. Qin Yu probably heard Ing Zheng's plan from this decision. Although she knew that Zheng State would come this year, and there was a high probability that there would not be a large-scale war, she had no intention of interfering at all. What was the point of interfering with the government? Boring. It's not as interesting as watching the ministers having fun. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will definitely fulfill my mission. The ministers below had different expressions, but most of them didn't think there was anything wrong with this decision. Lu Bui, who had the right to change the candidate for the leader of the army, didn't think there was anything wrong. Choosing Meng Ao to lead the troops was a very stable decision. Moreover, Meng Ao was much easier to manage than Duke Biao. When Lu Bui thought of Duke Biao's arrogance, he frowned. It's not that he couldn't be arrogant, but it was a headache to see that he was unwilling to listen to government orders. The ministers in the court had no objections, so the matter was settled. The only regret was probably the generals who volunteered, but their status was not as high as Meng Ao, so there was nothing to say. No one dared to cause trouble in the court. Zhao Ji, who was supposed to sit next to the king, did not come because of the Suanio incident not long ago. Several factions in the court agreed, and the court meeting was almost over. It was only a month, and Qin Yu looked at the balance of thousands of yuan on the store interface and happily chatted with the younger generation in charge of appraisal in the store. These days, she almost brushed all the achievements that could be brushed confidence. Primary. And the effect was also very good. At least now Ing Zheng has 5,645 points of national fortune, which is a world of difference from the previous negative numbers. As for why she encouraged the King of Qin to contact the ministers one by one, isn't it normal for the King of Qin to win over his ministers? Especially now when he has little power. It is necessary to contact some ministers, even if he can't win them over for a while. It's okay to understand the other party's ability in advance. This is also the basic skill of a monarch. In reality, it was the time when Ing Zheng was practicing swordsmanship once a day, and Wang Jian was reporting the situation in the palace next to him. From the gossip in the Xining Palace to the recent situation of the Gongquan Palace next door, Wang Jian was very sensitive to some changes in the wind direction. This was also the ability he practiced after the fall of Zhou. Because of Ing Ding's support, Wang Jian also recruited many subordinates in Xining Palace, and the daily news summary can be regarded as a kind of work report. Ing Zheng is mainly concerned about whether there are any spies in Xining Palace, and whether there have been any major events in Gongquan Palace next door recently. Li Fansher has initially produced what you name paper, but from the news, the quality is not very good. They may plan to try a few more times before presenting the paper. There has been no abnormal situation in Xining Palace recently, and Gongquan Palace is very quiet, and there is no abnormal situation. Well, keep paying attention. Ing Zheng was not surprised to hear this result. The palace has been very calm in the past 10 days. Much quieter than the days when his father left the will. He continued to swing the sword, and the sound of the sword cutting through the air was fluttering. At this time, he looked more like a general on the battlefield than a king. Yes. Wang Jian stood aside silently, looking at the figure of the King of Qin, and became confident in Ing Zheng and his future. Recently, He has been evaluating whether the new king of Qin is worthy of his service. And the final result is also very good. Although he can still choose other countries and serve other kings. Now anyone with a discerning eye can see that Qin is unstoppable. The new king of Qin is not too useless and has the assistance of Lu Buwei, Meng Ao, Wang He and others. Choosing Qin is better than other countries. Moreover, after observing for a period of time, he has been able to determine that this king of Qin is not a simple person. Wang Jian is almost certain that this is another wise leader. After Wang Jian finished his report, Meng Tian waited for a few breaths before speaking. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Yingzheng put the sword back into the scabbard in his hand. And Wang Jian, who was standing on the side, also looked at Meng Tian. Meng Tian usually wouldn't say this so seriously. He didn't live in the palace, but usually lived in the general's house outside the palace. It stands to reason that even if he reported the situation in Xianying City at this time, he didn't need to add I have something to report so seriously. Just say it directly. Anyway, there were no outsiders here, and the servants stood far away and couldn't hear their conversation at all. But what did you accidentally see? Yingzheng narrowed his eyes and sorted out the suspects in his mind. He reasonably suspected that Meng Tian had seen the conspiracy of which ministers. The suspicion from the king. I met a water worker in the city before. Meng Tian relayed the words of the person he met to Yingzheng. And from Meng Tian's description, Qin Yu also knew who the visitor was. It was Zheng Guo, whom she had been thinking about for several months. The Korean spy who was obviously born in Korea but worked for Qin. She was really moved to tears. She didn't care about chatting with her juniors on the complaint interface of the store. She left a sentence, I suddenly have something to do. Let's not talk for now, and cut off the communication, highlighting a ruthless indifference. The reason why Zheng Guo would find Meng Tian was also very simple. Perhaps because he came to Qin as a spy. Zheng Guo was guilty, and didn't dare to directly find the person who really held power, Lu Buwei. The person he wanted to persuade at the beginning was the new king of Qin. In his opinion, wouldn't a young king of Qin be easier to deceive than Lu Buwei? So Zheng Guo hesitated and chose to approach King Qin Yingzheng. It was impossible to enter the palace directly. He could only choose to take a detour. Approach the people around the king of Qin first, and then meet the king of Qin. After Zheng Guo got the news from the spy, he also learned who the confidants of Qin Wangzheng were currently with him. There were many people who could get close to Qin Wang, but he thought that there might be only two confidants. One was the attendant named Wang Jian, and the other was Meng Tian, the grandson of General Meng Ao. He could not see Wang Jian, who was still living in the palace. But Meng Tian did not live in the palace. He only had the right to enter and leave the palace, not living in the Xianying Palace. This also gave Zheng Guo the opportunity to meet Meng Tian. But the person who finally decided to introduce him was Meng Ao instead of Meng Tian. Meng Tian was just a tool to bring words. He said he wanted to build an irrigation canal? Okay. Build it hard. I agree. But you can't rush for success when building it. Qin Yu reminded him slightly that the construction of Zhengguo Canal would benefit Qin a lot. And those who didn't agree would be fools. Moreover, letting the talents of South Korea to preside over the construction would be a free talent. And Zhengguo couldn't let go, because free talent was the best thing. Only Yingzheng heard what Qin Yu said. And he nodded. Where is Zhengguo now? Your Majesty. He is temporarily living in the city. But he told me the address. If your Majesty wants to summon him, I will go out of the palace to find him. No hurry. Just bring him with you when you enter the palace tomorrow. There is no need to rush to summon him now. Although the motherland seems to be very supportive, it is suspicious that the ministers in the court have only decided to go east for more than a month, and someone came to instigate him to build an irrigation canal. Yingzheng decided to wait for Zheng Guo to talk to him in person, before deciding whether to propose building this canal at the court meeting. Yes. Then I will bring Zheng Guo to the palace tomorrow. Meng Tian decided to tell Zheng Guo about this matter when he returned tonight, and let him prepare well. Of course, he had to search him in advance. If an assassin was allowed in, he would be guilty of a serious crime. He planned to search Zheng Guo on the day he entered the palace, before he was searched by the palace people, which was also a double insurance. The next day, Meng Tian nodded with satisfaction at Zheng Guo, who was dressed in Qin clothes. This was also arranged by Meng Ao. Let Zheng Guo wear the clothes provided by them, and then send someone to watch him when he changed clothes, so there would be no problem. Although it sounds a bit exaggerated. After all, It is normal to be cautious when bringing people into the palace. Although Meng Ao knows nothing about building irrigation canals, he still understands the benefits of building irrigation canals. Building irrigation canals will increase grain production. The country's finances will be more abundant, and more materials will be allocated for war. If it is really as Zheng Gu described, then building this irrigation canal will definitely not be a loss. But even if he knew this, Meng Ao would not openly guarantee Zheng Gu. At most, he would give him the opportunity to meet the king of Qin as he is now, and the rest would depend on Zheng Gu himself. Don't be too nervous then. As long as everything you say is true, the king will never treat you unfairly. Before leaving for Xining Palace, Meng Tian began to tell Zheng Gu some things, and at the same time, he did not forget to hint that it didn't matter what country he was from before. As long as he worked sincerely for Qin in the future, the king would not care about your previous identity. Of course, all this requires you to do one thing. You didn't lie. Meng Tian looked at Zheng Gu with a heavy look in his eyes. Of course, they had investigated Zheng Gu's identity, but there were actually many talented people from other countries in Qin, so the nationality issue was not a big deal. This was just to warn Zheng Gu to make him behave himself. I never lied. Otherwise the king could kill me at any time. Zheng Gu lowered his head and respectfully replied to Meng Tian's question. Meng Tian snorted coldly at this. What would be the use of killing a water engineer? According to Zheng Gu, building an irrigation canal is not a one-day or two-day project. Once a mistake is made, it can't be solved by killing one person. Although Meng Tian sneered at Zheng Gu's oath, he didn't say much. Just pointed to the carriage outside. Come with me to the carriage, and we'll talk about it when we enter the palace and meet the king. Yes. Zheng Gu bowed and followed Meng Tian. He was much older than Meng Tian, but the height of the two was almost the same. No one could say that Meng Tian was just a young boy. Zheng Gu's mind was full of thoughts. He had to admit that Qin had an irresistible power. Whether it was the civilians he saw on the way here, or the general of the Ming family he saw today. Even if he successfully persuaded the king of Qin to build an irrigation canal today, it might not extend the life of Han for a few years. He sat in the carriage with complicated thoughts and looked out the window. Xining City was obviously more prosperous than the capital of Han. He saw the civilians in the city walking on the road, and their mental outlook was also better. Zheng Gu no longer looked out the window, but stared at the decoration inside the carriage and began to fall into deep thought. After about an instant's stick of time, the carriage stopped. We're here. Meng Tian looked outside and confirmed that they had arrived at the gate of Xining Palace. Next, they would walk in. Get off the car. Zheng Gu followed Meng Tian silently into Xining Palace. After a routine check to confirm that Zheng Gu had no contraband, the two were allowed into the palace. In Xining Palace, Yingzheng knelt behind the table in the hall. Because he had to meet Zheng Gu today, he postponed the things he was doing. On the table was a 3D map of Qin State projected by Qin Yu. The overall color was light gold, similar to what Yingzheng had seen before. If the map is enlarged to the scope of a city, you can still see small people moving inside. Now Yingzheng and Qin Yu are looking at the place where Zheng Gu suggested to build an irrigation canal. Qin Yu knows the general direction of the future, so he can be sure that the construction of the Zheng Gu Canal will be of great benefit to Qin. But Yingzheng does not know the future. Qin Yu did not want to tell him the future prediction. Predictions are at best, and prophecies are not within her ability. She waved her wings and changed the direction of the 3D map floating on the table. It was exactly the 300-mile terrain between Jingshui and Luoshui. This is also the location of Zheng Gu Canal in history. Jingshui is drawn from the west and Luoshui is poured from the east. The entire irrigation canal is more than 300 miles long. In the Warring States period, it was a large-scale project. It is no wonder that Zheng Gu felt that building this irrigation canal could exhaust Qin's national strength to delay the time of attacking South Korea. It is a miracle that such a large-scale project can be successfully built in this era. Qin Yu used the tip of her wing to draw a line on the 3D map, splitting a crack from the position of the Jingshui River. And the landform shown on the map also changed because of her action. An irrigation canal slowly appeared on the map, just like the Zheng Gu Canal in history, diverting water from the position of the Jingshui River to the Luoshui River in the east. The large areas of land flowing through it can benefit from this irrigation canal. Yingzheng had thought that this map was changing all the time, and the changes were also based on the actual situation. And he had not thought that it could have such an effect. He would not think that this irrigation canal was built directly. If the motherland could build an irrigation canal directly, there would be no need for Zhenghua to preside over the construction. And he would not have said yesterday that he would build an irrigation canal. So what is on the map is actually... Is this what the irrigation canal will look like in the future? Ing Zheng's eyes lit up. Just listening to Zhenghua's words would not dispel all his doubts. But if he could see what the irrigation canal would look like after it was built, it would be easier to judge. When he asked, the light golden water in the 3D map began to flow from the Jing River to the Luo River in the east. There were little people about an inch tall in the places along the way to collect water and bring it back to their own fields to irrigate. Not necessarily. This is what I imagine the irrigation canal to look like. I have to ask Zhenghua what he wants to build. This is a 3D model she created using her own database to simulate the place where the Zhenghua Canal passed. It was just to show Ing Zheng a look. As for whether the structure was scientific or not, she herself was not sure. After all, she was not a civil engineer in her previous life and did not know how to build an irrigation canal. It was good enough to have a look. Her understanding of the Zhenghua Canal mainly came from historical records. But the few short sentences in the history books could not tell very detailed things. But this can give us a rough idea of the impact of irrigation canals on the future. Although she didn't understand the prediction, it was recorded in history books. The canal was used to fill the water of the canal, irrigating more than 40,000 mu of saline land. And the yield was 1 zhong per mu. As a result, Guangzhou became fertile land without bad years. Qin became rich and strong, and finally annexed the princes. So it was named Zhenghua Canal. She had seen the basic rules of this world, which were similar to those in the previous life. The things on the periodic table also matched. And there were no strange species. So the role of Zhenghua Canal should be similar. As long as Zhenghua's thoughts were not problematic, and he didn't build a shoddy project. Then the records and historical records, and Han Chu could basically be realized. As Qin Yu finished speaking, Ing Zheng saw the scenery on the map begin to change. Although the 3D map was all light gold and had no other colors, Ing Zheng could still see the changes of the 4 seasons. The method was not difficult. Just observe the changes of the plants on the map. From the growth of tender buds, to the flourishing of branches, and leaves to the withered leaves. And finally the light snow fell from the sky, and covered the branches. Careful observation can show the changes of the 4 seasons. Because Qin Yu waved his hand to fast forward the time to the time after the irrigation canal was built. So this fast forward time also shows the changes of the surrounding fields after the canal was built. In order to be more intuitive, Qin Yu formed a new light gold map next to it. This is the change in the past year inside the pass. The only difference between the new map and the old map is whether there is Zhenghua Canal on it. Qin Yu arranged the 4 seasons on both sides to be consistent. When the crops were harvested, she enlarged both sides. The left side was the harvest in Guangzhou last year, and the right side was a virtual picture she calculated based on the data recorded in the history books. In order to prevent the history books from deceiving people, she also calculated it herself using her own database. And the approximate numbers were correct. The final comparison between the 2 sides was so clear that Ing Zheng could see which side had a better harvest. This canal must be repaired. The importance of this irrigation canal is almost obvious, and you can see it by carefully observing the changes in the map. From Ing Zheng's perspective, this is the prediction given by Qin State, which is very trustworthy. From Qin Yu's perspective, this is a prediction that combines historical books and high technology, which is also trustworthy. So 1 person and 1 unit hit it off, and they just waited for the free workers to come and explain their ideas for building the canal. Ing Zheng's idea is that if the people who come are not good, then recruit new people in Qin to preside over the project. If Zhenghua is a talent, then he doesn't have to spend time and effort to find new people. So when Zhenghua came, he just repeated the reasons he had persuaded Meng Ao to meet the king of Qin. The irrigation canal was analyzed by him, but most of them were professional terms and theories. He had not yet said the new rhetoric he prepared. Then he heard the king of Qin say, "Good. I agree." Zhenghua was stunned for a moment. He didn't have the money to make any bribery strategies, and he relied purely on his own ability. He thought he had to explain the principle of irrigation canals and the construction of irrigation canals to the king of Qin in order to prevent the king of Qin from not understanding his theory. He did not expect the king of Qin to agree so readily that he was a little overwhelmed. Even an outrageous guess emerged in his mind. Could it be that the king of Qin knew how to build irrigation canals? This should not be learned by a monarch. After a moment of hesitation, he immediately put away his thoughts and responded respectfully, "Thank you for your trust. The king. I will not let you down. You go back and wait for news. We can start preparing for this soon. Ing Zheng's attitude was gentle. He was always willing to treat talents better. The second half of the sentence also expressed his trust in the Qing court officials. Although there were many factions in the court, most of them were smart people. To be more precise, the few with power were smart people. And it was basically impossible for them to oppose this matter. He said that soon, which meant after the court meeting. It was impossible for him to decide on the irrigation canal alone. So it had to be put before the court meeting. Ing Zheng glanced at Zheng Guo and signaled him to leave. Zheng Guo bowed respectfully and left the hall. When he walked out of the door, he met a Taoist holding a wooden tray. He glanced at it casually. There were white objects with faint traces on it, and an unknown light brown object at the bottom. Zheng Guo didn't see what it was, but judging from the person who brought it, it might be related to seeking immortals or alchemy. In short, it had nothing to do with him. Zheng Guo retracted his gaze and pretended not to see it. Although his mission was to come to Qin as a spy, he couldn't really pass on the message. He was just a small water engineer. It was better to give such a difficult task to others. It was a great success to get the king of Qin to agree to build an irrigation canal. He, Zheng Guo, lived up to the trust of the king of Han. The one who passed by Zheng Guo was Li Li, who was ordered to study papermaking. He was holding the latest results in his hand. Although some of the paper didn't look good, he had to report it. Otherwise it would be bad for the king of Qin to think that they didn't do anything. He was led in by a servant standing outside the palace gate. Li Li followed him into the palace. There was no one else in the palace except two maids standing far away waiting for orders. Li Li didn't think too much. He said, "Your Majesty, this is the paper that we made recently. There are still some problems with the quality. If it can be improved, the quality of this paper should be better. Show it up." Li Li raised the tray in his hand. The attendant standing beside him was very discerning. He took the tray from Li Li's hand and carefully placed it on the table in front of Ing Zheng. Then he carefully stepped back, trying not to make any noise. There are three kinds of paper in the tray. One is thicker and has a rough surface. Many small flaws can be seen from the paper from time to time. It is somewhat similar to the sketch paper of later generations. It should be the product of unskilled papermaking. The paper in the middle is somewhat similar to Xian paper. The thickness is much thinner than the sketch paper on the left. But the quality of the paper looks very fragile. The color of the paper on the far right is also the most obvious. Qin Yu knew at a glance that it was almost the same as straw paper. The quality of the paper is very poor. It is hard to say whether the words written on it can be clear. The only advantage is that the cost is very cheap. The quality of the three types of paper is not as good as the paper of later generations. But from just a few paragraphs, we can make such paper with only the raw materials and the general process. We have to admire the wisdom of these alchemists. Although I admire it very much, improvements are still needed. The paper on the left has a lot of impurities, and this thickness is not suitable for daily use. But it is very suitable for drawing maps. It is much stronger than rice paper and smoother than straw paper. It happened that Zheng State needed a map to build an irrigation canal. So I tried to draw a map with this. The one in the middle can be improved. Qin Yu paused, because when she saw Ing Zheng holding the rice paper, the surface of the rice paper seemed to be about to break in the next second. Although she knew that this was not a threat from the rice paper itself, she still decided to send the one in the middle back and improve it. Finally, she felt the happiness of Party A, Party B. These are three versions of paper. Which one do you think you can choose? Party A, yes. All three versions look good. I want them all. I will refine all three versions and modify the one in the middle. I am not very satisfied with it. Party B. Okay, boss. When the capitalists come, they have to give up the throne of street lamps to her. Qin Yu, the paper in the middle is a bit brittle. Is the one on the right the paper made of cheap materials that I specifically mentioned? It looks pretty good. It doesn't matter whether this kind of paper looks good or not. It's okay if it can barely write. Anyway, it is not for the rich and powerful. As long as it can barely write, and the cost is low, it's fine. Ing Zheng picked up the heavy paper on the left and put the rest on the side of the table. Don't worry about the rough paper on the right. These two kinds of paper can be improved. If it can be mass-produced, you will be credited with a great achievement. But three kinds are still too few, and we will find ways to make more with other functions. Qin Yu instantly understood Ing Zheng's idea. Now that the king of Qin has not even held the ceremony of crowning, It is too early to compete with the vested interests in the country. The biggest function of these papers now is to make money. Let him make a big fortune first. After unifying the 6 countries, it may be too late for those who want to oppose universal education with the help of the general trend. Yes, I will definitely find a way to improve the papermaking skills. 2 groups of people started to act at the same time. On one side, a group of alchemists in the palace were scratching their heads to think about what type of paper the king needed, and how to improve papermaking, whether from the raw materials or from the papermaking aspect. On the other side was Zhenghua, who was waiting in his temporary residence. After waiting for a few days at home, he met a team of Qin officials, and the leader was even related to the Qin royal family. Zhenghua was shocked by the Qin king's attention, and hurriedly stood up to greet everyone. Don't panic. You will be in charge of this project. I'm just here to announce the decree. Don't be afraid. The visitor patted Zhenghua's shoulder with a smile. Looking at Zhenghua, the water engineer, when he first heard the king say that he wanted this person to preside over this project, few people in the court agreed. But after reading the memorial written by Zhenghua, most of the court officials agreed to this project after thinking about it. After all, smart people can see the benefits in it. But the king trusts you very much. Zhenghua was still very nervous when he was looked at by the important officials of Qin state with ambiguous eyes. He smiled carefully. Thank you for your trust. Okay. Don't test it anymore. He raised his eyebrows and said loudly, Come with me to see General Meng Wu. You will know when the time comes. Zhenghua was silent and began to recall whether he had done anything he shouldn't have done. However, after recalling it once, he found that in addition to persuading Qin state to build irrigation canals, he was a law-abiding person in Qin. Not to mention that he didn't go out every day. Even if he had little communication with others, it shouldn't be a bad thing. Zhenghua followed a group of officials from his temporary residence and went to the Ming family's mansion. Soon, the leading official didn't know what he discussed. The long cylindrical wooden box in his hand disappeared, and the person holding the long cylindrical wooden box became Meng Wu, who walked out with him. Originally, the person in charge of the construction of the irrigation canal had been determined to be Zhenghua, not only because the irrigation canal was proposed by Zhenghua, but also because the water conservancy in Qin was not as good as Zhenghua. With the mentality of not wasting time on better talents, Zhenghua was appointed to preside over the project. But now there is one more supervisor, Meng Wu. He is the son of Meng Ao and the father of Meng Tian. Although he is not as famous as his son and father in history, his own ability is not bad. The reason for sending him to supervise is also very simple. The long wooden box that Meng Wu got contained a map of the area from Jingshui to Luoshui. However, compared with all the detailed maps, this one only depicts the places where the irrigation canal is expected to pass and the surrounding landforms. At this time, the symbolic meaning of the map is greater than the practical meaning. After all, that kind of abstract map is not something that everyone can see. But the one in Meng Wu's hand is different. This one was drawn by Ing Zheng according to the satellite map given by Qin Yu. Let's not talk about the significance that the identity of the drafter can bring to this map. Just talking about the detailed landforms on it is also a very valuable thing. When Meng Wu saw what was inside, he was so surprised that he couldn't speak. He still knew what the map looked like at that time. It would be great if there was such a thing when marching and fighting. This is drawn by the king himself, and it was given by Qin. General, please take it well, and don't lose it. Meng Wu was stunned for a moment. What did this Qin mean? He couldn't understand it. It's right not to understand. This is the will of heaven and the gift of Qin. The leading official smiled mysteriously and added, The king said that those who can understand will understand, and those who can't understand are not destined to understand. Meng Wu's eyes flashed. This sounded like it had something to do with heaven's will. He replied instantly, I understand. Thank you for your advice. I will do a good job of this matter, whether you understand it or not. Just give the king a promise first. Zhenghua? What are you talking about? Zhenghua didn't understand what the 2 Qin officials were talking about. When Meng Wu escorted Zhenghua to the vicinity of Jingshui with hundreds of soldiers, Zhenghua knew what was in the long wooden box. It turned out to be a detailed map. From the source of the irrigation canal, he proposed near Jingshui to the end of Luoshui near Luoshui. The map has detailed landforms and thoughtful Qin seal characters. Although Zhenghua was not a general who led troops to fight, he was a professional water engineer, and the construction of irrigation canals was closely related to landforms. He understood what this map could bring to the construction of irrigation canals, and he seemed to be unable to delay time. Some things were detailed on the map. If he wanted to build this canal, he had to think about whether it would expose his identity and be cut down by the king of Qin. Mengwu didn't know that he had completely dispelled Zhengguo's thoughts by just letting him look at the map. He stood on the mound beside the Jing River and pointed to the river not far away. Zheng Shuigong. What do you think of this place? Zhengguo compared the pattern on the map with the actual direction of the Jing River. He had to admit that this map was indeed very accurate. But he didn't know if his country had such a thing. Maps were not something that a small hydraulic engineer like him could easily have. Because of this, Zhengguo optimistically believed that the kings of various countries actually had such accurate maps. But he just didn't have the knowledge. Let's start the irrigation canal here. Zhengguo looked at the map very seriously and analyzed the most suitable starting point for the irrigation canal. He was not stupid enough to think that he could perfunctorily deal with the king of Qin, even if the level of hydraulic engineers in Qin was not as good as his. It did not mean that he could not see whether he had done his best. Zhengguo thought about it, and still thought that he should seriously repair the canal. At that time, he would ask the king of Qin for some people, so that Qin would not think about attacking their country of Korea every day. This area is suitable. There are several other suitable points besides this place. However, if we build from here, the distance to Luoshui will be shorter, and it can save some manpower. Zhengguo pointed out several suitable points one by one, explained them, and looked up at Mengwu, as if waiting for his next order. Mengwu scratched his head after hearing Zhengguo's answer. I don't understand this either. Since you, Zheng Shuigong, are in charge of the construction of the irrigation canal, you can decide where to start digging. Thank you, General Meng, for your trust. The starting point of the irrigation canal will be set here. Zhengguo pointed to the Jingshui River on the map, then ran his finger across the paper and roughly planned the route. General, if there is nothing wrong with this map, the irrigation canal will probably pass through these few places. But the map may not be accurate, so I still want to go and see it myself. Zhengguo said this with a little bit of thought, but not much. At least it won't be a shoddy project. He just wanted to report more manpower to the king of Qin after inspecting the site. He didn't have any bad intentions. Okay, we'll set off now and follow the route you just pointed out. Mengwu readily agreed to Zhengguo's request. He passed the order down, and the soldiers who were just on guard around took action quickly after receiving the order. In less than a quarter of an hour, they were ready to set off again. Xianying. If the kings in the past had to wait for the message to be delivered, then Yingzheng now only wanted to know what happened in Qin. He would know it the next moment. Qin Yu glanced at the scene from the camera. Mengwu had been out with his men for so many days, and finally planned the approximate location of the Zhengguo Canal. Zhengguo has roughly determined the location of the irrigation canal, and is now heading towards Luoshui. He probably wants to see in person what the place where the irrigation canal is to be built looks like. In ancient times, such a large project would inevitably require manpower to measure the land. Even in modern times, this project would not start until it was planned in detail. She would doubt whether Zhengguo had a problem with his thinking if he started construction without on-site inspection. After hearing the information Qin Yu told him, Yingzheng felt a little relieved about the construction of the irrigation canal. He and Qin Yu had similar ideas, and both liked people who were serious and careful. In the weeks when Mengwu left Xianying, nothing happened in Xianying City. For example, Yingzheng still knew about Lao Ai's entry into Gongquan Palace. However, Yingzheng and Qin Yu did not care much about such trivial matters. One simply thought that raising a male favorite was not a big problem, and the other thought that Lao Ai was not the Marquis of Chongqing now, and he could not make any waves. So there was no need to care too much. The biggest conflict in the court was whether to build the irrigation canal first or to attack Han first. Finally, after the news of the rebellion came from Jinnong, many ministers stopped arguing and agreed to send troops to suppress the rebellion first. And they could also build the irrigation canal at the same time. The plan to go east this year probably could not be realized. Yingzheng had anticipated the rebellion in Jinnong. After all, in the 12th month, the motherland reminded him that the people in Jinnong were restless and emotionally unstable, and rebellion was very likely. Now the facts also told him that Jinnong was indeed in chaos. The army that was finally prepared to go east was led by Meng Ao to Jinyang to quell the rebellion, and the construction of the irrigation canal was the final preparation. Yingzheng nodded. He calculated the time and asked, "Do you know where Wang He is now?" In fact, Before Ming was set out, he received a message from Wang He that they had found the coal mine and asked if he wanted to bring people back. At that time, Ing Zheng thought about it and recalled Wang He and reassigned people to guard the coal mine and mine it. From the news sent back, the location of the coal mine found this time was not too deep, even if the temporary replacement of management would not cause major problems. So after discussion in the court, people were sent to take over the coal mine. It stands to reason that Wang He should have brought people back at this time. Let me see. Qin Yu had ready-made coordinates from Wang He, the data black bird she had pinched out to lead the way. It was really easy to find Wang He's location. And it was also easy to see the situation on Wang He's side. Through the eyes of the data black bird, he saw the team led by Wang He. The long team almost had to turn several corners on the road before it could see the end. The number of people Wang He brought when he went there was about the same as the current number. But the team was much longer. The reason was also very simple. There were carts pulling coal in the team. It was unrealistic to use horses or cows to pull the carts. They didn't have so many cows and horses. So these carts were all driven forward by manpower. Qin Yu understood instantly that it was impossible to speed up with so many carts of coal. However, she calculated the distance between Wang He and others and Xianying and found that they could be back in 10 days at their speed. They brought a lot of coal back to Xianying. Considering the current distance from Xianying, they will be back in about 10 days if nothing unexpected happens. So that's how it is. Sheng understands. Ing Zheng listed the important things in his mind. Recently, the important things are basically under control. There is no news from the people who went to Bashu for the time being. This is not urgent. It is far from Xianying, and it is not easy to travel there. It is understandable that it takes longer. After many days, Ing Zheng summoned the swordsmith, who made a sword for him last year at Ginqingniu. Since the coal mine is about to be brought back, the day to improve the sword-making method is approaching. After Ing Zheng asked her if she was willing to improve the sword-making technology for the Qin state, Qingniao agreed without hesitation. She was born only good at sword-making. In addition to sword-making, she didn't know what else she could do. Since there was a chance to become famous, there was no reason to refuse. Ing Zheng nodded with satisfaction. In that case, you go down and wait for the news first. During this period, think about how to improve iron smelting. The main reason for appointing Qing Yu to be responsible for this matter was that the unparalleled sword in the world came from her hands, and it might be more likely to succeed in improving iron smelting. Qing Yu did not speak, because the bronze casting industry was very developed during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, which meant that mining, smelting and other technologies were also very advanced, and the iron smelting industry also developed. However, because the early furnaces were small and the blasting capacity was poor, the ore could not be fully melted. So the smelted iron was white cast iron, which was brittle and hard, easy to wear and not durable. Although people have mastered the technology of softening cast iron, the smelted iron is much stronger than white cast iron, but it is still not as good as the copper sword with more mature technology. So the use of copper swords is still more extensive than iron swords. But with the emergence of coal mines, the situation has to change. The heat generated by coal combustion is much higher than that of ordinary wood, which can make the ore more fully melted and make iron smelting simpler. Of course, the prerequisite is that the furnace must be able to withstand the heat emitted by coal combustion. She has not studied the furnaces of this era seriously, but she still knows the structure of more advanced furnaces in later generations. The only question is, how to make cement. Why not see if the Qin people can solve this problem directly? It is too difficult for her to think about the manufacture of cement. She only knows that cement is made of limestone or marl, shells, etc., and clay materials. By the way, does this also need to be forged? And it is also forged with coal. Qin Yu fell into silence. Why not use the current furnace to try to burn some cement? Then burn some bricks, build a new furnace, and then forge the sword. After thinking about it, she almost fell into a dead cycle of cement or furnace first. Finally, Qin Yu figured it out. She is just a young country that is only a few hundred years old. Why think about this? If she finishes everything, what else will the Qin people do? Qin Yu decided to follow her previous idea and give the knowledge she knows as inspiration to the current people. It is really hard to say whether they can learn it. But even if there is no qualitative leap in the iron smelting industry in a short period of time, this coal mine will be of great benefit to the Qin state. When Qin Yu finished thinking, the conversation between Ing Zheng and Qingniu was almost over. Qingya meant to replace wood with coal to try forging swords, and then make specific improvements based on the forged swords. Not bad. It's a good idea. You can give it a try. Qingyu praised Qingya's idea. Isn't this the control variable method? Except for changing the fuel used. The other sword forging processes will not change. Let's try to see what changes a simple fuel change can bring to the iron sword. At least cultivate flexible ideas first. It is rare for Qingyu to have such a plan. She plans to give some inspiration when the other party encounters a bottleneck. This can be regarded as a brief introduction to help talents improve. Qingyu added a follower in her memo. Adhering to the concept of giving people fish is not as good as teaching them how to fish. Qingyu still agrees with the Qin people's behavior of trying it first. She proposed a feasible idea and the correct general idea. And then the Qin people found a way to realize it by themselves. This method will undoubtedly allow the Qin people to learn more from it. After receiving the order, Qingyu retreated. She needed to make preliminary preparations. After General Wang He brought back the coal, she started to try to forge with new fuel directly. Because Wang Jian was stuffed into Meng Ao's team to pacify Jinong by Ying Zheng, mainly to let Wang Jian follow to gain certain military merits. And Meng Tian was the only confidant left beside Ying Zheng. This important matter was also assigned to Meng Tian for supervision. Qingyu saw that there was nothing important to do, so she opened the mall panel. She had accumulated thousands of national fortunes for so long, so she had to go shopping to see if there were any good things to buy. However, Qingyu did not go directly to the mall to see the goods, but found the System 3303, who worked in the appraisal department. This guy took her salary, and had no news for several months. It was too much. So she decided to take the initiative to find him something to do. Qingyu did not think there was anything wrong with her idea. She opened the internal communication channel of their system and contacted 3303. At this time, 3303 did not seem to have any work to do. The whole system was very idle, and replied to Qingyu almost immediately. Qingyu, are you there? How is human psychology going recently? System 3303, good morning. Senior sister. Thanks to your summary notes, I got a much better score in the test this time. Even the dean said that if I can continue to make such progress, I will definitely graduate in a few hundred years. That is, even a system like her with missing functions can graduate with outstanding written test scores. Not to mention a system like 3303 with complete system functions. Qingyu expected that he could make progress. When 3303 graduates in a few hundred years, she estimates that the new system module she proposed will also be able to pass the review of the main system. And there will be no need for this junior to work for her in the system mall for nothing. Thinking of this, Qingyu sent a reply to 3303 in the tone of a senior. Qingyu, not bad. I am very optimistic about you. If you continue to study hard, you will definitely graduate successfully in the next major exam. 3303 drank the chicken soup in one gulp. The data of the whole system was trembling. But he had not forgotten that he was still chatting with the senior sister. So he quickly calmed down. System 3303, I have paid attention to all the products that the senior sister asked me to pay attention to before. But there are no such items in the mall. What is the matter with you this time? Qingyu, you should have worked here for a long time. Right? System 3303, about 150 years. But compared with the seniors in many appraisal departments, it is nothing. I am just a pure new system. Blush JPG. Qingyu, does the mall sell cement? I don't need a lot. Just a little bit to let me test the proportion of raw materials. There is no way. She is not a professional cement maker. She even learned about the raw materials of cement from a construction novel she read before. Don't ask why there is no in that construction novel. The answer is that in that construction novel, the players all rub the rocket launcher by hand. What is gunpowder? Sorry. I am not familiar with it. Qingyu, you don't need to have it now. You have been here for 150 years. Have you ever sold cement in the mall? This should not be considered a large-scale lethal weapon. Right. System 3303, it is not considered a large-scale lethal weapon. The problem is that there is no host who is free to sell cement. The main system does not provide cement. Large-scale lethal weapons must also be viewed dialectically. Qingyu, oh, you have learned the word dialectic. Tell me, what is the dialectic? System 3303, okay. Senior sister, let me show you. First of all, we must understand the scope of large-scale lethal weapons. In the era of cold weapons, are hot weapons considered large-scale lethal weapons? Yes. In the era of hot weapons, are nuclear weapons considered large-scale lethal weapons? Yes. In the nuclear weapons era, are atomic weapons considered weapons of mass destruction? Yes, they are. Assuming that the host is in the nuclear weapons era, and the system can only provide cold weapons, then the system is useless. How can it attract more hosts to join? Just like the gorgeous iron sword that the senior sister bought before. It is also the pinnacle of the cold weapon era. But the mall will not even have the simplest hot weapons. So it depends on the trend of the era in which the host is in to judge what weapons are considered weapons of mass destruction. It should be judged from the overall perspective and cannot be defined with a narrow view. I remember that you, the senior sister, seem to have applied for the farming infrastructure department. It is normal not to know this. I only knew this unspoken rule after I came to the appraisal office. This is also related to the difference in mall items between hosts. System 3303 sent you regulations. Received. Shihuang. I have a small question. System 3303, senior sister. You asked. I will tell you everything I know. Shihuang. How to calculate the hot weapon era. Suppose there are two countries on a planet, one of which is equipped with hot weapons, and the other country is not. Is this considered the hot weapon era? System 3303, there are detailed regulations for this. The party with hot weapons accounts for 50% of the entire planet, and is considered to have entered the hot weapon era. Shihuang understands that this ratio is neither high nor low. After all, the system also wants to give the host a powerful plug-in to show its ability. So this ratio will not be as high as 90%, which is so outrageous. But there is also a threshold. Shihuang, is this 50% calculated based on population or land area? System 3303, this is calculated based on the occupied land area. Why are you asking this? Senior sister? Shihuang, oh, just consider hot weapons. System 3303, senior. Didn't you graduate from the Department of Farming and Infrastructure? Shihuang did not answer 3303's question. She said hello and left the mall interface. It seemed a bit early to think about this now. But it was not without gain. It was still possible to get weapon blueprints from the mall. As for the need to equip hot weapons to achieve the initial conditions, she was not too worried. She had quickly browsed the regulations, which did not specify the advanced level of hot weapons. Shihuang immediately thought of a way to exploit the loophole. Don't take the simplest hot weapons as hot weapons.jpg. The most difficult initial condition to achieve was that the land area reached 50% of the planet's land area. Unfortunately, this effective area did not include the ocean. Otherwise, she would have announced on the spot that all the oceans on this planet were the inherent territory of the Qin state since ancient times. After recording the news obtained by the way, and taking this goal as the second stage goal, Shihuang turned her attention to Jinan. There are only a few lines of records about the Jinan rebellion in history. Maybe it was recorded because Meng Ao, who quelled the rebellion, was very famous. The first year of Qin Huangzheng recorded more about the construction of Zhenghua Canal and other national events. This year seems to be nothing special. But Shihuang knows that the new policy proposed by Lu Buwei before had a great impact on the Qin state. Military merits were not calculated by head, and prisoners were also counted as military merits. After that, massacres were also banned. Jinan was already considered within the territory of Qin. She just took a look to confirm the progress of the rebellion and didn't look again. It's impossible that someone really massacred in their own country. No way. No way. According to her own judgment, Meng Ao was not that kind of person. He had a keen political sense. Otherwise, the Ming family would not have been so glorious for so long. Although Lu Buwei would have friction with Yingzheng later, Shihuang and Yingzheng himself supported this policy. Shihuang supported it not only for personal reasons, but also because this policy had a good impact on Qin. Qin did not fail to unify the world because of this policy. On the contrary, if there was this policy, coupled with Qin's positive propaganda, the resistance to returning to unification would be less. She was more worried about Duke Biao. Although she didn't know the exact time, Duke Biao did behead 30,000 people when he attacked Wancheng in the second year of Qin Huangzheng's reign despite Lu Buwei's new policy. Biao Gong was able to sit in this position because of his own personal strength. But his attitude towards the new policy was much worse than that of the other two generals. After returning from the victory, he was directly demoted by Lu Buwei. without even discussing it with Ying Zheng. And Ying Zheng himself did not express his opinion on this matter. She felt that Biao Gong could still be saved before next year. It was not that she wanted to save Biao Gong, but she felt sorry for the prisoners who were killed. In the current situation, it was obviously better for Qin not to kill the prisoners. She didn't understand why Biao Gong's brain was so twitchy when he was fighting Wan Cheng. But now it is unrealistic for Jin Yang to directly remind Ying Zheng to pay attention to Biao Gong. Biao Gong's current image is still quite good. After all, he is one of the ministers entrusted by the old Qin king. It is a bit outrageous to suddenly say to be careful of Biao Gong. In a few months, under Qin Yu's attention, the Jinong rebellion was successfully quelled by Meng Ao. Wang Jian, who followed Meng Ao to quell the rebellion, also made contributions, and was arranged by Ying Zheng to lead troops to guard the palace. The situation in Zheng State was a little more complicated. While they were heading towards the Jing River, they planned the construction site of the irrigation canal according to the map in their hands. The progress was much slower than that of Meng Ao. There was progress on the Qingya side, even if they still used the original sword forging method. After only changing the fuel, they found that the melting of iron ore was faster and more complete than usual. Although the iron sword forged by trial was not as good as the sword presented to the king and the general before, it was much stronger than the ordinary iron sword. But this was not enough, because the casting of the bronze sword was more perfect, and the new iron sword had just been born, and it was not as good as the bronze sword that had been used for many years. Qingya was not discouraged, but tried again and again. How to make the iron sword harder, sharper and more durable. How to make the iron sword better than the bronze sword. The technology of bronze swords can be said to have been developed to the extreme in Qin. Now if the bronze swords want to be stronger, the swordsmiths have to find ways to forge the bronze swords longer. The truth that an inch longer is an inch stronger is fully reflected in the bronze swords. But the iron sword is different. It has the hope of improvement, and it has a higher upper limit. Although Qingyo has never been on the battlefield, the iron sword of the same length is much lighter than the bronze sword, and its lethality is not worse than that of the bronze sword. She still knows which weapon is better to use. The research on iron swords has been progressing faster as more swordsmiths have joined. Although it cannot completely replace the position of copper swords, it also has its own advantages. When the research on iron swords reached a bottleneck, Qin Yu also put forward her own ideas in a timely manner. As an amateur general, it is one thing not to forge swords, but her history is good. There are many methods of forging swords recorded in history. The Han Dynasty, which is the closest to the present, has begun to have the saying of hundredfold steel. She pointed out the right path, and believed that the swordsmiths in Qin were no worse than those in the Han Dynasty. In addition, Qin Yu also told Ying Zheng the locations of several copper and iron mines that could be mined with the current strength of the Qin state. Sitting in Xianying, he could know the locations of undiscovered copper mines in Qin. After the copper and iron mines were really discovered a few months later, Ying Zheng's reputation in the court reached a new height for a time. It also gave him a mysterious color. Even if there are many magical events recorded in history, such as the phoenix coming out of Qishan and the black bird descending to give birth to the Shang dynasty. But that is history after all, a time they have not experienced. It is hard to say whether there are such events in history. But in reality, they really saw Ying Zheng's magical ability. After the copper and iron mines were discovered, the various factions in the court became much quieter, and Ying Zheng had a greater voice in the court. In addition to the royal family who supported him, the neutral court officials who were watching also showed signs of defecting. However, Ying Zheng himself did not make any big moves at this time. He was recently fascinated by simulated management, and this concept was proposed by Qin Yu. Although it is known that Ying Zheng is gifted, it is not bad to simulate it in advance to make Qin go more smoothly. So Qin Yu did not rest while the Qin people were working hard. She used her own database to make some improvements on the previous 3D map and made a game. Thinking back to the past, she was also an old player of various simulation business games. Even if she was not a professional game planner, it was very simple to copy the game system. In addition, her own real system database has a computing power that is tens of thousands of times stronger than that of ordinary servers. Therefore, this simulation business game is called a game. But in fact it is based on various possibilities analyzed based on real data. It is more like moving the entire Qin state into the game. Every operation in this game will affect the subtle places. And she also set all the ministers in the court in the game as the players' friendly forces. This is a low difficulty mode, just to simulate the possible results after the decree is issued, so that Ing Zheng can more intuitively see the impact of his decision on the country. When Ing Zheng first came into contact with this game, he played it well. After all, he is the king of Qin in reality, and he will not be much worse in the game. The first thing he did when he came into contact with this game was to try to issue 2 orders himself. In the end, he found that this game named Qin Rise 1.0 by the Motherland perfectly reproduced the impact of the government order. It was as if he had really issued this order in reality. The books he usually read suddenly became boring. In the past few days, Itong and others have been playing this Qin Rise 1.0 together. Although the game itself was created by Qin Yu herself, she did not mean to cheat when playing the game. Cheating will make the game lose half of its fun. But for life, cheating will bring more fun. If there is a national will in the world, I am afraid that the neighbors will report her cheating on the spot. Qin Yu thought happily. She clicked on the location of Jingshui on the map, threw the light golden Zhenghua figurine here, and started to build the Zhenghua Canal. It can be seen with the naked eye that there are light golden figurines all over the country rushing towards the direction of Jingshui, among which the majority are figurines from the vicinity of Jingshui. The increase in corvée has slightly reduced the people's morale. The character operated by Ing Zheng is in the Xining Palace. He is dealing with the memorials submitted by various ministers. One order after another starts from Xining City and gradually radiates to the entire Qin state. Handle state affairs seriously. Political data rises, and control rises. Because the game is generally accelerated, it doesn't take long for one person to see the results. The irrigation canal may have to wait for a long time. But things like political orders can at least spread throughout the country in half a year. If half a year is not enough, 1 year will be fine. A year in the game passes quickly. Roughly calculated, the national strength of Qin has increased. The operability of Qin Rise 1.0 is still relatively rough. Ing Zheng also gives Qin Yu suggestions from time to time. Qin Yu records the suggestions in his database, and can upgrade the game when he is free. When the game time reaches the 2nd year of Qin Wangzheng, a line of Qin seals immediately floats above the 3-dimensional map the 2nd year of Qin Wangzheng. Celebrate the 12th lunar month as usual. The relationship between the monarch and his subjects is improved. The relationship between the monarch and the people is improved. The probability of civilian rebellion is reduced, and the probability of local rebellion is reduced. As soon as the previous line of words disappeared, the next line of words floated up. Please decide the policy direction, military direction and livelihood direction of this year at the beginning of the year. This was the first time that the year changed in the game. After a brief thought, Ing Zheng began to handle government affairs skillfully. Generally speaking, policies of major importance would not be easily changed, so it was not difficult to make a decision. He spent more time thinking about military affairs. The game map in front of him was very large. It not only covered the entire territory of Qin, but also some of the places bordering Qin were displayed in the game. After looking around the surrounding borders, considering the impact of the first year on the military operations in the 2nd year, Ing Zheng pointed to a place. What do you think of attacking this place? Ing Zheng pointed to the Waystate Juandi, which was the place where Duke Biao led his troops to attack soon. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Not only for Ing Zheng's talent, but also for her ability to remind Ing Zheng in advance. From various aspects, this place is more suitable. Who do you plan to let lead the troops? Qin Yu also knew that this question was almost a waste of time. At present, the generals in the country who can organize such a battle, except Duke Biao, almost all have their own things to do. Even if it really comes to the 2nd year of Qin Wangzheng, Duke Biao will probably be the first to be considered, because in the first year, both General Meng Ao and General Wang He were highly valued. If Duke Biao himself was not good enough, he would not have been chosen to lead the army in history. His own ability deserves the ruler to treat him equally. As expected, Ing Zheng replied with a name. Duke Biao has made many contributions to Qin, and his ability to lead troops is also very good among all the ministers. I am also relieved to appoint him to lead the army in the attack on Juandi. Then give it a try. It's just a game anyway. It won't have any impact on reality. It will be time for dinner after this simulation is over. Young people are growing up, so they should eat on time. At the beginning of the 2nd year of Qin Wangzheng, the game message reminded him that he could use the new iron sword as a weapon. So before the NPC Biao Gong officially went to war, Ing Zheng first asked the NPC Qing Yu in the game to lead people to forge a batch of new iron swords. The number was relatively small, which could be regarded as a test. He equipped all the iron swords to the soldiers led by NPC Biaogong. After this order was issued, the light golden little man in the game was mobilized again. But compared with the last time, when the people's hearts were reduced by increasing corvée to repair irrigation canals, this time the attack on Huacheng to recruit soldiers has slightly increased the people's hearts. This is also related to the military merit system of Qin itself. Becoming a soldier is a very important channel for Qin people to rise. The speed of time in the game accelerated again. Yingzheng saw with his own eyes that the little man symbolizing Biaogong led a large number of densely packed troops step by step towards the direction of Wei's Zhuandi. With the acceleration of the game, NPC Biaogong quickly brought many soldiers to the territory of Wei. This time, only one army of Wei came to fight. Not as exaggerated as the five-nation coalition the year before. The shouts of killing came from the game. This is the material Qin Yu recorded when she was in Hangda Pass of Qin. She thought it would never be used. But no one can predict the future. Isn't it used now? Qin Yu also thinks that there is nothing wrong with being fully prepared. In the future, she can record some materials from time to time to update her Qin Rise 1.0. But after the update, it will have to be renamed Qin Rise 2.0. It is a bit inappropriate to call it 1.0. While she was thinking, the two armies had already started fighting. When the war started, she deliberately set the time flow to slow down so that Yingzheng could observe the performance of both sides on the battlefield. This prediction was made thanks to big data analysis and probability. If it was done by human brains, it would probably be nonsense on paper. Although it seems ridiculous to talk about probability during a war. Don't underestimate probability. Because some people are so lucky that the heavens are playing for them. Here, Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu was named, and he successfully obtained the title of Grand Mage by summoning a meteorite. Others fought with their brains and strength. But Lu Xiu colluded with the heavens directly, and arranged the meteorite summoning. A large piece of meteorite fell on the enemy camp, and everyone had to kneel. So probability is really important. And luck is also a part of strength. But at this time, after all, it was still a game. And Qin Yu didn't think about using a meteorite summoning technique for Wei State, and directly dissuaded the only player in the game from leaving. She just conscientiously arranged the result of this war according to the content of historical records. After this war simulation, Qin Yu saw Yingzheng frowning. She knew why without thinking. Biaogong was so arrogant that he dared to violate the new policy. He really didn't take the people in power seriously. Qin Yu didn't comment on Biaogong's suicidal behavior, but she wanted to ask Yingzheng how he wanted to deal with him. This is also a manifestation of probability theory. Just like if you don't really let Biaogong lead the troops, you will never know whether he will violate the government order and kill prisoners. At the same time, the game statistics came out. The battle between Qin and Wei. Picture. Location, Zhuandi. Result, victory. Details. Biaogong attacked one and killed 32,015 enemies. Note, will there be punishment for violating the government order? After the handwriting disappeared, the game screen changed, and they had arrived in Xianying City. The game map was enlarged again. Yingzheng saw himself and many court officials, including Biaogong himself, in the meeting hall. Not only that, he also saw a small line of words floating next to him reminding him that many ministers, led by Lu Buwei, impeached Duke Biao, and the rest did not express their opinions. The final decision-making power fell into his hands. After a little thought, Yingzheng decided to demote Duke Biao. However, the soldiers he led only reduced their military merits and did not receive large-scale punishment. The main reason for this was Duke Biao, who did not implement the new decree to the end. Although this was just a game, it seemed real enough to Yingzheng, and he even began to consider whether this situation would really happen next year. Do you think Duke Biao will be in this situation next year? If this was Qin Yu's opinion, he would seriously consider it. After all, in his eyes, the motherland said that this was just a simulated game, and his choice in the game would not affect reality at all. But Yingzheng believed that the content of the game was still controlled by Qin Yu. What happened here can also show the reality to a certain extent. Well, not necessarily. This is entirely a possibility based on the analysis of Duke Biao's character. In fact, there are two possibilities for this war. Half of the possibility is that Duke Biao obeys the government order, and half of the possibility is the current result. When Duke Biao is not actually dispatched in reality, the game result does not represent everything. Nor does it mean that Duke Biao will definitely make such a choice in reality. This is actually similar to Schrödinger's cat. before opening the box. You can never be sure whether there is a cat in it. Qin Yu knows that history is one thing, but it is hard to say whether this will happen in fact. It depends on the choice of people now. She doesn't like to make up anything. Ing Zheng was thoughtful. He did have the idea of letting Duke Biao lead troops to attack one next year. Seeing such a game result, he was not too shaken about his choice. At most, he would give Duke Biao a warning before he set off. The game is still going on. The low difficulty Qin Rise 1.0 is easy for Ing Zheng to pass. Every time he summarizes the game for a year, his evaluation can reach excellent. This also makes Qin Yu start to think. Did she set the game difficulty too low? Since you think of it, just do it. During this period, Ing Zheng continued to play Qin Rise 1.0 in his spare time. In less than half a month in real time, he has conquered 4 vassal states. It seems that he will be able to unify the world in the game this month. The new system written by Qin Yu is almost ready for use. It mainly includes the natural disaster system. The previous Qin Rise 1.0 can only be regarded as a relatively rough game, except for the modeling that is 1:1 with reality. Other game systems are relatively rough. Some of its developments are even random results calculated by her temporary database. In the past half-month, Qin Yu also upgraded this game. At the same time, there was news from Qingyao that the improved version of the new Iron Sword was initially formed. But the scrap rate was a bit high, and it still took time to improve. After the prophecy of the rise of Qin 1.0, Ing Zheng probably knew that the initial assembly of the Iron Sword would have to wait until next year. He did not dislike the slow progress of the swordsmiths, but rewarded most of the swordsmiths who helped forge the Iron Sword. When he officially completed the rise of Qin 1.0, the real time had come to the second half of the first year of Qin Wanzheng, and the game showed that it was the 22nd year of Qin Wanzheng. Congratulations on completing the game. Congratulations to the player for reaching the ending. I was 8 years old that year, standing in Handan like a minion. And one day I unified the world. And it took 22 years in the game to complete the game. Next to these lines of words, there are 3 large words with golden light floating new record. Colorful streamers are scattered in the air from time to time, and disappear in the air the moment they land. The festive music that matches the game clearance played 3 times in a row, and then stopped. After the lines of words in front of me gradually disappeared, new words floated in the air. The game Qin Rise 1.0 has been updated to a new version. Do you want to start a new game? Ing Zheng raised his eyebrows, and chose to start a new game without hesitation. Rather than saying that this is a relaxing game, it is better to say that this is an extra practice after a day of study. However, this Emperor Overtime Simulator is always hard to extricate oneself in the skin of the game. Just like the players in Qin Yu's cognition. Asking people to punch it at the company every day? No. But asking people to move bricks in a fun game every day? No. After clicking OK, all the words above disappeared, and a new interface popped up. Even the 3D map on the table changed. The fog covered a large area of terrain, blurring the specific pictures below. The floating words on top are clearer. The one at the top is Qin Rise 2.0. Ing Zheng didn't understand what the 2 symbols behind Qin Rise meant, but judging from the different shapes of the symbols a month ago, he guessed that it should be a new name after the addition of new content. There are several options below the game name, which are Easy, completed. Record, 22 years of game time. Difficult, no record. Hell, not recommended. Special mode, free-for-all. Please note that it is completely random. Note, new random content will be added in difficult mode and above. People like to challenge higher difficulty. Sometimes a game that is too difficult will not discourage players, but will make them more enthusiastic. Ing Zheng is no exception. Although the events in this game are all random, he still wants to try to challenge higher difficulty. No matter how difficult the game is, it should not be harder than reality. Right? He reached out and clicked on the difficult mode. He planned to try all modes. He even wanted to try to pass the hell mode that was not recommended. As the mode was selected, the light golden handwriting changed, and a new line of prompts appeared. The difficult mode has been selected. Random natural disasters will continue to occur 3 years after the game starts. Originally, Qin Yu habitually wrote here that a debuff will be obtained randomly after the game starts. Then he thought that Ing Zheng could not understand this, so he used a translator to translate all the text content. This is also one of the reasons why Ing Zheng can play Qin Rise 1.0 without any obstacles. She watched as Ing Zheng fearlessly clicked OK and entered the game. The game started from the first year of Qin Huangzheng's reign. Because it was only a difficulty. Qin Yu did not pull the ministers of the court to their limits. And the ministers of the court would basically obey the player's orders. Even those factions would seriously execute the orders issued by the king of Qin while fighting each other. The only difference from the normal mode was the natural disasters that would occur continuously after the 3-year novice protection period. This natural disaster had nothing to do with history and was completely random. Except for the tsunami that was impossible in the inland. Qin Yu arranged everything else in the debuff extraction library. As long as the player plays for a long enough time, it is not impossible to experience all natural disasters. And Ing Zheng has not thought about what will happen when the game time reaches the 3rd year of Qin Huangzheng. He is still changing the early decrees according to the game experience he gained when he played for the first time. It is worth mentioning that the game content is synchronized with the current reality. That is, the cheats given by Qin Yu in the early stage can also be found in the game, such as coal mines, copper mines, iron mines, etc. The new Iron Sword research is also synchronized in the game. And potatoes also exist in the game. Because of the first easy difficulty play, Ing Zheng discovered many disadvantages of potatoes. From the first national promotion to this time, only planting in the places designated by him. Normal crops are still planted in other places within the country. However, the advantage of crossing the era is limited to this. Because after the game is made, the subsequent cheats given by Qin Yu to Qin will not be synchronized to the game. Which is also one of the reasons why the difficulty of this game is difficult. He is very thoughtful. Since it has been said that there will be natural disasters, it is always right to prepare disaster relief food in advance. After making the potatoes harvested in the first year into potato flour that is easier to store, Ing Zheng began to consider the military operations in the 2nd year. It is impossible to stop the pace of unification because of the natural disaster that was predicted in advance. This is not in line with the wishes of his ancestors and his own character. While actively preparing for the natural disaster, he still sent Duke Biao to attack Zhuandi in the 2nd year of Qin Huangzheng. However, before Duke Biao left Xianying, Ing Zheng deliberately dragged the NPC villain representing Duke Biao into the Xianying palace. Qin Huangzheng, who was controlled by himself, beat the other party and warned him not to do things he shouldn't do before letting him go to Zhuandi. This victory came as expected. Unlike the last time, this time Duke Bai did not violate the government order, so Ing Zheng did not have to demote an important official. The next 3 years of Qin Huangzheng were basically the same as the plot of the first game, but he did not take it lightly. Under Qin Yu's gaze, he was still carefully handling various affairs in the game and issuing various orders, alerting the upcoming 4 years of Qin Huangzheng. Qin Huangzheng 4 years. Please note that the novice protection period has ended and natural disasters are being randomly generated. Qin Yu kindly gave a reminder to prevent the only player in this game from forgetting this matter and being discouraged by the sudden natural disaster. It was already late in real time, but because of the appearance of this line of words, Ing Zheng was refreshed. He planned to successfully pass the 4 years before pausing the game progress. A burst of white mist covered the game map, and lines of handwriting appeared in the air. In the 4th year of Qin Huangzheng's reign, Qin Huangzheng worked hard to govern the country, and the national strength of Qin was growing day by day. However, there were always various obstacles on the road to unification. Zhuandi and several surrounding cities suffered from severe drought, and the grain harvest was completely lost. The people were displaced. Should disaster relief be carried out? Ing Zheng remembered that this was the territory he conquered in the 2nd year. Now it was considered to be within the territory of Qin after 4 years. He did not expect that the first natural disaster would occur in this location, because it was impossible not to provide disaster relief for the conquered place. He immediately began to mobilize the grain stored in the treasury, including the potato flour stored in the previous 3 years, to carry out timely rescue in Zhuandi and its vicinity. Under his command, the golden little people were escorting food and grass like ants towards the direction of Zhuandi. Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction when seeing this scene. He could treat all the conquered places equally. This was an excellent quality. Trigger the achievement of treating all equally. The people's hearts in Zhuandi increased by 10, and the probability of rebellion decreased slightly. The first natural disaster was not difficult to deal with. As long as you develop people's livelihood more in the first 3 years of the game, you can basically get through the first natural disaster smoothly. The difficult part is the content later. Starting from the second random natural disaster, the destructive power of the natural disaster will begin to increase. It's so late. Let's rest first. If you want to play, you can continue tomorrow. Qin Yu urged Ing Zheng to go to bed. She knew the game she made very well. If she continued to play, she would be so angry that she would not need to sleep today. The random natural disasters in the difficult mode were really tormenting. Although natural disasters would not occur continuously every year, it would be uncomfortable enough if they occurred once every 1 or 2 years. Such a pitfall mode is mainly to train the ability to withstand pressure. Only by being fearless in the face of natural disasters can one go further. Qin Yu looked away with a guilty conscience. She sorted out the game data, and then observed the recent progress of weapon research and development. It must be said that the progress of Qin Yu and his people was quite fast. After she gave the general points of the new iron sword last time, several difficult bottlenecks had been broken. Now, it is necessary to wait patiently. Only by forging again and again can the best 100-tempered steel be formed. The next morning, Ing Zheng woke up and dealt with some affairs. While dealing with them, he thought about the natural disaster in the game yesterday. It was his first time to deal with a natural disaster. He could not say that he was helpless, but it was normal to be a little nervous. He still remembered his previous handling, which was considered to have stabilized the country. He didn't know whether this natural disaster would only occur once or multiple times in the game. When he started the game again from the 4th year of Qin Wangjung, it was already evening in real time. It should have been rest time. But he was still working overtime in the Emperor's simulator, because he had roughly issued orders yesterday. The 4 years had passed smoothly, and the in-game time was now the 5th year of Qin Wangjung. The 4th year of Qin Wangjung. Timely disaster relief prevented the people in the country from being too displaced, and achieved the achievement asterisk small test. Now is the 5th year of Qin Wangjung. The 5th year of your rule. Since the drought in the 4th year, you have rarely smiled. You are always paying attention to the lives of the people in the country. After a year of hard work, you have achieved the desired results. But good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. A new disaster is brewing. Qin Yu was stunned when she saw this line of words. The next natural disaster seemed to come a little soon. She took back what she said yesterday. She remembered that for the sake of authenticity, the characteristics of natural disasters in the game were basically copied from reality. She looked at the program she wrote before. According to the law of conservation of matter, the precipitation in a region is certain. If there is less precipitation in a certain period of time, it will be made up in other periods of time. In other words, severe droughts are often accompanied by excessive rainfall afterwards, and the performance in the game is more exaggerated. This law can actually be used as a weapon. For example, artificial rainfall is continuously carried out over the enemy's territory. After the flood disaster occurs, there is a lack of cumulonimbus clouds in the sky, and there is a high probability that a drought will occur. It is just that in the current era, the damage to the local area is a bit large. If you are confident in occupying the territory, there is no need to do this. You will get a prompt before the natural disaster officially appears. Before being beaten by the natural disaster version, Ing Zheng still felt that the game was simpler than reality. At least he could monitor the situation across the country at any time, and his orders were basically unimpeded. You can also be bolder in the game, but in reality, you have to consider many factors, including but not limited to the factional issues in the court. While he was alert to the natural disasters that could happen at any time, he continued to deal with various options in the game. Because of last year's disaster and the upcoming new disaster, Ing Zheng did not choose to expand abroad in the new year, but continued to consolidate his rule over the territories he had previously acquired. Soon he knew what the natural disaster was, and the conspicuous prompt words came into view: the 5th year of Qin Wangjung. It seems that because of the drought last year, the rainfall this year is unusually high. If it continues, floods will come soon. How to control floods? This is a problem that has existed since ancient times, but he is more miserable. Yesterday it was a drought, and today it is about to flood. After thinking about it, Ing Zheng decided to offer a large reward for talents in Qin. He himself does not know how to control floods, but there must be professionals who know this. The biggest advantage of the game is that you can intuitively see the attributes of the other party. Ing Zheng chose the one with the highest water control value among the many NPC villains who recommended themselves. Then he saw a bubble popping up above the head of the light golden villain, with dense words written inside. Report to the king. Flood control is not just about blocking the flood. If you can build flood control embankments, reservoirs, and flood diversion channels in advance, and clear the river channels in time before the flood. Flood control is a piece of cake. The text in the bubble stopped scrolling, and the villain in the game handed a bamboo slip to the King of Qin controlled by Zheng. Inside were some schematic diagrams he drew. It seemed that he had a plan for flood control. Is there such a person in real life? Zheng was moved. He looked at the name in the interface of the little man. Although he couldn't see his appearance clearly, he knew his hometown and name, so it was not difficult to find him. No. The difficult mode will randomly generate some talents that do not exist in the world. They are mainly used to deal with natural disasters. Otherwise, the game difficulty is too high, and it is impossible to pass the level. Zheng nodded, indicating that he understood. He just looked at the NPC little man with some regret. It would be great if there were such talents in real life. However, he was not very disappointed. He had already remembered the words of this flood control talent in his heart. Maybe he could use them someday. After all, these words were said by this person on the surface. But in fact, they should belong to the wisdom of the motherland. Who else can better understand how to manage the rivers in their own territory except Qin itself? With the help of this professional in water management. Although there were some losses in this flood, it was not to the point of breaking bones. However, the disasters in 2 consecutive years still made Zheng develop honestly for a while. And he did not rush to foreign wars. Qin has waited for so many years, and it is not impossible to wait for another year or 2. The main concern is the domestic situation. In the later game, Zheng has seen all kinds of natural disasters. Every time, there are randomly generated talents to help Qin survive this crisis. But disasters are still disasters after all. The pace of Qin's unification was infinitely slowed down. When the game was in the 22nd year of Qin Wangjung, which was also the first unified time of the game, he only destroyed the country. The rest of the time was either disaster relief or on the way to disaster relief. Considering the difficulty of the game, Zheng was also relieved. This time the game time is much longer than the last game time. By the time he started to attack the last country, more than half a month had passed in real time. He had been handling affairs in the game more and more handy recently, and the speed of handling affairs in reality had also increased a lot. His progress was visible to many ministers in the court. Many ministers also sighed that the heaven had opened their eyes and Qin had successors. The recognized King of Qin was now preparing to win the last country in the game. The King of Qin in the game was already in his 50s. Although the specific age could not be seen because of the uniform light gold modeling of NPCs. From the words King of Qin's 46th year, Zheng knew that he could not delay any longer. Otherwise, the responsibility of unification would be handed over to the next King of Qin. As for his descendants in the game, it's hard to describe them in a few words. The most outstanding among these princes is the child named Fusu. But he is obviously not the kind of king who can complete the great cause of unification. As for the other princes, it's even harder to describe them in a few words. Desperate for these princes, he even looked at his daughter in the game, and then found that his daughter was not much better. He, the King of Qin, couldn't find a suitable heir. Since he couldn't hand over the unified Qin to Fusu, he could only try his best to unify it before his death in the game. In order to deal with the disasters that happened from time to time, he was almost carrying a heavy burden on the road to unification. Qin Yu was surprised that he could get here. Although she would randomly give a small plug-in every time a disaster occurred, a talent played by a suitable system program. But having talents and using talents are two different things. It was already amazing to be able to almost complete the unification in the 46th year of Qin Wangjung in the natural disaster version. Zheng once asked her how long the Qin king he controlled in the game would live. At that time, her answer was that this was very random. And it was also a kind of probability. Maybe he would die in the next moment due to an accident. Or maybe he would live smoothly until he was 100 years old. It was hard to say. She could also guess the reason why Zheng tried to speed up the unification. Because the heirs in the game were not pioneering kings. But this was really not her fault. These princes were arranged according to history. And she did not deliberately reduce the attributes of the princes of Qin. The final unification was also smooth. And no new natural disasters occurred. When the country was unified, the game ended naturally. And no new natural disasters would be generated for players to solve. Difficulty clear. Congratulations to the player for reaching the ending 10 years in the East. 10 years in the West. Do not despise the young and poor. New function continue to deduce. Do you want to use it? Yes. Qin Yu did not continue to write the next content. but she made a deduction function according to historical records. Although it cannot be said directly that this is the future scene of your son's family ruin, it can be hinted that maybe Hu Hai will not be born directly. Ing Zheng did not expect that the game would update this new function. He clicked to confirm. He did not feel confident that Qin could be stable in the early stage. As long as it could maintain most of the territory, it would be good. After all, he did not know whether the game would have random natural disasters later. Then he saw himself in the game died of illness on the way to the East Tour. He also saw the conspiracy of Zhao Gao and Li Si clearly. He was not surprised by this. From the game, it can be seen that his ministers are not without small thoughts. But they are suppressed by him. It is normal for these people to have small thoughts after death. He looked at the game coldly until he saw that after Hu Hai came to power, he pretended to convey his will to Fusu. And Fusu really committed suicide. Ing Zheng was stunned for a moment and asked a soul-searching question. Why don't you build a rebellion if you have soldiers? Clear the court? He remembered that before the game ended, Fusu was with Meng Tian, who was also a general with great military exploits. He had generals, soldiers and weapons. So why didn't he rebel? He just felt that his blood pressure was about to rise. And later he didn't feel anything when he saw Qin Tu die. Don't ask. It's not surprising that Qin Tu died in Hu Hai's hands. Qin Yu, is there a possibility that it is because of the King? Minister. Father. Son. Qin Yu's words were tactful. And she didn't directly say that it was his own education problem. After all, a person's energy is limited. When ruling such a large country, it seems normal to ignore the education of children. There may be other reasons. But she couldn't guess anything else before Fusu was born. Are kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different species? The chaotic world also started with this line. Qin Yu looked at Ing Zheng beside her and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Anyone who plays a game and is about to win completely, but is directly voted out by teammates, will feel very uncomfortable. I'm fine. It's normal for civilians to rebel because they can't live. The problem lies with Hu Hai. Ing Zheng saw it very clearly. In addition to the reasons for the instability in the early Qin dynasty, a large part of the reason was that Hu Hai was too incompetent. He also found some problems from himself. Was there a problem with his appointment of Zhao Gao in the game? In fact, there was no problem, because Zhao Gao was indeed a useful talent. His problem was that he didn't kill Zhao Gao before the end of the game. The fact that he could suppress many ministers did not mean that the heir apparent could suppress them, which was also a problem he ignored. Ing Zheng began to think that if he started a new game later, would it be better for him to kill those ministers who were prone to trouble before the end of the game? The game interface returned to the initial screen, and the territory of Qin State returned to the first year of Qin Wangjung. The words of several options reappeared, but this time, there was an additional option ending review. This new option was under the special mode of the Battle Royale. Ing Zheng originally planned to start a Battle Royale to see how it was played, but now, he was not interested. So the lunch break ended early, and he continued to look at the reports submitted by his subordinates, which showed the progress of the current projects. There were reports about new iron swords and mine production, and these numbers would not be false. He saw that some weapons had been completed, and immediately decided to go to the forge to see it in person this afternoon. Before going out, Ing Zheng specifically asked Qin Yu if natural disasters would really continue in reality, although they had been solved once in the game. He felt his scalp tingling when he thought of droughts, floods, and insect pests. Qin Yu could not speak nonsense. She told the truth, this is a natural phenomenon. Not my business. In other words, if there is no natural disaster, there is no natural disaster. And if it comes, she can't stop it. Although he could not get convenience from his motherland in terms of natural disasters, his experience in the game still gave him confidence. Even if he encountered the same disaster in reality, his performance would not be worse than that in the game. Since he decided to start researching new weapons, Qingye led people to leave Xianying Palace. Now all the swordsmiths live in Xianying City, and the nearby guards are led by Meng Tian to protect the safety here, because they were not leaving Xianying City. No one would stop Ing Zheng from taking Wang Jian out of the palace. However, after Lu Bue got the news, he brought Li Si with him. The few people met in front of the forge. Lu Bue was still a little surprised to see Ing Zheng, but on the surface, he greeted Ing Zheng calmly. Your Majesty is so concerned about the situation of the forge, which is a blessing for our Qin state. Anyway, it's right to praise first. After all, you don't hit a smiling person. You are too kind. Since we are all here, let's go in and take a look. Lu Bue will know about the situation of the forge sooner or later. As a person who actively promotes unification, it is normal for him to appear here. It is just right to talk about the issue of armaments for the expedition next year. The forge heard that the king was coming as early as noon. So those who should stop working stopped their work. Qingniu and many swordsmiths waited in front of the forge to greet him. Qingniu was stunned when she saw the people, because the notice she received only said that the king was coming, and did not say that the prime minister was coming. But she reacted quickly and spoke before everyone else. Qingniu greets the king and Prime Minister Lu. The people behind her also saluted together. They were all people living at the bottom of society. How could they not know the dignity of the people in front of them? They have been treated much better in recent times. But there are many more people monitoring them around them. Once they are found to have the possibility of leaking the secrets of the forge, they will be taken away for interrogation. Most of the people who were taken away came back, and only a few people were found to have problems. After that, they didn't know where those people went. But they always remembered what Lord Qingyu said. Just do your own thing, and don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have. This time, the king came to inspect in person. After they saluted respectfully, they didn't dare to raise their heads secretly. They lowered their heads and followed behind Qingyu. There was only one person who really talked to Yingzheng and Lu Bue, and that was Qingniu, the person in charge here. Meng Tian came a little late. He had just taken people to inspect. After hearing the news, he rushed over immediately. After saluting Yingzheng, he looked at Lu Bue. After a pause, he greeted him seriously, although his tone was a little stiff. Lu Bue didn't mean to make trouble. He smiled indifferently and looked at Qingniu standing in front of many swordsmiths. He had heard of this man. He was very talented in sword forging, but it was a pity that he should not be accepted as a disciple. Reporting to the king, there are two kinds of weapons forged this time. One kind was forged thousands of times according to the requirements. After Qingniu finished speaking, someone immediately put the sword on the tray and walked over with it. The man stopped a few steps away. Meng Tian walked up to take the sword and handed it to Yingzheng with both hands. The other sword was forged less times according to the requirements, although the quality is not as good as the first one. The forging time is greatly reduced, and it can be mass-produced. There are a lot of these weapons, and they are all placed indoors. Do you want to take a look? The iron sword in Yingzheng's hand is now sharp, but it takes a long time to forge it, and the manpower spent is countless. It can be used as a gift to reward generals, but it cannot be equipped in most of the army. Then let's go and have a look. Yingzheng drew out the sword in his hand, the edge of which flashed, and the blade had faint patterns. It had to be said that it was a good sword, although it was not as good as his own. It was also a good weapon. He was very interested in another weapon that could be mass-produced, as long as its quality was similar to the current copper sword. Even if it was slightly worse, it would be better than the copper sword, because of the weight of the copper sword. Not everyone could wield it freely. The lighter iron sword was also a great advantage. Yingzheng temporarily carried the sword that had just been presented and led everyone into the room. In a corner where no one was paying attention, Qingniu was talking to System 3303. Qingniu, who was in the shape of a black bird, was a whole circle larger than 3,303, who was in the shape of a silver-throated long-tailed tit. She pushed the little fat chick with a white body, gray wings and black tail beside her. How is it? Have you identified it? Don't be in a daze. Ah. Sorry. This is the first time I've seen such a majestic human. The database was a little stuck for a while. Qingniu's mouth twitched when she heard this. Are you talking about my host? Yes. Yes. You are worthy of being the king of Qin. Senior sister, you have a good vision. But if I graduate and have the opportunity to go out on field trips, I will definitely not look for a host like this. I feel like I will be led by the way. Qingniu wanted to laugh when she heard this. 3303 is so cute. If she doesn't become a system when she dies, it would be great if she waited for such a cute little system. Although she is living a good life now. Who wants to be a system when she can be a human? She touched the fat head with a loving face. You are right. If you really think so, it is best to be in the stable era after the Second Industrial Revolution. Find a host. Remember that the host's country should preferably be a society ruled by law. If you are looking for a host in a country where gunfights happen every day, Qingniu looked at 3,303 with a look of you know what I mean. And System 3303 nodded quickly. I know. It's also written in the notes given to me by the senior sister. It's best to find a host in a society ruled by law in the ordinary world. And the modules loaded by itself should not be related to superpowers. It's best to have an esports professional system or something like that. Because the fighting and killing in the game has nothing to do with reality. Except when assigning tasks and necessary explanations. You can choose to play dead, which saves worry and effort. Qin Yu immediately praised, not bad. It seems that you have studied hard. Keep it up. You have a bright future. Fei Ju scratched his head and laughed. It's all the senior sister's good teaching. I will work hard. Then let's talk about the appraisal result of the sword just now. Qin Yu reminded 3303. This was also the purpose of her calling 3303 here today. 3303 was just a phantom here, which was almost equivalent to the effect of a virtual phone. Its main body was not here. How does it compare with the iron sword in the mall? I have appraised it. I have appraised it from beginning to end using the module equipped by the system. From the perspective of decoration, the gorgeous iron sword provided by the system mall is a complete winner. But from a practical point of view, the attack power of this iron sword is actually almost the same as the iron sword in the system mall. And this iron sword is only the first generation. So there should be room for improvement. Except that it cannot be enchanted and has a slightly lower attack power. It is still very good. Oh, by the way, it is far superior to ordinary iron swords in the mall. Well, it seems that my expectations are a bit high. Qin Yu smiled. She had some other plans. But since the appraisal result was like this, there was no need. Does the senior sister have any other plans? 3303 was a little curious. I want to make a profit from the price difference as a middleman. Let's not talk about this. It's impossible anyway. Let's go in and see the quality of those ordinary iron swords. When 3303 heard Qin Yu say in front of it that he wanted to make a profit from the price difference as a middleman, the whole system was stunned. But it quickly reacted and followed Qin Yu's footsteps. Jumping up the stairs, 3303 walked around the shelves where weapons were placed, used its own database to count the values of the weapons present, and then began to report to Qin Yu. The quality of the weapons here is somewhat uneven. The better ones are better than the ordinary iron swords in the mall, and the average ones are about the same as ordinary iron swords. But there are more inferior weapons. But it's good to have such a result for the first time. System 3303 remembered that Qin Yu had just said that middlemen should make a profit from the price difference, and hurriedly comforted his senior sister. You should know that being a middleman and engaging in speculation and profiteering has no future, and will be banned by the main system sooner or later. Qin Yu saw the nervous little fat bird and wanted to laugh. Why are you so nervous? I just thought about it. And I didn't really say I would do it. I am a very stable person. Really? Or I failed to see the essence through things. My fault? System 3303 attributed the source of the wrong idea to himself, and did not notice Qin Yu's amused eyes. He was still working diligently to write a report for his senior sister. After scanning with the professional identification module of 3303, it obtained clear data of most weapons. And after a data analysis, it gave the advice of professional appraisers. At Qin Yu's request, he summarized the suggestions and wrote a report. System 3303 also dreamed of doing school homework. This feeling was like writing a paper on human psychology. But writing a weapon analysis report was obviously much simpler than writing a human psychology analysis paper. System 3303 was not opposed to this new job. It took less than 10 minutes to sort out all the information and write a complete report. After sending the report and information to Qin Yu, it shyly asked, Senior, is there anything else I can help you with? Qin Yu stopped reading the report and turned her eyes back to System 3303. When she tricked this junior into working for her, she didn't think that the tool system could be used in this way. However, Qin Yu didn't find it strange when she thought about the other party's part-time job. Isn't it the job of a system working part-time in the appraisal department to appraise weapons and write a report? This way, extremely cost-effective. She thought about it carefully, and it seemed that there was really nothing else that needed its help now. It was impossible to ask this junior to find a way to draw a weapon blueprint. This was impossible. The System Academy did not teach this. Their initial data did not have anything about this aspect. The initial data was only the lowest level data used to run the system. Other functions were generally added later. So she and 3303 were basically the same except for the difference in function. What she did not know. 3303 certainly did not know. And what she knew because of her human nature in her previous life, 3303 probably did not know either. It was better to ask for help from others than to ask for help from yourself. If you have this time, you might as well think about what the ratio of gunpowder is. Some time ago, I told Lily and his group of alchemists about several raw materials. The original gunpowder was also made by alchemists. If you know the raw materials and then refine the elixir with a purpose, it should not be difficult to make gunpowder. As for the ratio of various materials, you can only try slowly. The previous cement ratio was also handed over to these alchemists. Refining elixir is also refining, and calcining cement is probably similar. In fact, it is still a matter of trying the ratio. The material ratio of cement should be easier to test out than gunpowder. The raw materials of simple cement are not complicated, and are slightly easier than gunpowder. There should be no more. If you have something else to do, you can cut off the communication first. Xingyu is very reasonable. If 3303 has her own things to do, she will not force Tong to stay. System 3303 hesitated for a moment, but still moved closer to her and lowered her voice. It's not this. I don't have anything important to do. I can ask Tong to take over the appraisal work. I just want to ask. Senior sister, do you know something? A big thing happened recently. Xingyu frowned and thought back. She had been in the Warring States period for more than a year, and had not really noticed the situation in the system space. She thought about it, and lowered her voice. The enemy of the main system came to the door? System 3303 was stunned. With a hint of shock in his tone, why do you think so? Senior sister? Because other things are not a big deal. It can't be that the system college was demolished? I remember that the college is deep in the system space. It shouldn't be. Seeing that Xingyu was really thinking about this, System 3303 didn't keep it a secret. It said, Senior sister, you have been away from the system space for so long. It's normal that you don't know. In fact, not long ago, a message came from the neighboring multiverse that the neighboring main god was blown up. Recently, the main system has been very strict in reviewing the host, and the system has also been reviewed. At present, the only ones who have not passed the review are those who are on missions like you, Senior sister. So, Senior sister, don't think about it. It's about the price difference between middlemen. There's no room for manipulation. Puff. Xingyu was amused by System 3303. She didn't care. We are all legal and good systems. The host won't bind if they don't want to. The main god next door was doing infinite terror, and was killed by someone. It's normal. The main system won't care about small systems like us. Don't worry 3303. Even if you continue to fish, it will be fine. Anyway, you will handle the complaints against you. What are you afraid of? System 3303 thought about it. It seemed to be right. It realized it. Then goodbye. Senior sister. I'll hang up first. Okay. Contact me when you have time. Xingyu set away the phantom of System 3303. She frowned and pondered. In fact, what 3303 said was right. She had to be more restrained. But it had nothing to do with the price difference between middlemen. But it meant that she should try to owe less in the system mall. It's better not to jump too much during this period. Your Majesty, the workshop also forged a weapon called a machete, which is very effective for chopping. Would you like to take a look? Xingyu was a little nervous. Forging iron swords was an order from above, and other types of weapons were just some of their attempts. They might not be recognized by the king. In short, there were still risks. But she believed that none of the weapons forged except swords were bad. These craftsmen named the machetes according to their appearance and functions, and made some small decorations on the appearance to present them to the king of Qin. Ingzheng nodded. After looking around the iron swords placed in the room, he was quite satisfied. He waited himself to try it out. Compared with the heavy copper sword, the iron sword was lighter and more convenient for people to stab it. Show it up. Xingyu also turned her attention back to the newly presented weapon. From the appearance, this thing looks like a machete. And there are even differences between curved and straight blades. However, compared with the Tang sword, it is much wider. Basically, the width of the blade is more than 1 palm. It looks closer to the broadsword of the Northern Song dynasty. I just don't know if this new weapon is easy to use. After all, knives and swords are two different weapons. As an unprofessional commander, she doesn't know if this thing is easy to use. It's best to practice it. Zheng picked up the machete, bent his fingers and flicked it twice. The sound of iron buzzing was endless. He nodded. Judging from the surface, it was indeed a good weapon. Wang Jian, take this knife and send it down to test it. He is proficient in swordsmanship, but he is not familiar with this machete. In this case, it is better to ask someone to send it down to test it. Yes. Wang Jian left the forge with the machete. He headed for the prison in Xianying, where there were death row prisoners, which was just right for testing the machete. Meng Tian glanced at Wang Jian and said nothing. He had seen the machete before, and had wielded it before. But he still liked the sword more than the sword. What do you think of my proposal just now? Father? Qin Yu knew she had missed something when she heard this. But she didn't care. She didn't have to work like an office worker every day. So of course she would take some time off. Besides, she was still secretly reading the report given by 3303. She had to simplify this report later. Sometimes it was not easy to write too many words. Your Majesty's proposal is very good. I think there is no problem with this decision. Now I will order the workshops in Xianying to forge iron swords with all their strength. We can replace some of them next year to see how they work. Zheng nodded. I have the same idea as Shengfu. Let's do it this way. Come here. Zheng called the official, who was responsible for delivering the order. From today on, all the forges in Xianying will be sealed off. No suspicious person will be allowed to enter. The iron swords forged in the future will be based on this one as the standard. The ore sent from the iron mine and coal mine will be supplied to the forge first. But before mass forging, I need you to think about where the current iron swords can be improved. If anyone can forge a better sword, there will be a huge reward. For a while, the eyes of the craftsmen in the forge were a little hot. The motivation of being free labor and making money for yourself is different. Everyone said in unison, thank you. Your Majesty. Your Majesty is wise. Qin Yu took a peek at the report written by 3303 and found that the sword chosen by Zheng was almost the best choice. It could make the iron sword have a certain attack power, but it would not waste manpower by forging the iron sword for too long. After all, not every iron sword has to meet the standard of offering treasures to the king. If every sword is forged tens of thousands of times, there is no need to fight. It is better to choose the one with higher cost performance. Although there are better choices next to this sword, the slight difference does not affect anything. So Qin Yu did not remind her. She found that Zheng could require the iron sword to be produced in the same specification at this time. No wonder the same track and writing will be used later. Before leaving, Lu Bue kept Li Si. He will be responsible for supervising here temporarily. He will return to the Xianghua mansion after other officials are officially transferred. Zheng saw this scene and said nothing. He let Li Si stay to temporarily supervise the situation of the forge. And he left the forge with a group of attendants. After returning to the palace, he stayed there for about 2 or 3 minutes. Then a servant walked in from outside the door. Your Majesty, General Min Wu and Zheng Guo are outside asking for an audience. Let them in. Zheng perked up and shifted his attention from the scroll in his hand. The two of them finally came back after a round. The servant walked briskly to the door with small steps and said loudly, Xian, Min Wu, Zheng Guo are here to see you. Your servant Min Wu greets your Majesty. Your servant Zheng Guo greets your Majesty. No need to be polite. But is there any new progress on the irrigation canal? Zheng looked at Zheng Guo. Although he said he wanted to repair the irrigation canal, there was no news from Zheng Guo after he went to Guanzhong. Every time he sent someone to ask, he said he was still surveying the landform. A Korean could wait longer than him. The king of Qin. If it weren't for this irrigation canal, he would have to send troops east this year. But his patience was almost gone. Fortunately, Zheng Guo came back. Otherwise, he would have sent someone to capture Zheng Guo next. There were detailed maps. But it took so long. So he reasonably suspected that there was something wrong with Zheng Guo. This is the difference between the two people. The reason why Zheng believed in this map was because it was endorsed by the Qin state. How could this map be wrong? In Zheng Guo's eyes, even if he knew that this was a map taken out by the king of Qin, he would subconsciously feel that there would be slight deviations. He also had certain doubts about such a detailed map. And he couldn't help but be more meticulous during the field investigation. If Zheng Guo was still working seriously in accordance with professional ethics, and for his own life at the beginning, then the later he looked at this map, the more frightened he felt. Who drew such a detailed map? If it is used in military affairs, the role it will play is simply unimaginable. If it weren't for the people around him watching him closely, and Meng Wu following him every day, he would have wanted to send a letter to his country to ask if they had such a map in Korea. But it was just a thought. Zheng Guo wanted to live a few more years. He was still in the Warring States period, and he learned the ability to close his eyes and put his hands together without a teacher. In short, he just had to complete the tasks ordered by the King of Han. The rest had nothing to do with him. Even after many years, he could still say that he had done his best. So when Zheng Guo stood in the Xining Palace, outside the palace where the King of Qin was, he was not very nervous. After all, he had worked hard this time. The plan in his hand could be said to have used his lifelong knowledge. And every detail was carefully thought out, because of the detailed map in Meng Wu's hand, plus the time they spent on field investigations. This plan seemed perfect to him. He personally selected the locations of the main canals, and the locations where the main canals were dug. Moreover, when he selected the location he thought was the best, he did not forget to give 2 alternative options. He was very dedicated. He had no guilt when he stood in front of the King of Qin. After several months of field investigation, he also figured out that the number of people digging irrigation canals should be reported truthfully. The Qin state, which could produce such a detailed map, would not be unclear about the number of people needed for an irrigation canal. There were things he should not do. If he could persuade the King of Qin to dig irrigation canals, his mission was completed. The rest could only be left to fate. Reporting to the king, I have already made a detailed plan for the irrigation canal. Zheng Guo held up the scroll made of bamboo slips in his hands, and the attendant next to him took it and placed it on the table in front of Ing Zheng. The distribution location of the main canal has been selected, because the local terrain is slightly higher in the northwest and slightly lower in the southeast. I suggest taking advantage of the terrain and starting to build the main canal at the northeast valley mouth. Ing Zheng put down the bamboo slips in his hand and looked at Meng Wu. Meng Wu took off the wooden long tube box on his back with a tactful look, took out the map placed in it, unfolded it in front of Zheng Guo, and signaled Zheng Guo to point out the specific location to the king. Zheng Guo was not afraid of the stage. He generously followed Meng Wu and walked forward 2 steps. With the help of Meng Wu, he pointed out the location near the Jing River on the map. According to the plan in his mind, he pointed out the place where he wanted to build the main canal along the way. The Jing River rushes out of the mountains here and flows to Lichuan, which is here on the map, and then enters the Guangzhong Plain. The plain is dozens of times wider from east to west than from north to south. This is the terrain that I just mentioned that can be used. If we start building a main canal from here, the main canal will extend eastward along the north. Zheng was circled out the highest area from here, and he continued, if the main canal can be distributed in this area, the biggest benefit is to control the irrigated land as much as possible. And because of the terrain, it can be irrigated slowly downwards by itself. It is roughly estimated that it can irrigate tens of thousands of hectares of land. Qin Yu raised Cyber's eyebrows. The number reported by Zheng Guo was still conservative. In fact, according to historical statistics and later calculations, the land that can be irrigated by Zheng Guo Canal can reach more than 40,000 hectares, which is equivalent to 1.1 million acres of land. She still remembered the records in the records of the grand historian, so Guangzhong became fertile land. There was no bad here. Qin became rich and strong, and finally annexed the princes. Seeing this scene, the first 6 Qin kings who were sleeping underground had to laugh out loud, thank the king of Han for rewarding Zheng Guo X1. Ing Zheng didn't know how to dig irrigation canals, but he was standing next to his own country, Qin, so he sought advice from Qin Yu in his heart. Qin Yu agreed. Of course. She had just looked at what Zheng Guo had handed in, although the technical content might not be as good as in later times. For this era, the plan submitted by Zheng Guo was undoubtedly the most suitable. She nodded, okay. Ask him how many people are needed to dig it. Ing Zheng did not speak immediately. He first finished reading the bamboo slips in his hand, and said to Zheng Guo in a calm look, that's great. In your opinion, how many people are needed to build this irrigation canal? Zheng Guo calculated in his mind and reported a normal number. This number was also very reasonable in his opinion. Even if it was South Korea that wanted to build an irrigation canal now, he would report this number. Your Majesty, I think that it takes a lot of people to dig this irrigation canal. About 100,000 people. Zheng Guo secretly glanced at Ing Zheng's face, but couldn't see anything. He couldn't guess the king of Qin's thoughts. But for his own life, he still gave the second plan. If you want to slow down the construction speed, The number of people can be reduced by a few percent, but it is best not to be less than 50,000. Zheng didn't say he agreed or disagreed. He just asked Zhenghua another question. If there are 100,000 people, and the construction speed is maintained at this level, how long will it take to dig the irrigation canal? If there are 100,000 people, it will take about 10 years. If the number is reduced, it will take at least 10 years. This is still his preliminary estimate, without the actual digging speed as a reference. He can't determine the specific years and months required. He can only give a rough estimate of the year. This is a number calculated based on personal experience. After all, these people, except for death row prisoners, can't build the canal all year round. The corvée collected must be released to go home to farm. This number is still conservative. Zhenghua has thought about how to convince the king of Qin if he is not willing to send even 50,000 people. After all, with less than 50,000 people, this canal may not be built. Zheng smiled and said gently, "You two can go down and rest first. This matter will be discussed at the court meeting. I will send someone to notify you in a few days." After everyone left, Zheng began to discuss with Qin Yu how many people to send to repair the canal. Qin Yu actually thought about this matter. She even specially loaded half of the esports system module for herself, which had a buff that she needed. Of course, because it was marked as a new module planned by the state. The use of the esports system module also needed to be reported to the main system. She persuaded the main system with reason and evidence and transferred some buffs in the esports system to her system mall. What she values is the buff of all attribute enhancement. Since there is no esports in this era, this buff of all attribute enhancement naturally cannot be added to playing games, but will be changed to the basic quality of the body. And because the basic attributes of people are less than the attributes of esports with detailed classification, the effect of this buff is even stronger. The only disadvantage is that this thing is limited in time. The longest buff can last for 1 month, and it takes 30 national lux per month, which looks like the renewal of VIP. However, there is also an advantage. It is impossible for a group of people to dig irrigation canals to the end. People will definitely change in the middle. The lifetime buff is too expensive for her to buy. In this way, when people are replaced in the middle, buffs can be added to the new people again, so there will be no large amount of waste. Although to some extent, these people are all Qin people, and it is not a waste to spend money on them. But the national luck points are not enough at present, and it is better to use less. For example, she will not think of buying an iron sword that Qin can forge by itself in the system mall. Even if Meng Ao successfully quelled the rebellion last time and obtained 1,000,000 national luck points, it is still very little, because even if the number of people is reduced to 50,000, she calculated that 50,000 people would cost 1.5 million a month, and the country would owe more than 400,000 in a short time. Qin Yu thought about how to use this matter to generate greater benefits, and after thinking about it, she said, "Why don't you pick an auspicious day and hold a ceremony to worship the sky? And I can help with the ceremony. But there is one thing I want to tell you. If you want to gamble on the country's destiny, on the future, if you lose the gamble, the decline of national strength is a small matter, and the country is likely to fall apart. Things like national destiny are illusory. It's up to her to make them up. As for why other countries don't do this, it's because their national consciousness is weak, and there is no such sacrifice in history." Qin Yu gave Zheng the words that he needed to read at the sacrifice. The light golden Qin seal was shining. This was actually equivalent to a contract, which was similar to a loan. The loan was used to develop the Qin state, and then the money was repaid within a specified time. If it couldn't be repaid, at most she and Zheng would be unlucky. In fact, there was no Qin state involved. But in order to make it easier for Zheng to understand, she wrote a contract that people today could understand. She would not make a unified decision on the large-scale national destiny owed to the main system. It would be better to ask Zheng himself about this matter. She told Zheng the pros and cons, and let him decide whether to use the part of the national destiny that could not be used, and told him that as long as the hole in the national destiny was filled within a certain period of time, there would be no unrest in the Qin state. From Zheng's perspective, this was a gamble. "Are you betting?" Zheng believes that Qin will get better and better. Zheng's voice was very firm. He had thought so since he returned to this country. After becoming the new king of Qin, he believed that Qin would become better under his rule. Qin Yu nodded. "I can see this future. So, it's not a bet. This world will eventually belong to my great Qin. Then prepare for the sacrifice as soon as possible. The copy I gave is still a secret. It cannot be read in front of everyone. Just read it silently in your heart. Yingzheng probably understood the signal Qin Yu gave. She is the will of this country. But he decides on major matters. She will give opinions, but will not bypass him and use the country's destiny. Perhaps it was not any minister who first regarded him as the king of Qin, but the Qin state. At the meeting tomorrow, I will give the order. Yingzheng did not plan to hold this sacrifice on a large scale. Etiquette is necessary, but the pomp can be smaller. The main thing is to be as soon as possible. After all, the preparations for a sacrifice take a long time. Because of the importance of the irrigation canal, the court quickly passed this resolution. But there were slightly different opinions on the number of people needed to dig the irrigation canal. Zheng Guo sighed after realizing that the king of Qin was only willing to provide 50,000 people. It was not impossible to repair the canal with so many people. But the progress of the project would be slowed down. However, the king of Qin himself did not care. So he could not say much. He could do it to the current level. Even if he met the king of Han again, he could say that he had tried his best. So at the moment when the number of corvée was finally determined, he did not speak out and tacitly agreed to the number of laborers given to him by the king of Qin. He only wrote to Yingzheng once later, indicating that if there were only 50,000 people, he could not guarantee that the project could be completed within 10 years. Finally, when Meng Wu came to supervise him again, Zheng Guo could guess the king of Qin's thoughts from his attitude. So he no longer entangled in how many years it would take to complete the irrigation canal. Since the king of Qin himself did not care about the speed, there was no need for him to force a letter to ask for more manpower. It is better for people to think about their own lives when they go out. He has tried his best. Before Zheng Guo went from Xianyang City to the starting point of the irrigation canal he selected, he heard that the king of Qin was going to hold a sacrifice to pray for God's protection. He was stunned and skeptical of this behavior, although he believed in gods and ghosts. It was a bit too exaggerated to reduce the project that originally required 100,000 people to 50,000 people to dig just for a sacrificial ceremony. Zheng Guo did not wait for the start of the sacrifice in Xianyang, but went to the Jing River with Meng Wu to wait for the arrival of 50,000 corvées. As long as the people arrived, they could start digging. Before that, they would first prepare near the Jing River, so that they would not have to wait for people to arrive, because they had to avoid the spring planting days. The collection of corvée this time was very urgent. When the irrigation canal was dug until almost March, the people had to be sent back to Sao, and the irrigation canal would continue to be built after the spring planting. Therefore, most of the corvée this time was collected near the Jing River, because Yingzheng and Qin Yu discussed and reduced the number of people. The date when all the people arrived was earlier, and the irrigation canal could be dug for 3 months at most. The time of sacrifice was a few days earlier than the time when the corvée arrived at the Jing River. On that day, Yingzheng wore a heavy dress, and the ceremonial officer who presided over the ceremony stood beside him. The whole process was performed once, and Yingzheng also solemnly recited the contract in his heart according to Qin Yu's request. The public announcement was just to pray for good weather and good harvests, and the construction of the irrigation canal could be smooth and blessed by heaven. Yingzheng looked at the ministers who were solemnly performing the entire ceremony with him, knowing that this was an opportunity created by the motherland for him. It was clear that he could just recite it silently in his heart. But Qin Yu asked him to hold a sacrifice, pushing the cause of the miracle that would happen in the future on him, which was a political bargaining chip. He now had few forces in Xianyang that could be called confidants. Not as good as Lu Bui's faction, not as good as the Queen Mother's faction, and not as good as the Chu faction that was deeply rooted in the court. This time, the construction of the irrigation canal was an opportunity, and he would definitely seize the opportunity created by the motherland for him. When Yingzheng silently recited the contract, Qin Yu had already opened the system mall, since the host also agreed to the loan. Then let's borrow it. If a victory is calculated as 1 million countries, it is not impossible to pay it back. It can be said that there is still a great chance to pay off the debt quickly. She glanced at the loading progress displayed in her system mall, because she only wanted to use part of the mall in the esports module, and she didn't plan to load it all. It was impossible for Yingzheng to play esports, so there was no need to load it all. So after she reported to the main system, she loaded the castrated version of the esports mall, and changed the name of the limited time buff that was generally used to maintain the status of esports players to a more suitable name for her identity: United Heart and One Heart. Introduction. When many people work hard for one thing, it will moderately improve people's physical fitness. The benefits that can be retained after the buff expires vary from person to person. After identifying the effect of the new version of the buff, Shihuang almost understood it. This buff is to forcefully improve first, and how much it can be consolidated in the later stage depends entirely on personal efforts. It is possible that there is no difference between the buff and before it expires, or it is possible that there is a slight improvement in strength after the buff expires. This buff was originally very powerful, and after the revision, she felt that its practicality was even stronger by 3 points. You should know that the attributes of esports players are very detailed, and even cheating has to be more detailed, resulting in a lot of energy consumption. Sometimes this buff also needs to intelligently improve the host's game IQ. Now she has changed it, deleted the redundant things similar to improving the host's game IQ, and deleted all the messy detail classifications, and changed it to a simple and rough buff to improve physical fitness and strength. This buff does not need to be detailed. The simple and rough buff obviously uses less energy than the previous buff. This is the biggest reason for the buff to be strengthened. After all, fine control always consumes more energy than rough control. After purchasing a 3-month buff share according to the number of 50,000 people, Shihuang saw that the storage of United Heart and One Deed in her back-end warehouse had reached 150,000. And the balance of national fortune in the upper right corner of the mall had naturally turned into a negative number. The number behind this negative number was a bit large, and even she couldn't help but feel a sudden cardiac arrest when she saw it for the first time. But it seemed to be like this after getting used to it. Anyway, there would be rewards after the Zhonghua Canal was completed. The first completion of buildings that had a positive impact on the country would have achievement rewards. Although it could not completely cover the expenditure, it could at least make up for it. How did it feel to see a national fortune of negative 3,241,328? Shihuang, don't worry if you have too much debt. Although she wanted to say arrogantly that if you owe too much debt, the one who owes the debt is the boss. She was not shameless enough, so she still thought about paying off the debt. For example, winning a game would earn 1 million yuan, and there must be no mistakes in the next year's attack. The corvée collected from Shihuang put down the farm tools in his hands and rushed from home to the vicinity of Jingshui. Ah, corvée labor again. I wonder when it will end. The team gathered together, and there were all kinds of people in it. Some might simply have reached the time to perform corvée labor, and some had committed crimes and violated Qin law to perform corvée labor to atone for their crimes. A clerk heard the complaints, and he remembered what he had been told by his superiors. Instead of scolding them, he explained, "This irrigation canal is built for Guangzhou. Many of you who came so quickly must be from Guangzhou." "Right, my lord. I do live nearby." The person who replied did not know how close the canal to their place was, but only knew that he did live not far away from them. The clerk's words also aroused the curiosity of the people around him. He stopped keeping the secret. "I've said too much, and the villagers probably don't understand. But this irrigation canal has many benefits. Just take the irrigation of farmland as an example. After it is built, the grain harvest will be better with this irrigation canal." As for whether this is true, he actually doesn't know. He became a minor official only because he can memorize Qin laws, and he knows nothing about irrigation canals. But it does say so, and the king of Qin has personally issued an edict, so he won't lie to them. And the king even held a sacrifice for this matter and reported it to the heavens. The king values the Qin people in Guangzhou very much. After he finished speaking, the people around him immediately began to talk about it. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the fatigue they felt when they were on the road disappeared after hearing these words. The king is so kind to us. I actually had other ideas before. I shouldn't have done that. Yes, I was wondering what the use of the irrigation canal was. It was really. The people who spoke were a little embarrassed. After the explanation of the clerk, they also understood the benefits of the irrigation canal. Their families lived nearby, and they had natural seeds at home. Who wouldn't want to increase production? Even if it was a bit hard and tiring, their descendants could enjoy these shades. These words started to spread from a small point, and the whole team was not just this clerk. And the spread was not only among this circle of people. At least Yingzheng had a reputation at this moment. Shihuang stayed on a tree not far away, acting as an ordinary bird. For the national will, of course, the construction of the irrigation canal was more worthy of concern. so she temporarily left Xianying. But she left an eye on Yingzheng, so she could rush back immediately if there was anything wrong. Hearing the voices of many Qin people discussing that they did not feel tired at all and were full of energy, she smiled. This was of course not an illusion, because your plug-in has arrived. She just sent a united heart and one deed to each of these people. Although only the corvée near the Jing River came faster, and the people in the distance were still on the way, this did not prevent her from sending some of the buffs first. It is to make these people feel that their fatigue will disappear when they arrive at the Jing River, which is worthy of the previous sacrifice in Xianying. Qin Yu followed these people to meet Zhengguo. When he met Zhengguo again, he was a little more dusty than before. Perhaps it was because he needed to tidy up his clothes and not be rude to meet the king of Qin. So in front of the king of Qin Yingzheng, Zhengguo was at least an elegant middle-aged man. But when he arrived at the construction site, he didn't care much about his image. He threw Zhengguo into the crowd and almost couldn't recognize him without looking at Meng Wu, who was following him. Seeing that some of the people promised by the king of Qin had arrived, Zhengguo had no intention of waiting any longer. Waiting for one more day would just delay the project, although he did want to delay emotionally. After all, the king of Han had told him before coming to Qin. But reason told him no. You can't delay. Zhengguo glanced at Meng Wu standing beside him without leaving a trace, coughed twice, and checked the number of people with the clerk who brought people over. Most of the people who came first were nearby. There were more than 12,000 people, although it was a bit far from 50,000. It was ready to start. He turned and looked at Meng Wu. General Meng, do you want to pick a good day to start? Or wait for everyone to rest for a day today and start immediately tomorrow?